Martial Peak, Chapter 4523, Refining the Medicine King Furnace. Xianxia. The woman's pretty brow furrowed together tightly before the realization struck her a moment later. You are that disciple who joined the sect recently? Yes. Xianxia nodded seriously, looking him up and down. Her gaze paused on the golden token on his waist for a moment, and she snorted softly. The sect master sure thinks highly of you. He even went so far as to issue you an elder token. She beckoned towards him once more. Come down, so we can speak. Xianxia obediently leaped down and stood before her respectfully. Seeing as this woman also had an elder token on her, she was definitely one of Profound Pill Sect's elders. In addition to being spirit-grade alchemists, all the elders of Profound Pill Sect were also spirit realm masters. She glared at him. What were you doing up there? Xianxia casually came up with an excuse. The sect master ordered me to come and comprehend the mysteries of the Medicine King Furnace whenever I have the time. This disciple wondered if it would be easier to learn something if I stood closer to the divine armament. That's why I went up there. If there's anything wrong with my actions, please punish me, Martial Ant. She angrily snapped. The ignorant are truly fearless. How could you dare to touch the divine armament at will? You're lucky I found you early. If I were any later, I would be collecting your corpse instead. He was shocked. Was it that serious? The female elder nodded. The 10 great divine armaments represent part of this world's grand Tao. Ever since ancient times, those who obtained the divine armaments were those with great destiny and immense opportunities. It is not something just anybody can touch as they please. Although Xianxia felt that the situation was not as serious as she made it seem, he pretended to be overwhelmed by the situation. Many thanks for your warning, Martial Ant. Her expression relaxed slightly. She then glanced at him with another measuring look. So, did you realize anything just now? I believe so, but it's very vague. I will need more time to sort through and comprehend it. She gently nodded. I've heard about you. Since you have a connection with the Medicine King Furnace, then don't disappoint the sect master's expectations of you. But never forget this, don't act rashly and overreach yourself for the sake of greed. Otherwise, nobody can save you if something goes wrong. Yes, Xianxia nodded firmly, though he couldn't help feeling strange. This woman seemed rather concerned about him, but he was uncertain if it was just a figment of his imagination. So he offhandedly asked, Did you come here to comprehend the mysteries of the Medicine King Furnace too, Martial Ant? She let out a soft sigh, her well-rounded peaks heaving up and down slightly. That's right. Old people like myself come here every once in a while to see if we can receive any inspiration from this place. If a spirit-grade alchemist wants to exceed their current limits, well, it won't be so easy. It's a pity that we old folk are so useless. On the other hand, a young boy like you can see through some of the mysteries here. It's truly surprising. This disciple simply had a stroke of fortune. Besides, you are not old, Martial Ant. You are clearly in the prime of your life. The woman glanced at him in surprise before bursting into a peal of laughter, causing flowers to tremble before her beauty. After a while, she finally stopped laughing and snorted softly. You're as glib-tongued as that old ghost. No wonder he took you in as a disciple. Let me ask you this, is that old ghost doing well? Xianxia was confused for a moment. Then, he realized that the person she mentioned was referring to his fabricated master. Looking at her expression and listening to the tone of her voice, this woman seemed to have some kind of deeper relationship with his fake master. Now, he understood why she seemed concerned over him. When Honored Master taught this disciple was very young. I don't remember much from back then, but Honored Master was quite healthy at the time, especially when this disciple made a mistake. He was very strong when spanking this disciple's bottom. The woman was taken aback for a moment before she laughed happily. His temper certainly leaves much to be desired, but his vision seems to be as far-sighted as always. You were still young at the time, so it's only natural for him to spank you when you didn't reach his standards. I'm sure he will be very proud if he learns about your current achievements. After that, She asked him a few more questions, to which Xianxia either came up with more nonsense or simply claimed that he no longer remembered, so as to not reveal any flaws. Nevertheless, the woman listened with relish, no matter how trivial the matter was. A long while passed before she waved her hand to dismiss him. "It looks like you're tired. You should go back and get some rest. If you run into any trouble, you can come and visit me at Qianluo Peak. I usually live there." "Many thanks, Martial Aunt. This disciple will take his leave." Upon returning to the Fixed Moon Peak, Xianxia went to Yang Huai and inquired about the circumstances. Only then did he learn that the peak master Qianluo Peak was an elder known as Lanin. That was probably the woman he encountered in the restricted area earlier. Xianxia initially wanted to inquire more about his master, but unfortunately, Yang Huai had lived in the Blood Warrior Hall since he was a child, so he only knew about the existence of this person in Profound Pill Sect, but didn't know much else, so there was nothing that he could tell Xianxia. In reality, whether intentionally or unintentionally, Xianxia had begun to search for more information about his supposed master ever since he joined Profound Pill Sect. He had joined Profound Pill Sect as that person's legacy disciple after all, so it would not hurt to learn as much as he could about this person. Unexpectedly, there were no records about him in the records hall. Seeing as he could not inquire too much from the others lest he expose his lies, Xianxia had failed to learn much about his master so far. The days that followed were uneventful. Xianxia provided alchemy services at the Seeking Pill Pavilion to earn the necessary cultivation resources for himself. At the same time, he traveled to the restricted area and back in an attempt to refine the Medicine King furnace. He did not know if anybody else in Profound Pill Sect had attempted to refine the divine armament before, but he was quite certain that there were precedents. After all, who would not be tempted when the divine object was just sitting in the restricted area? It was more likely that Sect Master Bailey Yun Sang and the other elders had tried to refine the Medicine King furnace only to fail in their attempts. That was because he did not sense any traces left behind by the others from the Medicine King furnace. On the contrary, Xianxia made some progress every time he went there. Refining the Medicine King furnace was a long-term process and was by no means something that could be achieved in a short period of time. With the consumption of substantial resources, Xianxia's cultivation increased steadily. In addition, he also came up with some pill recipes and alchemy techniques that did not belong to the divine armament world. Each time that happened, he would receive a considerable number of contribution points. Moreover, the elders of Profound Pill Sect would research the things that he brought up with great fascination. Xianxia had already redeemed the pill recipe for the 100 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill, and his cultivation had slowly advanced into the 9th step heaven realm. It would not take long before he was ready to advance into the spirit realm. He had no plans to refine the 100 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill for himself, though. With so many contribution points in his possession, he could spend them to exchange for 100 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill from Profound Pill Sect instead and save himself some time and effort. At this point, it had only been less than 2 years since he entered Profound Pill Sect. The heaven-devouring battle law was as horrifying as it was impressive. If he had not chosen to cultivate the heaven-devouring battle law in the divine armament world back then, he could not have experienced such an explosive growth in such a short period of time. This heaven-defying evil art had greatly shortened his cultivation time. Unfortunately, the drawbacks of this evil art were also gradually revealing themselves. Xianxia was now in the 9th step heaven realm, just 1 step away from advancing into the spirit realm. At the same time, the strength of his dragon vein had been tremendously stimulated and his physique was unbelievably strong. In the beginning, Xianxia believed that his dragon vein could offset many of the hidden dangers brought about by cultivating the heaven-devouring battle law, and that was indeed the case in the early stages of his cultivation. He had not sensed anything wrong at the time, so he confidently and eagerly cultivated the heaven-devouring battle law. However, as time went on and his cultivation increased, his dragon vein was no longer able to keep up with the purification Xianxia required. He could now sense that the impurities in the energy that he devoured during cultivation were subtly affecting his body and mind. The most obvious sign was that his temperament had become a little more irritable than before. He would occasionally experience random temper flare-ups without any particular reason. This was not a good sign. It had to be said that one must be aware and wary of arrogance and impatience in cultivation. If his mind became disturbed at a critical moment, there was a high possibility of suffering from cultivation dissonance. Unfortunately, things had already come to this point, and Xianxia had no solution to the problem. So he could only stop cultivating for the time being and slowly stimulate the power of his dragon vein in an attempt to gradually suppress the drawbacks brought about by the heaven-devouring battle law. Thanks to this experience, though, Xianxia became certain that the heaven-devouring battle law was not something that could be cultivated freely. The hidden dangers that the heaven-devouring battle law brought were unavoidable, no matter how much he guarded against them. It was fortunate that he noticed this situation early on. Only a few years had passed since Xianxia entered the Divine Armament world, so he still had plenty of time before the next Divine Armament tournament. Besides, he was not using his actual body here, so even if he suffered from any hidden dangers, these side effects would not affect him once he left. Due to his given task of comprehending the mysteries of the Medicine King Furnace, Xianxia had a good excuse to explain why his cultivation was improving so quickly. Among the pill recipes that he contributed, some pills were able to assist in cultivation, and some pills could even directly enhance one's cultivation. These pill recipes were quickly implemented in the Blood Warrior Hall, and their efficacies were swiftly verified. As long as one had these pills and enough cultivation resources, it would not be difficult for them to increase their cultivation. Nevertheless, nobody paid too much attention to Xianxia's cultivation so far. For an alchemist, cultivation was only an auxiliary to support their alchemy. It was not their main focus. Time flew by, and another year passed. Over the past year, Xianxia's cultivation did not increase any further. He remained in the ninth step heaven realm. Having noticed the drawbacks of cultivating the heaven-devouring battle law, he had been working hard to stimulate his dragon vein to help eliminate the hidden dangers. Despite all his efforts, however, some of the subtle hidden dangers caused by the heaven-devouring battle law remained, despite his dragon vein having been significantly strengthened during this time. Those little hidden dangers were like gangrene that festered in his body, and he could not remove them no matter how deeply he dug into their roots. Thus, Xianxia couldn't help feeling helpless. The might of the heaven-devouring battle law was also reflected in this situation, highlighting its immense strength in another aspect. Xianxia could not understand how Wu Kuang had managed to cultivate this secret art. Logically speaking, Wu Kuang should have lost his mind a long time ago. More so since his cultivation grew to such a level with the heaven-devouring battle law as his foundation. Despite what should have happened, though, Wu Kuang was alive and kicking. That was not all. He had even managed to infiltrate myriad demons' heaven. Just thinking about it was unbelievable. Hence, Xianxia could only admire that guy's talent and genius. On the other hand, both Huarong and Yang Huai had grown tremendously. There was nothing much to be said about Huarong. She was already in the sixth-step heaven realm when she first started serving under Xianxia. Having her cultivation at such a young age meant that her aptitude was outstanding in the first place, and after serving under Xianxia, she received an almost unlimited supply of various cultivation resources and pills. Thus, she advanced to become a genuine spirit realm master half a year ago. Yang Huai might have started out on a lower footing, but he was very compatible with the supreme tyrant body art that Xianxia taught him. Over the years, he also reached the ninth step heaven realm, so like Xianxia, he could advance into the spirit realm at any moment. It was just that Xianxia did not allow him to advance so quickly. Xianxia wanted him to train and hone his strength in the heaven realm for a little longer in order to solidify his foundation before attempting to break through. Martial Peak, Chapter 45-24, Drawing the Sword from the Sheath. The days at Profound Pill Sect were extremely comfortable and leisurely. Every now and then, Xianxia would perform alchemy to obtain large quantities of cultivation resources. Nevertheless, most of his time was spent immersed in refining the Medicine King Furnace. One day, Yang Huai suddenly walked in and cupped his fist with a solemn expression when Yang Kai was teaching Wanning. Yang Kai continued teaching a little bit more before he raised his head to look at Yang Huai. "What is it?" Yang Huai replied, "Sir, a message came from the Seeking Pill Pavilion. There's a person called Li Zhengqing who came looking for you with something to report." Li Zhengqing. Yang Kai raised his brow at the name. "What did he say?" Yang Huai shook his head. "He did not say, but it seems to be urgent." "Bring him here," Yang Kai instructed. "Yes." Yang Huai responded and hurried away again. Wanning asked worriedly, "Eldest senior brother, did something happen back at the Master Sect?" Li Zhengqing's sudden arrival from Void Spirit Sword Sect had made her a little uneasy. She couldn't help wondering if something had happened back at their home. "I don't think so." Yang Kai shook his head. Although he had remained at Profound Pill Sect for several years, his contact with the Master Sect had never been interrupted. They've basically exchanged letters with each other every 2 months. The last letter from a Master Sect had only been 1 month ago, so if anything had happened, Su Chong Fa would have notified him. Besides, he was now a well-known heaven-grade alchemist. With Yang Kai protecting Void Spirit Sword Sect, not many people in the divine armament world would dare to offend them. "Don't worry, it's probably nothing. Maybe Honored Master has something to tell us." Yang Kai reassured her while stroking her head. She made a non-committal sound in response and stood quietly by the side. Despite reassuring Wanning otherwise, Yang Kai had the vague feeling that something had indeed happened to the Master Sect. Otherwise, there was no need for Li Zhengqing to come running here in person. It didn't take long before Li Zhengqing was led inside by Yang Huai. Even though they had not met for several years, this old man had not gotten any older. Rather, he seemed to have gotten much younger. He had only been in the Earth realm back then, but he was now in the Heaven realm. Moreover, he was in the second step Heaven realm. It was just that he seemed a little dusty and disheveled from his long-distance travel. "Li Zhengqing greets, sir." Li Zhengqing greeted Yang Kai respectfully. Yang Kai nodded. "Why have you come?" Li Zhengqing looked solemn. "Reporting to Sir, the former sect master suddenly fell ill half a month ago. The 2 elders sent this old master here to invite you back to have a look, sir." "What?" Wanning jumped up at those words and nervously exclaimed, "Honor Master is ill." Similarly, Yang Kai's expression became grim. "Why did this happen?" Li Zhengqing bowed his head and replied, "The 2 elders claimed that the former sect master is old and frail, and the sudden decline of his vitality seems to be related to the injuries he sustained when he was younger." Wanning quickly asked, "How was Honored Master when you departed?" Li Zhengqing quickly answered the question. He was unconscious. His situation was not good, but he should not be in danger for the time being. Be that as it may, it took this old master half a month to travel here, so I don't know how he is now. Eldest senior brother, on the verge of tears, Wanning turned to look at Yang Kai. "Don't panic." Yang Kai reflexively comforted her. After pondering for some time, he continued, "Wait here for a moment. I will report this matter to the Elder Council and return to the Master's sect immediately." Turning his head to the side, he instructed Yang Huai, "Summon Hua Rome back here." "Yes," Yang Huai replied in a low voice. Yang Kai hurriedly walked out of his secluded home. Activating his spirit chi, his figure transformed into a streak of light that traveled quickly towards the Elder Hall. Then he went up to the Elder on duty and briefly explained the situation. A short while later, he flew back from the Elder Hall. Yang Kai originally thought that he would face some difficulties. After all, he was currently tasked with comprehending the Medicine King Furnace's Grand Tao Divine Tone. To put it bluntly, he was very highly valued by Profound Pill Sect, so it should have been impossible for him to leave Profound Pill Sect so easily under normal circumstances. At the very least, he would need to obtain Bailey Yunsang's approval. Who could have known that third Elder Yubo Yang, who was on duty at the Elder Hall, would agree immediately after listening to the situation? He even told Yang Kai to go swiftly and return quickly, as well as to be careful on the road. Nevertheless, that was a good thing. Yang Kai did not know Su Chong Fa's current condition, so he was anxious to return home and did not have time to be delayed. When he came to the divine armament world, this world had given him a brand new identity that came with irrelevant causality and emotions. That was why his anxiety and worry upon hearing that Suchong Fa was very ill were not fake. They came from the bottom of his heart. Many years ago, Yang Kai had already known that Suchong Fa's potential had been exhausted. The furthest Suchong Fa could go in this life was the third step Earth realm. Having gotten on with age, he would one day face his predestined time of death if his cultivation could not advance any further. It was just that Yang Kai never imagined that day would come so quickly. By the time Yang Kai returned to his cave mansion, Huarong was back. This woman, who had always been playful and mischievous, was surprisingly tactful and did not joke around this time. She simply stood there, waiting quietly. A short while later, a ball of light rushed into the sky. Working together, Huarong and Yang Kai used their spirit qi to wrap around Yang Huai, Li Zhengqing, and Wan Ying and took off into the sky. Third Elder Yu Bo Yang stood in front of the Elder Hall with his hands behind his back, his eyes narrowing slightly. A sound came from beside him soon after, and following that, a person walked over to stand beside him and looked out into the distance. Did he leave? He nodded. He left. In that case, go ahead with the plan. Turning to look at Bailey Yin Sang, he frowned and asked, Sect Master, is this really the right thing to do? Regardless of the boy's origins, he has never done any harm to Profound Pill Sect over the years. What's more, he can hear the Medicine King Furnace's grand Tao divine tone. The number of pill recipes that he contributed over the years has been plentiful. He played a huge role in the development of Profound Pill Sect. Bailey Yun Sang sighed. How can I not know that? But it is precisely because this is related to the Medicine King Furnace that I have to proceed cautiously. It will be best if he has no intentions to betray Profound Pill Sect, but if he is a spy who is sent here. Yu Bo Yang nodded lightly. That's true. We cannot afford to be careless in this matter. He paused for a moment and asked, Isn't it better to capture him and question him directly? Why go through the trouble of luring him out? Bailey Yun Sang shook his head. He is a famous figure now, and no one among the heaven-grade alchemists in the sect can rival him in terms of talent. If this matter spreads to the public, it will surely become troublesome if any other disciples were to notice. It's better to proceed quietly for now. We can explain the situation once we figure out the truth. Yu Bo Yang nodded at those words. You've considered everything, Sect Master. Profound Pill Sect was quite far from Void Spirit Sword Sect. It would take half a month to travel by horseback at the fastest. That was how long it had taken Gao Ming to bring Yang Kai to Profound Pill Sect back then. However, Huarong and Yang Kai were using their spirit qi to fly on this trip, so it was only natural that their speed was much faster than before. Huarong might only have advanced half a year ago, but she was still a genuine spirit realm master, so she had the capital to fly. On the other hand, Yang Kai was different from others, even though he was only in the 9th step heaven realm. The reserves of spirit qi in his body were extremely vast and could support the intense consumption flying long distances required. If it were any other heaven realm master, they would not have been able to fly for so long. They traveled as swiftly as the wind, and it didn't take more than a day for them to travel half the distance. Huarong suddenly turned to look at Li Zhengqing and asked, Are you feeling warm? Li Zhengqing was sweating profusely, but he forced a smile. You must be joking, young lady. It is simply this old master's first time flying so high in the sky. I can't help being a little nervous. She nodded lightly and comforted him. Rest assured, I won't drop you. He whimpered in response. Another day later, the mountain where Void Spirit Sword Sect was located came into view. The four of them landed directly in front of the mountain gate. Huarong glanced at Yang Kai breathlessly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. Even though she had entered the spirit realm, flying for 2 consecutive days was still difficult for her. Throughout the journey, she had consumed many pills that were personally refined by Yang Kai to replenish her depleted energy. On the contrary, A ninth-step heaven realm master like Yang Kai was neither flushed nor breathless. Comparing the two of them, it was almost as though her cultivation was much lower than his. Nevertheless, she clearly sensed that the spirit chi that Yang Kai consumed throughout the journey had not been any less than herself. How exactly did he achieve that? Unfortunately, now was not the time to consider this matter. As soon as they landed, Huarong immediately sensed that something was wrong, as there was nobody guarding the mountain gate of Void Spirit Sword Sect. Moreover, the entire Void Spirit Sword Sect seemed to be empty. It was completely silent inside. However, she was keenly aware that there were several powerful auras lurking around and quietly watching them. "Sir," Huarong breathed in lightly and stepped closer to Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes flashing a grim light. Yang Huai's physique also tensed up, like a rampaging, ominous beast. An indescribable, malevolent aura suddenly erupted from his entire body. His flesh wriggled, followed by crackling sounds that came from within his body. A moment later, his entire body became nearly 10 centimeters taller. Although he did not have Huarong's powerful perception, he had a sharp instinct. Just like an ominous beast that had fallen into a hunter's trap, the various incongruities in his surroundings made him feel as though he was facing a formidable enemy. "Li Zhengqing." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly and called out softly, "This subordinate is here." Li Zhengqing replied with his head down. His entire body was shivering like a leaf in the wind, and sweat dripped down his forehead without pause. "How have I treated you?" Yang Kai glanced sideways at Li Zhengqing with a cold look in his eyes. Li Zhengqing trembled. "Without your help, this old master would never have advanced into the heaven realm. To this old master, your favor amounts to being given a new lease on life." "Given a new lease on life, indeed." Yang Kai coldly snorted. "So this is how you repay me." Li Zhengqing's complexion went pale, but he stubbornly insisted. "What do you mean, sir? This subordinate does not understand. I'll give you one last chance." "How?" "As my honored master." Yang Kai stared deeply into Li Zhengqing's eyes, his tone incredibly grim. A momentary struggle flashed across Li Zhengqing's expression, but he steeled himself and stood by his story. "Sir, the former sect master is very ill." "Zheng." A clear and crisp sword cry rang out. Following the flash of a sword light, Li Zhengqing reacted as if struck by lightning. He reached out to clutch at his throat and stumbled backwards, his eyes widening in disbelief. Staring at Yang Kai incredulously, he cried out hoarsely, "Yes, sir." Fresh blood gushed out uncontrollably from between the gaps in his fingers. Yang Kai held the true void sword as a drop of crimson, fresh blood slowly slid along the length of the blade. A gust of wind blew past, causing his hair to dance and his clothes to flap wildly in the wind. "Just because my sword has not been unsheathed for a long time, did you really think that this was a mere decoration? Come out." With a single sword slash, sword chi overflowed in all directions, blotting out all other light. Martial Peak, Chapter 4525. No one can stop me if I want to leave. Following that sword strike, an overwhelming sword wave swept out in all directions. Gravel flew everywhere, and countless figures emerged from their hiding places, landing in all directions to surround Yang Kai and the others in a tight circle. There was a loud crash as Li Zhengqing collapsed to the ground, causing dust to fly everywhere. His vitality was gone. Not only had Yang Kai's sword strike sliced through his body, but the sharp sword chi had also flayed much of his flesh from his bones. One of the people who revealed themselves turned to look at Li Zhengqing's corpse and frowned almost imperceptibly, seeming to be surprised by Yang Kai's decisive action. This behavior was completely different from the Yang Kai that he knew. In profound Pill Sect, Yang Kai had always presented himself as a genial and polite young man. Aside from his dispute with a heaven-grade alchemist called Wei Cheng when he first joined the sect, he never lost his temper at anybody or even got into an argument. Despite being outstandingly talented and being highly cherished by the elders of the Elder Council, he had never acted as though he was better than others. Not only did he get along well with the other heaven-grade alchemists, but many of his comrades and juniors in the sect had also received his guidance. Thus, he was extremely highly regarded among all those who were below the spirit-grade alchemists in Profound Pill sect. When their gazes met, Xianxia narrowed his eyes and spoke in a cold voice, "Vice Hall Master Wu." There were a total of 3 men hiding in the surroundings earlier, and one of them was none other than the Vice Hall Master of the Divine Flame Hall, Wu Zhengqi. Back when Xianxia and Wei Cheng had dueled against each other, Wu Zhengqi had acted as their witness. Therefore, there was a slight connection between them. Over the years, Wu Zhengqi had interacted with Xianxia on numerous occasions, especially as the latter revealed an aptitude for the alchemic Tao that surpassed all others in his grade. That was because Wu Zhengqi had intentionally tried to forge a friendship between them, so the relationship between these two could be considered pretty good in recent years. For that reason, Xianxia never imagined that he would encounter Wu Zhengqi here. Wu Zhengqi's expression was rather complicated, but he had already expected this scene when he first received this mission. Hence, he said nothing. Xianxia turned to look at the other person, his pupils contracting slightly at the sight. Old Man Qi. Wu Zhengqi was in the 5th step spirit realm, so he was not weak, but Xianxia was not afraid of him. If it really came down to a fight, he might not be able to do anything to Xianxia either. However, it was a whole different case with Old Man Qi. This old man was the blood warrior of Profound Pill Sect's sect master, Bailey Yunsang. Xianxia had interacted with this old man on several occasions, and even the elder token in his possession had been handed to him by the old man. The old man was in the 9th step spirit realm, which was practically the peak of the entire divine armament world, so Xianxia was well aware of how horrifying the old man was. Xianxia did not know the third person. Nevertheless, it was a given that this man was also in the spirit realm since he was standing here. So that's how it is. Is this all part of the sect's plan? Xianxia asked, looking at Old Man Qi. He did not know the old man's full name and had always just addressed him by surname. Be that as it may, Xianxia immediately understood something when he saw these 3 people. He had been wondering why he was allowed to leave Profound Pill sect so easily, as logically speaking. He shouldered the heavy burden of comprehending the mysteries of the Medicine King Furnace. That made him an extremely special existence in Profound Pill sect. Regardless of whether he had a valid and unavoidable reason, Profound Pill sect would not have allowed him to leave so easily. Even on the off chance that he was allowed to leave, Profound Pill sect would have dispatched many masters to protect him, lest something unfortunate occurred. Contrary to Xianxia expectations, though, Yu Boyang had allowed him to leave without any fuss. Now, looking at the current situation, it was obvious that this was all planned by Profound Pill sect in advance. That was why he was not met with any resistance when he departed. Many thoughts flickered through Xianxia's mind in that moment. He had made substantial contributions to Profound Pill sect over the years through comprehending the mysteries of the Medicine King Furnace. In doing so, he had turned over various pill recipes and alchemy techniques to the sect. Not to mention, he had displayed an aptitude for the alchemic Tao that greatly surpassed all others. Logically speaking, Profound Pill sect should value me very much. Why did they suddenly lure me out to Void Spirit Sword sect and ambush me? After thinking about it, there was only one explanation that came to mind. The lies he fabricated in the past had been exposed. Profound Pill sect had learned that he was completely unrelated to that fabricated master of his. Does that mean that my fabricated master has returned to Profound Pill sect or made contact with them somehow? Huarong, Yang Huai, and Wan Ying were stunned. They could not understand what was happening in front of them. Besides, Old Man Qi and the others did not act immediately after revealing themselves. Therefore, Huarong and the others were completely confused and at a loss for what to do. Old Man Qi looked at Xianxia calmly and said, "Young boy, surrender without a fight. This old master does not hold back in a fight. Alchemists are generally weak and feeble. It will be bad if I accidentally hurt you." Wu Zhengqi also persuaded Xianxia from the side. "Alchemist Yang, it's better not to resist. The order we received, is to bring you back to sect. Also, the sect master specially ordered us not to endanger your life. Xianxia turned to look at the stone monument carved with the characters Void Spirit Sword Sect and asked, "Where are the people of Void Spirit Sword Sect?" Xianxia replied, "Rest assured, the people of Void Spirit Sword Sect have not been harmed. Half a month ago, we transferred them all to Profound Pill City. I'm sure they've settled there by now." Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief at those words. Good. At this point, it was obvious that Su Chong Fa being seriously ill was simply Li Zhengqing's excuse to lure him back to Void Spirit Sword Sect. When that thought crossed his mind, he frowned. If the sect master wants to capture me, then why did he lure me out here? He could have made his move back at the sect. Wu Zhengqi shook his head and said, "I don't know the exact details. We are simply acting according to our orders." He gave a bitter laugh before he continued. "To be honest, this Wu didn't even know that the person to be captured was you, Alchemist Yang." Turning to look at Old Man Qi, he added, "Perhaps Old Qi might know something." Old Man Qi shook his head. "This old master does not know either." The sect master gave his order, so this old master obeyed. Glancing at the true void sword in Xianxia's hands, he gave a warning. "Young boy, this old master knows that there are 2 sword chi attacks sealed within that true void sword replica in your hands. But those sword chi attacks will not be effective against this old master. You can give it a try if you don't believe me." Xianxia nodded. "You are very strong, old Qi. So, I know well that these 2 trivial sword chi attacks will not be able to do anything to you." Old Man Qi replied, "Since you know that, then follow this old master back to the sect. If there is some sort of misunderstanding, you can explain yourself clearly to the sect master in person." Likewise, Wu Zhengqi tried to persuade Xianxia. "Old Qi is right. Alchemist Yang, please follow us back to the sect." Xianxia took a short breath and narrowed his eyes marginally. "I will definitely return to the sect, but not now." Old Man Qi's eyes contracted slightly. "Boy, this old master does not wish to harm you, but that does not mean that I won't." Xianxia raised his hand to interrupt Old Man Qi. "Old Qi, it's not that I underestimate you. However, there is no one in this world who can stop me if I am determined to leave." Old Man Qi's expression darkened, and he seemed to have been angered by those words. Shameless boasting. Ignoring Old Man Qi, Xianxia turned to look at Hua Rong and Yang Huai instead. "I'm in trouble now. What do the 2 of you plan to do from now on?" Hua Rong gritted her teeth. "What else can I do now that I've boarded your boat? Why don't you follow them back? It's better than being dragged back after getting beaten half to death." Yang Huai was never one to speak much. He simply cupped his fist and shouted, "I will serve you until the day I die, sir." Wu Zhengqi sighed. "Those who come from the Blood Warrior Hall have always been fiercely loyal to the alchemist that they choose to serve." Xianxia nodded lightly. "Very good." Then he turned to look at Old Man Qi and added, "Old man, please pass this message to the sect master when you return to the sect. I will return within 10 days and explain everything to him at the time. I ask that the sect master treat the people of Void Spirit Sword Sect kindly. They are unrelated to this matter." Old Man Qi raised his eyebrows. "Things have already come to this. Are you still caught up in your delusions? Attack." As soon as the words left his mouth, he reached out to grab Xianxia. A terrifying spirit Qi spread out in a fluctuating wave, almost like ripples spreading out across the surface of a pond. With the hand looming over them, both Hua Rong and Yang Huai were so scared that all the hair on their bodies stood upright. There was a sense of being shrouded by a cage made from the world itself, which gave them the illusion that there was nowhere to run. The might of a 9-step spirit realm master was evident. It was not something that either one of them could even hope to compete with. In the next moment, however, Old Man Qi's expression changed drastically. That was because he was caught off guard by a sudden discovery. When he reached out towards Xianxia, he found that rather than getting closer, the distance between them actually extended further and further away. The space between them seemed to stretch out strangely, even though Xianxia was clearly standing right in front of him without moving a muscle. There was a peculiar force affecting his perception and judgment. He was shocked. In all the years that he spent cultivating, he had never encountered something as peculiar as this. He urged his spirit qi fiercely, trying to break free from the influence of that strange power. But unfortunately, his attempts proved to be fruitless. Yang Kai's voice sounded in his ears. I told you. If I want to leave, nobody in this world can stop me. Old man, don't forget to pass my message to the sect master. Also, please tell him that I don't hold any malice towards Profound Pill Sect. The space in front of Yang Kai distorted abnormally, and by the time Old Man Qi's hand clenched shut, Yang Kai and the others had already inexplicably vanished out of sight. Similarly, the attacks of Wu Zhengqi and the other spirit realm master landed on empty space, narrowly missing Old Man Qi. Old Man Qi's eyes widened so wide that they were bigger than eggs. He could scarcely believe what he was seeing, and turning to look around his surroundings, he shouted, "Where are they?" Wu Zhengqi and the other spirit realm master shook their heads in unison. 3 spirit realm masters had formed a tight encirclement around Yang Kai and his group, but Yang Kai and the others had disappeared right in front of their eyes. What's more, one of them was also a 9-step spirit realm master. If they had not witnessed what happened themselves, even they wouldn't have believed it. Impossible. Search for them. They must be hiding nearby. Old Man Qi shouted angrily and hurriedly began searching his surroundings. A short while later, the 3 of them gathered together and looked at each other, their expressions extremely ugly. Yang Kai and the others were gone. They not only vanished without a trace, but also left no clues behind. Just now, what did he do? Wu Zhengqi asked with a gloomy expression. It was his first time encountering such a bizarre phenomenon after so many years of cultivation. Old Man Qi snapped angrily. If I knew what kind of means he used, I would not have allowed him to get away. Wu Zhengqi and the other spirit realm master looked at each other only to see the inexplicable horror in each other's eyes. What happened just now was simply too bizarre. They could only watch helplessly as 4 living people vanished from under their very noses. More importantly, if Yang Kai could disappear so suddenly, then he could also appear just as suddenly. Such an ability would be very difficult to fight back against. Martial Peak, Chapter 4526, Lend Me Some Red Jade. In the middle of the wilderness, the stench of blood filled the air. A calf-sized beast corpse lay in a pool of blood. Meanwhile, 7 or 8 bony earth wolves gnawed away at the flesh of their prey and devoured their food greedily. This was a perfect hunt. Under the command of the alpha wolf, this small group of earth wolves had finally obtained a chance to fill their stomachs after starving for half a month. The alpha wolf, who was much larger than the other earth wolves, had already eaten his fill, and at this moment, he was lying lazily by the side and licking his front paw that had been injured earlier. All of a sudden, his ears stood up alertly. His golden eyes were fixed on a certain point in the space in front of it. The area in that direction was twisted and distorted. Furthermore, pitch-black lines abruptly appeared in the area like cracks that had been torn open. An uneasy feeling rose in the alpha wolf's heart, and he slowly got to his feet, baring his fangs and growling in that direction. The other earth wolves, snapping for food, looked over in unison, and a series of wolf howls rang out one after another in the next moment. The pitch-black cracks interweaved with each other, moving faster and faster. Then, a strange force suddenly erupted from within, and 4 figures eerily appeared out of nowhere in the vision of the earth wolves. A huge black hole that emitted the chaotic aura of nothingness appeared behind these 4 people. But under the effects of the local world principles, the black hole was quickly sealed shut again. The golden pupils of the alpha wolf contracted sharply, becoming the size of needle points. He let out a low howl before he turned and fled. At that moment, his beastly instincts allowed him to sense the threat of death. Thus, the earth wolves fled swiftly across the wilderness and vanished out of sight in the blink of an eye. When Yang Kai and the 3 others suddenly emerged, only Yang Kai stood there without much of a reaction. The other 3, including Huarong, were very pale. Covering their mouths with their hands, they ran to the side and bent over to vomit out everything in their stomachs. Experiencing teleportation for the first time was not a glorious feeling. The feeling of tearing space, then traveling through the chaotic void, was akin to the sensation of one's body being broken down into countless tiny pieces and then recombined once more. Xianxia had witnessed this scene in front of him many times, so he was unsurprised by it. Huarong and the others were not considered weak in the divine armament world, but they were not nearly strong enough to withstand the effects of teleportation. If not for his protection, they would have been sliced to pieces by the void turbulence. Turning to look back at the pitch-black cracks that were rapidly sealing together, Xianxia frowned slightly. The world principles here were far stronger than he imagined. Several years had passed since he first arrived in the divine armament world, and his cultivation was now in the ninth step heaven realm. The power of his dragon vein had also been greatly stimulated during this period. Aside from strengthening his dragon vein, Xianxia mainly cultivated the Tao of space over the past year. He was uncertain whether it was due to the limitation of his cultivation, but his progress in the Tao of space was very unsatisfactory, and many of his space secret techniques could not be used. Nevertheless, he was titled Void Great Emperor in the Star Boundary thanks to his accomplishments in the Tao of space. So he was still capable of displaying its brilliance even though he was in the divine armament world. At the very least, escaping from Old Man Shi was not an issue. What surprised Xianxia was that Profound Pill Sect had planned the incident involving Void Spirit Sword Sect. First, they lured him back to Void Spirit Sword Sect. Then, they arranged for Old Man Shi and 2 other Spirit Realm Masters to ambush him. If his guess was correct, then Profound Pill Sect must have figured out that he had nothing to do with his fabricated master. Otherwise, there was no reason for them to do something like this. Fortunately, Wu Zhengqi had mentioned that the people of Void Spirit Sword Sect had been relocated and resettled in Profound Pill City approximately half a month ago without any casualties. That being the case, Xianxia would need to return to Profound Pill Sect regardless of anything else. My cultivation in the 9th step heaven realm is a little lacking. Now that I have 1 year's worth of accumulation and precipitation, it's time to advance into the spirit realm. Just now, Huarong walked over with a pale complexion, her face practically colorless as she asked, "What happened? Where Old Man Shi and the others?" "We shook them off." Xianxia responded casually and looked around his surroundings and did not know where they were. Although he could use space principles to an extent in this place, he could not control them with precision. That was why he could not guarantee his landing location or distance traveled. Randomly choosing a direction, he beckoned towards the others. "Let's go. Let's find somebody to ask for directions." Huarong remained confused. She could not understand how they managed to shake off the pursuit of 3 powerful spirit realm masters. Following Xianxia, she came to stand beside Xianxia and reached out to poke him in the waist as she asked quietly, "Hey, big guy, do you know what happened just now?" Xianxia's expression was cold, and he said nothing. She snapped, "I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" He lowered his head to look at her, his expression becoming more and more troubled. Huarong became puzzled and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that? I need to throw up again." After saying that, he rushed to the side and retched again. After walking for less than an hour, the group came across a small village. Huarong went ahead to ask for information, and it didn't take long before she returned and pointed in a certain direction. Heavenly Marshal City is in that direction. Xianxia nodded lightly and looked at her. "Can you fly?" She pointed at her colorless small face. "Do you think I can fly in this state? I barely have the strength to walk right now." Xianxia raised an eyebrow at those words and nodded. "Then, let's find a place to stay for the night." None of them had any objections, so they quickly found a place to set up camp. Xianxia hunted a roe deer, and after that, the 4 of them lit a bonfire and roasted something simple to fill their now mostly empty stomachs. After resting for a night, they finally recovered their strength. An hour after sunup, Xianxia and the 3 others arrived at Heavenly Marshal City and landed directly in front of the City Lord's mansion. Many of the guards at the City Lord's mansion immediately reacted as though they were facing a formidable enemy. Heavenly Marshal City was quite prosperous, and there were many Heaven Realm Masters in the city. Even so, Huarong's unconcealed aura clearly indicated that she was a spirit realm master. The guards couldn't help being fearful of her as a result. How could they dare to act rashly before figuring out the reason for the arrival of Yang Kai and the others? The city lord of Heavenly Martial City, Miao Hong, soon received the news and came forward to check out the situation. As soon as he saw Yang Kai, he was stunned. Alchemist Yang? Yang Kai cupped his fist. City Lord Miao, it's been a long time. It really is you, Alchemist Yang. Miao Hong laughed loudly. What a rare guest. Waving his hands widely, he scolded the guard around him. Disperse. Disperse. How can you all have eyes but fail to see? He is a heaven-grade alchemist from Profound Pill Sect. What do you think you're doing? When the guards saw this situation, they immediately understood that these people were acquaintances of the city lord. Thus, they couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief and scattering back to their posts. Meanwhile, Miao Hong enthusiastically came forward. Alchemist Yang, it's been several years, but your noble bearing remains unchanged. You praise me too much, City Lord Miao. Yang Kai smiled in greeting. Please forgive me for coming without invitation. Miao Hong smilingly replied, You are my savior, Alchemist Yang. I've yet to thank you properly for what you did for me back then. This Miao is absolutely thrilled by your arrival. How can I be upset with you? Come, let's talk inside. It might be that he was grateful for the saving grace he received in the past, or that he wanted to strengthen their friendly relations. But regardless, Miao Hong was extremely hospitable. He initially wanted to host a huge banquet to welcome Yang Kai, but to his disappointment, the latter was in no mood for pleasantries and politely declined. Inside a reception room, Yang Kai sternly said, I came here because I have something to ask of you, City Lord Miao. Upon hearing this, Miao Hong patted his chest loudly. Please feel free to speak, Alchemist Yang. As long as it is within this Miao's abilities, this Miao will not refuse. I want to borrow some red jades from you, City Lord. Yang Kai declared. No problem. How many do you need, Alchemist Yang? Miao Hong immediately agreed. His answer was very straightforward. How many do you have? Yang Kai countered with another question. Miao Hong was flabbergasted by the question, but he quickly realized that the amount Yang Kai needed might be enormous. Then again, Yang Kai was now a heaven-grade alchemist. That was not all. He was an extremely well-known heaven-grade alchemist in Profound Pill Sect. He would not be lacking in funds. Therefore, he would not borrow money from Miao Hong if it were a small amount. After pondering for some time, Miao Hong finally answered, To be honest, this Miao has never taken an inventory of how many red jades there are in Heavenly Martial City. I don't know if I can satisfy your needs. Alchemist Yang, why don't we do this instead? Come with me to the treasure vault. All the resources in Heavenly Martial City are stored there. Yang Kai did not refuse. He nodded and said, In. Miao Hong gestured politely and walked ahead to lead the way. Along the way, Yang Kai asked, Aren't you going to ask me why I need so many red jades, City Lord Miao? Miao Hong laughed. You are famous now, Alchemist Yang. Even this Miao, who lives in Heavenly Martial City year-round, has heard your name. You're a walking billboard among the heaven-grade alchemists in Profound Pill Sect. Alchemist Yang, you came to borrow from this Miao because you think highly of this Miao. If it is within this Miao's abilities, I will surely help you to the best of my abilities. As for what you plan to do, that's your business. Yang Kai nodded. Rest assured, City Lord Miao. For everything that I borrow from you today, I will surely reward you handsomely. Miao Hong chuckled. We'll talk about the future when the future comes. We're here. Needless to say, the treasure vault of Heavenly Martial City was very heavily defended. There were several layers of guards protecting the place, both overtly and covertly along the way. It was just that City Lord Miao Hong himself was leading the way, so these guards did not dare to stop them. When Miao Hong opened the gates of the treasure vault, a strong wave of spirit qi immediately poured out. Yang Kai stepped inside and immediately saw several small mountains of red jades. There were at least 2 or 3 million pieces in this place. Thinking about it, it was not that strange. Back then, Miao Hong had readily given Yang Kai 200,000 pieces of red jades in order to thank him for his help. How could he afford to be so generous if he did not have the backing of immense wealth? Aside from the red jades, there were also tons of spirit flowers, exotic herbs, and strange ores. All the wealth accumulated by Heavenly Marshall City over the years was currently stored inside this treasure vault. Take a look, Alchemist Yang. Is this enough red jade? Miao Hong asked with a smile. It's enough. Yang Kai nodded. I will need to enter retreat for a few days. Please make the necessary arrangements, City Lord. Miao Hong nodded. Good. Go ahead and enter retreat in peace, Alchemist Yang. This Miao guarantees that nobody will come and disturb you during this period. Many thanks. Yang Kai cupped his fist. Immediately after that, he issued some instructions to Hua Rong and Yang Huai. With a loud rumble, the doors of the treasure vault closed. Hua Rong and Yang Huai stood on both sides of the entrance, and even Wan Ying stood nearby. Try her hardest to keep her eyes open and remain vigilant of her surroundings. Marshall Peak, Chapter 45-27, Dissonance in his cultivation. Glancing at the closed gates of the treasure vault, Miao Hong smacked his lips and asked Hua Rong, "What is Alchemist Yang's current cultivation?" Hua Rong glanced sideways at him. "Why are you asking so many questions?" The aggressive reply left him unable to catch his breath. Unfortunately, she was a spirit realm master, so while he might be a city lord, Miao Hong did not dare to make a fool of himself in front of Hua Rong. He could only smile flatteringly in response. Wan Ying probably couldn't bear to continue watching. Her eldest senior brother was borrowing the other party's land and red jades after all, which was why she spoke up softly from the side. Eldest senior brother is currently in the 9th step heaven realm. Even though he had guessed as much, Miao Hong couldn't help gasping at those words. When they first met, Yang Kai had only been in the 9th step earth realm at the time. Only 4 years or so had passed since then, but Yang Kai was already in the 9th step heaven realm. That was the same as Miao Hong himself. Even if heaven-grade alchemists did not lack for pills to aid in their cultivation, the speed at which Yang Kai grew was terrifying. Miao Hong had never heard of anybody who could advance from the 9th step earth realm to the 9th step heaven realm in such a short time. Seeing as Yang Kai not only came here to borrow red jades, but also to enter retreat, it was obvious that he was planning to break through into the spirit realm. The spirit realm? I've been yearning for that realm for so many years. Miao Hong had been stuck in the 9th step heaven realm for a long time. His accumulation had reached its peak, so all he lacked was 100 revolutions clear heart pill. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, his eyes immediately brightened. He had helped Yang Kai to advance into the spirit realm. If everything went smoothly, Yang Kai would surely become a spirit realm alchemist. Therefore, it would not be too difficult to ask Yang Kai to refine 100 revolutions clear heart pill for him when the time came. The key for me to advance into the spirit realm might just lie with him. Inside Heavenly Marshall City's treasure vault, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged with the small mountain of red jades piled up beside him and focused his mind. A long while passed before he took out a small jade box. As soon as he opened the jade box, a Longan-sized pill entered his view. This tiny pill had cost him 10,000 contribution points. More importantly, it was the key to advancing into the spirit realm. It was 100 revolutions clear heart pill. Half a year ago, Yang Kai purchased 100 revolutions clear heart pill for Hua Rong when she needed to advance into the spirit realm. Considering that he would definitely need one in the future, he had also prepared one for himself. In any case, he did not lack contribution points in Profound Pill Sect. Having contributed various pill recipes and other alchemy-related knowledge over the past few years. By now, he had accumulated more than 100,000 contribution points in the contribution hall. It would seem that his actions at the time had been a wise choice. Otherwise, he would be stuck trying to figure out a way to refine the 100 revolutions clear heart pill at this moment. Gathering his thoughts, Yang Kai opened his mouth and swallowed the pill. He simultaneously activated the heaven-devouring battle law, and his entire body immediately transformed into a black hole that devoured everything around him. The spirit chi contained within the red jades piled up inside the vault was pulled by an irresistible force and gathered inside his body. His flesh squirmed, his meridians swelled, and the spirit chi accumulated inside his body became larger and larger as a result. At the same time, crackling sounds rang out incessantly as the red jades quickly ran out of energy and turned into dust. Half an hour later, Xianxia's entire body swelled up massively as his clothes and his black hair flapped wildly around him. In a short span of half an hour, he had already consumed as many as 100,000 pieces of red jade. Moreover, this was just the beginning. More and more pieces of red jades were drained clean with the passing of time. The meridians below his flesh squirmed like earthworms, looking extremely terrifying. It felt as though there were invisible shackles in his body, but under the continuous impact of the massive amounts of spirit chi, these shackles were constantly showing signs of loosening. A faint blood mist permeated the air, lingering around the sides of his body. At this time, Xianxia was very glad that he had spent an extra year strengthening his dragon vein after reaching the ninth-step heaven realm. If he had advanced directly into the spirit realm without any forethought back then, his body might not have been able to withstand such violent force. The power of the heaven-devouring battle law was terrifying beyond imagination. Not to mention, this power would increase with the improvement of one's cultivation. Without a strong enough body as support, it would be impossible to support the influx of so much power all at once. Even at this moment, Xianxia could feel various aches and pains all over his body, and there was no need to even look to know how many injuries he had sustained during this breakthrough. Ignoring everything, Xianxia continued to circulate the heaven-devouring battle law and devour the energy within the surrounding red jades without pause. Following the consumption of many red jades, he felt himself coming closer and closer to the barrier. At a certain moment, a shout came from outside the door. It was followed by several loud crashes mixed with low groans. Immediately after that, the gates of the treasure vault shattered apart, and an old man slowly walked inside the treasure vault amidst the flying rubble, his hands behind his back. Snorting, he shouted, "Don't be so presumptuous." When he lifted his gaze and looked forward, his eyes immediately contracted, and his expression filled with horror. Even with his experience and knowledge, he had never seen such a bizarre sight before. Xianxia was sitting down, cross-legged inside the treasure vault with a thick blood mist lingering around his body. Nobody knew what kind of strange secret art he was cultivating, but more importantly, there was a frenzy of energy gathered around his body. The energy turmoil was absolutely terrifying, almost as if the oceans themselves were all boiling. Another person followed closely behind the old man and walked into the room. Similarly, he soon froze in shock. These two were Old Man Shi and Wu Zhengqi. Xianxia had disappeared from right in front of them yesterday. A search of their surroundings might have been to no avail, but they did not give up so easily. After all, they had received orders to bring Xianxia back alive. There was no reasonable explanation for their empty-handed return if they gave up just like that. After a brief discussion, they sent the other spirit realm master back to report to Profound Pill Sect, while the two of them, Old Man Shi and Wu Zhengqi, continued to search for Xianxia's whereabouts. While passing through the vicinity of Heavenly Martial City, the two of them sensed an unusual spirit chi fluctuation and immediately came over to investigate the situation, only to encounter Huarong and the others who were standing guard outside the treasure vault. Never had they expected to be so lucky as to find Xianxia's whereabouts so easily. Even though Huarong and the others had tried to stop them, what could a newly advanced spirit realm master and a ninth-step heaven realm master do against Old Man Shi? They were easily knocked aside by the old man with a few casual moves. When Old Man Shi entered the treasure vault, he was greeted by the scene in front of him. Wu Zhengqi was taken aback for a moment. Old Shi, Alchemist Yang, seems to be advancing into the spirit realm. Old Man Shi nodded almost imperceptibly and said lightly, "Let's wait." Old Man Shi did not attack immediately. The order Bailey Yunsang gave him was to bring Yang Kai back alive, and if he attacked now, Yang Kai's breakthrough would inevitably be disturbed. Yang Kai would die on the spot if he were distracted at such a critical moment, which was why Old Man Shi did not dare to take such risks. As Bailey Yunsang's personal blood warrior, Old Man Shi was well aware that Yang Kai's existence was very important to Profound Pill Sect. Furthermore, Yang Kai would only be useful alive. A dead man had no value. Fortunately, they did not need to wait long. In less than an hour's time, a powerful aura erupted from within Yang Kai's body, and a shockwave that was visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions. Everything in the treasure vault was thrown into disarray as a result. Both the expressions of Old Man Shi and Wu Xianxia sank slightly. They had never seen such a violent and imposing breakthrough before. The blood mist suddenly dispersed, and Yang Kai abruptly jerked his eyes open. His eyes were scarlet and contained a deep-seated evil, as if they could penetrate space to look into the essence of everything in the world. Just what kind of evil art did you cultivate? Old Man Chi shouted the question with a frown. At this moment, Yang Kai gave him a completely different feeling from usual. A malevolent aura lingered around Yang Kai, making him seem like a wild beast that had finally obtained freedom after being trapped for many years and was hungry to devour its prey. He seemed like a completely different person compared to his usual demeanor. Yang Kai ignored Old Man Shi, looked down at his hands, and clenched his fists lightly. It felt as though the entire world was in the palm of his hands when he slowly closed his fist. Wu Xianxia stepped forward and shouted, "Alchemist Yang, stop going down the wrong path. Please follow us back to the sect." Yang Kai looked up at Wu Xianxia. The corner of his lips lifted slightly, revealing a sinister smile. "The one going down the wrong path is you." Wu Xianxia frowned. "Alchemist Yang, are you suffering from cultivation dissonance?" Yang Kai's current state felt very wrong to him. "No, I'm perfectly fine. I've never been better." While speaking, Yang Kai slowly stood up and took a deep breath. An enraptured expression appeared on his face. Power is truly delightful. Old Man Chi's expression darkened. He is probably suffering from cultivation dissonance. Don't waste time talking to him. Capture him. Wu Xianxia nodded lightly and shouted, "Alchemist Yang, please forgive me." As soon as the words left his mouth, his body shot towards Yang Kai like an arrow, unsheathing his blade and slashing down as he approached. The blade in his hand was a spirit armament. As the Vice Hall Master of Profound Pill Sects, the Divine Flame Hall, and a fifth-step Spirit Realm Master, it was only natural that he qualified to wield a spirit armament. The blade light was blinding as Wu Xianxia poured his lifelong cultivation into this slash. Regardless of whether it was the angle of the blade or the timing of his attack, both were impeccable. He was confident he could split a mountain with this single stroke. At that moment, Old Man Chi's shout suddenly entered his ears, "Watch out!" Before Wu Xianxia could figure out what was happening, his vision blurred all of a sudden. Yang Kai appeared in front of him without any warning. Immediately after that, an overwhelming and terrifying force came from the front. His figure halted for a moment in mid-air, and then he was violently thrown backwards. Hong! A loud rumbling crash rang out as Wu Xianxia did not know how many walls he smashed through before he stopped skidding backward. A path of destroyed buildings was left in his wake. Using his blade to push against the ground, he managed to climb to a half-kneeling position with some difficulty. A mouthful of blood surged up from the back of his throat. Opening his mouth, he vomited blood. The spirit chi in his body was extremely agitated, and the hand with which he held his sword was bloody and trembling uncontrollably. Even the muscles along his arm had burst open. An inexplicable sense of terror flooded his heart, and his eyes widened as far as they could. It was not until this moment that he realized Yang Kai had seriously injured him in a single move. That terrifying force that struck him and the unstoppable invasion of spirit chi nearly made Wu Xianxia think that he was facing a ninth-step spirit realm master rather than a newly advanced one. Hong hong hong. A series of explosions sounded, and every single one was accompanied by a violent eruption of sword chi. Wu Zhengqi looked up and saw a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. Old Man Qi was a 9-step spirit realm master, but he was clearly being suppressed by Yang Kai in the sky. Every time sword light flashed, fresh blood was drawn. Martial Peak, Chapter 4528, The Strongest Alchemist. Wu Zhengqi wore a horrified expression on his face. The scene in front of him was even harder to accept than the fact that he had been heavily injured by Yang Kai in one move. He had just personally witnessed Yang Kai advancing into the spirit realm. In other words, Yang Kai was only in the first-step spirit realm. Be that as it may, the strength displayed by this first-step spirit realm master was beyond his ability to comprehend. Is he even human? Yang Kai's figure flitted about erratically, and despite Wu Zhengqi's sharp eyesight, he could barely keep track of him. Sword lights flashed continuously, and every blow contained terrifying power. Even Old Man Qi, who was in the 9-step spirit realm, had great trouble parrying those attacks. Wu Zhengqi had never seen such a novel method of fighting in all his years of cultivation. Moreover, it came from an alchemist. In his impression, few alchemists in the world would study the martial Tao even if they had impressive cultivation. That was because they spent most of their energy and time on the alchemic Tao. Besides, their cultivation was basically nurtured through the use of pills. After all, the main reason they improved their cultivation at all was simply to perform better in alchemy. In this way, the strength that an alchemist could generally exert often did not match their cultivation. An alchemist in a 9-step heaven realm might not win in battle even if their opponent was several steps weaker than them. It was precisely because of this consideration that the Blood Warrior Hall existed in Profound Pill Sect, and why wandering alchemists recruited bodyguards to protect themselves. However, the exact opposite was true when it came to Yang Kai. Every punch and every kick was delivered with unparalleled precision and vicious power. It was impossible to achieve this level of combat sense without being immersed in the way of killing for hundreds of years. That being said, how old was Yang Kai? He was only 18 years old when he first joined Profound Pill Sect, which meant he was only slightly past 20 this year. Where did he get such extensive fighting experience? All of a sudden, Wu Zhengqi recalled something. When Yang Kai and Wei Cheng formed a feud with each other over an incident in the Divine Flame Cave, both of them agreed to fight on the martial method stage. In the second round, Yang Kai had personally fought against one of Wei Cheng's bodyguards who was in the Heaven Realm, and the bodyguard had been knocked off the martial method stage in a single move. At the time, Wu Zhengqi simply assumed that Yang Kai had launched a sneak attack, and the Heaven Realm bodyguard had been caught off guard. It would now seem that Yang Kai had already revealed his extraordinary talent in fighting back then, and his strength had only been exponentially magnified with the improvement of his cultivation. At this point, he was definitely the strongest alchemist in the entire divine armament world. A muffled groan brought Wu Zhengqi's messy thoughts back to the present, and when he looked up again, the two figures in the sky that were originally engaged in battle had separated, now standing several dozen meters apart from each other. Old Man Qi's body was riddled with tiny wounds, making him seem as though he had been fished out of a pool of blood, and there was an incredulous expression on his face. During the brief confrontation just now, he had been at a complete disadvantage. He would have been killed by Yang Kai by now, if not for his mighty strength. On the opposite side, Yang Kai held the true void sword lightly. His eyes were lowered, and his large hand holding the sword trembled uncontrollably for some reason. The veins in his forehead bulged, squirming and undulating like earthworms under his skin. His eyes had also changed to become completely blood red. His appearance looked extremely horrifying. "You should leave now, Old Man Qi. If you don't leave now, you will probably die here." Yang Kai's suppressed voice resembled the growling of a trapped beast. Old Man Qi stared at Yang Kai with a fleeting look of struggle in his eyes. He seemed to want to continue the battle, but he simply gritted his teeth and came to Wu Zhengqi's side in a flash upon recalling what happened just now. Wrapping his spirit chi around Wu Zhengqi, he soared into the sky. Just like that, a raging dispute ended in such a bizarre turn of events. All that remained was the city lord's mansion that was now in shambles. Miao Hong walked over from the side with an awkward expression and softly called out, "Alchemist Yang." It was not as though he had been unaware of Old Man Qi and Wu Zhangqi's arrival. It was just that he arrived too late. By the time he reached this place, Old Man Qi had already barged into the treasure vault. Besides, Miao Hong was only in the ninth-step heaven realm, so it was impossible for him to stop Old Man Qi regardless. What shocked him even more was how Yang Kai had fought viciously against the two spirit realm masters from Profound Pill Sect. Nevertheless, what he witnessed also told him that there was some kind of dispute between Yang Kai and Profound Pill Sect. He might not understand the reason behind this incident, but it was the truth that Yang Kai's advancement into the spirit realm had been disrupted. Both parties were not people he could afford to offend. Hence, Miao Hong was worried that Yang Kai would blame him for this incident. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yang Kai suddenly turned to look in his direction. The murderous intent in those crimson eyes practically threatened to erupt outward. For an instant, Miao Hong felt as though the entire world was shrouded in blood. Great panic flooded his heart, and the feeling of death hit him in the face. He was so scared that he stumbled several steps back unconsciously. Then, the murderous intent dissipated without warning. Drenched in cold sweat, Miao Hong looked up only to see Yang Kai standing there quietly, gripping his sword tightly. Yang Kai had closed his eyes at some point, but the frightening aura continued to fluctuate around him. It was almost as though that murderous intent would explode with an astounding impact at the slightest stimulation. What in the world is going on? Miao Hong was completely confused. Similarly, Hua Rong and Yang Huai did not understand what was going on. Although they had followed Yang Kai for several years now, it was not until today that they realized just how terrifying his strength was. They felt as though they had only gotten to know him today, and their eyes were filled with a mixture of shock and doubt. In the dark of the night, two figures flew across the sky. They were Old Man Qi and Wu Zhengqi, who escaped from Heavenly Marshal City earlier. Thinking back to what happened just now, the two of them still found a reality extremely difficult to accept despite experiencing it for themselves. A fifth-step Spirit Realm Master and a ninth-step Spirit Realm Master had been defeated by a newly advanced Spirit Realm Master, so much so that they were completely powerless to fight back. Old Qi, Alchemist Yang, Wu Zhengqi couldn't stand the uncomfortable silence. Thus, he was the first to break it. Cultivation dissonance. Old Man Qi replied solemnly. That boy is definitely suffering from a dissonance in his cultivation. Wu Zhengqi sighed softly. As expected, he had guessed as much in his heart, but it was a truth that was difficult to accept. Yang Kai was a rare talent in Profound Pill Sect. Since ancient times, no other heaven-grade alchemist among all the heaven-grade alchemists providing alchemy services at the Seeking Pill Pavilion had ever achieved a success rate as high as his. It was a pity that a talented individual like him would suffer from cultivation dissonance. How else could a person's temperament change so much? That boy retains a small portion of his consciousness still. Unfortunately, whether or not he can survive this catastrophe will depend entirely on his fortune. This is an urgent matter. We need to report back to the sect. Old Man Qi coughed lightly, and, with this old master's strength alone, he is not his opponent. We have failed this mission. Wu Zhengqi couldn't help smiling bitterly. I'm afraid the sect won't believe us even if we told them. The corners of Old Man Qi's mouth twitched. Our duty is to inform them of the truth. Whether they believe us or not is up to them. The site where Heavenly Marshal City's treasure vault was originally located had been destroyed. Although the structure of the building was extremely solid, how could the building remain standing after a battle between two Spirit Realm Masters took place here? The remains were now nothing more than rubble and ruins. Meanwhile, Yang Kai stood there motionlessly like a statue, his sword still in hand. The sun rose in the distance as the moon set on the opposite horizon. During this time, The aura fluctuating around Yang Kai's body slowly calmed down, and the malevolent aura sweeping out in all directions gradually faded. 3 days later, he abruptly opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. The heaven-devouring battle law was undeniably peculiar, and the drawbacks were clearly unavoidable. Yang Kai had devoured an immense amount of energy in one go during his breakthrough and almost exceeded the limits of what he could bear as a result. That was what triggered the hidden dangers of cultivating the heaven-devouring battle law, which in turn caused a great change in his temperament and aroused a wanton killing intent in him. His battle with Old Man Qi had only added fuel to the fire. If Old Man Qi had continued to fight, Yang Kai wasn't certain he could have stopped himself. The most likely outcome would have been Old Man Qi dying at his hands, forging an irresolvable blood feud with Profound Pill Sect. That was not the outcome Yang Kai hoped to see. It was fortunate that Old Man Qi was a veteran who could read the situation. He immediately fled as soon as he discovered that something was wrong, thereby giving Yang Kai a chance to recover. Unfortunately, the root of the problem had not been eradicated, even though Yang Kai's situation had been temporarily stabilized. He would need to meditate and recover for a long time to resolve the hidden dangers brought about by his advancement. Regrettably, Yang Kai turned to look in the direction of Profound Pill Sect as he sighed. "I'm running out of time." Eldest senior brother, Wan Ying shouted timidly with an expression that resembled a frightened rabbit. She clearly wanted to approach him, but did not dare to do so. Yang Kai turned his head to look at her and nodded lightly. "I'm all right now." Upon hearing those words, she burst into tears and plunged into his arms with her head lowered, whimpering through her sobs. "You scare me to death." "Eldest senior brother, what happened?" Yang Kai stroked her head lightly. "Something went wrong, but I'm fine now." "Sir." Both Yang Huai and Hua Rong walked over. The former had an expression of reverence on his face, while the latter appeared uncharacteristically serious. Hua Rong had always been casual and unrestrained in front of Yang Kai. That couldn't be helped as her strength was greater than his. Still, as a bodyguard, she had been dedicated to her duties, even if there had barely been any need for her to do anything in recent years. It was not until today that she discovered something shocking. Yang Kai's actual strength was many times greater than her own. Her presence as a bodyguard was completely unnecessary. Therefore, she was uncertain about how to act around him. Yang Kai gave him a slight nod before turning to the side. "City Lord Miao, I need your help with something." Miao Hong was startled and immediately came forward. "How may I help you, Alchemist Yang?" "Please help take care of my little junior sister for a few days." Yang Kai patted Wan Ying's head. Miao Hong was stunned for a moment. Then, he immediately nodded in response. "No problem. Please rest assured, Alchemist Yang. Young Lady Ying will never suffer any grievances in Heavenly Martial City." After a pause, he lowered his voice and asked, "Alchemist Yang, are you?" "I'm going back to Profound Pill Sect." Yang Kai replied. The people of Void Spirit Sword Sect were there, and so was the Medicine King Furnace. No matter what, he needed to return to Profound Pill Sect. Miao Hong seemed to have expected Yang Kai's answer and nodded his head solemnly. "Please be careful in that case, Alchemist Yang. Profound Pill Sect is one of the 10 great sects in the divine armament world after all." Yang Kai smiled. "I know the strength of Profound Pill Sect better than you, City Lord Miao. I lived there for several years after all." Miao Hong was taken aback slightly before nodding. "That's true." Afterwards, Yang Kai instructed Hua Rong and Yang Huai. "The two of you will stay here to look after Ying." Yang Huai cupped his fist and quickly said, "Regardless of the dangers, I would like to follow you to the death, sir." Hua Rong quickly pulled Yang Huai behind her back. "This big guy has always been stupid. Don't listen to him. If you don't return, I'll take Ying and run away from here." "Good." Martial Peak, Chapter 4529, Strength of 1,000 Men. As always, Profound Pill Sect was bustling with noise and excitement. That was especially true in the vicinity of the Seeking Pill Pavilion and the recruitment stage. People would gather around these places all year round. After all, There was a never-ending stream of cultivators who wished to make pill requests or attach themselves to an alchemist. All of a sudden, a figure descended from the sky and landed directly in front of the Seeking Pill Pavilion. The undeniable aura of a spirit realm master radiated from the figure, startling passers-by with the sudden turn of events. Everybody hurriedly turned to look at the figure in amazement, secretly marveling at who would be so bold as to act so presumptuously in front of Profound Pill Sect. It had to be said that Profound Pill Sect was one of the 10 great sects in the divine armament world. So no matter who came here, they had to walk up from the foot of the mountain. Otherwise, their conduct would be considered disrespectful. On the other hand, the expressions of the guards on duty at the Seeking Pill Pavilion became very sullen. They quickly stepped forward to confront that figure, only to become respectful upon recognizing the figure. Then they immediately cupped their fists in greeting. Alchemist Yang. Xianxia nodded lightly and ignored them. Looking up at the reception palace located at the top of the mountain, he strode forward without hesitation as a series of exclamations rang out from behind him. Over the past few years, Xianxia's reputation in the Seeking Pill Pavilion had flourished. Countless 10 revolutions clear heart pills had been refined by him personally, and the lowest quality among them was mid-rank. Many cultivators had advanced into the heaven realm thanks to those pills, and for that reason, 8 out of 10 cultivators who came to the Seeking Pill Pavilion for a 10 revolutions clear heart pill would seek out Xianxia for help. It was just that Xianxia generally performed alchemy on Fixed Moon Peak and rarely ever appeared in person at the Seeking Pill Pavilion. That was why only people from Profound Pill Sect could recognize him. No outsiders knew what he looked like, so when they learned that this man who was almost excessively youthful was actually the famous alchemist Yang, they suddenly had the feeling that knowing somebody by their reputation was not as good as meeting them in person. When Xianxia walked past the recruitment stage, the melodious tolling of a bell suddenly rang out from the depths of Profound Pill Sect. The bell rang 9 times in quick succession. The expressions of everybody who heard the bell immediately changed drastically. They glanced in the direction of Profound Pill Sect's headquarters in disbelief. For the bell to be tolled 9 times meant that something major was happening. There were only a handful of times where the bell had rung 9 times throughout the history of Profound Pill Sect, and every single time had spelled an impending disaster that almost destroyed the entire sect. The bodyguards of the Seeking Pill Pavilion immediately started dispersing all the people who came to make pill requests and sealing the passage leading up the mountain. It didn't take long for all the people to be chased out. Although most of the people in Profound Pill Sect were clueless about what was going on, the entire sect was now shrouded in a sense of turmoil. One man stood in front of the reception palace with a bitter smile, watching as Xianxia walked up the mountain, his expression a little bewildered. He could not imagine how Xianxia, who had only been an Earth-grade alchemist just a few years ago, could cause such a huge commotion in the sect today. This person was the one who introduced Xianxia into Profound Pill Sect, and it was also thanks to his close personal relationship with Xianxia that he was sent here. A cool breeze blew past as Xianxia looked up at the man blocking his path and cupped his fist, Senior Brother Gao. Gao Xian Peng looked at Xianxia with a complicated look in his eyes and returned the greeting, Junior Brother Yang. The 2 bodyguards behind Gao Xian Peng gripped their swords tightly, their expressions solemn. Like wolves that were about to pounce on their prey, they were ready to attack at any time. Why are you here, Senior Brother Gao? Does the sect master have instructions for me? Xianxia asked. Gao Xian Peng smiled bitterly. You caused quite a commotion this time, Junior Brother. The higher-ups want to have a good chat with you. Xianxia nodded. That was what I was thinking too. Otherwise, I would not have returned to this place. Gao Xian Peng breathed a sigh of relief. I'm glad you think so, Junior Brother Yang. Since you're of the same mind, please surrender your sword and seal your cultivation. Then, come with me to meet the sect master and the elders. Is that the sect master's will? Xianxia asked with a raised eyebrow. Gao Xian Peng nodded lightly in response. Xianxia sighed. I hold no malicious intentions towards the sect. Although I have indeed kept some secrets, All I really did was go with the flow. Gao Xianpeng said, I believe you, junior brother. It's just that the current situation requires you to show some sincerity, junior brother. Yang Kai slowly replied, the fact that I came back here is the greatest sincerity I can show. If the sect insists on doing this their way, then I will be forced to slaughter a path out of this place. To be honest, I'm reluctant to do something like that. But if I have no other choice, then that's all I can do. Gao Xianpeng's expression changed. Junior brother, please don't be so impulsive. You're only one person. Yang Kai smiled slightly. I may be alone, but I'm strong enough to represent 1,000 men. Junior brother. He raised a hand to stop Gao Xianpeng. You don't need to say any more, senior brother Gao. Please inform the sect master and the elders that I can only persist in incense stick of time. Gao Xianpeng gave Yang Kai a deep look before he sighed heavily. I will pass the message to them. You're on your own now, junior brother. While saying so, he turned around and headed towards a spirit peak in the distance with his 2 bodyguards in tow. His figure vanished out of sight in the blink of an eye. Following Gao Xianpeng's departure, 8 figures emerged from their hiding places to surround Yang Kai. Every one of them wielded a spirit armament, and they eyed Yang Kai aggressively. Yang Kai turned to look around and gently nodded. The Blood Warrior Hall's heavenly guard. A bunch of loyal fools indeed. When the last word left his mouth, Yang Kai's figure abruptly became strangely hazy, and in that moment, he slipped past their encirclement and appeared where Gao Xianpeng had been standing earlier. The true Void Sword was held in his hand as fresh blood slid down the length of its blade. The Blood Warrior Hall's heavenly guard were shocked. 8 spirit realm masters had surrounded Yang Kai, but none of them saw how he managed to break out of their encirclement, and by the time they reacted, Yang Kai was already walking away. They immediately acted to stop him, but something peculiar occurred. When they tried to push their spirit chi, streams of blood involuntarily spurted out of their bodies. All their strength quickly flowed out through their wounds, and with a series of thuds, all 8 of them fell to one knee on the ground. They were absolutely horrified. Only now did they realize that they had been injured by Yang Kai. Fortunately, while their injuries were severe, they were not lethal. They simply lost their ability to fight and could only watch helplessly as Yang Kai walked forward with a mixture of horror and reluctance to admit their loss. Nevertheless, they understood one thing clearly. With the unfathomable speed that Yang Kai displayed just now, killing them would have been as easy as waving his hand for him. The reason he wounded but did not kill them was definitely an act of mercy. Chi 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 chi. A never-ending series of sounds sliced through the air next as countless arrows flew over from all directions, pelting down on Yang Kai's location in a dense rain, each one containing an extremely terrifying force. Under such an intensive barrage, even a 9-step spirit realm master might not come out unscathed. However, the angle and trajectory of these arrows had clearly been calculated with great deliberation, with none of them aiming at his vital spots. It was clear that even now, Profound Pill Sect had no intention of taking his life. Yang Kai did not move a single step, but the sword in his hands danced and formed a barrier of sword lights. Under the urging of his spirit chi, a series of rattling and clanging sounds rang out, and every single arrow in that dense rain was cut down without a single exception. Many of the cultivators hiding in ambush turned pale with fright at the sight. In that moment of daze, Yang Kai's figure vanished from their field of vision. Immediately after that, the first scream resounded through the air. The screams of agony continued endlessly. Subsequently, the cultivators hiding in the vicinity collapsed limply in pools of their own blood. Inside the main hall, located several mountains away from the reception palace, all the higher-ups of Profound Pill Sect had gathered together. With Sect Master Bailey Yunsang in the lead, many elders, deacons, and protectors assembled behind him. Gao Xianpeng had just finished reporting the results of his negotiation with Yang Kai, after which Bailey Yunsang nodded lightly and gave a wave of his hand to dismiss him. Great Elder Wu Fenghua said, He certainly is a man who values his comrades. He came back despite knowing that he is no match for us. Unfortunately, he is a little arrogant. Yu Bo-yang frowned. Sect Master, that brat has only just advanced into the spirit realm. No matter how unusual he is, how strong can he be? Don't you think we are a little too nervous about this? We've deployed all the forces that can be deployed in Profound Pill Sect. If word got out about this incident, we will be the laughing stock of the public. Bailey Yin-sang replied, I certainly hope we are just overestimating his strength, but I don't dare to take what Old Chi said lightly. Yu Bo-yang turned to glance at Old Man Chi and scowled. Old Chi, are you sure that Brad is so strong that even you are not his opponent? Are you sure you're not mistaken about this? Despite listening to Old Man Chi's reports earlier, almost nobody in the entire Profound Pill Sect believed him. Be that as it may, his words were stated with utter certainty. Wu Jingqi also provided a testimony to the fact, so it was difficult for them not to believe the words of those two. Although they had agreed to deploy all the combat forces they could, Profound Pill Sect's leaders still couldn't help feeling that they were being overly cautious. Old Man Chi lowered his eyes and spoke quietly. This old man might not compare to you in the alchemic Tao, third elder, but this old man has immersed himself in battle for centuries now. That boy is the strongest master this old man has ever seen in his life. If he wanted to kill me, he could have taken my life within 10 moves. Yu Boyang blinked and burst out laughing. Old Chi, why are you being so humble? You're one of the strongest masters in the divine armament world. Aside from the armament masters, there aren't many people who can kill you, let alone in 10 moves. He subconsciously believed that Old Man Chi was exaggerating about Yang Kai's strength to shirk the responsibility for failing the last mission. It was just that Old Man Chi was a highly trusted and influential individual in Profound Pill Sect thanks to his position as the Sect Master's personal blood warrior. So Yu Bo-yang could not criticize him too much. Old Man Chi simply chose to remain silent. Reporting. A shout rang out as a cultivator sped through the sky and landed in front of them. Yu Bo-yang quickly asked, How is the situation over there? Did you capture that brat yet? After asking his question, he realized that the messenger looked extremely panicked. The messenger's voice trembled. Alchemist Yang has broken through the first and second lines of defenses and is quickly approaching the third. What? Yu Bo-yang exclaimed in astonishment. Likewise, Bailey Yin-sang and the other elders also had horrified expressions on their faces. They could barely believe their ears. How much time had passed since Yang Kai arrived? It had been no more than 10 breaths since Gao, Xi, and Peng came to report the situation. So how did Yang Kai break through 2 lines of defenses already? It had to be said that the Blood Warrior Hall's Heavenly Guard was in charge of the first line of defense, and they were all Spirit Realm Masters. Even if they were not the strongest masters in the sect, they highly outnumbered their opponent. Moreover, they were proficient in group tactics, so even if it was Old Man Chi, it was uncertain whether he could achieve victory against them. Meanwhile, the second line of defense consisted of dozens of cultivators who were adept at archery. Falling into their encirclement would mean severe injuries at the very least, if not death. Did he break through the defenses just like that? Yu Bo-yang had not believed Old Man Chi earlier, but it would now seem that Old Man Chi had not been exaggerating. But what kind of alchemist has such terrifying combat power? Martial Peak, Chapter 4530, A Stick of Incense's Time. Before anybody could digest the shocking news, another person came running in with another shocking report. Yang Kai had already broken through the third line of defense and passed the reception palace. Moreover, he was currently heading straight for River Viewing Peak. Rumbling explosions came from a couple dozen kilometers away, and everybody raised their heads to look in that direction. Although they were blocked by several mountains and could not see the situation over there clearly, they could see the never-ending flashing lights that illuminated half the sky in that direction. The situation beyond the mountains gave off the vague feeling that an ancient ominous beast had escaped and was charging towards them in a bloody frenzy. They could sense the frighteningly vicious and hostile aura coming from that direction, despite being so far apart. A short while later, the commotion died down. River Viewing Peak had been defeated, and the two defense lines set up there had been completely destroyed. Yu Boyang stared forward in a daze. How is this possible? How is this possible? Likewise, Bailey Yinsang was ashen-faced with disbelief. What happened today was simply too shocking. Profound Pill Sect was one of the 10 great sects. Be that as it may, they failed to stop a single alchemist who had only just advanced into the spirit realm, even though they deployed their full strength against him. How could the power of a single person be so terrifying? Gao Xin Peng stared into the distance with a complicated gaze. Yang Kai's words from before echoed in his mind. I may be alone, but I'm strong enough to represent 1,000 men. He had assumed that Yang Kai was merely spouting empty boasts in an effort to boost his morale. Contrary to his beliefs, though, it would now seem that Yang Kai was perfectly capable of representing the strength of 1,000 men. Of course, an ordinary army of 1,000 men could not have broken through the defenses of Profound Pill Sect. A short while later, the two lines of defenses on Flying Tooth Peak collapsed. Flying Tooth Peak had been defeated. The only thing that stood between Yang Kai and the higher-ups of Profound Pill Sect at this point was Purple Sun Peak. There is only one line of defense on Purple Sun Peak where a total of 30 Spirit Realm Masters from Profound Pill Sect had gathered together. Furthermore, their cultivations range from the lowest in the 3rd Step Spirit Realm to the highest in the 8th Step Spirit Realm. This was an extremely powerful lineup, enough to wipe out most sects in the Divine Armament world. It was a lineup that only one of the 10 great sects could assemble. When the higher-ups of Profound Pill Sect looked in that direction from where they stood, their superb eyesight allowed them to see the large square on Purple Sun Peak, where the 30 Spirit Realm Masters stood at the ready. Each of the 30 Spirit Realm Masters wielded a different spirit armament, and additionally, they stood facing 8 distinct directions, forming the 8-directional Golden Lock formation. A figure stepped out from under the cover of numerous buildings and strolled over to the square. The sword in his hand was chipped in places along the length of the blade. Even an extraordinary spirit armament could not withstand the impacts of so many high-intensity battles in such a short period of time. He's injured, Yu Boyang shouted. From where he stood, he could clearly see that Yang Kai's clothes were tattered, and he was covered in countless wounds with fresh blood trickling out. Everywhere he walked, he left behind an evident trail of bloody footprints. Wu Fenghua commented, after fighting so many elites of Profound Pill Sect alone, injuries are inevitable. It would be weirder for him to remain unscathed. Besides, it looks like he won't last much longer. Even the spirit armament in his hand is on the verge of being destroyed. Bailey Yinsang nodded lightly. Let us hope so. Profound Pill Sect's original intentions no longer mattered. Now that things had come this far, this battle could no longer be easily stopped. Things would only end when one party suffered complete defeat. It was just that Bailey Yinsang himself never expected Yang Kai's strength to be so terrifying. Yang Kai only just broke through to the spirit realm. At this rate, won't he be invincible if he advances to the 9th Step Spirit Realm? No. With the strength he has displayed so far, it can already be said that he is invincible. Who in the Divine Armament world can be his opponent unless the Armament Masters themselves take action? During their brief conversation, an intense battle had broken out on Purple Sun Peak. Dozens of silhouettes weaved about, turbulent waves of spirit chi collided with each other, and deafening explosions rang out incessantly. Such a malevolent aura. Lanine frowned slightly. Even though she was standing here, away from the battle, she could clearly detect the evil chi radiating from Yang Kai's body. His aura was overflowing with brutality and destruction, which made her feel extremely uneasy. What kind of movement skill is that? Wu Fenghua was staring at the battle in the distance, but despite being in the spirit realm himself, he could not follow Yang Kai's movements at all. As far as he could tell, Yang Kai's figure moved about in a ghostly and erratic manner, vanishing abruptly from one spot only to appear in a completely different place without any warning in the next instant. There are no traces of his movements whatsoever. Even the 30 or so Spirit Realm Masters on Purple Sun Peak could not do anything to him. On the contrary, the many Spirit Realm Masters of Profound Pill Sect were flustered by their first experience against an opponent like Xianxia. Meanwhile, Old Man Qi squinted at the fight in the distance. He could sense the evil qi surrounding Xianxia becoming stronger, and an intense feeling of unease flooded his heart for some reason. That feeling of unease suddenly climbed to the peak when Xianxia sliced off part of the neck of a Spirit Realm Master. That attack had nearly taken the life of that Spirit Realm Master. Sect Master, I want to investigate the current number of casualties among the cultivators in the sect. Old Man Qi hurriedly whispered in Bailey Yunsang's ear. Bailey Yunsang was completely focused on the fight in the distance, shocked by Xianxia's elusive movement skill. So he frowned when he heard those words and asked, "Why do you want to investigate that now?" All the defense lines set up previously had been destroyed, so it was conceivable that many, if not all those cultivators had suffered tragic ends. It is related to the survival of the sect. Please give me permission, Sect Master. Old Man Qi looked extremely solemn. Bailey Yunsang glanced at Old Man Qi and was startled by what he saw. Despite spending so many years with each other, he had never seen Old Man Qi looking so solemn before. Thus, he nodded slightly. Go. Old Man Qi nodded, and with a slight shift of his body, he flew directly towards the reception palace. As a 9-step Spirit Realm Master, there was no question that his speed was incredible. It only took him several dozen breaths of time to hurry back. However, his expression was even more solemn than before he departed. What did you find? Bailey Yunsang asked. Old Man Qi replied, No one has died. Everyone who participated in the battle was only wounded. Everyone was shocked by those words. Yu Boyang widened his eyes and asked, Not a single person died. Old Man Qi nodded slowly, not one. Everyone looked around at each other. Although several reports had come in earlier, they had only reported that the defenses had been broken through. They had not mentioned a single thing about the casualties, and nobody bothered to ask either. That was because casualties were inevitable in a battle like this. That was why they subconsciously believed that Profound Pill Sect would suffer heavy losses today. They were certain that Profound Pill Sect would take a great hit to its overall strength after this battle. Who could have imagined that not a single person had died? The brows of all the leaders in this place that were originally furrowed gloomily after hearing that the defense lines had been broken immediately relaxed considerably at the news. Regardless of the current circumstances, that was good news. Bailey Yunsang sighed. It looks like that boy has not forgotten his kinship with us, and held back enough to not kill anybody in the sect. Wu Fenghua stroked his beard. He might be cautious about acting lest innocents be hurt. After all, the people of Void Spirit Sword Sect are in our hands. Regardless of his reasons, this is a good thing for us. Bailey Yunsang nodded. Old Man Qi, however, shook his head and said, You're wrong, Sect Master. On the contrary, this is not a good thing for us at all. Bailey Yunsang looked over in puzzlement. Why do you say that, Old Qi? Old Man Qi glanced at the battlefield in the distance and explained his reasoning. When this old master went to investigate the defense lines earlier, I discovered that Yang Boy had extremely precise control over his strength at the beginning. Although everyone there was disabled, their injuries were not severe, and they only need to recuperate for some time to recover fully. However, he seemed to be slowly losing control over his strength as time passed. The injuries he inflicted got progressively more severe as a result. If you look at the current situation, Sect Master. Bailey Yunsang looked over after hearing those words, just in time to see Xianxia stabbing his sword into a cultivator's chest. When Xianxia drew his blade out, fresh blood splattered everywhere. The Spirit Realm Master quickly backed away with an absolute look of horror on his face. Old Man Qi narrowed his eyes slightly. Just now, he forcibly shifted his trajectory. Otherwise, Rong Boy would be dead by now. The Rong Boy Old Man Qi mentioned was referring to the spirit realm master who had been run through. Bailey Yun Sang instantly understood. He is suppressing his murderous intent, but he is quickly reaching his limits. That's why his attacks are getting more and more brutal. Old Man Chi nodded solemnly. That's right. This old master experienced the same situation when I fought him in Heavenly Martial City previously. If this old master had continued to engage in battle with him at the time, he would have lost control and killed me. He paused for a moment before continuing. Do you remember the message Alchemist Gao brought back earlier, Sect Master? Bailey Yun Sang frowned. Which message? Yang Kai said that he could only persist for a stick worth of incense. Old Man Chi sighed. We all thought he meant that he could fight for at most an incense stick worth of time, but it would now seem that the time limit he was referring to was how long he could retain his sanity. Once this time limit is up, he will most likely lose all sense of reason and massacre us. What is the reason for all this? Bailey Yun Sang looked puzzled. This old master does not know, but this old master believes that it has something to do with the secret art he cultivated. That evil art has affected his heart. Sect Master, we can't afford to continue this battle. At the rate things are going, Profound Pill Sect will suffer catastrophic losses even if we manage to kill him. Seeing the hesitation in Bailey Yun Sang's eyes, Old Man Chi added, Sect Master, don't forget that he is also an alchemist. He still has his alchemy flame. As soon as those words came out, a sudden thought occurred to Bailey Yun Sang, and he suddenly recalled the white alchemy flame. Even though his mental cultivation was very stable, he could barely resist the urge to curse out loud. Yang Kai's strength was so overwhelming that he could practically wipe out the entire Profound Pill Sect with his sword alone, which was why Bailey Yun Sang had subconsciously forgotten Yang Kai's identity as an alchemist. Alchemists might not engage in battle often, but that did not mean they could not fight at all. Generally speaking, their alchemy flame was their greatest strength when engaged in battle with others. From the beginning until now, Yang Kai had not used the power of his white alchemy flame. It was obvious that he did not wish to increase the number of casualties. Otherwise, the people he injured would not be alive right now. Not to mention, that white alchemy flame was the most mysterious and most powerful alchemy flame in the divine armament world. Other people might be unaware of the truth, but how could Bailey Yun Sang be so ignorant? At that thought, Bailey Yun Sang did not dare to hesitate any longer and sighed softly. Order them to retreat. Old Man Chi accepted the order and turned around to rush towards the battlefield. I'll go. Somebody spoke up suddenly and rushed toward the battlefield ahead of Old Man Chi. Lan Yin immediately gave a startled cry. Furthermore, her expression was filled with worry. The battle was very fierce on Purple Sun Peak, and out of the 30 or so Spirit Realm Masters who made up its defense force, less than half of them were still able to move. All of them looked like they had seen a ghost, and their expressions were filled with abject terror. Although they could just manage to parry and block Yang Kai's indiscriminate barrage of attacks, they had no solution against his elusive movement skill. It was only a matter of time before they were all defeated. Martial Peak, Chapter 45-31, Tacit Understanding. Sword light flashed in all directions, and murderous intent permeated the air. Many of the Spirit Realm Masters who were originally in formation had already been separated and were now each fighting independently. From time to time, somebody would get injured and collapse in a pool of their own blood. All of a sudden, somebody rushed onto the battlefield and shouted in a thunderous voice, "Unfilial disciple, stop this madness at once." While speaking, he stood directly in front of Yang Kai with his robes flapping wildly around him. The true void sword abruptly halted in front of his forehead, and the fluctuating sword wave pierced his skin. Fresh blood flowed down the bridge of his nose. Their gazes met, with Yang Kai's crimson-red eyes filled with brutal hostility and destruction, causing the other party's eyes to contract involuntarily. Despite living for so many years, this man had never seen such wild eyes before. Old Man Chi is right. This brat is about to reach his limits, a limit where he can no longer maintain his sanity. Once he exceeds his limits, he will instantly transform into a killing machine that slaughters all living things. At that time, he will completely fall into a state of cultivation dissonance. Without his conscious mind, the entire profound pill sect will surely fall along with him. The battlefield riddled with endless fighting suddenly fell into an eerie silence at this moment. Only the repressed groans of the fallen continuously rang out from all around them. Meanwhile, the remaining 7 or 8 spirit realm masters breathed heavily and did not dare to act rashly. Xianxia blinked. The thick crimson red in his eyes resembled fresh blood. His gaze shifted downward and landed on that person's left hand with 6 fingers. Then, a trace of confusion flashed through his eyes, as though he could vaguely remember something. That person shouted again, "What are you doing, unfilial disciple? Are you planning to rebel?" That man's expression did not change in the slightest, even though Xianxia was holding a spirit armament against his forehead. It went to show his courage and boldness was not ordinary. The cogs in Xianxia's head slowly began to spin. The thick crimson red in his eyes faded slightly, and the spirit chi, surging wildly around his body, gradually subsided. He tilted his head to the side and stared at the person in front of him before muttering, "Honored Master." Now that the fighting had stopped, the murderous intent that threatened to overwhelm his mind was beginning to dissipate, and he regained the ability to think. Naturally, Xianxia had never seen this man in front of him before. However, the unique characteristic of having a 6-fingered left hand was too conspicuous. Anybody capable of sight would notice such a unique feature. Besides, the only people who would appear in front of him at this time could only be part of the higher-ups in profound pill sect. After combining several facts together, that person's identity quickly became apparent. It was his fabricated master, Dan Xianxia. During the years that Xianxia spent in profound pill sect, it was only natural for him to pay attention to any information regarding his so-called master. Unfortunately, the heaven-grade alchemists in his generation did not know much, and he was in no position to ask the elders of the previous generation for more information. Fortunately, there was Lan Yin. The two of them would occasionally encounter each other in the restricted area, and seeing as she had feelings for his fabricated master, the two had various common topics to discuss. Intentionally or unintentionally, Xianxia learned quite a lot about his fabricated master over the years. Xianxia's fabricated master was named Dan Xianxia. Dan Xianxia was the most outstanding and talented alchemist in profound pill sect. What made him so special was that he was talented in both the martial Dao and the alchemic Dao. Not only were his alchemy skills superb, but his actual strength was also immense. Thanks to his aptitude that surpassed his peers, he became extremely arrogant. When the former sect master was approaching his predestined time of death, Dan Xianxia believed that he would definitely be the one to take over as the sect master of profound pill sect. Who could have known that the former sect master would transfer the position to Bailey Yinsang instead? In a fit of rage, he decided to leave profound pill sect. Although the higher-ups of profound pill sect had been searching for his whereabouts all these years, their efforts proved to be fruitless. Nobody knew where he went. Needless to say, an incident of this nature could not be publicized. That was why only the elders of the older generation knew about it, while the rest of the disciples were clueless about what happened to Dan Xianxia. Most people only knew that there was an extremely talented spirit-grade alchemist wandering outside the sect with no news from him. This information was what Xianxia slowly coaxed out of Lan Yin through their continuous interactions over the years. It has been more than 10 years since we last met. This old master thought you didn't recognize me anymore. It turns out you didn't forget about him, after all. Dan Xianxia's expression was cold and calm, but a drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead. Nobody could remain completely nonchalant when there was a spirit armament pressed against their head with pure murderous intent radiating from it. Therefore, a clear look of relief flashed through his eyes when he heard Xianxia calling him Honored Master. The crimson in Xianxia's eyes faded bit by bit as he spoke. Disciple is heavily indebted to your kindness, Honored Master. How could I dare to forget you? With just a few simple words, the tense situation eased in an instant. Both of them understood each other's intentions. The so-called honored master and unfilial disciple relationship between them was nothing but a fabricated reality. Dan Xianxia had never taught Yang Kai, and Yang Kai had never studied under Dan Xianxia. This was a fact known to all parties involved. Be that as it may, the current situation required a breakthrough point in order to be resolved. The reason Dan Xianxia volunteered to come here was due to this consideration. Since Yang Kai claimed that Dan Xianxia was his master, then Dan Xianxia might as well acknowledge the statement. Now that Dan Xianxia had paved the way forward, it was only natural for Yang Kai to go along with the story. There was no need for any prior discussion. In the face of this difficult situation, both the young and the old quickly formed a tacit understanding between them. If you didn't forget, why aren't you putting away your weapon? Are you planning to kill me? Dan Xianxia shouted. Yang Kai was taken aback for a moment before he remembered to sheath the true void sword. Please forgive me, honored master. This disciple had no such intentions. Nevertheless, he was puzzled. He had caused a huge commotion in profound Pill sect, and even if he did not kill anybody, he had injured many. Moreover, these people were the masters of the sect, so if any great enemy were to attack at this time, Profound Pill sect would be powerless to resist. There was no saying how Profound Pill sect planned to deal with him after he caused so much trouble. Still, there was a high likelihood that Profound Pill sect was willing to reconcile with him since Dan Xianxia went so far as to take the initiative to come here. Otherwise, there was no need for such measures. Dan Xianxia looked sorrowful. This old master knows that your actions were not intentional. Your aptitude is far too outstanding, and as a result, your cultivation improved too quickly. Not knowing restraint and not having a stable enough mental state caused you to suffer from cultivation dissonance, which in turn resulted in a drastic change in your temperament. You nearly caused an irrevocable disaster. Fortunately, the sect did not give up on you. The sect used all its power to help you restore order from chaos. Thank goodness their efforts were not in vain. Yang Kai stared at Dan Xianxia, and the admiration he felt for this old fox was almost beyond words. This old man is undeniably cunning. Not only did he resolve the tense situation in Profound Pill sect with a few choice words, he also made it seem as though I am now heavily indebted to Profound Pill sect. It was obvious that Yang Kai had come charging into Profound Pill sect all on his own. However, the story had been changed to one where Profound Pill sect had pulled out all the stops to help him recover from his state of cultivation dissonance. Yang Kai was so grateful that he almost felt like crying. He had caused such a large commotion today, and the sect needed an explanation. This story provided the best outcome for both parties. It would also stabilize the people's hearts. More importantly, Yang Kai deciphered the hidden meaning in Dan Xianxia's words. Even now, Profound Pill sect considered him one of their disciples. They had no plans of abandoning him. Yang Kai did not know whether it was Dan Xianxia's own intention or Profound Pill sect's will. Nevertheless, those details no longer mattered. The chance to remain in Profound Pill sect was exactly what he wished for. He would need to figure out another method to steal the Medicine King furnace otherwise. At that time, it would be another endless battle. Cough. Dan Xianxia lightly coughed into his fist. Unfilial disciple, have you not recovered? Why are you staring at me? Is there any untruth in this old master's words? Yang Kai quickly shook his head and declared, What you said is true, honored master. This disciple has failed and brought shame to you. This disciple will be more diligent in the future, so as to avoid another incident like today. Dan Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief and nodded in satisfaction. It's good that you can think that way. Come with me. We will meet the sect master and the elders. Yes, Yang Kai responded respectfully, acting as though he was a meek and obedient disciple. In front of everybody's eyes, Dan Xianxia flew over to Bailey Yunsang and the others with Yang Kai in tow as the higher-ups of Profound Pill sect watched those two with complicated expressions. Dan Xianxia and Yang Kai had not suppressed their voices during their conversation earlier. Furthermore, those standing in the vicinity were basically spirit realm masters, so every one of them had heard the entire conversation clearly. Bailey Yun Sang and the elders were all worldly masters, so how could they not understand the current situation? It was just that the sudden turn of events was beyond their expectations, so they were uncertain about how to handle a star of calamity like Yang Kai. As such, Dan Xingzi was the first to speak. Sect Master, my disciple has overcome his cultivation dissonance and regained his true nature. Bailey Yun Sang subconsciously nodded upon hearing those words. That's good. That's good. Pausing for a moment, he continued. Since you've regained your senses, you should return and have a good rest now. Yang Kai cupped his fist. This disciple is grateful for your benevolence, Sect Master. It's just that this disciple has caused such a huge commotion in the sect. This incident will haunt me forever, so I wish to request punishment. Please approve my request, Sect Master. Bailey Yun Sang frowned and glanced at Dan Chengzi in puzzlement. Dan Chengzi shook his head so slightly that his movements were practically imperceptible. His response indicated that he did not know what the brat was planning either. Bailey Yun Sang frowned. It's not like you meant to cause such a commotion. You were suffering from cultivation dissonance after all. This old master understands your situation. There's no need for punishment. I hope you will be more careful in the future. That will be a blessing to the sect. Those words came from the bottom of his heart. Following this battle, he had a profound insight into the true meaning behind the word terrifying. Despite gathering all the elites in Profound Pill Sect, they could not stop a single boy who had only just advanced into the spirit realm. 80% of Profound Pill Sect's forces had been heavily injured in this battle, so who could possibly bear the brunt if another battle were to break out once more? Yang Kai cupped his fist again. Your magnanimity is boundless, Sect Master. This junior is undeserving of your kindness. Unfortunately, the incident today started because of me, so if I don't receive any form of punishment, the disciples in the sect will surely have trouble accepting this decision. It will eventually lead to unrest within the sect. For the future of the sect, this disciple is willing to receive punishment. Bailey Yun Sang couldn't help widening his eyes to stare at Yang Kai and thinking to himself, what the hell is this brat up to? Didn't I say that I won't pursue this matter any further? Couldn't he just obediently go back and have a good sleep? Why is he bringing up such nonsense and speaking as though he is so righteous? A few of the elders frowned, but they also knew Yang Kai was not wrong. The commotion today had gotten out of hand, so it would be difficult to appease the people's hearts without a reasonable explanation. Dan Chengzi frowned and asked, what do you think is an appropriate punishment for you? Yang Kai bowed and quickly said, this disciple asked to be confined in the restricted area for 10 years to reflect on his mistakes. Honored Master, Sect Master, please approve my request. Martial Peak, Chapter 4532, Learning While Doing. The talented heaven-grade alchemist Yang Kai, whose aptitude surpassed all his peers, had advanced too quickly in his cultivation and built up an unstable foundation as a result. Consequently, he experienced a dissonance in his cultivation during his advancement into the spirit realm and underwent a drastic change in personality. Thankfully, the sect master and the elders did not give up on him. They went to great lengths to save him, and their efforts paid off. They succeeded in turning the situation around. What joyous news! That was the news that quickly spread throughout Profound Pill Sect in a very short time. The battle that took place yesterday caused a huge uproar in the sect, so it was only natural for everyone to be aware of the incident. Nevertheless, not many people actually knew what happened to cause such a commotion. Only those cultivators who participated in the battle understood some of the truth, but even they did not know much either. In any case, this explanation did not make many people suspicious of the truth when combined with Yang Kai's violent and murderous aura at the time. Yang Kai's actions had indeed made him seem as though he was experiencing cultivation dissonance. After the war subsided, The work of rebuilding was yet another troublesome matter. The explanation given to the public was only to stabilize the hearts and minds of those inside and outside profound pill sect. Besides, the cultivators who were injured by Yang Kai needed time to heal and recuperate. On the other hand, the most troublesome matter besieging the higher-ups of profound pill sect at this moment was Yang Kai's final request to reflect on his mistakes in the restricted area for 10 years. All the higher-ups of profound pill sect had gathered in the reception hall for a meeting. Those in attendance ranged from the sectmaster down to the elders, protectors, and deacons. Even though so many talented people crowded around inside the main hall, the atmosphere was absolutely dismal and gloomy. The topic of discussion for the day was none other than the matter involving Yang Kai's request for self-reflection for a period of 10 years. It would have been fine if he had requested for any other area in the sect, but the key point was that the restricted area was where the Medicine King furnace was currently placed. Profound Pill sect had no choice but to handle this matter with great caution. Before learning the details of his background, they had allowed him to freely access the restricted area, come into contact with the Medicine King furnace, and comprehend the grand Tao divine tone. Now that they knew that he had ulterior motives, how could they dare to let him come into contact with the Medicine King furnace? Unfortunately, nobody could come up with an acceptable solution on how to handle this matter. Staring at the silent crowd below, Bailey Yun Sang rapped his knuckles on the armrest of his chair. Stop pretending to be mute. Let's exchange some ideas about how we should handle this matter. Great Elder, what is your opinion? Being called upon by the sect master directly, Wu Fenghua had no choice but to express his opinion. He was silent for a moment before he said, "That boy knows the importance of the Medicine King furnace to profound pill sect. Seeing as he dares to make such a request with that knowledge in mind, it can be seen that he is definitely scheming something. I'm afraid that he won't give up unless we agree to his request. What's more, judging by the strength that he has displayed so far, profound pill sect wouldn't be able to stop him even if he wanted to barge into the restricted area forcefully." That was right. In his opinion, Yang Kai's final request was not a self-inflicted punishment, but a request. It was a request for reconciliation with profound pill sect. Agreeing with the request was the only method to gain some possibility of reconciliation between both parties. If they refused to meet his request, there was no doubt that another battle would break out between them. How the situation would turn out after that remained unknown. In any case, there was no denying that profound pill sect had taken all the people of Void Spirit Sword sect captive in profound pill city. Even if not a single person from Void Spirit Sword sect had been harmed, profound pill sect was at fault in that sense. Bailey Yun Sang frowned. Great Elder, are you saying that we should agree to his request? Wu Fenghua shook his head. This elder has no such intentions. It's just that this elder is of the opinion that little junior brother should not have accepted the fabricated master-disciple relationship in the first place. If not for that master-disciple relationship, we would not be facing this issue now. Before Dan Chengzi could speak, Lanin glared furiously. Great Elder, have you even thought about what the consequences would be if little junior brother had not done that? Wu Fenghua said, judging by the situation at the time, it would not have been difficult to stop that brat, even if little junior brother had not done that. It was proven that he retained a shred of his consciousness from the beginning to the end. Lanin looked like she was about to argue further, but Dan Xingzi raised his hand to stop her from speaking and looked up at Wu Fenghua. You're right. He retained a shred of consciousness from beginning to end. That's why he did not kill anybody in profound pill sect. That's also the reason why profound pill sect only recorded countless wounded, but not a single casualty in the battle yesterday. With that in mind, how should we have dealt with the incident even if we did manage to stop him? That brat is so strong that nobody in profound pill sect can stop him. Do we just let him go? He has been comprehending the mysteries of the Medicine King furnace for several years now. Not to mention that he also turned over many pill recipes and alchemy techniques. Will you feel at ease if we let him go free just like that, Great Elder? Wu Fenghua considered the question carefully before he slowly shook his head in response. It was just as Dan Xianxia had mentioned. Xianxia had comprehended so many mysteries of the Medicine King furnace. Who could allow him to leave so easily? We can neither keep him here nor let him leave. In that case, we can only use this master-disciple relationship to tie him down. It doesn't matter whether it is real or fake. As long as he calls me honored master, even the fake relationship will become real. Bailey Yun Sang looked pensive. Little junior brother, did you recognize the master-disciple relationship yesterday with this consideration in mind? Dan Xianxia cupped his fist. Things were too urgent at the time, so I had no time to discuss this matter with you, sect master. Bailey Yun Sang waved his hand dismissively. You have always been quick-witted. None of US can compare to you in this regard. You did the right thing. With this master-disciple relationship to bind him, that boy will be forced to act with more consideration in the future. Regrettably, that does not solve the problem at hand. Dan Xianxia said, what the sect master and the others are worried about is simply whether he has any other intentions towards Profound Pill sect or whether he is a spy sent by another sect to spy on the secrets of the Medicine King furnace. That's right, Bailey Yun Sang nodded. Dan Xianxia slowly shook his head. In my opinion, these are not problems at all. Everybody looked towards him, and he continued. It has not been long since I returned to Profound Pill sect, and the understanding I have of my disciple is also based only on what you've told me. But it's precisely for this reason that I can look at the problem from an outside perspective, unfettered by certain constraints. Let me ask you this, sect master, has he ever done anything malicious to the sect in all the years since he entered the sect? Never. Have you ever seen him in close contact with any other sects? Aside from Void Spirit Sword sect, we have never noticed anything of the sort. But Void Spirit Sword sect is where he was born, so it is understandable that he has frequent contact with them. He has comprehended various pill recipes from the Medicine King furnace. There have been over a dozen so far. If he had any malicious intentions towards the sect, he could have selected only a few to contribute to the sect and kept more of them secret. However, I don't believe he did that. Bailey Yun Sang nodded lightly. There had been more than a dozen brand new pill recipes over the years, which was a huge contribution to the sect. Another point is the battle yesterday. There were no casualties in the sect, only countless wounded. It can be seen that he cares for the sect. Besides, if he was a spy sent by another sect, would they allow him to attack this place all on his own? Wouldn't they be afraid that an unforeseen accident might occur? Bailey Yun Sang pondered for a moment and asked, Junior brother, are you saying that he was not instructed by a third party to join Profound Pill sect? Dan Xianxia shook his head. He joined Profound Pill sect completely by accident. What do you mean by that? Everybody looked at him in curiosity. He asked in return, do you remember how he joined Profound Pill sect? Yu Bo Yang considered the question. Little Gao encountered him in Heavenly Marshall City during a trip there, and they ended up competing with each other in alchemy. The result was that he refined a 10 revolutions clear heart pill using our Profound Pill sect's recipe. That's why Little Gao suspected that he obtained the pill recipe from here. After making some inquiries, Little Gao determined that you were the one who taught him in the past, little junior brother. If you had not returned to the sect without warning the other day, we probably would never have known that it was all a lie. Dan Xianxia gave a wry smile. I've always considered my talents to be above all others in the alchemic Tao, with few who are qualified to be my equal. However, after a brief chat with the brat last night, I finally discovered what it means for there to always be mountains beyond mountains. Everybody looked at Dan Xianxia in astonishment. His arrogance was well known. If not for that, he would not have left the sect in anger over the sect master's position back then. Therefore, it was their first time hearing him say something so humbling. Bailey Yun Sang asked, Little junior brother, what did you talk about last night? We talked about how he joined Profound Pill sect. Dan Xianxia breathed out a long breath. He is now my disciple, so it's only natural for me to show concern for him as his honored master. Pausing for a moment, he finally explained himself. Little Gao was correct. The pill recipe that Brat used to refine the 10 revolutions clear heart pill back then did indeed belong to Profound Pill sect. I'm sure you all verified that fact yourselves when he first joined Profound Pill sect. Senior brothers. Wu Fenghua nodded. That's right. We verified that the pill recipe he used does indeed belong to Profound Pill sect. It's precisely because of this that we had no doubts about his origins. After all, there's no way for him to fake the pill recipe. We were convinced that you took in a disciple while traveling abroad. There is nothing wrong with the pill recipe. What Little Gao misunderstood was that he learned the pill recipe from me. On the contrary, the pill recipe was taught to him by Little Gao himself. The crowd was absolutely dumbfounded by Dan Xianxia's words. Dan Xianxia, he said, Little Gao is outside right now. Go ahead and summon him to tell us about what happened back then. I'm sure you'll understand soon. While saying so, Dan Xianxia clapped his hands lightly. Gao Xian Peng walked in a short, while later, and bowed to the people in the room before he stood there obediently with his back straight. Dan Xianxia said, Little Gao, tell us about the details of your alchemy competition with Xianxia back then. Don't skip over even the smallest of details. Gao Xian Peng did not understand the reason behind Dan Xianxia's order, but he still answered earnestly. The incident might have taken place several years before, but the memory remained fresh in his mind. Under his narration, the scene at the time seemed to be reenacted before everyone's eyes. During this period, Dan Xianxia would also ask some key questions from time to time. A short while later, Gao Xian Peng left in confusion. Meanwhile, the entire main hall was so silent that one could have heard the sound of a pin dropping. After a long time, Yu Boyang finally gulped nervously before positing. Little Gao claimed that Xianxia was always one step slower than him during their competition, from the first step of organizing the herbs to the final step of condensing the pills. Could it be that that boy was learning on the spot? A series of gasps filled the air, and everyone's eyes contained a light of disbelief. Alchemy was an extremely sophisticated process. From condensing medicinal liquids to the timing of adding herbs, to the control of the alchemy flame, each step required extensive experience and long-term accumulation. Even with a pill recipe, an alchemist might not be able to successfully refine a pill in such a short time. They would often experience countless failures just to accumulate enough experience before they succeeded. Learning a recipe on the spot was simply impossible, much less succeeding in the refinement. Dan Xianxia said, I didn't believe it either, but it is the truth. I deliberately used a pill recipe I created myself to test him last night, and the result was similar to the time when Little Gao competed with him. He would always be one step behind me throughout the entire process, but he succeeded in the refinement nonetheless. All of the higher-ups in Profound Pill sect were shocked to their core. Martial Peak, Chapter 45-33, Bargaining. What? How can anybody in this world be so talented in the alchemic Tao? Wu Fenghua was so shocked that he was a little incoherent. Dan Xianxia had used a pill recipe he created himself to test Xianxia. In other words, the pill recipe was not known to anybody except for Dan Xianxia himself. But even so, Xianxia had managed to replicate the pill recipe in its entirety on the spot. Something like that was too scary to even imagine. Dan Xianxia sighed. Without such aptitude, he would never have heard the grand Tao divine tone or comprehended the mysteries of the Medicine King furnace so easily. Don't even get me started on the pill recipes that he contributed to the sect over the years. Bailey Yun Sang was stunned. If that's the case, then it was Little Gao who misunderstood the situation back then. Dan Xianxia nodded. The brat was in the ninth step Earth realm at the time, so he was in urgent need of a 10 revolutions clear heart pill to advance into the heaven realm. Unfortunately, his outstanding talents in alchemy were wasted without a pill recipe. He coincidentally heard that Little Gao would be heading to Heavenly Martial City, so he tried various means to approach Little Gao. On the grounds of competing in alchemy, he successfully learned the pill recipe for the 10 revolutions clear heart pill. You know what happened next? He was young and weak at the time, So when little Gao asked questions and pushed for answers, he simply went with the flow, and things somehow ended with him being recognized as my disciple through a series of twists and coincidences. Bailey Yun sang, and the elders looked at each other with speechless expressions on their faces. Under those circumstances, who could have imagined that the pill recipe Yang Kai mastered had been learned on the spot? The only reasonable explanation was that a senior expert from Profound Pill sect had secretly taught the pill recipe to him in the past. And this senior expert could only be Dan Xianxia, who was wandering outside the sect at the time. Bailey Yun sang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No wonder he claimed that entering the sect had been an accident. It turned out to be true. Yu Boyang pondered in silence for a moment. If that's the case, then it's a good thing for the sect. We were simply worried that he might be a spy sent here by another sect to gather intelligence on the secrets of the Medicine King furnace. Judging from the current situation, he is unrelated to any other sects. On the contrary, his identity as a Profound Pill sect disciple can no longer be denied. Wu Fenghua nodded. What third elder said is correct. Besides, he has never displayed his martial strength in all the years that he joined the sect. If not for the circumstances forcing his hand, nobody would have known how strong he was. It can be seen that he is equally talented in both the martial and alchemic Tao. Dan Xianxia said, that's why the Medicine King furnace is so attractive to him, and why he made such a request yesterday. Turning to look at Bailey Yun sang, he cupped his fist. Sect Master, I think it will be fine to agree with his request. But he has to promise us something. Bailey Yun sang looked up at Dan Xianxia. What are you thinking, little junior brother? Dan Xianxia said, over the years, he has comprehended more than a dozen pill recipes from the Grand Tao Divine Tone of the Medicine King furnace. If he is willing to continue contributing to the sect, then it is a good thing for Profound Pill sect. We can let him stay in the restricted area for 10 years, but if he learns something new again, he must share all his findings with Profound Pill sect. Since ancient times, the Divine Armament Tournament has been held once every 100 years. But how many people have actually comprehended the mysteries of the Divine Armaments throughout history? How is this not a huge opportunity for Profound Pill sect? After all, nobody else has been able to comprehend anything of significance from the Medicine King furnace aside from him. Bailey Yin Sang did not answer. He was silent for a long time before he said solemnly, this is an important matter that needs to be further discussed carefully. Dan Xianxia did not rush Bailey Yun Sang when he heard the other party's answer. That was because he knew that Profound Pill sect had no other choice aside from this option, unless they could overcome Yang Kai through force and suppress him. While the meeting was ongoing, Yang Kai went to visit the people of Void Spirit Sword sect in Profound Pill City. Suchong Fa had not changed in the slightest. He was still in the third step Earth realm, though after such a long time, he seemed to have gotten older. On the other hand, Hong Xiao and Gu Kongning's cultivation had increased substantially. They were now in the 6th step and 7th step Earth realm, respectively. They had not known what was going on when Profound Pill sect brought them to Profound Pill City, but they could vaguely sense that something was wrong. Unfortunately, Profound Pill sect was much stronger than them, so they were powerless to resist in any way. Now that they met Yang Kai again, it was only natural for them to get to the bottom of the matter. Yang Kai did not explain in great detail. He simply claimed that he asked the sect to bring them here. Seeing as Profound Pill City was a city born from Profound Pill sect, it was naturally a much better environment than the Backwater Mountains Void Spirit Sword sect used to occupy. Suchong Fa and the others were naturally skeptical of his explanation. Over the next few days, Yang Kai accompanied Suchong Fa and the others sightseeing in Profound Pill City. The hustle and bustle of the large city was very dazzling to the group of people who came from the rural countryside, so everything was new and interesting to them. 5 days after the battle inside Profound Pill sect, Dan Xianxia personally came to Yang Kai's cave mansion on Fixed Moon Peak. Disciple greets honored master. Yang Kai came out to greet Dan Xianxia, bowing politely. Both of them knew that this master-disciple relationship was a farce. Even so, Xianxia did not neglect to maintain the necessary etiquette. His actions made Dan Xianxia very satisfied. Nodding lightly, Dan Xianxia said, "Let's go inside and talk." "This way, please, honored master." Xianxia gestured with his hand, welcoming Dan Xianxia into his secluded home. Then he instructed Wan Ying to brew a pot of tea. He had sent a messenger to Heavenly Martial City 3 days earlier to fetch Hua Rong, Yang Huai, and Wan Ying, who had remained behind previously. Everybody took their seats and savored the fragrance of the tea. Then Xianxia asked, "Honored master, did you come because the sect has decided on that matter?" Dan Xianxia raised his eyes to look at Xianxia and put his teacup down. "A few days ago, you caused a huge commotion and injured countless sect members. Although your contributions have been significant, exempting you from punishment will not quell the public outrage. On account of your remorse and your sincerity to ask for punishment after the fact, the sect has decided to accept your previous suggestion. Your punishment is to reflect on your mistakes in the restricted area for the next 10 years. Are you satisfied?" Xianxia hurriedly poured the tea for Dan Xianxia with a chuckle. "I'm very satisfied." Putting down his teacup, he cupped his fist in the direction of the mountain peak where Bailey Yunseng lived. "The sect master is wise indeed." The corners of Dan Xianxia's mouth couldn't help twitching at the sight of Xianxia's excitement. In this world, he is probably the only person to be so happy to be punished to reflect on his mistakes for 10 years. Cough. Dan Xianxia lightly coughed. "But there's one more thing you need to guarantee." Xianxia said, "Honored master, please speak. If you learn anything from the Medicine King Furnace, you need to report your findings to the sect immediately." "Of course. This disciple has always done that," Xianxia readily agreed. Having said that, it was true that one could indeed comprehend some alchemy-related knowledge from the Medicine King Furnace. However, Xianxia had no interest in such knowledge. Besides, the findings he turned over to Profound Pill Sect were knowledge that he had already mastered long ago. During his time in the restricted area, Xianxia would only need to provide a pill recipe or alchemic Tao teaching that did not exist in this world to the sect every now and then. That would be enough to keep them happy. "Good." Xianxia poured tea for Dan Xianxia again. "Honored master, this disciple has one other thing that I need your help with." Dan Xianxia immediately looked at Xianxia vigilantly. "What is this matter?" It was not strange for Dan Xianxia to be so wary. Even having lived for so many years, he had never met a freak like Xianxia. How could he possibly resolve a matter that even this small monster could not? That was why he asked that question so cautiously. "It is a trivial matter for the sect." Xianxia smiled. "As you know, I was born in Void Spirit Sword Sect, honored master. It is a small and declining sect that is not worth mentioning in front of a behemoth like Profound Pill Sect. Due to some misunderstandings previously, the people of Void Spirit Sword Sect were brought to Profound Pill City and have now settled down there." Dan Xianxia nodded. "I know about this. Do you wish for the sect to escort them back?" Xianxia grinned. "It is such a long journey. Don't you think that running back and forth is very troublesome? Besides, there's nothing to miss about those backwater mountains." This disciple was thinking, since they're already here, they might as well remain. Profound Pill City is so large, so taking care of the entire Void Spirit Sword Sect should not be a problem, right? Dan Xianxia glanced sideways at Xianxia, a deep sense of vigilance in his eyes. Xianxia continued, "Several years have passed since this disciple joined the sect. I've noticed that there is no unified planning in Profound Pill City. There is no City Lord's mansion either, much less somebody to manage its day-to-day affairs. Why don't you assign Void Spirit Sword Sect to manage the city?" Dan Xianxia immediately fumed angrily. "What a large appetite you have. Aren't you afraid that you might not be able to digest what you eat?" Xianxia smilingly replied, "One won't know until they actually try, but regardless, it's still better than starve." Dan Xianxia was about to speak again, but Xianxia raised a hand to interrupt. "A 50-50 split. Void Spirit Sword Sect will submit to Profound Pill Sect, and help Profound Pill Sect manage Profound Pill City. The profits will be split equally between both parties. The words that Dan Xianxia wanted to speak were forced back into his mouth. He was silent for a long time before he spoke again. Profound Pill City is a large city that can generate profits every single day. It is not as if the sect is unaware of that fact. But do you know why the sect never bothered to assign somebody to manage the city? Please enlighten me, honored master. Dan Xianxia replied. Profound Pill City started out as a gathering place for the people who came to request pills. Rather than a city, it was more like a temporary camp back then. Over the years, more and more people came to request pills, and with the increasing popularity, the foot of the mountain slowly developed into a village, then a town, then a city. Although Profound Pill Sect could be considered quite well-developed back then as well, it was far from what we have achieved today. Not to mention, most alchemists are addicted to alchemy and were consumed by it all day long. How could they have the heart to manage a city? By the time the sect developed and prospered, the situation in Profound Pill City had already stabilized. It is a huge piece of fat just waiting to be eaten, and for that reason, various great forces from all sides have gathered here. The situation is very messy and not so simple to intervene in. After a short pause, he added, of course, the main reason is that the sect is not lacking in wealth. Not only is there no desire to manage the city, but there is no good excuse either. Xianxia nodded repeatedly. That's exactly why it is best for Void Spirit Sword Sect to step into this position. Void Spirit Sword Sect has submitted to Profound Pill Sect. Moreover, they left their hometown behind. They need the means to make a living. Otherwise, they would starve to death. Dan Xianxia stared at Xianxia seriously, and a long while passed before he said, 30-70. The sect will take 70%, and Void Spirit Sword Sect will take 30%. Xianxia nearly jumped out of his seat when he heard those words. What a large appetite! Honored master, didn't you say that the sect is not lacking in wealth? Why must you make things difficult for Void Spirit Sword Sect? Dan Xianxia replied angrily. Void Spirit Sword Sect doesn't even have a single Spirit Realm Master. How will they manage the situation in the Profound Pill City? The sect will have to step forward in this aspect. Isn't it reasonable for us to take 70%? If we actually do this, the sect will simply be borrowing Void Spirit Sword Sect's name to take control of Profound Pill City. It can be Void Spirit Sword Sect, but it can also be any random great force. 30% is a lot already. Brat, don't be too greedy. Don't forget your place. Xianxia responded solemnly. This disciple might be part of Profound Pill Sect, but I'm also the sect master of Void Spirit Sword Sect. I am responsible for its interests. Martial Peak, Chapter 45-34, 10-Year Retreat. An hour later, Dan Xianxia finally left. A 40-60 split was the final outcome of their negotiation after a long back-and-forth argument. Xianxia was very satisfied with the results. Although Void Spirit Sword Sect would only receive 40% of the income, that was still an unimaginable amount of wealth. It was enough to benefit Void Spirit Sword Sect endlessly. In fact, he was originally prepared to accept the 30-70 suggestion as a last resort. Thankfully, Dan Xianxia had no wish to disturb the peace that had finally managed to create. That was why he eventually backed down and agreed to the solution of a 40-60 split after arguing with Xianxia for a while. With his assurance and facilitation, this plan would most likely be implemented without a hitch. Naturally, Profound Pill Sect would not wish to offend Xianxia over something like this either. Not long after that, Xianxia went down the mountain to where Su Chang Fa and the others were living to inform them about this matter. When they heard the news, they were absolutely astonished and delighted. They never even dreamt that such a blessing would happen to them in this world. Having gone sightseeing in Profound Pill City for the last few days, how could they not know the prosperity of the city? It just never occurred to them that they would be managing this place one day. In addition to their happiness, they also felt a certain level of worry about the current strength of Void Spirit Sword Sect. After all, A place like this was simply beyond what a small great force like Void Spirit Sword Sect could manage. Fortunately, Xianxia himself had mentioned that they would be relying on Profound Pill Sect to back Void Spirit Sword Sect in this matter. One of the reasons was that they would give Profound Pill Sect a reason to take control of Profound Pill City. The other reason was that Profound Pill Sect themselves did not have the time or the energy to manage this city. Even so, Su Chong Fa was a worldly man, so how could he not know that the biggest reason for this outcome was thanks to Xianxia's mediation? In comparison, submitting to Profound Pill Sect was not that difficult to accept. For the next half-month, the entire Profound Pill City underwent a drastic change. A large number of Heaven Realm Masters and Spirit Realm Masters from Profound Pill Sect frequently went in and out of the city. A small sect called Void Spirit Sword Sect also emerged out of nowhere. With the cooperation of Profound Pill Sect's higher-ups, Void Spirit Sword Sect quickly took control over the entire city. Needless to say, there were some obstacles along the way, but these obstacles seemed almost comical in the face of overwhelming power. Xianxia did not participate in this endeavor and simply watched from the shadows. Once all the dust had settled, he finally entered the restricted area to reflect on his mistakes. From that day onward, nobody else saw him again aside from his two personal blood warriors and the higher-ups of Profound Pill Sect with the qualifications to enter the restricted area freely. During the first 2 years in the restricted area, Xianxia did absolutely nothing. He simply focused all his strength on removing the drawbacks and hidden dangers brought about by cultivating the heaven-devouring battle law. His advancement into the spirit realm had been too sudden, and he had not been fully prepared at the time. Consequently, the hidden dangers of the heaven-devouring battle law erupted without warning after he devoured a large amount of red jade, negatively affecting his mental state. That was why he showed signs of cultivation dissonance during the battle in Profound Pill Sect. Following the 2 years of meditative cultivation, his dragon vein became increasingly powerful, and most of the drawbacks that emerged during his advancement into the spirit realm were resolved as a result. Although it had been an extremely dull 2 years, it was equally rewarding. Xianxia's gains were definitely worth the effort he put in. On the other hand, the higher-ups of Profound Pill Sect were growing rather anxious. That was because Bailey Yunsang and the elders would see Xianxia in the same posture, where he just sat there without moving whenever they went to the restricted area. For a whole 2 years, he just sat there without comprehending the mysteries of the Medicine King Furnace. Therefore, Profound Pill Sect gained nothing at all. Fortunately, the situation improved after 2 years. Hua Rong and Yang Huai constantly brought in large amounts of cultivation resources into the restricted area, and as Xianxia's cultivation increased at a steady and safe pace, several extraordinary and powerful pill recipes were also delivered to the higher-ups of Profound Pill Sect. Bailey Yunsang and the elders were absolutely jubilant. They ecstatically began researching the various pill recipes and alchemy techniques, thanks to which the level of the alchemic Tao in Profound Pill Sect soared. In addition to cultivating, Xianxia was also refining the Medicine King Furnace. This object was the manifestation of the divine armament world's source strength, so refining it was extremely difficult. Despite having entered the spirit realm now, there was no way for Xianxia to refine the Medicine King Furnace completely in a short period of time. Time flew by. A period of 10 years was neither too long nor too short. 10 years was just the blink of an eye to the divine armament world, while in the eyes of Profound Pill Sect, this past decade was a period of vigorous development for the sect. Originally, there were several sects known for their achievements in the alchemic Tao in the divine armament world that could compete with Profound Pill Sect. During the previous divine armament tournament, Profound Pill Sect had fought against these sects for the Medicine King Furnace, and even though Profound Pill Sect came out the winner in the end, the advantage they held was not very obvious. Now, however, the level of the alchemic Tao in Profound Pill Sect was far more advanced than those sects. All the greatest alchemy sects had jointly organized an alchemic Tao conference 1 year ago. However, Profound Pill Sect came out on top in both the competitions between the Earth-grade alchemists and the Heaven-grade alchemists. In particular, 7 out of the top 10 contestants among the heaven-grade alchemists were profound pill sect disciples. Moreover, all top 5 spots had been monopolized by profound pill sect. Something like this had never happened before. The whole world was shaken when this news spread out. The other alchemy sects were reluctant to admit their loss, but they could only be resigned to their fate. Meanwhile, profound pill sect cheered when this news reached it. Everyone, from the sect master to the common workers, every one of them was filled with great pride. In terms of the alchemic Tao, this was the era of profound pill sect. When drinking, one should never forget the one who dug the well and provided the water. Needless to say, profound pill sect did not forget about the biggest contributor behind the scenes. The sect master and the elders gathered outside the restricted area to wait quietly. Likewise, Yang Huai and Hua Rong stood nearby with expectant looks on their faces. During the past decade, Hua Rong had advanced from the first step spirit realm to the 4th step. Her cultivation was not slow. In fact, it could even be said that she progressed extremely rapidly. Yang Huai's progress was even more astonishing. He had gone from the 9th step heaven realm to the 5th step spirit realm in this period. His cultivation speed was even faster than Hua Rong. After all, he was only in the heaven realm back when she first advanced into the spirit realm. The extreme compatibility of the secret art, his long-standing accumulation, and the endless supply of resources were the main reasons for Yang Huai's success. Of course, the primary reason for their success today was all thanks to Yang Kai. Leaving aside everything else, it would have been impossible for them to obtain so many cultivation resources without him. Void Spirit Sword Sect was presently in charge of Profound Pill City, so they took in a large income every month. Even though they only received 40% of the total, that wealth was enough for a small sect to grow and develop rapidly. Aware of Hua Rong and Yang Huai's identities, Void Spirit Sword Sect was generous towards these two and would share whatever good things they came across with them. Furthermore, Yang Kai had accumulated countless contribution points, which Hua Rong and Yang Huai could use to exchange for large amounts of resources from Profound Pill Sect. Not to mention, they also had the pills that Yang Kai personally refined for them. With such an immense supply of resources, even those with the worst aptitudes in the world could shine. What more, Hua Rong and Yang Huai, whose aptitudes were fairly outstanding in the first place. Everybody waited for over an hour outside the restricted area, but there was no noticeable movement from the inside. Little junior brother, is Marshal Nephew aware that his punishment ends today and he is allowed to leave? Bailey Yinsang turned to glance at Dan Chengzi. Dan Chengzi frowned. I mentioned this to him when I visited him several days ago. Logically speaking, he should be aware of this matter. Judging by the time, he should be emerging soon. Yu Bo Yang asked, could he be comprehending something again? I seem to hear the grand Tao divine tone, but it is too mysterious for me to understand. Wu Feng Hua stroked his beard. He might also be performing alchemy. Didn't he ask for many precious herbs to be delivered a few days ago? Bailey Yun Sang nodded. If that's the case, then we cannot disturb him. It doesn't matter. Let's wait here a little longer. Sooner or later, he will... Before he could finish his sentence, he abruptly raised his head and stared blankly at the sky above the restricted area. For some reason, an unpredictable and ever-changing 7-colored light had appeared in the sky. The light had appeared too suddenly. Moreover, it was extremely obvious. Seeing as none of them were blind, it was only natural for them to notice it immediately. Like Bailey Yun sang, the others all stared up into the sky blankly. Nobody knew what that light was. Lanin shouted, this light is coming from the restricted area. Everybody was slightly shaken by her words. Bailey Yin Sang hesitated for a short while before he spoke through gritted teeth. Let's go in and have a look. Originally, he had decided not to disturb Yang Kai out of consideration that the latter might be comprehending the mysteries of the Medicine King furnace or performing alchemy. However, he could not help but investigate the situation now that the strange light had emerged from the restricted area all of a sudden. The Medicine King furnace was far too important after all. As soon as the sect master spoke up, The rest no longer hesitated and single-mindedly rushed into the restricted area. Upon stepping into the restricted area, they looked up only for every one of them to stare forward in complete shock. The entire restricted area was completely enshrouded in that seven-colored light. The source of the light was none other than the Medicine King furnace located in the center of the restricted area. Meanwhile, Xianxia stood in front of the Medicine King furnace, facing the crowd. The white alchemy flame danced inside the Medicine King furnace as he was throwing extremely precious herbs into the Medicine King furnace in an orderly manner, causing a faint medicinal fragrance to permeate the air. This, Yu Boyan was dumbstruck. Is he using the Medicine King furnace to perform alchemy? Dan Shengzi nearly bit off his own tongue in shock. The Medicine King furnace was the divine armament of the alchemic Tao. It contained the truth of the alchemic Tao and the ultimate mysteries of alchemy. Since ancient times, regardless of their identity, all the people who obtained the divine armament would treat it like a precious treasure and take meticulous care of it, for fear of breaking it by accident. The same went for Profound Pill Sect. The Medicine King furnace had been placed inside the restricted area to keep it safe after they obtained it. Aside from the sect master and several elders, nobody else was even allowed to approach the Medicine King furnace. Trespassers would be killed without hesitation. Such a precious object. How could there come a day when somebody would use this divine armament to perform alchemy? Everybody was dumbfounded. The sight in front of them was something they never even dared to imagine in their dreams. There was no denying that the Medicine King furnace was indeed a furnace, but be that as it may, who would think to ever actually use it for alchemy? That was something nobody ever dared to consider, and yet that very scene was happening right in front of their eyes now. That's just crazy. Dan Shengzi was about to stop Xianxia when a wave of great curiosity stopped him in his tracks. What will happen if he performed alchemy using the Medicine King furnace? What will the pill he refined be like? As soon as the thought appeared in his mind, he couldn't help looking forward to the results instead. Everybody else seemed to have had the same idea. After overcoming their initial shock, they simply stood there silently and paid close attention to Xianxia's movements and the reaction of the Medicine King furnace. A short while later, they revealed odd expressions on their faces. They had always known that Xianxia's aptitude in the alchemic Tao was outstanding, and several elders had even seen him refining pills in the past. Nevertheless, comparing his skills back then and his skills now was like comparing clouds and mud. The difference was simply enormous. Martial Peak, Chapter 45-35, One Step Away. Xianxia displayed all sorts of peculiar alchemy skills and exquisite control over the temperature of the flame. Even the spirit-grade alchemists who had immersed themselves in the alchemic Tao throughout their entire lives had to admit that they could not match up to him. Every single movement seemed to contain the secrets of the alchemic Tao. It was almost as though the person standing in front of the Medicine King furnace was personally interpreting the truth of the alchemic Tao. Not long afterwards, traces of aura appeared in their minds. Even the grand Tao divine tone that usually sounded extremely vague suddenly became clear at this moment. The mysterious grand Tao divine tone echoed in their heads and cleansed their souls, causing the ambiguity and the chaos to become clear and recognizable in an instant. Therefore, they became incredibly excited. All of them were spirit-grade alchemists. In other words, they had basically reached their respective peaks in the alchemic Tao of the divine armament world. There was no means for them to progress any further. Be that as it may, their encounter today had given them a glimpse of further possibilities, and they couldn't wait to return to their secluded homes to enter retreat. A loud rumbling sound pulled them out of that mysterious state. They returned to their senses. Whilst bemoaning the loss, they suddenly saw something even more shocking. Xianxia was rhythmically slapping the sides of the Medicine King furnace with both hands. Every blow caused a ripple that was visible to the naked eye to spread out from the Medicine King furnace. Following the rhythmic patting, the medicinal fragrance in the restricted area became stronger and stronger. The pills were about to form. The spirit-grade alchemist stared at Xianxia's movements without blinking, overflowing with curiosity. Nobody had ever used the Medicine King furnace to refine pills before. So just what would a pill produced by the divine armament be like? Every single person in the restricted area held their breath in anticipation, lest the air they exhaled disturbed Xianxia's alchemy processes. After the last blow was struck, Xianxia used his pill condensing technique. A string of 7 colored lights suddenly flew out from within the Medicine King furnace. Everybody took a closer look in that direction, and only then did they notice that what flew out of the Medicine King furnace were not lights, but spirit-grade pills glowing with a 7-colored light. These spirit-grade pills had rapidly shot out of the furnace in quick succession to form a straight line, thereby creating the illusion that they were a string of lights. 9 pills! Bailey Yin-sang exclaimed, staring blankly at something in midair. In his field of vision, there were a total of 9 spirit-grade pills, each one perfectly round, flawless, and overflowing with spirituality. The elders were shaken to the core. 9 was the limit. In theory, each furnace of pills could produce 9 pills. Therefore, producing 9 pills in one furnace was a sign of perfection. In reality, even the most skilled alchemist rarely managed to produce 9 pills. That was because the process would require an alchemist to fully utilize every bit of the medical efficacy of the herbs during the alchemy process. Moreover, not even the slightest mistake could be made throughout the refinement. There was no doubt that these requirements were extremely difficult to achieve, and only when one's luck was extremely good could they occasionally produce such a result. Ever since Bailey Yin-sang started cultivating alchemy until now, he had only produced 2 furnaces of 9 pills. Not to mention, those were heaven-grade pills. As for spirit-grade pills, even an experienced spirit-grade alchemist like himself was unable to produce 9 pills in one go. If even he was unable to do that, what more needed to be said about other spirit-grade alchemists? Looking at the pills that Xianxia had refined just now, it was obvious that they were spirit-grade. Even so, he managed to produce 9 at once. The Medicine King furnace might have contributed to the situation. Nevertheless, the ability to perform to this extent undoubtedly showed that Xianxia's alchemy skills had surpassed everybody here. Bailey Yin-sang couldn't help feeling old. All of a sudden, he realized something odd. He observed strange patterns on the surface of these pills. Those patterns resembled the meridians in the human body. It was a mysterious sight to see, more so since he had never seen such patterns before. Under the guidance of his spirit Qi, the 9 spirit-grade pills were collected by Xianxia. Even though he had clearly refined a furnace of extraordinary spirit-grade pills, he scowled fiercely and stood there lost in thought. Nobody dared to recklessly disturb him, so they simply waited there quietly. 10 years was not a short time for Xianxia. He had spent the first 2 years resolving the hidden dangers of the heaven-devouring battle law. Afterwards, he spent the remaining 8 years cultivating while refining the Medicine King furnace. At present, he was in the 8th-step spirit realm. That was not the most important thing, though. The critical point was that he had nearly finished refining the Medicine King furnace. All that was left were the finishing touches. It was not due to a lack of time that he hadn't finished, however, nor was it due to some difficulties in refining the divine armament. Rather, Xianxia was certain that he could finish refining the Medicine King furnace in the next moment if he so wished. It was just that he had a vague feeling that he would immediately be rejected by this world as soon as he took that step. At that time, he would be forced to leave this place. Thinking about it, that was only to be expected. The reason he came to the divine armament world was to refine part of the source strength of this world. Once he achieved his goal, he would no longer be allowed to remain here. That was also part of the rules in this world. However, Xianxia was not willing to leave just like this. It could even be said that he never imagined that such a situation would occur in the first place. When he first entered the divine armament world, he had assumed that he would need to wait 100 years until the next divine armament tournament to snatch the divine armaments. It could now be seen that his assumption had been wrong. Joining Profound Pill Sect and coming into contact with the Medicine King furnace had given him the chance to refine it in advance. It was not easy for Kai to enter this small source world, though. So how could he return without getting as many benefits as possible? A vague plan suddenly formed in his mind. It was just that he would need careful planning to determine how he could implement it. Gathering his thoughts, Kai suddenly noticed that everybody was staring at him eagerly, so he gently nodded and cupped his fist. Greetings, sect master, honored master, and elders. Bailey Yunsang couldn't care for pleasantries, so with a mixture of agitation and anxiety, he asked, Marshal Nephew, what kind of spirit grade pills did you refine earlier? Can you let me see them? They are spirit yuan pills, which have the effect of aiding spirit realm masters in their cultivation. Didn't I already hand the pill recipe to the sect? While speaking, Kai took out one of the spirit yuan pills and handed it to Bailey Yunsang. Everybody immediately crowded around Bailey Yunsang as they couldn't wait to lay their eyes on the pill to take a good look. Dan Xianxia observed and emulated for a while before he frowned and said, We are familiar with the pill recipe of the spirit yuan pill, but why does your refining process seem a little different? Kai explained, It's an alchemy technique that I created myself. I will prepare a copy for the contribution hall later. Dan Xianxia was satisfied. Good disciple. Bailey Yunsang held the spirit yuan pill between his fingers and looked at Kai in puzzlement. Marshal Nephew, what are these patterns on the pill? Why do I get the feeling that these patterns contain something extremely mysterious? These are pill veins. Kai took the spirit-grade pill from Bailey Yunsang's hands and tossed the pill into his mouth. Crunching noisily on the pill, he finally swallowed and added, With these pill veins, the medicinal efficacies of this spirit yuan pill is double that of a normal spirit yuan pill. What? Yu Bo Yang exclaimed in astonishment. Double. Even Wu Fenghua was shocked. Bailey Yunsang was heartbroken. How can you eat such a precious thing? Looking at his expression, Bailey Yunsang seemed like he was tempted to rush over to Kai and dig it out from his mouth with his bare hands. Kai laughed. Pills are meant to be eaten, but only I can eat these. Nobody else can eat them. This is the reason. While speaking, a humming sound suddenly came from within his body. Immediately after that, Kai's entire body abruptly swelled. Following the expansion of his body, it seemed to transform into a bottomless pit. An enormous wave of world energy rushed towards his body, kicking up a gust of wind along the way. Even the red jades piled beside the Medicine King furnace turned into dust in an instant. Hong, hong, hong. Following several consecutive rumblings, Kai's body expanded and contracted several times before he suddenly went back to normal. Everybody was dumbfounded by the sight. Bailey Yunsang stared at something by the side with a lifeless gaze. In just 10 breaths of time, at least 300,000 red jades have been drained of energy and turned into dust. Those red jades have been consumed and devoured by Kai in that time. That speed was simply appalling. But in this way, the elders finally understood why Kai claimed that only he could eat these pills. Ever since Kai contributed the pill recipe for the spirit yuan pills, Profound Pill Sect had refined many of these pills for the spirit realm masters in the sect to consume as an auxiliary to their cultivation. The effects were remarkable, and all those who ate these pills claimed that the effects were amazing. A normal spirit yuan pill already had such powerful effects. On the other hand, a spirit yuan pill with pill veins had double the effects. It was certainly not something normal spirit realm masters could bear. These pill veins? How do you refine them? Dan Xianxia stared at Kai excitedly, his eyes gleaming brightly. Although it was his first time hearing about pill veins, he had witnessed their terrifying strength with his own eyes. If this knowledge could be promoted in Profound Pill Sect, then no other alchemy sects would have a future in the world. It is not easy to form pill veins. It is 1 part talent and 1 part effort. Of course, the most important factor is luck. Kai pondered for a moment and continued, I'm sure everybody is tired today. Why don't you all come to Fixed Moon Peak tomorrow? I will teach you about pill veins in detail then. Dan Xianxia nodded lightly. Good. Bailey Yunsang looked at Yang Kai eagerly. Martial nephew, can I have another spirit yuan pill? This old master wishes to go back and study it. I want one too. Wu Fenghua immediately chimed in. Cough. This old master would like one too. Yubo Yang stepped forward. Seeing that the other elders were about to speak, Yang Kai hurriedly raised his hand to stop them. I don't have many in the first place. Why don't you all go to the sect master's place to discuss and research the pill together? They exchanged glances with each other. Then, Bailey Yunsang nodded good. Yang Kai immediately handed another spirit yuan pill to Bailey Yunsang. Bailey Yunsang took the pill as though he was accepting a great treasure. Taking out a jade bottle, he stored the pill carefully. After obtaining the spirit yuan pill, he eagerly said, Martial nephew, your 10-year retreat ends today. You should go back and get some rest. After saying that, he hurried away while the rest of the elders followed closely behind him. Yang Kai called out to Dan Chengzi, Please wait, honored master. This disciple has a question. Dan Chengzi glanced in the direction where the others were leaving and said impatiently, What is it? Hurry up. Yang Kai secretly stuffed a jade bottle into Dan Chengzi's hand and smilingly replied, It's nothing important. Maybe it's because it's been so long since I've seen you, honored master. I missed you very much. Dan Chengzi lowered his head to look at the object in his hands and smiled. It's good that you are filial. He looked up again. Glancing at the Medicine King furnace, he asked, You used the Medicine King furnace for alchemy. Will there be any issues? Yang Kai laughed. The Medicine King furnace is a divine armament. How can there be any issues? Besides, it was born for the sake of alchemy. It is only because the Medicine King furnace is too precious that nobody dared to do something like this before. Dan Chengzi nodded. That's good then. You should go back and rest now. You still have much to do tomorrow. I will see you off, honored master, Yang Kai said. Martial Peak, Chapter 4536, Worldwide Celebration. The sky was slowly brightening on the horizon. Dan Chengzi's sleeves fluttered as he landed halfway up the mountain of Fixed Moon Peak and looked in the direction of Yang Kai's cave mansion with a strange expression. He had been so shocked by Yang Kai's alchemy skills yesterday that he failed to notice an issue based on seniority. The brat was one whole generation lower than the elders. So how could he be so arrogant as to invite everybody over to his secluded home to listen to him preach the Tao about these new pill veins? Logically speaking, he should have reported this matter to the elders instead. Although it was said that the one who discovered the truth of the Grand Tao first was supreme, proper etiquette should not have been neglected. For that reason, Dan Chengzi had rushed over early in the morning. He wanted to advise Yang Kai to head towards the Spirit Peak where the sect master was staying instead. Going by Yang Kai's behavior yesterday, he seemed to recognize the master-disciple relationship between them. Since he considered Dan Chengzi as his honored master, then Dan Chengzi was the best person to step forward and speak to him about this breach of etiquette. Outside the cave mansion, Yang Huai and Huarong stood on both sides of the door and cupped their fists in greeting when they saw Dan Chengzi approaching them. Dan Chengzi looked lightly at them before walking into the cave mansion under Huarong's guidance. When he looked up, though, he couldn't help being terrified for a moment. It turned out that Bailey Yunsang and the others had arrived before him. Not only were all the elders of the sect gathered in this place, but they were also sitting upright with thin cushions beneath them. Dan Chengzi's face twitched slightly. The scene in front of him looked very familiar. Upon a closer look, he couldn't help recalling a scene from when he was still a young boy. It was a scene from the past where he had listened to the teachings of his honored master with many of his fellow brothers. So many years had passed that this old memory had almost been forgotten. However, thoughts of those times came surging back today. The young men from back then had now become world-famous spirit-grade alchemists. Even so, the scene in front of him was almost identical to that memory from the past. The only difference was that those handsome young men were now old men with gray beards. He couldn't help feeling a little emotional. You're here, little junior brother. Bailey Yunsang turned back and nodded at Dan Chengzi in greeting. Dan Chengzi was taken aback. Sect Master, why is your appearance so haggard?" At this moment, Bailey Yinsang's eyes were completely bloodshot. He looked like he had not rested for weeks on end. Even his hair, which was usually kept neat and tidy, was completely disheveled, as though he had run his hands through it countless times. "Why are you all so haggard?" Dan Xianxia swept his gaze over the others, only to discover that the condition of every single person in the room was no different from Bailey Yinsang. It was just that their bloodshot eyes were shining with excitement, even though they looked a little tired. That was the natural reaction they got after seeing something that was extremely stimulating to them. Bailey Yinsang gave a wry smile. "The pill veins that Marshal Nephew showed us yesterday are truly profound and mysterious. We couldn't learn anything at all after studying the pill for the entire night. Since you're here, little junior brother, you should hurry up and take a seat. Marshal Nephew will probably wake up soon." Dan Xingzi no longer knew how to bring up what he wanted to say earlier. The initial reason he arrived so early was to advise Yongkai to head to the Spirit Peak where the Sect Master lived, so as to prevent any discourtesy. Who could have known that the Sect Master himself was already here? Judging from how everybody else was also waiting in this place, there seemed to be no complaint at all. In this world, who could make so many spirit-grade alchemists wait with such patience? In terms of status, there was nobody in the divine armament world who had this qualification. Only their yearning for the alchemic Tao could make these arrogant spirit-grade alchemists put aside their dignity. Therefore, Dan Xianxia said nothing else and sat down cross-legged with the rest of them. Approximately an incense stick later, Yongkai walked out from the inner room and bowed in greeting. "Greetings, Sect Master, Honor Master, Elders." To his surprise, everybody stood up and returned the bow. Taken aback for a moment, Yongkai raised his hand and said, "You are all my seniors. Please take a seat." After ordering somebody to serve tea, Yongkai wasted no time and immediately began explaining pill veins. The alchemic Tao that he mastered far exceeded the scope of what the alchemists in the divine armament world could understand, so he only taught them about certain aspects that they could accept and comprehend. The higher-ups of profound pill sect listened fascinatedly. From time to time, somebody would ask a question and Yongkai would answer them one by one. The lecture went on for 3 whole days. The group of old men sitting below were not young anymore, and although they had strong cultivation, it was very exhausting for them to remain in such an excited state over such a long period. That was especially true when Yongkai noticed that their spirits were incredibly high, even though they were obviously very tired. He was worried that something bad might happen to them, so he ended the lesson abruptly. Naturally, none of these eager alchemists was willing to let this opportunity end, but they knew that what they learned over the past 3 days was enough for them to take another step further in the alchemic Tao. Before leaving, Bailey Yinsang suddenly asked, "Marshal Nephew, do the pill clouds you mentioned at the end really exist?" Yongkai nodded. "Of course they exist. Pill clouds are another level above pill veins. It's just that pill veins can be forged through hard work and effort, but pill clouds can only occur serendipitously." Bailey Yinsang frowned. "Even with your talents, Marshal Nephew, do you have no confidence in refining the pill clouds?" Yongkai shook his head in response. Bailey Yinsang sighed softly. "I really want to see how a pill with pill clouds looks. If I could see that, I would be able to die without regrets." Yongkai smiled. "I'm sure you'll get the chance. Who knows? Maybe you or the elders will be favored by the heavens one day and successfully refine the pill clouds as a result." Bailey Yinsang waved his hand dismissively. This old master knows the abilities of himself and these old fogies well. We may not even be able to fully comprehend the mysteries of pill veins, let alone pill clouds. On the other hand, your alchemy skills are superb, Marshal Nephew. If you manage to refine a pill that forms pill clouds one day, you must show it to this old master. Of course, Sect Master. Yongkai nodded respectfully. In addition, you are now a spirit-grade alchemist. Not only do your alchemy skills far exceed old folks like us, but you also contributed greatly to profound pill sect. You're more than qualified to become one of the elders in Profound Pill Sect. What do you think, Martial Nephew? Xianxia was stunned. He never imagined that Bailey Yunsang would propose something like that. It didn't matter to him whether he became an elder or not, so he simply nodded. I will leave the arrangements to you, Sect Master. Good. After so many years, Profound Pill Sect will finally have another elder among our ranks. The whole world will celebrate with us. Smiling, Bailey Yunsang stroked his beard and left. Dan Xianxia looked in the direction that Bailey Yunsang left and patted Xianxia on the shoulder. It looks like the Sect Master has high hopes for you. He probably plans to let you take over as the next Sect Master. Xianxia was shocked. Does Sect Master have such intentions? Dan Xianxia smiled. Why else would he be so anxious for you to become an elder? We are old and might not have many years left to live. Be it in alchemy or the martial Tao, your aptitude is the highest in Profound Pill Sect. Handing the sect over to you is the best choice. Xianxia didn't know what to say. 10 years ago, he had caused a huge commotion in Profound Pill Sect and nearly burned all his bridges with them. It was difficult to imagine that he was now being trained as its successor. When Bailey Yunsang said, "The whole world will celebrate with us," Xianxia thought that he had only said those words out of happiness. In reality, news of his elder promotion ceremony was actually spread across the world. Profound Pill Sect widely distributed invitations, inviting all the sects in the divine armament world to witness the ceremony. As one of the 10 great sects, and a great force overseen by alchemists, it was only natural for everybody to show their respect to Profound Pill Sect. 2 months later, the entire Profound Pill Sect was overflowing with festivities. They had countless guests in attendance, and almost all the sects in the divine armament world with some influence had sent representatives. Profound Pill City was overcrowded at one point, so much so that even the outskirts of the city were not spared. Throughout history, this was the first time an elder promotion ceremony had ever become a grand event that practically involved the entire divine armament world. Representatives of the various great forces became aware of how remarkable the new elder of Profound Pill Sect was at this time. If Profound Pill Sect did not cherish this elder, they would not have held such a grand event. Therefore, Xianxia's name became known across the world in a single night. Countless people were filled with curiosity about Xianxia. Unfortunately, not much information could be inquired about him since he had been in retreat for the past 10 years. The rumors spreading among the people claimed that this new elder was the reason for Profound Pill Sect's rapid development over the years. Moreover, this elder could arouse the resonance of the Medicine King Furnace and comprehend the mysteries of the Grand Tao Divine Tone. He alone had contributed dozens of pill recipes that never existed before to Profound Pill Sect. His contributions had elevated the alchemic Tao of the entire Profound Pill Sect by a large margin. Even the sect master of Profound Pill Sect, Bailey Yunsang, cited his incompetence when it came to his own attainments in the alchemic Tao. Xianxia was worthy of being known as the greatest alchemist in the divine armament world. Needless to say, the other alchemy sects refused to recognize this title. During the elder promotion ceremony, they even went so far as to send out several spirit-grade alchemists to compete against Xianxia in alchemy on the grounds of learning. Nobody knew the outcome of the competition, but the spirit-grade alchemists of those great forces immediately entered retreat after returning to their respective sects, and there was no further news from them afterwards. The biggest advantage of becoming an elder of Profound Pill Sect was that Xianxia could become the master of Spirit Peak, owning one all to himself. He used to live on Fixed Moon Peak, but several other heaven-grade alchemists also lived on Fixed Moon Peak. Gao Xian Peng was one of them. Now that he was an elder of Profound Pill Sect, Xianxia moved to live on Limitless Peak instead. After the ceremony, Limitless Peak remained very lively. Several storehouses on Limitless Peak were filled to the brim with gifts from countless sects. There were so many precious treasures that the very sight would dazzle a person. It took Yang Huai and Hua roamed many days to organize and categorize the gifts with a group of servants. Inside a quiet room, Xianxia played with a stone the size of a melon. Both his spirit chi and the space principles surged as he refined the object in his hand. Everything in the divine armament world was wonderful. However, the greatest inconvenience Xianxia faced was that there were no storage tools like universe bags or space rings. Whenever he cultivated nowadays, he would consume an extremely large number of resources, and it was very troublesome to move these resources around without something like a space ring. More importantly, he could not bring much with him if he were to travel outside. He could only carry some pills with him at most. He had been searching for an opportunity to refine a space ring the entire time he had been here. Unfortunately, even the cleverest woman could not cook a meal without rice. There were no space spirit crystals in this world, so he was unable to refine a space ring. Unexpectedly, he found a strange or among the gifts sent by one of the great forces. This strange or had some similar properties to space spirit crystal, which might allow him to use it to refine a space ring. The white alchemy flame danced. Since this alchemy flame could be used for alchemy, it was only natural that it could also be used for artifact refining. It was just that Xianxia did not know much about artifact refining. That was why refining this object was very challenging. Fortunately, his attainments in the Tao of space were quite profound, so refining a simple space ring should not be a problem. Martial Peak, Chapter 45-37, Borrow the Sword. Several days later, Xianxia looked at the hideous ring in his hand and sighed softly. There was no helping it given that he didn't know much about the Tao of artifact refining. Although he originally planned to refine a space ring, what he actually produced after all that effort was a black and crude ring with no sense of aesthetics at all. Fortunately, the practicality of the item was not bad, even though the appearance was rather ugly. He had used space principles to open up a small space inside of the ore, taking advantage of its natural properties, which was enough to hold quite a number of things. Afterward, he went to the storehouse. When he found some resources that might be useful to him, he stuffed them all into the space ring. Dan Chengzi was right. Bailey Yinsang really intended to train Xianxia to become the next sect master of Profound Pill Sect. After all, 10 years of dull and lonely retreat combined with Xianxia's enormous contribution to the sect was enough to prove his loyalty to Profound Pill Sect. Following the Elder Promotion Ceremony, Profound Pill Sect secretly built up the momentum and fervently boosted his reputation. A 30-year-old spirit grade alchemist, the youngest elder, the future hope of Profound Pill Sect. All kinds of praises were added to Xianxia's name. For a time, he was in the spotlight of the entire divine armament world, and the entire Profound Pill Sect was incredibly proud of him. Vanishing Sword Mountain was one of the 10 great sects in the divine armament world. The so-called 10 great sects were not fixed, but changed with the divine armament tournament that was held every 100 years. Only the sects that managed to obtain a divine armament were eligible to be part of the 10 great sects. The title was an honorary title. It was also a symbol of strength to some extent, but that was not always the case. There was one such sect among the existing 10 great sects. The sect's overall strength was not particularly superior. It was only because they had a heaven-defying person among their ranks who managed to obtain one of the divine armaments in the last divine armament tournament that the sect was also promoted to become one of the 10 great sects. Having survived for over 1,000 years, Vanishing Sword Mountain had a long history. Moreover, they managed to obtain the divine armament True Void Sword on numerous occasions throughout the past 1,000 years. Accordingly, the sect was also periodically listed as part of 10 great sects. It could be said that Vanishing Sword Mountain was one of the undisputed leading sects in the divine armament world. Even without the protection of a divine armament, nobody dared to underestimate the strength of this sect. What more when the divine armament True Void Sword was currently in Vanishing Sword Mountain? In the dark of the night, the full moon hung high in the sky, and cold moonlight illuminated the world. A ghostly figure silently appeared out of nowhere on top of a tall building. Xianxia stood on the highest point of Vanishing Sword Mountain, looking down on the large sect that boasted an inheritance lasting over 1,000 years. The true void sword around his waist was currently humming like crazy. Looking down, he raised an eyebrow. The true void sword around his waist was something that the ancestral founder of Void Spirit Sword Sect spent a lot of resources to forge in the past. It was an imitation of the genuine divine armament, but the sword itself was just a spirit armament. Regardless of the circumstances, there would always be a subtle connection between the replica and the genuine object. If not for that, Xianxia would not have deliberately carried the true void sword with him. He could have just stored the sword in the space ring. At this point, Xianxia had almost finished refining the Medicine King furnace. He was only one step away from completion. Once he took that last step, he would definitely obtain a portion of the divine armament world's source strength. At the same time, this world would also produce a strong rejection force to expel him out of the divine armament world. At that time, he would be forced to leave even if he didn't want to. It was not easy for him to come here, so it was only natural for Xianxia to want to acquire more benefits. The divine armament world's source had been divided into 10 pieces, and the 10 great divine armaments were the physical embodiments of these pieces. If Xianxia wanted to acquire more benefits, then he would need to refine more of the divine armaments. For that reason, Vanishing Sword Mountain was his first target. That was because the divine armament True Void Sword was here. Xianxia was very curious as to what would happen if he refined all of the 10 great divine armaments. Would he be able to devour the entire world force of the divine armament world and expand his small universe enormously as a result? If that were the case, he figured he would immediately advance into the 7-step open heaven realm. As for whether he would be discovered, Xianxia was not worried. His strength had reached a point where he was now unrivaled in the divine armament world. There was no need for him to continue living if he was discovered despite moving about so sneakily. What's more, the divine armament was not owned by anybody. Even if he stole the true void sword, Vanishing Sword Mountain would have no way of determining the culprit. The fact that the divine armaments had no owners was something he deliberately inquired about from Dan Xianxia. That was because he had found the situation very strange when he previously refined the Medicine King furnace. Logically speaking, the Medicine King furnace should have an owner when it was already in profound pill sect. In reality, though, Xianxia had not felt anybody's aura in the Medicine King furnace. Lanning also mentioned in the past that there was nobody in profound pill sect who could refine the Medicine King furnace. If that was the case for the Medicine King furnace, then it would surely be the same for the rest of the divine armaments. The so-called armament masters were simply people who had obtained the divine armaments. However, the divine armaments were nothing more than weapons that were slightly sharper than spirit armaments in their hands. They were completely incapable of bringing out the true power of the divine armaments. Throughout the ages, many heroes had tried to become the true masters of the divine armaments. Unfortunately, nobody had ever succeeded. There was even a precedent of being killed by the backlash from trying to refine a divine armament. From a standpoint of an outsider, the divine armaments were the manifestations of this world's source strength. If people in this world wanted to refine the source strength, they would need to have the vision and the strength to escape the shackles of this world. Otherwise, their attempts would only lead to their destruction. It was just that each divine armament also represented various grand Taos of this world, so the benefits that these divine armaments could bring were immeasurable even if they were just placed in a hall and studied. Take the Vanishing Sword Mountain's True Void Sword, for example. If a person could comprehend the mysteries of the True Void Sword, they could significantly improve their attainments in the Sword Tao. Everybody in Vanishing Sword Mountain was trained in the sword. Not to mention, they had obtained the True Void Sword multiple times over the past 1,000 or so years. That was why there were countless sword masters in Vanishing Sword Mountain. The True Void Sword on Xianxia's waist continued to hum. The sound was soft, but the hearing of the masters in Vanishing Sword Mountain was sharp and keen. Nobody noticed his arrival, but they definitely noticed his presence now. A shout rang out from the shadows. "Who is sneaking around?" Numerous sword waves blasted out towards Xianxia from all directions as soon as those words rang out. In an instant, the place where he had been standing was covered in an inescapable barrage of attacks. When the sword lights subsided, more than a dozen silhouettes had already leapt onto the building's roof. They searched the surrounding area, but there was nothing there. "Where is he?" One of them was puzzled and bewildered. "Could it be that we were mistaken?" "Impossible. I saw it clearly. There was definitely somebody standing here just now. A person who can escape from beneath our noses must be a high-ranked spirit realm master. Who knows why he is sneaking around? Hurry up and inform the mountain lord about this." With a few simple words, somebody quickly rushed off to make a report. The remaining people summoned more of their comrades to search their surroundings for anything suspicious. The entire vanishing Sword Mountain was thrown into turmoil in a short time. Figures weaved about in the dark of the night, and each one surged with spirit chi. This display highlighted the immense heritage of this sect. At the same time, Xianxia suddenly appeared in a quiet place. The true void sword at his waist had already been stuffed into his space ring. The momentary connection formed from the resonance between the replica and the genuine object was enough for him to confirm the location of the actual divine armament. So at this point, leaving his true void sword out in the open would only invite more trouble. Xianxia stood at the entrance to a certain mountain valley. He turned to look around and saw a stone monument by the side of the stone valley. The character's sword pedestal were carved on the stone monument. He raised his brow slightly at the sight. The sword pedestal of Vanishing Sword Mountain was famous all over the world. It was also the restricted area located in the deepest parts of Vanishing Sword Mountain. It was reasonable for the true void sword to be placed here. Xianxia stepped inside, his figure flitting about with no fixed pattern. Under the night sky, he looked like a ghost. Muffled groans and the thudding sounds of something heavy dropping to the ground would come from the shadows from time to time. These were the sounds of the secret guards stationed outside the restricted area being knocked unconscious. It didn't take long before Xianxia arrived in the deepest part of the restricted area. There was a sword inserted straight into the middle of a stone cistern on top of a round platform. In terms of shape and appearance, the sword was identical to Void Spirit Sword Sect's true Void Sword, and under the moonlight, the blade of the sword reflected the moonlight with a cold brilliance. Xianxia stared at the sword calmly, seeming to hear a vague and mysterious voice in his ear. However, the voice was indistinct and incomprehensible. The Medicine King Furnace had a grand Tao divine tone. Naturally, so did the true Void Sword. While the Medicine King Furnace contained the truth of the alchemic Tao, the true Void Sword contained the truth of the Sword Tao. If one could comprehend the grand Tao divine tone in this place, one would surely reach the greatest heights of the Sword Tao possible in the divine armament world. There were 4 men with white hair and white beards sitting at 4 points around the round platform where the true Void Sword was located. The 4 of them looked extremely old. The beard of the one with the longest beard was so long that it actually dragged on the ground. One of them wore green robes, another red, another yellow, and the last one wore white. Their respective colors were very distinct. Xianxia might have traveled soundlessly when he walked in from the outside, but his movements had not escaped the eyes and ears of these 4 people. That was why all 4 of them opened their eyes at the same time and stared at him fixedly as soon as he arrived here. It was just that Xianxia had surged his space principles, so the space surrounding him fluctuated constantly. Even though the strength of these 4 old men was horrifying, they were unable to discern his true appearance. All they could see was a humanoid shadow, which they couldn't even tell was male or female. The 4 elders had neither seen nor heard of such strange methods before, so their expressions instantly became solemn. The green-robed old man asked, "Who are you?" Xianxia shifted his gaze from the true Void Sword and swept a glance over them. Then, he gently nodded and said, "I've long heard that Vanishing Sword Mountain had 4 elders of the 4 seasons. Each one has strength that has reached the peak of the world. Now that I see you today, you truly are worthy of your reputation." Although none of them had made a move, Xianxia could feel the mighty aura of the spirit chi coming from the bodies of these 4 old men. Their spirit chi was practically at the limits of this world. The red-robed summer elder quickly said, "We old men have not involved ourselves in the world for a long time, so we were unaware that people like you exist in this world. It seems that great talents are born in every generation." The yellow-robed autumn elder asked, "Why did you come here?" Xianxia grinned, "I came to borrow the true void sword." The four elders exchanged glances with each other, but there was no anger in their eyes. The white-robed winter elder said, "We have been instructed to guard this place and watch over the true void sword. If you wish to take the true void sword, you will have to kill us first. Otherwise, you will never take the true void sword away." Xianxia smiled slightly. "Respecting the elderly and cherishing the young are the virtues of my generation. You're not young anymore, so you really shouldn't be acting so violent. I will leave after taking the true void sword." While saying so, he boldly strode forward. The expressions of the four elders changed drastically. Although they did not seem to have moved, a sword suddenly appeared in each of their hands. Then, flashing sword lights attacked Xianxia from all directions. None of them had used any fancy moves when attacking him. On the contrary, each move they made was only the simplest of forms. It was just that the terrifying spirit chi in their bodies was controlled, so that every attack contained immense power. All four of them were among the strongest masters of this world, so it could be said that their combined strength was invincible. However, a scene that shocked them to the core appeared before them today. The hazy figure was completely unaffected by their attacks. Step by step, he slowly approached the true void sword. The space around him became distorted and warped. At the same time, all the attacks aimed at him were inexplicably extinguished. Martial Peak, Chapter 45-38, Probing. An incense stick later, a burly figure rushed towards the depths of the sword pedestal. This person was the mountain lord of Vanishing Sword Mountain, Yicheng. Somebody had quietly infiltrated Vanishing Sword Mountain, but a search of the surroundings came up empty. That was when Yicheng abruptly thought about the restricted area and hurried over to investigate the situation. As he passed along the path, the secret guards who should have been standing watch over the area from the shadows remained silent. His heart involuntarily sank. When he arrived at the restricted area, he raised his head to look in that direction, and his expression changed drastically. The true void sword was gone. The Four Seasons elders stood surrounding the round platform, each facing a different direction and motionlessly maintaining a stance with their swords drawn as though somebody had placed a binding secret technique on them. The expressions on their faces were a mixture of shock and rage. Traces of a battle remained fluctuating wildly around them. Yicheng's arrival seemed to have triggered some sort of hidden switch. Following a series of rustling sounds from all directions, each of the four elders spewed out a stream of fresh blood and fell to their knees on the ground in unison. Shocked, Yicheng quickly stepped forward. "Elders, what happened here? Where is the true void sword?" An unusual red flush crept up the spring elder's face. He forcefully suppressed his churning vitality and answered the question with a look of shame. "We have failed you, Mountain Lord. The true void sword was stolen by someone." Yicheng was horrified. Who would have the ability to steal the true void sword from under the noses of the four elders? One could not fault him for feeling so horrified. The strength of the four old men standing in front of him had reached the peak. Any one of them could be considered an invincible existence in the world, let alone the combined forces of these four. Summer Elder shook his head. "We don't know." The infiltrator's appearance was unclear. Judging from the voice, he was probably a man. However, his methods are unpredictable and strange. "We are not his opponent." Yicheng felt all the hairs on his body stand up in horror when he heard those words. According to the Summer Elder, the infiltrator had injured them and then stolen the true void sword. Not only that, but they couldn't even get a clear glimpse of their enemy's true appearance. If not for his trust in the four old men, Yicheng would have wondered whether they carried out the robbery themselves. That person who stole the true void sword should not have gone far. "Mountain Lord, please dispatch the troops to pursue him immediately." Be sure to find out the whereabouts of the true Void Sword. The divine armament cannot be allowed to fall into the hands of outsiders. We will take some time to adjust our breathing and catch up with the rest of you soon. Winter Elder waved his hand impatiently. Hurry up and go. Yicheng nodded heavily. Yes. Then he turned around and strode away in large strides. At the same time, 1,000 kilometers away, Xianxia flew through the air with the true Void Sword in his hand, quietly circulating his spirit chi to refine it. Thinking back to the battle earlier, he couldn't help feeling a sense of admiration towards the Four Seasons Elders. Those four elders had reached the limits of this world, and there was nobody who could stand up against their combined strength. Even with the help of space principles, Xianxia had nearly been injured by those four, forcing him to fight back. Fortunately, the true Void Sword was now in his possession. He had originally planned to store the sword in his space ring, but who could have known that the space ring was unable to accommodate this object? Thinking about it again, though, it made sense. This sword was the manifestation of 10% of the divine armament world's source strength after all. How could a mere space ring possibly contain something like that? In the end, Xianxia could only carry the sword around in his hand. A short while later, Xianxia slowly shook his head. He was currently in the 8th step spirit realm, so his cultivation was no longer the same as back then. Even so, the process of refining the true Void Sword remained extremely slow. His brief attempt just now had given him the vague feeling that he would need to spend several years in order to completely refine the sword. Returning to Profound Pill Sect on that same night, he quietly returned to Limitless Peak and entered a secret room to focus on refining the true Void Sword. Even though Vanishing Sword Mountain immediately suppressed the information, news of the Divine Armament True Void Sword being stolen spread across the Divine Armament world in an extremely short time. Everybody who heard the news could barely believe their ears. Vanishing Sword Mountain had a long and powerful inheritance. Not to mention, there were as many masters in the sect as there were clouds in the sky. It was also said that the true Void Sword was guarded by the Four Seasons Elders who had not shown themselves to the world in a very long time. The strength of each elder was absolutely staggering. How could anybody in the world manage to steal the true Void Sword from such a force? Be that as it may, paper could not contain fire forever. Vanishing Sword Mountain refuted the rumors as usual, but disciples of the sect were constantly dispatched to search the surrounding areas over the next few months. Their actions revealed clues to the people who were interested in the matter. Nevertheless, it took half a year after the news first came out before the public finally confirmed the truth. The true Void Sword had really been stolen. The entire world flew into an uproar. Everybody was shocked that a single person could slip through the defenses of a top-tier great force like Vanishing Sword Mountain and steal the true Void Sword. At the same time, they were also extremely curious about the identity of the thief. Just who had the ability and the courage to pull this off? It was a pity that the thief never revealed himself, so nobody could figure out anything. Dan Chengzi and Xianxia sat opposite each other on Limitless Peak located in Profound Pill Sect. There was a tea set placed between them, emitting a delicate fragrance. The purpose of Dan Chengzi's visit today was to learn some alchemy techniques from Xianxia. Xianxia was now one of the elders in Profound Pill Sect, so although he was one step lower than Dan Chengzi in terms of seniority, they were on equal footing in regard to their respective statuses. Even so, the older generation of spirit-grade alchemists in the sect hungered for the alchemic Tao. They were not bothered by matters related to pride or reputation, so they would visit him to ask questions from time to time. Likewise, Xianxia taught them attentively. Wan Ying knelt by the side, pouring tea for the two of them. More than 10 years had passed, and the little junior sister of Void Spirit Sword Sect was now a Heaven Realm Master herself. In addition, her progress in the alchemic Tao had improved by leaps and bounds under Xianxia's personal tutelage. She had thus become an accomplished heaven-grade alchemist. On the other hand, the other two junior brothers who followed Xianxia to Profound Pill Sect were not quite as successful. Even so, they were both Earth-grade alchemists. So, you're saying that this master has understood the hidden dragon art wrong. After listening to Yang Kai's explanation, Dan Xingzi revealed a look of understanding. Yang Kai smiled. It's not a complete misunderstanding. It's just a slight deviation. You only need to make some slight adjustments, honored master. You will surely have twice the result with half the effort when you condense pills after making these changes. Dan Chengzi nodded, and I understand now. Pausing for a moment, he put down his teacup and nonchalantly asked, You've been secluding yourself in Limitless Peak recently. Have you heard about the huge incident that occurred outside? Yang Kai looked up at Dan Chengzi. What are you referring to, honored master? Dan Chengzi stared back with a burning gaze. Vanishing Sword Mountain's true void sword has been stolen. What? Yang Kai exclaimed in surprise. Is that true? I heard the sword thief has mysterious methods, and that even the combined strength of the Four Seasons Elders could not stop him. That's unbelievable. The true void sword was stolen. I'm sure Vanishing Sword Mountain won't rest until they find the culprit. Dan Chengzi nodded. That's right. There's a huge uproar over this incident. At the beginning, Vanishing Sword Mountain refused to admit the truth and remained very secretive about it. It's just that nothing can be kept secret forever. They have now begun to search for the whereabouts of the true void sword with great fanfare. Yang Kai smiled. The sword thief is so strong that even the Four Seasons Elders are not his opponent. What can Vanishing Sword Mountain do, even if they found the thief? Don't tell me they plan to snatch the sword back from him? Dan Chengzi slowly shook his head. The strength of the sword thief is frightening indeed. But what about his friends and family? Since he is alive in this world, it is impossible for him to be all alone. Vanishing Sword Mountain might not be able to defeat him directly, but they can target him from other aspects. And that's true. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Dan Chengzi said sternly, Vanishing Sword Mountain is extremely powerful. They obtained the divine armament multiple times over the past 1,000 years. If they discover the sword thief, a huge battle will be inevitable. Many people will die if that happens. Yang Kai nodded seriously, indicating his agreement. The corners of Dan Chengzi's brow twitched. Brat, do you have anything you want to tell this master? Yang Kai blinked innocently. Is there something you don't understand, honored master? Dan Chengzi slammed his palms against the table in a rage, causing Wan Ying to jump in fright. Yang Kai exclaimed in surprise, Why are you so angry, honored master? Taking a deep breath, Dan Chengzi glanced at Yang Kai impatiently. Seeing as the Medicine King Furnace has the Grand Tao Divine Tone, it is only natural for the same to hold true for the true Void Sword. Anybody within a certain level of ability and in close enough proximity to the divine armament can hear the Grand Tao Divine Tone if they have the opportunity, just like how you heard the Medicine King Furnace's Grand Tao Divine Tone even though you lived on Fixed Moon Peak at the time. Several Vanishing Sword Mountain disciples are currently in Profound Pill City. One of them is Vanishing Sword Mountain's most outstanding sword child of this generation. He heard the true Void Sword's Grand Tao Divine Tone countless times when the true Void Sword was still at Vanishing Sword Mountain. If he is in close proximity with the true Void Sword, he will surely be able to sense the presence of the sword. Yang Kai looked amazed. That sword child's aptitude is amazing indeed. With him in action, the true Void Sword will surely be found soon. Dan Chengzi observed Yang Kai deeply with a suspicious expression on his face. After some time, he finally nodded and said, It doesn't matter whether you really don't know or are just feigning ignorance. This master will not say anymore. Figure it out yourself. After saying that, he stood up. Yang Kai stood up to see Dan Chengzi off. Have a safe journey, honored master. Dan Chengzi waved his hand dismissively. Walking out of Limitless Peak, he soared into the sky. Bailey Yin Sang and the other elders were waiting on Purple Sun Peak and quickly focused on Dan Chengzi as soon as he returned. Bailey Yin Sang asked anxiously, How is it? Is it him? Dan Chengzi slowly shook his head. I can't be certain. Then, he gave a brief recount of his probing conversation with Yang Kai earlier. Wu Fenghua was solemn. According to the information from Vanishing Sword Mountain, the strength of the sword thief is absolutely terrifying. Moreover, the sword thief has peculiar and ghostly movement skills. It sounds exactly like what that brat did back then. Aside from him, I can't think of anybody else in this world who could win against the Four Seasons Elders. Likewise, Yu Boyang nodded. That's right. Although he had only just advanced into the spirit realm at the time, he still managed to turn the entire profound pill sect upside down, leaving us virtually powerless against him. Now that more than 10 years have passed, his strength has only become even more terrifying. It makes sense for the Four Seasons Elders to be defeated. Lanine frowned, but what can we do if he won't admit to the crime? We can only pray that the sword thief is not him. Otherwise, a huge war will surely break out between Profound Pill's sect and Vanishing Sword Mountain. As one of Profound Pill's sect's elders, everything he does represents the entire sect. The entire group of people was gloomy, and they sighed heavily. Dan Xianxia pondered quietly. I don't think we need to worry too much. That brat is a man who knows what is important. Naturally, it will be great if this is not his doing, but if it is him, he probably has a plan. After all, he dared to attack Profound Pill sect alone for the sake of the people of Void Spirit Sword sect. It can be seen that he values relationships deeply. I'm sure he won't fool around with the lives of his friends and family. It will be the best if that's the case. I'm just worried that the sword child might hear the sword's voice. There will be no good explanation for that. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4539, Divine Armament Bandit. What the higher-ups of Profound Pill sect were concerned about did not happen. The sword child of Vanishing Sword Mountain only stayed in Profound Pill City for 2 or 3 days before leaving. When the news was relayed back, the elders who had been extremely nervous all this while finally breathed a sigh of relief. They vaguely wondered if they had misunderstood Yang Kai. It seemed that the thief who stole the true Void Sword was not him. Nevertheless, who else in this world could achieve such a feat right under the noses of the Four Seasons Elders if it was not him? Vanishing Sword Mountain went all out and pursued this matter for 6 whole years. They practically searched the entire divine armament world, but there was no sight of the true Void Sword. In the end, they could only give up on this endeavor. They withdrew most of their troops and left only a small group of people to continue the search. Be that as it may, they knew that too much time had passed since the initial disappearance. It was probably impossible to locate the true Void Sword after so long. Therefore, theft of the true Void Sword became an unsolved mystery. This incident supported the livelihoods of many storytellers in the tea houses and inns. A mysterious man had infiltrated Vanishing Sword Mountain during the night, challenged the Four Seasons Elders alone, and stole the true Void Sword. This story was retold countless times, the descriptions so detailed that it was almost as if they witnessed the incident with their own eyes. Less than 2 years after the incident with Vanishing Sword Mountain finally subsided, another shocking news spread out across the world once more. The Azure Dragon Saber of the Tyrant Saber sect had been stolen. It was an eerily familiar tale. One of the 10 great sects was attacked, and one of the 10 great divine armaments stolen. 8 years later, theft of the Tyrant Saber sect's Azure Dragon Saber was practically identical to theft of Vanishing Sword Mountain's true Void Sword. Similarly, a mysterious person suddenly infiltrated the Tyrant Saber sect headquarters. His figure was ghostly, and his methods were unpredictable. 10 of the Tyrant Saber sect's top masters had joined forces to stop him, but they failed and the mysterious thief disappeared without a trace. In front of everybody's eyes, both man and saber simply vanished out of sight. The entire world was in an uproar again. Due to the precedent of the true Void Sword being stolen, the Tyrant Saber sect did not conceal any information about the incident. They immediately released the news about theft of the Azure Dragon Saber several days after it occurred. And at the same time, they asked the other 10 great sects in the divine armament world to help in the search. The incident this time caused a bigger commotion than the last. The theft of the true Void Sword could be explained away by claiming that the mysterious man had deliberately retaliated against Vanishing Sword Mountain due to personal grievances. However, the Tyrant Saber Sect's Azure Dragon Saber had also been stolen now. That was enough to arouse the vigilance of the other 10 great sects. This sneaky thief seemed to be targeting the divine armaments. Thanks to precious experience, the other 10 great sects did not dare to take this matter lightly. After all, there was no saying whether the next one to suffer might be themselves. For a time, the entire divine armament world became turbulent. Almost everybody was searching the whereabouts of the thief. Even Profound Pill's sect was no different. Bailey Yunsang summoned the elders for a secret meeting and strengthened the protection around the Medicine King furnace. Intentionally or not, many of the elders would repeatedly glance towards Xianxia throughout their discussion, their actions annoying him greatly. Despite several years of turmoil, the Azure Dragon Saber remained missing. Hence, the Tyrant Saber sect had no choice but to give up on their search. Such a large-scale search required extreme amounts of manpower and resources that even the Tyrant Saber sect could not afford forever. In the end, they had no choice but to accept the loss of the Azure Dragon Saber. It was the same decision that Vanishing Sword Mountain made last time. A few years later, the Rue E Parasol of Flower Rain Palace was stolen. After another 9 years, the 10 Facets Demonic Shadow Spear of Cloud Moon Island was stolen. Following another 8 years, the Thunderbolt Staff of Azure Sea Pavilion was stolen. For the entire divine armament world, these were turbulent and tumultuous times. The name Divine Armament Bandit spread across the world. There was nobody who did not know the name. Moreover, the horrors associated with the name were so frightening that they were enough to make children cry at night. According to the rumors, this person was 10 meters tall. Not only was he a brutal and vicious man who employed extremely cruel methods, but his strength was also absolutely horrifying. Moreover, he only stole divine armaments. He came and went without a trace. No matter how many masters were there or where the divine armaments were hidden, he would be able to locate the items and effortlessly steal them. Vanishing Sword Mountain's true Void Sword was the first to be pilfered. The Tyrant Saber sect's Azure Dragon Saber was the second. After those incidents, the other 8 sects with divine armaments became on guard. When the Thunderbolt Staff of Azure Sea Pavilion was stolen, almost all the Spirit Realm Masters in Azure Sea Pavilion had gathered in their restricted area. It could be said they could not stop the Divine Armament Bandit despite giving their best efforts. In front of everybody's eyes, the Thunderbolt Staff was stolen just like that. Not to mention, many people had been injured in the battle. The incident was regarded as a great humiliation for Azure Sea Pavilion. Before the 10 Facets Demonic Shadow Spear was stolen, Cloud Moon Island had forged replicas of the divine armament. They spent enormous resources to forge 3 spirit armaments that were placed in 3 different restricted areas on Cloud Moon Island. Meanwhile, the divine armament 10 Facets Demonic Shadow Spear was secretly stored in a safe area and guarded by the 3 strongest masters of the sect. However, the end result was that the 3 fake spirit armaments had been ignored. On the other hand, the genuine divine armament was stolen without anyone being wiser. In a short span of several decades, 5 out of 10 divine armaments had gone missing. The 5 great sects with the remaining 5 divine armaments were now in great danger. Seeing as nobody knew who the divine armament bandit was going to target next, each of the 5 great sects couldn't help feeling anxious. Be that as it may, there was something that anybody with a discerning eye would have noticed over the years. The divine armament bandit might have extraordinary means, but he had never killed before. All the masters guarding the divine armaments had only been injured at most. Based on this alone, it could be seen that the divine armament bandit was not as cruel as the rumors claimed. In addition, there was a fixed pattern to the timing of this person's appearance. He would appear once every 7 to 9 years, and the intervals never stretched for more than 10 years. Nobody knew the reason behind this peculiarity. Nevertheless, this pattern could be confirmed by looking at the timing when the 5 divine armaments were previously stolen. At present, 7 years have passed since the Thunderbolt Staff was stolen. A quick calculation indicated that it was almost time for the Divine Armament Bandit to appear again. Thus, the 5 great sects still in possession of their divine armaments immediately entered a state of anxiety. Even the 5 great sects that had their divine armaments stolen also dispatched their elites. Their troops were divided and sent to the other 5 sects. The first reason was that they were asked by the 5 sects to help protect the divine armaments. The other reason was that they wanted to use this chance to capture the elusive bastard who had stolen from them. Be that as it may, those who had seen the strength of the thief knew that his means were far too mysterious. It was basically impossible for them to capture him. Their only wish was to figure out his identity. At the very least, they wanted to catch a glimpse of his true appearance. Inside the secret room on Profound Pill Sect's limitless peak, Xianxia sat down cross-legged with his palms facing upward. He was holding a long staff with intricate patterns that was as tall as a person in his hands. The staff would flash with lightning from time to time. This was one of the 10 great divine armaments, the Thunderbolt Staff, which he obtained from Azure Sea Pavilion 7 years ago. It had taken many years, but he finally refined the Thunderbolt Staff. There was only one step left to completion. Breathing out lightly, Xianxia opened his eyes and looked around him. This was a secret room that he created himself. There were more than a dozen layers of barriers and seals inside. Moreover, he was the only person allowed to enter this place. Even Yang Huai and Huarong, who had served him for so many years, or his little junior sister, Wan Ying, had no idea what was inside the secret room. If any outsider were to enter this place, they would surely scream in shock. That was because the 5 divine armaments that had been missing from the divine armament world for many years were stored in this room. They were the true Void Sword, the Azure Dragon Saber, the Ru E Parasol, the 10 Facets Demonic Shadow Spear, and the Thunderbolt Staff. Each of the 5 divine armaments was wrapped in layers of barriers. There was no helping it. The divine armament naturally radiated the grand Tao divine tone. Anybody with the opportunity could hear and comprehend the mysteries of the grand Tao from these divine armaments if they were close enough and had the appropriate aptitude. Over the years, countless masters from other sects visited both Profound Pill City and Profound Pill Sect. Somebody would have noticed something a long time ago if Xianxia had not taken any precautions. A good example would be the Sword Child who wandered around in Profound Pill City. With the protection of so many barriers, even if Xianxia could not isolate the Grand Tao Divine Tone completely, he could dampen it significantly. There would be no problems as long as nobody came too close to the divine armaments. Xianxia was not afraid of these so-called masters, as his current strength had already exceeded the limits of this world. With the power of his dragon vein and his comprehension of the Tao of space, he could come and go freely even if he was facing the strongest enemies in the world. It was just that Profound Pill Sect would surely be in trouble if news were spread. Even Void Spirit Sword Sect, that was under Profound Pill Sect, would be unable to survive safely. For the sake of Profound Pill Sect and Void Spirit Sword Sect, certain precautions had to be taken. More than 50 years had passed since Xianxia first arrived in the divine armament world. During this period, he refined 6 different divine armaments, but he never completed the final step to finish the refinement. He originally planned to gather all 10 great divine armaments. Unfortunately, he had no choice but to give up on his plan after refining the Thunderbolt Staff. That was because he could clearly sense the rejection force of the world during the process of refining the divine armaments over the years. As the number of divine armaments that he refined increased, the rejection force grew stronger in turn. At this moment, he was about to hit the limit. If he went out to search for another divine armament to refine, the rejection force would immediately repel him out of the divine armament world. That was why he could no longer refine another divine armament. It could even be said that he could no longer guarantee whether he could finish refining the 6 divine armaments he already had at this rate. After spending so many years, it was time for him to harvest his gains and depart this world. At the time, how many benefits he could gain would depend solely on luck. At that thought, Xianxia immediately stood up and left the secret room. Summoning Hua Rong over, he asked her about Profound Pill Sect's current situation. Hua Rong spoke truthfully. The deadline for the Divine Armament Bandits' appearance was quickly approaching, so the 5 sect that lost their divine armaments previously had dispatched their elite members to help guard the divine armaments of the remaining 5 sects. Not only were the Spirit Realm Masters of Profound Pill Sect inside the restricted area of Profound Pill Sect, but the people from Vanishing Sword Mountain, Tyrant Saber Sect, and several others were also present. It could be said that both inside and outside the restricted area were guarded so tightly that not a drop of water could pass through. Xianxia pondered quietly for a moment. Under the current circumstances, it was practically impossible to enter the restricted area without being noticed. After thinking for some time, though, he waved his hand to dismiss Hua Rong. At the same time, he asked her to summon Yang Huai over. A short while later, Yang Huai stood in front of Xianxia, cupped his fist, and spoke in a rumbling voice, "Sir." Xianxia looked Yang Huai up and down. "Big guy, how long have you served me?" Yang Huai quickly said, "It has been 52 years since you took me out of the Blood Warrior Hall, sir." Xianxia nodded. 52 years. You're already reached the 9th-step spirit realm in that time. It's all thanks to you, sir. I have a task for you. It might be dangerous, but it shouldn't be too difficult as long as you are careful. Just like 52 years ago when Xianxia took Yang Huai out of the Blood Warrior Hall, Yang Huai cupped his fist and shouted, "I'm willing to die for you, sir." Martial Peak, Chapter 4540, Catastrophe. Having obtained the Divine Armament Sun Chasing Bow in the Divine Armament Tournament several decades ago, Grand Heaven's religion became one of the 10 great sects. The sect had many talents and as many masters as there were clouds in the sky. However, there were spirit realm masters from the sect and helpers from the other 5 great sects stationed both inside and outside the restricted area of Grand Heaven's religion at this moment. The defenses were so tight that nothing could get past them. 7 years had passed since the theft of the Thunderbolt staff. A quick count of the years indicated that it would not be long before the elusive Divine Armament Bandit struck again. That was why none of the Spirit Realm Masters guarding the restricted area dared to slack off in the slightest. Every one of them had their vigilance raised to the maximum. In addition, they kept their eyes open wide to monitor the surroundings for any suspicious movement. In the deepest part of the restricted area, the religion master of Grand Heaven's religion, Chao Kong, patrolled the area with the left and right protectors. His gaze would land on the Divine Armament Sun Chasing Bow placed here from time to time. There was a faint anxiety burning away deep in his heart, as if he could sense that something big was about to occur. Xiao? The sharp sound of something slicing through the air suddenly came from the periphery of the restricted area. Chao Kong abruptly turned and looked in that direction. When he recognized the sound as a warning arrow released by the masters in the sect, his expression couldn't help changing. "What is happening outside? I'll go and take a look." The left protector shouted before speeding off in that direction with a flicker of his body. A short while later, he reported back with a mixture of horror and excitement. "Religion Master, that person has appeared." Chao Kong's eyes narrowed at those words. "The Divine Armament Bandit." "Yes." Left Protector nodded heavily. "He came after all." Chao Kong drew in a sharp breath. Although he had expected this outcome, he couldn't help feeling resentful. There are 5 sects that still have their divine armaments. Why did the Divine Armament Bandit have to target Grand Heaven's religion? Does he think Grand Heaven's religion is easy prey? Pushing aside the distracting thoughts in his head, he anxiously asked, "How is the situation?" The left protector revealed a hint of fear in his expression. "This person is very strong. His reputation is well-deserved. Our sect members are currently joining forces with the masters from the other sects to besiege him, but he has already incapacitated many of them." Chao Kong gasped. The only ones who could be stationed outside the restricted area were Spirit Realm Masters. The forces sent by the other 5 sects were also outstanding masters. Despite facing such a powerful lineup, the Divine Armament Bandit had taken out many of them in such a short time. It would seem that the strength of the Divine Armament Bandit was truly unfathomable. The left protector added, Sect Master, I'm afraid the forces outside will not be able to stop this person. He will slip past them sooner or later. Should we provide assistance? Chao Kong pondered for a while before he muttered to himself a little suspiciously. It is rumored that this person has ghostly movement skills. He can come and go without a trace. When he stole the divine armaments in the past, he never fought an extensive battle with the others. He basically left as soon as he obtained the divine armament. Why is he engaging in a big fight this time? In the middle of his monologue to himself, the realization hit him all of a sudden, and he shouted, A trap to lure the tiger from the mountain. He is trying to lure us away from this place to steal the divine armament. Relay the order. Nobody is allowed to move recklessly inside the restricted area. Guard the place strictly. Don't even let a fly in. The left protector cupped his fists. Yes. Right protector. Chao Kong glanced at another person. This subordinate is here. Hurry up and inform the other sects. Inform them of the situation here and tell them that this is their only chance to capture the divine armament bandit. If they fail to grasp this chance, it will be difficult for them to get another. The right protector immediately understood the religion master's intentions and quickly replied, This subordinate obeys. Turning around, he pushed his spirit chi and soared into the air. Profound Pill Sect was not far from Grand Heaven's religion, only about an hour away if a spirit realm master flew at full speed. When the Grand Heaven's religion's right protector personally entered Profound Pill Sect's restricted area to report on the situation, the expressions of the masters from the 5 great sects guarding the Medicine King furnace stiffened in shock at the news. Sect Master Ba Dao's gaze burned brightly. That thief has appeared at Grand Heaven's religion. The right protector nodded. Yes. The elites of each sect are besieging him right now. The religion master ordered me to come and inform you of the situation. Sect Master Ba Dao shouted through gritted teeth. Good. Very good. This old master has finally caught you by the tail. Turning around, he shouted at the top of his voice. Tyrant Saber Sect, hear my command. Come with me to aid Grand Heaven's religion. We're going to capture that little thief who stole our divine armament. The other 4 sects also rolled up their sleeves, wishing they could fly over to Grand Heaven's religion to teach that elusive bastard a lesson right this very moment. The higher-ups at Profound Pill Sect glanced at each other before Bailey Yunsang declared, Profound Pill Sect is also willing to help. Sect Master Ba Dao raised a hand to interrupt. It's best if Profound Pill Sect's forces remain here. That thief has strange movement skills, so he might wheel around and come here when he sees that the situation at Grand Heaven's religion is disadvantageous for him. It's best for this place to remain on guard. Fortunately, Grand Heaven's religion is not far from here. If anything happens, we will bring reinforcements as soon as possible. Bailey Yunsang nodded when he heard those words. That's true. In that case, I wish you all success and victory. Sect Master Ba Dao shouted. We can't afford to delay. We set off immediately. As soon as the words left his mouth, a large group of people soared into the sky and vanished out of sight in the blink of an eye. Hua Rong stood on top of Limitless Peak and gazed in the direction where a large group of people was currently leaving. After they departed, she turned around and entered the hall. Bowing, she reported, They left, sir. Yang Kai was sitting in the main seat, and when he heard those words, he gently nodded and stood up. Got it. As he strolled out of the hall, he turned to look in the direction of Profound Pill City. Void Spirit Sword Sect had been developing steadily under the protection of Profound Pill Sect over the past few decades. Not only were there many Spirit Realm Masters in the sect, but the sect could also be considered a fairly powerful one in the divine armament world nowadays. He had already made preparations for Void Spirit Sword Sect's future before he sent Yang Huai into action. Void Spirit Sword Sect would continue to survive in this world even without his presence. With nothing to worry about, he moved swiftly. Eldest senior brother, Wan Ying was waiting outside. For some reason, she had the feeling that she would never meet Yang Kai again after today. Although he was clearly so close at hand, he felt so distant for some reason. Yang Kai raised a hand to rub her head and smiled. Cultivate well, and take good care of honored master and the others. She opened her mouth. Are you going somewhere, eldest senior brother? He nodded. I'm going on a long journey. When will you return, eldest senior brother? I haven't decided. He shook his head and continued with a smile. Perhaps you'll see me again as soon as you wake up. Wake! Before she could finish her sentence, her vision went dark and she limply fell unconscious. Yang Kai handed her over to Hua Rong. Take good care of her. Hua Rong took Wan Ying and turned around to enter the hall. The wind howled, causing Yang Kai's clothes to flap around him. He looked in the direction of profound pill sex restricted area and sighed softly to himself. It's time to end this. He pushed his spirit chi, and a humming sound suddenly came from somewhere on Limitless Peak. Immediately after that, 5 streams of light swept through the air and came to float behind him. These 5 objects that came in different shapes and sizes were a sword, a knife, an umbrella, a spear, and a staff. The divine armaments were crude and simple in terms of appearance. Their brilliance was not obvious. Without knowing the truth, nobody would have believed that these 5 plain objects were divine armaments. There were only a total of 10 great divine armaments in the divine armament world. Any sect that could obtain one of them would receive great blessings from the heavens. However, there were 5 divine armaments gathered around one person at this moment. Such a sight was bound to cause anybody's eyes to pop out of their sockets in shock if they witnessed it. That was also the case in reality. When Yang Kai activated his space principles and appeared in the restricted area of Profound Pill Sect, Bailey Yun Sang and the elders guarding the depths of the restricted area were dumbstruck by the sight. Every one of them was staring fixedly at Yang Kai and the 5 divine armaments behind him in shock. They couldn't help feeling as though they were inside a dream. Greetings, Sect Master, Honored Master, Elders. Yang Kai cupped his fist in greeting. Bailey Yun Sang murmured in shock. Martial Nephew, these objects behind you. On the other hand, Dan Chengzi jumped to his feet and scolded through gritted teeth. I knew it was you, you damn brat. How dare you feign ignorance all these years? Yang Kai apologized. I'm sorry, Honored Master. It was an important matter, and I couldn't tell you. Wu Fenghua's gaze slowly became horrified, and he swallowed nervously. Elder Yang, are those objects behind you the divine armaments that went missing several years ago? Why ask when you have guessed the truth, great elder? The color immediately drained from his face at those words. Meanwhile, Yu Bo Yang slumped to the ground. Disaster. This is a complete disaster. After hiding for decades, the divine armament bandit who stirred up the entire divine armament world turned out to be one of their sect's elders. The consequences would be horrifying if this information was spread to the public. The entire divine armament world would rally together to retaliate against them. Even Profound Pill Sect status as the top alchemy sect would not save them from destruction. This was truly a catastrophe. Bailey Yun Sang suddenly frowned and asked, That can't be. If the divine armaments are here with you, then the person at Grand Heaven's religion. It's Yang Hua. Yang Kai replied. Yang Hua. The group of people were dumbfounded once more. Dan Chengzi was horrified. Yang Hua is that powerful. When the right protector of Grand Heaven's religion came to explain the situation, they had all been listening attentively. The divine armament bandit at Grand Heaven's religion had appeared and fought off countless spirit realm masters alone. Not only did he not succumb to a disadvantageous situation, but he also injured many people in the confrontation. Otherwise, Grand Heaven's religion would not have come to ask for support. With such strength, everybody immediately assumed that he was the real divine armament bandit. Who could have known that it was just Yang Hua? What are you trying to do? Bailey Yun Sang looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. You will know what I'm trying to do soon. Yang Kai smiled slightly. While speaking, he flashed over to stand in front of the Medicine King furnace. None of them managed to see how he moved, and by the time they recovered from their shock, he was already standing there. 6 divine armaments had been gathered in one place, an unprecedented sight never seen before in history. Even though they were filled with doubts and questions, the scene in front of them had rendered them speechless with shock. Xianxia took a light breath. Pushing his spirit chi to the maximum, he reached out to grab the Medicine King furnace with his hands and quickly poured his spirit chi into it. The Medicine King furnace was the first divine armament Xianxia refined in the divine armament world. Moreover, it was a divine armament that was related to the alchemic Tao. It was just that he did not dare to take the last step to fully refine the Medicine King furnace during his 10-year retreat back then. After so many decades, it was no time to finish what he started. Following the influx of his spirit chi, the Medicine King furnace began to hum and flash with inexplicable brilliance. It only took a moment before the Medicine King furnace was completely refined. An inexplicable and indescribable connection suddenly flooded Xianxia's mind, giving him the illusion that he was resonating with the world itself. Under this perception, it felt as though the entire world was laid out in front of him, and his perception expanded infinitely in an instant. The Medicine King furnace was part of the divine armament world's source strength, so it was only natural for such bizarre reactions to occur now that it had been refined. Martial Peak, Chapter 45-41. Aren't you worried your stomach might explode? The Medicine King furnace was completely refined. Before Xianxia could even begin to rejoice, a powerful rejection force suddenly came at him from all directions. The force was so strong that the space around him rumbled loudly. At the same time, his figure abruptly became hazy and indistinct. It was almost as though his very existence was now incompatible with the world. This situation was within Xianxia's expectations. However, as he had noticed this phenomenon back when he first reached the final stages of refining the Medicine King furnace. If not for that, he would not have stopped at such a critical moment to target the other divine armaments instead. Now that he had stolen the world's source strength, the world could no longer accommodate his existence. If this were to happen to a living creature of this world, they would definitely be punished by the world. They would either be extinguished on the spot or survive the catastrophe and escape this world. However, Xianxia was a sixth-order open heaven realm master. The divine armament world could not do anything to him except kick him out of this world using its world principles. The higher-ups of Profound Pill sect were stunned by the sight before them. Although nobody knew what Xianxia had done, as what they saw had long exceeded the scope of their understanding, they could vaguely feel an enormous and overpowering will descending and staring down on this small, restricted area. The phenomenon left them trembling in fear, incapable of speech. A shout reverberated across the room. Xianxia desperately drew upon his spirit chi. His flesh wriggled when the power of his dragon vein was activated. Over the years, his dragon vein had been stimulated greatly. It was mainly used to remove the drawbacks brought by cultivating the heaven-devouring battle law. Activating the dragon transformation secret art might not transform him into a 4,500 meters long behemoth now, but the dragon pressure permeated the air and lingered around his body to resist the rejection force of the world at this moment. His slightly ethereal figure became more solid immediately after. Not daring to delay, Xianxia hurriedly grabbed the true void sword and continued the refining process. In the blink of an eye, the true void sword was also completely refined by him. Now that two divine armaments had been refined, the rejection force increased by several times. The force caused the skin all over his body to crack open. Drenched in blood, Xianxia looked extremely terrifying. His figure that had solidified considerably became hazy once more, a sign that he was about to be kicked out of the world. I'm running out of time. Gritting his teeth, Xianxia grabbed the 10 facets demonic shadow spear and repeated the process. The worlds will seem to be enraged by his insatiable greed, and lightning appeared out of nowhere, striking his body without warning. A series of explosions rang out as Xianxia's skin split open and his flesh was torn apart. Soon, a strong smell of burnt flesh filled the air. When these strange occurrences took place, the higher-ups of Profound Pill sect perceived that the situation was not looking good. Thus, they quickly left the restricted area and monitored the situation with apprehensive concern. Lightning flashed, and thunder boomed inside the restricted area. The rage of the world made millions of living creatures frightened and uneasy. The situation in the sky was constantly changing as heavy dark clouds filled the air like a thick quilt, making the people feel suffocated. The 10 Facets demonic shadow spear was completely refined. When Xianxia tried to reach out and grab another divine armament, however, his hand came up empty. His palm had become ethereal and disordered, almost as though he had no substance. The rejection force coming from all sides was so strong that he could no longer resist. "I'm at my limit," Xianxia sighed in his heart. It had taken so many years for him to steal the 5 divine armaments and slowly refine them. Including the Medicine King furnace, there were a total of 6 divine armaments. He never imagined that he could only refine 3 of them in the end, powerless to refine the other 3. In this way, he had wasted some 20 to 30 years worth of effort. Nevertheless, this was not a big deal. The flow of time in the small source world was different from the outside world. For his actual body, the time he wasted was not much. He turned around to look at the world one last time. Then his vision went hazy. The dizzying feeling of the world turning upside down washed over him, and a series of unpredictable lights flashed across his vision. His consciousness was pulled out of the small source world at that moment. By the time he recovered, Xianxia found himself standing in the void with a strange vortex spinning slowly in front of him. He couldn't help shaking his head. The memories of living in the divine armament world for several decades surged in his head, giving him a wonderful sense of reincarnation. At the same time, the memories of the past slowly emerged. After some time, he finally recalled that this place was a restricted area in Yin Cave Heaven, while the vortex in front of him was the entrance to the divine armament world. Back then, he had entered the divine armament world through this portal. There was no time for Xianxia to think about anything else as his expression suddenly became serious, and he quickly sat down cross-legged. A powerful force poured into his small universe, one that enriched its heritage and foundation, allowing his small universe to expand and improve upon itself. This force had no source and was seemingly born out of nothing. Nevertheless, Xianxia knew that the force came from the divine armament world. He had refined 3 divine armaments, which was equivalent to obtaining 30% of the divine armament world's source. In other words, up to 30% of the divine armament world's world force had been injected into his small universe. As this was a training experience, it was as if Xianxia had obtained this force through diligent cultivation. There were no dangers or discomfort, and the force could perfectly integrate with his own small universe. The influx of the mighty force made his small universe tremble uncontrollably, and even his soul was shaken as a result. A short while later, the situation gradually stabilized. An examination of his body revealed that his cultivation in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm had increased by a large margin. Although he had yet to reach the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, the improvement was more than what he would obtain through many years of intense cultivation. Su Linggong once mentioned that there were several shortcuts when cultivating in the open heaven realm. Undergoing a training experience in a small source world was one of them. It would now seem that those claims were true. Entering the divine armament world had given Xianxia such rewarding results. If he could enter several more times, it would be easy for him to advance into the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. Becoming a Yin Cave Heaven son-in-law sure is beneficial. Xianxia joyfully opened his eyes only to see a topless old man covered in scars standing in front of him, staring fixedly at him. Xianxia did not know whether it was his imagination, but he sensed that the old man seemed to be slightly displeased with him, and his expression was rather gloomy. "Greetings, ancestor." He quickly bowed. The person in front of him was an 8th Order Yin Cave Heaven Master, and the ancestor who watched over the entrance of the divine armament world. Even Su Linggong had to behave respectfully in front of this man. Xianxia was no more than a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so naturally he did not dare to act arrogantly in front of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. "Quite a big harvest you got, Brad." The Supreme Elder spoke without emotion. Not understanding the reason for the old man's displeasure, Xianxia simply answered truthfully, "It's all thanks to you and Martial Uncle Su, ancestor." During their conversation, a stream of light rushed over from not far away and arrived nearby in the blink of an eye. It turned out to be Su Linggong, who probably received a message from the ancestor. "You're out." Su Linggong observed Xianxia with a measuring gaze. "How was your harvest?" "Many thanks for your concern, Martial Uncle Su." "My harvest was not bad," Xianxia replied with a smile. The Supreme Elder coldly snorted, "It's far better than not bad." The divine armament world lost 30% of its world force in one go. "I've never seen something like this before." Su Linggong was absolutely shocked by the news. 30%? Are you mistaken, ancestor? The Supreme Elder's expression was so dark that he was practically dripping with gloom. This old master has managed and watched over the divine armament world for millennia. How can I be mistaken about something like this? If you don't believe me, you can check for yourself. Cold sweat oozed out of Su Linggong's forehead, and he gave a flattering smile. "Please calm yourself, ancestor." This junior simply spoke without thinking. "There is no way you can be mistaken." Then he turned to glare at Xianxia. "Smelly brat. Did you refine 3 divine armaments?" Xianxia immediately became guilty. Maybe. Although he did not understand the situation, he could sense that stealing 30% of the divine armament world's world force had displeased the Supreme Elder to a certain extent. Su Linggong slapped his forehead. "What? How bold and reckless. Are you not worried that your stomach might explode?" Xianxia sniffed. "I've already refined them." "You didn't say I couldn't refine 3 of them, Martial Uncle Su." He did not dare to mention that he initially planned to refine 6 of the divine armaments, as he was afraid that he would be killed on the spot. Su Linggong was a little speechless. "I never imagined that you would refine 3 of them. Most people would be sent back after refining one of the divine armaments." "How did you do it?" Xianxia replied, "I obtained one of the divine armaments and refined it until only the very last step. Then I collected a few more divine armaments and repeated the process. Lastly, I refined them all at the same time." "That's possible." Su Linggong was dumbfounded. The Supreme Elder snorted softly. "Not just anybody can do something like that. Do you know how strong the rejection force of the world is? Even if your method works, you won't be able to refine many if you fail to resist the rejection force. To be able to refine 3 divine armaments is a testimony to your capabilities." "Many thanks for your praise, ancestor." Xianxia humbly responded. Su Linggong asked with a frown, "Ancestor, does that mean that nobody can enter the divine armament world in the near future?" The Supreme Elder shook his head. "I'm afraid not. Losing 30% of the world force in one go is unprecedented. The divine armament world has suffered a heavy blow, so it will take at least 100 years for it to recover." Su Linggong's expression was stern. 100 years in the outside world is the same as 10,000 years inside the divine armament world. He smacked his hand against the back of Xianxia's head, nearly sending him flying as he angrily scolded, "Look at the good deed you've done, brat." Xianxia was silent, but he thought to himself, "How is it my fault? I didn't know anything about the divine armament world before I entered. Only after entering the divine armament world did I slowly figure out what to do." In any case, it was true that he had enjoyed a huge harvest, so he could not refute anything, lest Su Linggong became angry out of shame. "Ancestor, this disciple has a question." Xianxia cupped his fist. Although the Supreme Elder was sullen, he knew that it was not Xianxia's fault. After all, nobody told Xianxia that he could not refine several divine armaments. Upon hearing those words, though, the Supreme Elder asked back, "Are you curious about what is happening inside the divine armament world after your departure?" Xianxia was astonished. "How did you know, ancestor?" The Supreme Elder snorted. "Every single person asks this question when they come out. It's only natural to form some attachment to the world after living there for decades and even centuries. It is human nature." Pausing for a moment, he finally continued, Instead of hearing it from this old master, you should witness the situation yourself." While saying so, he waved his arm lightly, and the vortex in front of him suddenly displayed an image. Xianxia looked closely and saw that the image was of the scene of profound pill sex restricted area. A figure was sitting down, cross-legged inside the restricted area with a solemn expression. Upon a closer look, Xianxia became shocked and exclaimed, Isn't that me?" The person in the restricted area was identical to him in terms of body shape, appearance, and temperament. There was no difference whatsoever. "Why am I still there?" Xianxia was filled with doubts. Su Ling Gong explained, "That's because he is someone that existed in that world in the first place." Martial Peak, Chapter 45-42, "It is a blessing, not a curse." Existed in that world in the first place. Frowning slightly, Xianxia vaguely understood Su Ling Gong's meaning. When he first entered the Divine Armament world, he had become the eldest senior brother of Void Spirit Sword Sect in the blink of an eye. He was around 17 or 18 years old at that point. It was naturally impossible for someone like him to come out of nowhere. He must have truly existed. After all, the entire Void Spirit Sword Sect had memories relating to him. But even so, why does that man resemble me completely in appearance and name? Xianxia was a bit confused. Su Ling Gong explained, "He may have had a different name and appearance before this, but since you have entered the Divine Armament world for training, the Divine Armament world naturally adjusted itself to you and prepared all kinds of information belonging to you. It is a fundamental adjustment so that anyone who knew him would not find you unusual." Xianxia pondered, "In that case, does that mean that I have been inside of this person's body all these years in the Divine Armament world?" Su Ling Gong nodded. "That is one way to see it, but it is not exactly like that. In any case, small source worlds are strange and unique places. You will get used to it when you come to train a few more times." Xianxia nodded in understanding. Then he turned his gaze to the scene in the vortex. The Xianxia over there was a pre-existing being, so he would naturally stay behind once he left. Thanks to him worrying over how Void Spirit Sword Sect would fare once he left the Divine Armament world, Xianxia had prepared many fallback plans. But now, it seems like his worries had all been unnecessary. Time flowed differently in the Divine Armament world than in the outside world, and the difference was huge. Xianxia had only been thinking for a moment, but much had happened in that time. Profound Pill Sect's higher-ups had poured into the restricted area, but there was no sign of any divine armaments. Not only the 5 divine armaments that Xianxia brought and disappeared, but even the Medicine King furnace that was originally placed there was gone. Naturally, everyone was shocked. But soon, the Grand Heavens religion and several other sects that possessed divine armaments sent news that the divine armaments in their control had all disappeared at almost the same time. Half a day later, a heavenly phenomenon appeared. 10 streams of light fell across the world, each one emitting the aura of a divine armament. It was then that the inhabitants of the divine armament world realized that a new divine armament tournament was about to begin. This was something that had never happened before. The Divine Armament Tournament occurred once every 100 years, and it had only been around 50 years since the last one. Despite not understanding why such changes would come about, every Divine Armament Tournament was a sweeping event that affected the course of the entire world. Every sect that was strong enough to join the fight would come out to fight for the blessings of their sects next 100 years of progression. Naturally, the same was true for Profound Pill Sect. Xianxia saw the group of spirit great alchemists and spirit realm masters from Profound Pill Sect that he led fly out in the swirling image to compete with the other great alchemy sects. Uniting their power, they fought against the other great sects and eventually took back the Medicine King furnace. After that, they fought to snatch up the Divine Armament 10 Facets Demonic Shadow Spear without even a pause in between. They were not targeting this particular Divine Armament for any particular reason. Rather, it was just in close proximity to them. This move seemed to have stirred up the hornet's nest. Profound Pill Sect had always been a sect that was focused on alchemy, so even if they fought in the Divine Armament Tournament, they were only there to compete for the Medicine King furnace. After all, it contained the secrets of the alchemic Tao, so it was not very useful for the other sects even if they got their hands on it. However, this time, profound pill sect's accomplishments in the alchemic Tao had greatly improved, so the result of the fight for the Medicine King Furnace was decided early, leaving it with enough time to participate in the other ongoing battles. The many other great forces who were fighting for the 10 Facets demonic shadow spear could not tolerate such behavior, so practically all of them joined hands to attack Profound Pill Sect in an effort to get them to back off. However, Profound Pill Sect's achievements in the alchemic Tao were not all that had improved markedly under Xianxia's guidance. Their overall strength had risen by several levels, too, especially the two guards who had been by Xianxia's side all these years. Yang Huai and Huarong, who had strength on par with 100 masters all on their own, not to mention the fact that there was also Xianxia there to show his face personally. A fierce battle went on until the sky turned murky and the earth turned dark, until both the sun and moon had lost their light. Finally, the 10 Facets demonic shadow spear was seized by Profound Pill Sect. Naturally, Profound Pill Sect were the greatest winners of this tournament. Not only did they regain the Medicine King Furnace, they were also able to take home the 10 Facets demonic shadow spear. Throughout history, this was the first time that a single great force was able to make away with two different divine armaments. The power of Profound Pill Sect shocked the world, even more so the powers of Xianxia and his two subordinates. They never imagined that a sect that was supposedly only known for their alchemy would be so strong, and Xianxia himself was revered as the strongest under the heavens. Just like leaving a soul clone behind in the divine armament world, it can exert as much power as you have cultivated in the divine armament world, Su Linggong explained while pointing to Xianxia's figure that was reflected in the vortex. Xianxia grinned. In that case, I can rest assured. He didn't notice this fact when he was watching the fight earlier, as it was just like watching his soul clone exert the same powers he had cultivated in the divine armament world. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so invincible. The lifespan of the beings in the divine armament world is not great, and even the most outstanding ones live only a few hundred years. Naturally, as a native of the divine armament world, your soul clone is also not free from these shackles. In a few hundred years, no matter his cultivation, he will eventually die. Su Linggong sighed, seemingly filled with some emotion. Several hundred is enough. Xianxia nodded his head. If he could protect Void Spirit Sword Sect and Profound Pill Sect for several centuries, then his efforts would not have been in vain. There were no sects that remained prosperous forever, and there was no need for him to think about how Profound Pill Sect and Void Spirit Sword Sect would fare in a few hundred or thousand years. Let's go, Su Linggong called out to him. You will eventually come upon the opportunity to enter another small source world, so you can take this as a learning experience. After bidding the Supreme Elder goodbye, the pair sped off on their way. Xianxia followed by Su Linggong sighed and asked, Martial Uncle Su, didn't you say before that there were 3 small source worlds in Yin Yang Heaven? Don't even think about it. Su Linggong glared at him. You took away 30% of the divine armament world's world force after entering it once. Are those benefits still not enough for you? Do you want to ruin the other 2 as well? Xianxia scratched his nose embarrassedly. I was just asking. Martial Uncle Su need not be so angry. Su Linggong coldly snorted and remembered that Xianxia was still Yin Yang Heaven's son-in-law and the future husband of his treasured disciple. So he could not help but say, It is not that this king does not wish to let you enter the other 2 small source worlds, but they are not as high level as the divine armament world. Small source worlds are also separated into different ranks. You can get a lot of benefits by entering and training in the divine armament world, but the other small source worlds won't give you much no matter how hard you train. Instead, you will be taking up the places of other Yin Yang Heaven disciples. For Yin Yang Cave Heaven, the losses are not worth the gains. Xianxia nodded in understanding. Are the small source world also separated into high, mid, and low ranks, just like world fruits? Yes, you can say that, so you better know how to be grateful. Su Linggong nodded. Xianxia cupped his fist. No matter what, I must give my thanks to Martial Uncle Su for granting me this opportunity. If not for Su Ling Gong, then he might not have been able to enter the divine armament world and gain such great benefits. He was also a little apologetic to have severely damaged the foundation of the divine armament world. You are Chuer's future husband, so it is only natural that I would treat you well. Otherwise, Chuer will become condemned to the life of a widow if you were to be killed off outside. Su Linggong waved his hand generously. How is senior sister Chu doing now? Su Linggong coldly snorted. She has only been confined so that she may cultivate in a quiet environment. So what do you think? It is for her benefit too. Her foundation is not stable since she has just advanced into the sixth order open heaven realm. Even if she were not punished in this way, she would still need time to stabilize her foundation. In any case, it is only 100 years. For open heaven realm cultivators like us, it is no more than the snap of one's fingers, so don't worry about it. What's more, her senior brother Qing and senior sister Su will take good care of her. Then I can rest assured. Yang Kai nodded. Now that this is over, I should also be returning. I will come again to visit senior sister in Century. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Su Linggong stopped him. Have you forgotten what mess you caused on the prison star? You will surely die if you leave like this. Yang Kai blinked. Even though it had only been just a short month in the outside world, he had spent many decades training in the divine armament world. Many of the memories he had were just like those of past life. Pondering for a moment, Yang Kai finally recalled, Thousand Cranes Paradise? Su Linggong grunted. Do you really think that Thousand Cranes Paradise will let you go after you beat Zhao Xing to death on the prison star? Yang Kai sighed. Naturally I do not. But it is a blessing, not a curse. And even if it were a curse, it cannot be avoided. It is for the best that you understand that. After all, Zhao Xing was a core disciple of Thousand Cranes Paradise. He was expected to advance into the Eighth Order open heaven realm in the future, and he had only broken through to the Sixth Order less than 100 years before dying at your hands. One could say that Thousand Cranes Paradise has become incensed after this situation. You must know that anyone who can advance into the Sixth Order directly is a rare talent, even for the cave heavens and paradises. Only one appears maybe every 1,000 years or so. Yes, I am aware. If it were any ordinary disciple, then it would not have mattered for them. The rules of my Yin-Yang Heavens Tao Theory Assembly were public knowledge, and Thousand Cranes Paradise is more or less still concerned about their face. Right now, the reason that Thousand Cranes Paradise is enduring this grudge is because they do not wish to sour relations with my Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. However, if you leave by yourself, Thousand Cranes Paradise will definitely make a move. With their abilities, it will not be a difficult matter for them to get rid of you without anyone knowing. When that happens, there is nothing our Yin-Yang Cave Heaven can say, either. But this junior cannot hide in Yin-Yang Heaven forever. Wait a few days. I will arrange for someone to send you out. Yang Kai pondered about it, but did not refuse his good intentions and just cupped his fist. Then I shall trouble you, Martial Uncle Su. After Yang Kai returned to his temporary residence, Huigu immediately came up to greet him. Sir, Yang Kai was slightly taken aback. Only then did he remember how he had subordinated Huigu using the loyalty list during the Tao Theory Assembly on the prison star, and also used his power to kill many prisoners. The several dozen years of training that he went through in the divine armament world felt as though he had lived another lifetime, leaving him disoriented about events that took place only days ago in the outside world. So much had happened that everything now seemed a bit surreal. Martial Peak, Chapter 45-43, Zhuo Quanhui. Qin Kuei had specially come to congratulate him when he learned of Yang Kai's return from the divine armament world, and even brought a lot of good wine with him. The two of them chatted up a storm over drinks, having a good time. Qin Kuei was envious that Yang Kai was able to refine 30% of the divine armament world's world force. He had also entered the divine armament world a long time ago, so he naturally knew about the situation inside the small source world. However, like all the other Yin-Yang Cave Heaven disciples over the ages, he was only able to refine 10% of its source strength. It was not that he did not wish to refine 30% of its power, but rather he could not. The 10 great divine armaments were manifestations of the world's source. Once refined, one would be repelled from the world, and forcibly staying was a difficult task. While you were in the divine armament world, Honored Master personally visited Thousand Cranes Paradise to talk about Xiaoxing's matter. However, Thousand Cranes Paradise kept an ambiguous attitude, and it seems like they will not be letting the matter go so simply. You should be wary in the future. Qin Kuei warned Yang Kai lightly while draining the wine in his cup. I know. Martial Uncle Su has already told me about this. Qin Kuei sighed. In fact, you shouldn't be blamed for this matter. It was Xiaoxing who first picked a fight with you on the prison star. He intended to kill you for glory, so as far as I'm concerned, he inflicted this misfortune upon himself. Regardless, he's dead, and Thousand Cranes Paradise will surely argue for an explanation. Fortunately, my Yin-Yang Cave Heaven is no pushover, so Thousand Cranes Paradise won't be able to take any overt actions. Remember though, a spear in the light is easily avoided, but an arrow in the dark may not be so. Nothing so far has indicated they won't use hidden means to attack you. These old foxes have lived for countless years, after all, so none of them are easy to deal with. Many thanks, Senior Brother Qing, for worrying about me. I will definitely be careful in the future. Yang Kai nodded. A few days later, a great ship slowly sailed out from Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. 2 flags flew high, carrying the characters Yin and Yang, the signboard of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. Other than the cultivators atop the great ship, there were Yang Kai and Huigu, the master and servant duo. At the bow of the ship, Yang Kai cupped his fist. Martial Uncle Su, I will be off now. Su Ling Gong stood with his hands behind his back and nodded lightly. Go. Cultivate well when you return to the Void Land. Avoid going out without reason and do your best to advance into the 7th Order as soon as possible. If you encounter any troubles, then you can get someone to send a message over, and this monarch will help you. Many thanks, Martial Uncle Su. Yang Kai also turned to Qin Kuei and Su Yingyu, Senior Brother Qing. Senior Brother Su, I leave Senior Sister Chu under your care. Qin Kuei grinned. Rest assured, we will not let Chuer suffer any grievances. The Green Mountains will remain. Hurry up and shut up. Shoo shoo. Su Linggong waved his hands impatiently. Yang Kai coughed. Farewell. The great ship set out slowly, but in a moment, it sped up, sailing as swiftly as the wind. It was so quick that in just several hours, they had already arrived at Yin-Yang Territory's territory gate. A dazzling layer of light enveloped the great ship, resisting the shock and vibrations from the warping of space as they passed through the gate. When Yang Kai regained his senses, the great ship had already left the Yin-Yang territory. Of course, there were other cultivators on the ship to operate it, so Yang Kai did not need to worry about anything. He just stood on the deck, silently cultivating. Entering his consciousness, he checked on the benefits he gained from the divine armament world. In the small universe that existed within each open heaven realm master was one's Tao essence that had been accumulated throughout their lives. In the process of advancing into the open heaven realm, a cultivator's Tao seal would disintegrate and dissolve into their small universe. And the Tao seal was the condensed existence of a cultivator's own grand Tao. It could be said that a cultivator's grand Tao had completely merged into their small universe through this process. The most fundamental part of Yang Kai's small universe was the Tao of space. Other than that, there was the alchemy Tao, spear Tao, sword Tao, and so on. Right now, he was very conscious of the fact that something extra had appeared in his small universe. The Tao essence of the alchemic Tao and the spear Tao was much more condensed, but the most significant change was to his sword Tao essence. This was obviously a result he gained from his time in the divine armament world. He was able to refine the Medicine King Furnace, the 10 facets demonic shadow spear, and the true void sword, 3 great divine armaments, which represented separate grand Tao, had naturally been integrated into his small universe. Not only had the heritage of his small universe been strengthened, but even his Tao essence had been condensed. If there were living beings existing within his small universe, then they would have the opportunity to explore the mysteries of the Grand Tao through the perception and study of these Tao essences, which would allow them to gain speedy developments in the alchemic Tao, sword Tao, and spear Tao. However, though Yang Kai's small universe had been brought from ethereal to corporeal, no different from a true high-rank open heaven realm master's, he did not intend to place any living beings inside. Even though his cultivation was not bad, there were still differences between him and a true high-rank open heaven realm master. If he encountered a strong enemy, his small universe could be shaken. If disturbed to a certain extent, the beings living inside of that small universe would definitely be affected as well. And in that situation, it would be no less than a natural disaster for them. And it was because of this consideration that even true high-rank open heaven realm cultivators seldom placed living beings in their small universes, even though they knew that the existence of such living beings inside of their small universe would help to strengthen its heritage and enhance the world force. Only those high-rank open heaven realm masters who had great confidence in their own strength, or those who do not care about the lives of ordinary beings, would recklessly choose to raise beings in their small universes. While investigating, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and raised his eyes in a certain direction. What he saw was a ship floating silently in the void. On the deck were two figures, one behind the other, looking in his direction with sharp, piercing gazes. Even from a great distance, Yang Kai could feel the deep-seated hatred engraved in their eyes. Yang Kai's pupils shrank slightly. "Sir," Huigu had also noticed the unusual situation and quickly moved over. "We have no idea who they are, but they seem to be very hostile towards us." Yang Kai was indifferent. "That man is an inner elder of Thousand Cranes Paradise, Zhuo Quan Hui." Huigu was shocked. An inner elder of Thousand Cranes Paradise? Any inner elder from a paradise or cave heaven with a high-rank open heaven realm master. Coming to his senses, Huigu asked, "Sir, is this the same man who brought Xianxia, the one whom Sir killed on the prison star?" Yang Kai nodded. Because of Yang Kai's interference, each cave heaven and paradise was forced to send their sixth-order open heaven realm disciples into the Tao Theory Assembly, and Xianxia was the representative from Thousand Cranes Paradise. In the end, he was killed on the prison star by Yang Kai. Zhuo Quan Hui was Xianxia's honored master. So how could he rest easy knowing that his disciple died a miserable death at the hands of another? Once the Tao Theory Assembly ended, he wanted to attack Yang Kai to take revenge for his disciple's death, but was stopped by Su Linggong. Helpless, he had no choice but simply to leave with Xianxia's corpse. According to Qin Kuei, Su Linggong had specially taken a trip to Thousand Cranes Paradise for that matter, but Thousand Cranes Paradise showed an ambiguous stance. However, Yang Kai did not expect Zhuo Quan Hui to actually be waiting here. As a high-rank open heaven realm master, Zhuo Quan Hui was not an opponent Yang Kai could defeat, though escaping should be no problem. As such, he did not panic even after seeing Zhuo Quan Hui. What's more, this great ship flew Inyang Cave Heaven's banner. So if Zhuo Quan Hui dared to attack him, it would be the same as smashing Inyang Cave Heaven's signboard, which would trigger Inyang Cave Heaven's people to try to settle accounts with him. Obviously, as an inner elder of Thousand Cranes Paradise, this point was still clear to him. Facts proved that Zhuo Quan Hui was not a reckless man. Though he had been waiting here, even after seeing Yang Kai, he showed no intention to attack. Only, the murderous look in his eyes was exceptionally intense. He was staring so intently at Yang Kai that he almost seemed to want to stare him to death. A few moments later, they each disappeared from each other's view. Huigu heaved a sigh of relief. On Thousand Cranes Paradise's ship, Zhuo Quan Hui shut his eyes, and his face twisted into a somewhat grim look. "Honor Master, are we just letting him go?" The woman who had been standing behind him this whole time asked. This woman did not show up at the Tao Theory Assembly, but her aura, which she had unconsciously been releasing, indicated she was a sixth-order open heaven realm master. "If I do not let him go, Do you expect me to force him to stay? Zhou Quanhui took a deep breath and barked through gritted teeth. Su Linggong, that old fart is too much. He must have suspected that this monarch would be waiting here for that brat. So he sent him off on a damn Inyang cave heaven ship. If I make a move here, then I will be waging war against Inyang cave heaven. Does that mean that we can never get vengeance for junior brother Zhao? The woman was reluctant to accept this result. Zhou Quanhui coldly snorted. This grudge is absolutely irreconcilable, so there is no way I will let it be just like that. Su Linggong can protect him now, but he will not be able to do so forever. Come, let us return to the sect. Turning around, he walked into the cabin. The woman stood on the deck, looking in the direction where Inyang, cave heaven's ship, left with hatred in her eyes. Only after a long time did she finally stomp away. After ordering Huigu to stay and keep watch on deck, Yankai returned to his cabin to cultivate and refine some open heaven pills. Despite knowing that Zhou Quanhui would not be so reckless as to dare make a move against Inyang cave heaven's ship, Yankai couldn't afford to be careless. Who knew whether that old man would become overwhelmed with hatred and do something rash? Fortunately, as a thousand cranes paradise inner elder, Zhou Quanhui was also bound by all sorts of rules and would not take the risk to provoke an existence as great as Inyang cave heaven alone. So, he did not take any action at all and had long disappeared out of sight. Cultivation in the open heaven realm was a matter of perseverance. Even though Yankai had gained huge benefits in the divine armament world and increased his strength greatly, he did not simply rest on his laurels and continued to refine many open heaven pills on the journey back. After a short period of time, he finally returned to Void territory. When they received news of his return, everyone in Void territory came to greet him. Inyang cave heaven's ship did not linger for long, leaving as soon as it sent Yankai safely back to Voidland. Even though Yankai tried to get them to stay, they were under orders from Inyang cave heaven to not remain a moment longer than necessary. Yankai had no choice but to prepare some gifts for them and then see them off. Half a day later, in the main conference hall, everyone was gathered. Yankai sat boldly and uninhibitedly in the head position, looking out at the masses before him with a gratified look on his face. When he thought back to the time when he first took over Voidland, there were only a handful of Open Heaven Realm Masters around him, but now just 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were plentiful. The proprietress Lan Yu Ruo, Yuhi Mo Mei, the 3 mountain lords from Profound Yang Mountain that he recruited from Shadowless Cave Heaven, Mao Zhe, Gung Qing, and Zhouya. There were also the 2 island masters who submitted to him on Twin Spirit Island, the couple Hua Yong and Shu Mu Dan, and now there was the new Huigu. There were a total of 9, and that was without counting Yang Kai himself. If he were counted among them, then there would be 10 of them. There were some 20 cultivators in the 5th Order Open Heaven realm as well. Lu Shui, Peng Duo, Gong Yang Shi, Mu Qian Xian, Jin Yuan Lang, Fan Wu Xian, as well as others who came from Abundant City and the Shadowless Cave Heaven. The ones in the 4th Order were even more difficult to count. Right now, the Voidland could be said to be full of talents. Martial Peak, Chapter 45-44, Lu Jing Visits. Compared to other great forces, the ratio of Open Heaven Realm Masters present in each order was quite abnormal. A heritage of 10 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters was not considered weak, even considering the entire 3,000 worlds. In fact, excluding the Cave Heavens and Paradises, Voidland could be said to be a top great force now. However, if a great force had 9 6th Order Masters, then there would generally be at least 100 5th Order Masters, or even more. However, Voidland only had around 20 or 30. The root of all this is that all of the Open Heaven Realm members had entered Voidland halfway through and were not cultivated by Voidland itself, which threw the ratio out of balance. However, this was not a big deal. The cultivators who could sit here, regardless of their origins and previous state of cultivation, were loyal to Voidland. News of Yang Kai's travel to Inyang Cave Heaven to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly and subsequently becoming its champion had long spread to the 3,000 worlds, so Voidland had naturally heard about it too. At the moment, Xianxia had no idea whether to laugh or cry as he was surrounded by congratulations from all directions. Before going to Inyang Cave Heaven, he never expected things to come to this either. However, what happened, and no matter what, he was now a Inyang Cave Heaven son-in-law. Xianxia also introduced Huigu to everyone, and they all welcomed him warmly. Huigu felt a little flattered, as to be honest. He never thought that Voidland would have such a strong heritage before he arrived here. He was especially surprised by the number of 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like him. Without even mentioning the many 5th Order and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters sitting in the main hall, Huigu could vaguely feel an aura coming from somewhere deep in Voidland that made his heart clench tight. The aura was certainly hidden and obscure, but its occasional fluctuation made it impossible to ignore. This Voidland had to be much more than what he could perceive. There may be more powerful forces hidden inside. However, now was not the time to be asking questions. Since he had already come to Voidland with Xianxia, he could slowly figure it out in the future. He suddenly felt as if he had found an amazing boss. This time, I won the Tao Theory Assembly, but I also got into a bit of trouble. Xianxia looked at the crowd below. During the Tao Theory Assembly, I beat one of Thousand Cranes Paradise's disciples to death. Everyone was shocked to hear that. They had already known that Xianxia was able to win the competition, but they did not learn much else besides that. It was only now that they realized what explosive things had happened during the events of the Tao Theory Assembly. The corner of Old Bai's eye twitched as he asked, what order was that man's cultivation, and what was his position in Thousand Cranes Paradise? Xianxia glanced at him and scratched his nose awkwardly. 6th Order Open Heaven. In terms of position, similar to Chu Huashang from Inyang Cave Heaven. Old Bai sucked in a breath of cold air. Yuhi also frowned. That sounds like big trouble. Suddenly thinking of something, she looked up at Xianxia. Is it because of this reason that Inyang Cave Heaven escorted young Master home? Xianxia nodded sincerely. During my return, we bumped into a Thousand Cranes Paradise Elder. If not for Inyang Cave Heaven signboard, then I'm afraid he would have made his move right then and there. Yuhi was thoughtful. Since that man is an elder of Thousand Cranes Paradise, then he would not dare to take the risk of offending Inyang Cave Heaven openly, which was why he held back. However, according to the situation, that man will surely not give up there. Mo Mei chimed in. Did Inyang Cave Heaven not say anything? The Tao Theory Assembly was held by them after all. They will be held responsible if anything were to happen. Senior Sister Chu's honored master, Su Linggong, personally went to Thousand Cranes Paradise to negotiate, but the latter did not give their clear opinion on the matter. In any case, it would be best if Thousand Cranes Paradise is willing to let the matter go. Otherwise, there are troops for the enemy and earth for floods. Xianxia waved his hand. I'm merely telling you this so that you may all be more careful in the future. Don't be taken advantage of by some unscrupulous people. With the current power of Voidland, there was little need for them to worry. They had 2 mature divine spirits to watch over them, and they were also protected by the 9 heavenly layers Grand Array. Unless Thousand Cranes Paradise was willing to mobilize several 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, it would be impossible for them to do anything to Voidland directly. Heavenly Sword Union that led the 100 Sects Alliance was proof of that. Everyone cupped their fists, yes. Xianxia then turned his head to Old Bai. How is Proprietress doing now? Have you heard anything? Old Bai shook his head. She is still in retreat. Advancing to the 7th Order cannot be achieved overnight. Xianxia nodded. Pay close attention to any changes in her situation. If there is news, contact me immediately. Old Bai grinned. Will do. Good. Everyone disperse. Go and attend to your own matters. Second manager, arrange Huigu's accommodations. Bian Yuqing immediately stood up and answered, yes. Voidland was not small now, but Xianxia still had little to manage as Bian Yuqing was taking care of everything. However, this delayed her cultivation efforts a lot. Among those who came here from the Star Boundary, Many of the peak Emperor Realm Masters had already condensed their Dao seals and begun refining resources of the various orders to make preparations for advancing to the Open Heaven Realm. However, Bian Yuqing had not even been able to condense her Dao seal yet. She had sacrificed a lot for the sake of Voidland. However, Yang Kai had his own arrangements for her, and he would naturally not neglect her. With the Divine Dao Water, ensuring her future of advancing directly into the mid-rank Open Heaven Realm would be no problem. After returning to Voidland, Yang Kai had been living a comfortable and peaceful life. Besides refining Open Heaven pills and some other cultivation resources each day, he would either play chess with Bai Shi or walk around Star City. Void Territory Star City was now famous all over the 3,000 worlds, and the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill was always in high demand. After all, this pill could raise the success rate of a cultivator advancing into the Open Heaven Realm. Any cultivator with a bit of wealth would want to acquire such a pill. However, the only ones who could refine the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill in this world was Voidland. The other great forces could not refine this pill even if they got the pill recipe, but this couldn't be helped as its primary ingredient, world source liquid, was too rare. This was something that was created only at the birth of a new world, and in the 3,000 worlds, which universe world was newly formed. The Star City brought great wealth to Voidland, which was enough to supply the cultivation needs of its many disciples. The only problem faced by Voidland was the difficulty in finding Yin and Yang element treasures for advancing into the Sixth Order. These two items were rare resources even for the major cave heavens and paradises, so finding them was extremely difficult. Even though Voidland was not short of money, it had not been able to buy many of these resources over the years. However, the great emperors who came from the Star Boundary, as well as Yang Kai's wives, all needed these Sixth Order Yin and Yang element treasures in order to advance into the Open Heaven Realm. Without these, they could not advance. Currently, the Star City's top priority was to acquire these Sixth Order Yin and Yang element treasures in order to ensure a smooth advancement for the great emperors. While Yang Kai was having a headache over this matter, thinking about where he was going to find these resources, he received a piece of good news. Gathering Yuan Union's Lu Jing had come to visit. According to their deal, Lu Jing followed Yang Kai during the Dao Theory Assembly for protection, which allowed him to return safely from the prison star. Otherwise, with Lu Jing's Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation, it was uncertain whether or not he would have survived in that harsh environment. Before entering the prison star, Lu Jing had agreed to pay Yang Kai with a Sixth Order Yang element treasure as a reward for keeping him safe. After the Dao Theory Assembly, Lu Jing returned alongside his elders to gathering Yuan Union's great territory, and after much time had passed, he received no news from him. Yang Kai even thought that this guy was going to go back on his word. Yang Kai never expected Lu Jing to visit in person on this day. It seemed like even though this guy's cultivation was not very high, he was still a man of integrity. But upon further thought, Yang Kai realized that this was not strange. Gathering Yuan Union was a mercantile alliance, with merchant ships that did business with many forces across the 3,000 worlds. As merchants, trust was their greatest commodity, so they would never renege on their debts. Lu Jing was flattered that Yang Kai received him personally. In a reception hall, Lu Jing handed over a jade box. Senior Brother Yang, here is the purple Yang jade, a Sixth Order Yang element's treasure. Please accept it as this little brother's thanks to Senior Brother for the care he received on the prison star. Yang Kai did not stand on ceremony and reached out to accept it with a smile. Brother Lu is too polite. What I did on the prison star was just a simple thing. Lu Jing responded, to Senior Brother Yang it may just be a small effort, but to me, it is a life-saving grace. The masters on the prison star were as plentiful as the clouds. A petty Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Master like me would hardly have survived without Senior Brother Yang's care. Yang Kai laughed. Brother Lu does not have to be so modest. Even though the prison star was dangerous, it was not so perilous that a Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Master could not survive. Brother Lu is so generous, so obviously, Brother Lu has a high status in Gathering Yuan Union, right? Lu Jing smiled proudly. Currently, the Union Master of Gathering Yuan Union is my father. Yang Kai nodded lightly. I had guessed as much, but why has Brother Lu only achieved a trivial fourth order with such a background? Lu Jing laughed bitterly. Financial power is not everything. My aptitude was not high, so even reaching the fourth order now has taken my father a lot of energy and resources. Otherwise, with my aptitude, we would be thanking the heavens even if I could reach the third order. With some thought, it did seem to be so. The most important part that decided one's initial order in the open heaven realm was aptitude. Without a strong enough Tao seal, it was simply impossible for one to bear too strong of an impact. And with that, there was naturally no way of achieving a higher order. However, Lu Jing's status was also not low. His father was the Union Master of Gathering Yuan Union, which made him the young Union Master, which was not far from what Yang Kai had guessed before. Brother Lu, I have a business deal I want to propose to Gathering Yuan Union. I wonder whether Gathering Yuan Union is interested? Yang Kai looked eagerly at him with a smile. Lu Jing laughed in response. Our Gathering Yuan Union's doors are always open to new opportunities. As long as there is business to do, we are naturally interested. Young Union Master. The two Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, who had been standing by Lu Jing's side all this while suddenly called out to him before going down to a whisper. Union Master has asked you to return immediately after delivering the item. He says he wishes to make arrangements for your betrothal. Lu Jing's face turned dark. I have my own plans for marriage. What is he concerned about? The man responded, that is what the Union Master ordered. Young Union Master, please do not make things difficult for this humble one. Lu Jing now had an awkward look on his face. Yang Kai glanced at the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who was speaking with interest. There was no way that he would not know that he was merely speaking like this, because Gathering Yuan Union was unwilling to have too many entanglements with Voidland. Martial Peak, Chapter 4545, Lure the Snake from its Hole. Since Gathering Yuan Union mainly focused on trade, they were indeed open to all in terms of business. However, Yang Kai had killed Zhao Xing in the Tao Theory Assembly, which was an insult to Thousand Cranes Paradise. Thus, Gathering Yuan Union was not willing to draw heat onto itself. When Lu Jing came here, it was likely that his father had warned him about this beforehand. Otherwise, it was unlikely for these Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Guards to overstep their boundaries. There is no place for you to interfere when I'm speaking to Senior Brother Yang. Get out! Lu Jing scolded. Yang Kai raised his hand. Since Brother Lu's father is thinking of arranging Brother Lu's betrothal, then I will not keep you here. However, I will be troubling Brother Lu to pass on a message to your father when you return. Lu Jing responded earnestly. Please speak, Senior Brother Yang. Please report to your father that my Voidland would like to make developments in the dealing of our Heavenly Yuan stabilizing pill. If he is willing, then I will allow the Gathering Yuan Union to represent us in auctioning them. Lu Jing could not help but feel moved by the offer, and even the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Guard who spoke earlier had a surprised look on his face. The Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill was famous across the 3,000 worlds. There was no one who had not heard of it. Many people had their eyes on the spirit pill, but Voidland was the only producer of it. Others were simply unable to refine it. Voidland Star City was able to reach such a scale solely because of the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. It could be said that this spirit pill was practically the foundation of Voidland's development. If they were able to get a share in this business, then that would be a big deal for Gathering Yuan Union. They may be able to rise to even greater heights with help from this arrangement. If Voidland was willing to be generous, then what they want must not be small either. Lu Jing understood that, so he asked, May I know what Senior Brother Yang wishes to gain from my Gathering Yuan Union? Yang Kai smiled. Gathering Yuan Union's merchant ships are spread across the 3,000 worlds. With such a wide range of trade routes and so many eyes and ears available, finding Sixth Order Yin and Yang element treasures should be no problem, right? Lu Jing laughed bitterly at that. Senior Brother Yang has given me a difficult task. Such resources are very scarce, and that is true no matter where you look. After a pause, he added, "How many is Senior Brother Yang looking for?" Yang Kai answered, "Naturally, as many as you can find." Lu Jing laughed and pondered for a moment. "This is a big deal, so I am unable to make the decision. Indeed, this matter has to be referred to my father. So as to not delay matters, I will take my leave now so that I may return to Senior Brother Yang with news as soon as possible." Yang Kai did not keep him any longer and stood up. "Let me see you off." The two left the hall side by side, and having suddenly thought of something, Lu Jing suddenly went into a whisper. "Has Senior Brother Yang heard something recently?" Yang Kai glanced at him. "What does Brother Lu mean?" "About Thousand Cranes Paradise." "Thousand Cranes Paradise?" Yang Kai raised a brow and shook his head. "Nothing. What do you know, Brother Lu?" Lu Jing told him, "Thousand Cranes Paradise's elder, Zhuo Quan Hui, has rebelled from the sect alongside those from his lineage." Yang Kai stopped in his tracks and stared straight at him. Lu Jing shrugged. "I'm not joking. When it happened, one of Gathering Yuan Union's vice-union masters just happened to be doing some work at Thousand Cranes Paradise. That is when he came upon that situation. When he returned and reported the matter to my father, I happened to hear a thing or two." "When did this happen?" Yang Kai frowned. Lu Jing responded, "Counting back, it should have happened around 2 or 3 months ago." 2 or 3 months? That was around the same time as when he returned to Voidland. Why was there no news in the outside world about such a huge event? Yang Kai was confused. There is no way that Thousand Cranes Paradise would want to make a loud announcement of such an embarrassing situation. Zhuo Quan Hui is a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and an inner elder of Thousand Cranes Paradise. If he rebels from his sect, then it would mean the loss of face for Thousand Cranes Paradise. However, such a matter obviously cannot be hidden for long. Just watch. Everyone will know about it within half a year. While chatting, they had already arrived at where Gathering Yuan Union ship was docked. Lu Jing cupped his fist. "Senior Brother Yang, please wait. I will report to my father about your proposal, and I will come again if there is any news." "Many thanks, Brother Lu." Yang Kai nodded. After watching Gathering Yuan Union ship depart, Yang Kai's brow wrinkled as he could vaguely sense an impending storm. Zhuo Quan Hui was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and an inner elder of Thousand Cranes Paradise, so how could he have turned against his sect so simply? He was not the only 7th Order Master in Thousand Cranes Paradise, and as one of the 72 Paradises, they would surely have some 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters keeping watch. If Zhuo Quan Hui really did turn against his sect, then he would have been apprehended almost immediately. From that fact alone, Yang Kai could guess that Zhuo Quan Hui's rebellion was just a show they had put on for the outside world. Inyang Cave Heaven's Tao Theory Assembly was presided over by Su Linggong, who said before it began that this was not a children's game. It was a competition to choose a suitor for Chu Huashang, and no reprisals were to be pursued regardless of the lives lost during its course. Even though these words were spoken by Su Linggong, he was representing Inyang Cave Heaven. If someone really did try and get revenge afterwards, that would be slapping Su Linggong in the face and smashing Inyang Cave Heaven signboard. Inyang Cave Heaven would not let the matter rest after such an insult, and even without anyone else to stand up to the matter, Inyang Cave Heaven themselves would put an end to it. Thousand Cranes Paradise did not wish to make the situation too stiff either and provoke Inyang Cave Heaven's reputation for the sake of a lost disciple. However, Zhao Xing was still a core disciple, and he could not die in vain. Thousand Cranes Paradise's reputation was still important to them. Zhuo Quan Hui's rebellion from Thousand Cranes Paradise meant he had cut off his relationship with them, and as the deceased honored master, he could rightfully avenge his dead disciple. This matter would have nothing to do with Thousand Cranes Paradise in that case. If Inyang Cave Heaven wished to blame anyone, then the only one they could blame was the rebel, Zhuo Quan Hui. Furthermore, Inyang Cave Heaven may not necessarily come out to say anything about the matter. One was a cave heaven and the other was a paradise. Surpassing Thousand Cranes Paradise to the point where they made such a choice was already Inyang Cave Heaven's limit, and Thousand Cranes Paradise had already taken a step back on matter. Naturally, Inyang Cave Heaven would take a step back as well, and this step was most likely their refusal to interfere in the feud between Yang Kai and Zhuo Quanhui. After some thought, Yang Kai quickly worked out the relationships in this matter, and he could not help but sneer. Zhuo Quanhui was blinded by hatred, and he was most likely not going to be letting him go. Yang Kai was just about to contact Bian Yuqing when he saw two streams of light coming from the distance as soon as he looked up, and one of them happened to be her. Sect Master. Bian Yuqing saluted after landing, a troubled look on her face. However, the person next to her fell to their knees and wailed, "Heavenly Monarch, please do something." Yang Kai frowned at them, quickly recognizing their identity. "You are Three Brilliances World Lord, Pang Xiao Yuan." Voidland was not the only great force in Void territory. There existed 7 third-class great forces and a dozen or so universe worlds, all of them with histories far longer than Yang Kai's reign in this place. Back then, when Yang Kai established Voidland, these third-class great forces and universe worlds sent their representatives over to congratulate him and even helped a lot to rebuild Voidland. So, the 7 third-class great forces can all be considered subordinate forces of Voidland, and they were considered allies. The dozen universe worlds were essentially considered subjects of Voidland who were able to send over some talents to join Voidland once in a while. Among the dozen or so universe worlds, one of them was Three Brilliances World, and the strongest master of that world was the man in front of Yang Kai now, Pang Xiao Yuan. However, even though this man aspired to achieve the 4th Order or even 5th Order Open Heaven Realm, he was still merely in the Emperor Realm right now. "Please, Heavenly Monarch, save the people of my Three Brilliances World." Pang Xiao Yuan kowtowed to him, bashing his forehead to the ground in loud thuds. "Stand up and speak." Yang Kai reached out to pick him up, confused. What happened? Bian Yuqing hurriedly explained. Someone stormed into Three Brilliances World and began slaughtering people indiscriminately. Three Brilliances World has sustained heavy damage. When he realized that things were beyond his ability to handle, World Lord Peng decided to come and seek help. Yang Kai's pupils shrank. Just earlier, Lu Jing had just warned him that Zhuo Quanhui had rebelled from Thousand Cranes Paradise, and now, Three Brilliances World had fallen into danger. He could not help but think of something, luring a snake out of its hole. Yang Kai's face turned grim. Voidland was guarded by 2 mature divine spirits, which was a well-known fact. There was also the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array. To break through such defensive power, several 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would have to join hands. Even if Zhuo Quanhui wanted to avenge his disciple, he would not be foolish enough to come directly to Voidland. He would have to lure Yang Kai out instead. Three Brilliances World was just caught in the crossfire. Otherwise, how could Pang Xiao Yuan, a trivial Emperor Realm Master, be able to escape? Since Zhuo Quanhui wished to lure the snake out of the hole, it was only natural that he needed someone to pass on the news. However, Zhuo Quanhui was still a man from a paradise, and also a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. So how could he be so merciless as to lay his hands on a universe world? It had to be known that universe worlds were the foundation of the entire 3,000 worlds. Was he not afraid of damaging his reputation with such rash actions? Bian Yuqing had no idea what Yang Kai meant by that assessment, but she could vaguely tell that something was not right. Voidland possessed extraordinary strength these days, and Three Brilliances World was a subject of Voidland. How could anyone be so brave as to cause trouble under Voidland's eyes? They were clearly doing this on purpose. Heavenly Monarch, we must hurry. Lives are at stake. If we delay any further, then it will be too late. These vile people are strong, and I have no idea what order the Open Heaven Realm they are in, but even a single move can cause devastating damage. I'm afraid it would not take too long for them to tear apart the entire Three Brilliances World. Pang Xiaoyan begged anxiously. Yang Kai nodded. I know. I will go immediately. With that said, He rushed to the sky while urgently telling Bian Yuqing to pass on his orders. After watching Yang Kai disappear into the distance, Pang Xiao Yuan fell powerlessly to the ground. Bian Yuqing reassured him. World Lord Peng need not worry. Sect Master will naturally deal with the enemy. You should go and rest. I still have things to attend to, so I will not be accompanying you. After calling over a Voidland disciple to bring Peng Xiao Yuan to a guest room, Bian Yuqing took out her communication bead and sent out a series of messages. In the blink of an eye, the 6th Order and 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters scattered all over gathered together. Three Brilliance's world was an Azure Universe world, which was slightly larger than the star boundary. Whether it be in world energy or world principles, it was slightly better than the star boundary, so cultivating in Three Brilliance's world was much easier. Yang Kai transformed into a ray of light and kept on pushing his space principles as he closed in on his destination in merely a cup of tea's time. When he looked down from the void, Yang Kai felt so furious that his eyes could pop. The universe world, which used to be azure, was now covered in pits and wounds. Even from the void, he could see the large cracks that spanned across the land. Black smoke was rising in the air and hot magma was erupting. Even the seawater was rolling black. Clearly, the world's vitality had been damaged greatly. Martial Peak, Chapter 45-46, Wolf in front, Tiger behind. Back then, a single Mo Sheng could stir up a huge mess in the star boundary, which almost led to the extinction of all life, so there was no need to mention what an even stronger Open Heaven Realm Master could do if they ran amok in the Three Brilliance's world. For the one behind this, all the living that exist within the Three Brilliance's world were merely ants to them, easily slaughtering them without any resistance, which showed how heartless this person was. Somewhere in Three Brilliance's world, a violent energy fluctuation emerged. Yang Kai looked over in that direction. Across a distance of several tens of thousands of kilometers, his gaze pierced through the void and could vaguely see a person wielding their power recklessly, leaving a reign of terror wherever they passed. A city, inhabited by tens of thousands, was flipped over in just a single blow, annihilating everyone in a mere instant. Courting death, Yang Kai was seeing red, and his murderous intent surged. Grabbing the air, the Azure Dragon spear entered his hand. With a thrust of his spear, space principles warped, and he disappeared. Above the rubble was a figure hovering with fluttering sleeves. There seemed to be wronged spirits lingering about his ears, but the man smiled as if he was enjoying the pleasure of his wanton slaughter. Under his divine senses perception, there was another city just 1,000 kilometers away where many living beings were gathered. As he was about to make for the city, a powerful aura suddenly rushed over in his direction that sent a shiver up his spine. Turning his head back, he saw a lightning flash in the clouds. Then came a raging, murderous intent, erupting out for all to feel. Feeling the terror of the incoming blow, the man dared not be careless. With a great roar, sound waves visible to the naked eye rippled towards Yang Kai through the air. At the same time, the figure backed away speedily. Yang Kai continued to give chase with his spear, his strikes flowing in an unrestrained manner, covering the sky in a flurry of spear shadows that rained down on his enemy. That man, who was in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, was obviously very confident in his own strength, and at first, he was able to block Yang Kai's attacks, but as he continued to clash, both his body and soul were repeatedly shocked. Eventually, he was forced to cry out for help. Divine Monarch, save me. Yellow Spring, Heavenly Monarch. Yang Kai also finally had a look at this guy's face. He originally thought that it was someone from Thousand Cranes Paradise who was attacking this place, and there was even the possibility that he might seize Wuquan Hui himself. Unexpectedly, the one slaughtering the inhabitants of Three Brilliance's world actually turned out to be Prison League's League Master, Yellow Spring, Heavenly Monarch. It was too late to wonder why Yellow Spring, Heavenly Monarch was here, though, as after he shouted, powerful auras hidden in all directions quickly emerged, one of which made Yang Kai's heart jump. Turning around, he saw Wuquan Hui appear with a grim look on his face, and the sword in his hand was pointed his way, quickly approaching. His thrust may have seemed simple, but it was able to break through Yang Kai's spear shadow blockade perfectly and head straight for the spot between his brow. A feeling of imminent death washed over Yang Kai as he drew in a breath of cold air and manipulated space principles, executing his near-distant horizon secret technique, infinitely stretching the space between him and Zuoquan Hui. "Break!" Zuoquan Hui shouted, shattering the stretched space. Then the cold glint of his sword tip quickly enlarged before Yang Kai's eyes. Near-distant horizon was broken. Yang Kai's heart was shaken. Sure enough, the power of a seventh-order open heaven realm master was truly extraordinary, even being capable of breaking through his space secret technique with ease, which was something that had never happened before. Yang Kai was caught off guard and could only block the blow with his spear. Hong hong hong. Following a loud series of explosions, a tidal wave of energy spread out in all directions, instantly turning the destroyed city below to ashes, leaving no trace of it behind. Even the ground was cracked open with lines like that of a canyon appearing out of nowhere. Between those cracks, magma gushed out in a spectacular display. In an instant, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of golden blood and could not stop himself from flying backwards. He crashed headlong into a mountain 100 kilometers away and disappeared from sight. Zuoquan Hui frowned, looking surprised. He was stunned that he was unable to execute Yang Kai instantly despite personally making a move. Judging by the blows they exchanged just now, the heritage of Yang Kai's small universe was extremely powerful, not inferior to a master at the very peak of the sixth-order open heaven realm. After a brief pause, Zuoquan Hui came back to his senses. Is this the might of Yin-Yang, cave heaven small source world? Even so, you'll die here today. He did not hesitate to break away from Thousand Cranes Paradise and even took in someone like Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch, instructing him to cause carnage in Three Brilliance's world. Also, he could lure Yang Kai out. Now that Yang Kai was here, if he did not win this fight, then he might not have such a good opportunity again in the future. With a flick of his sword, Zuoquan Hui's entire figure was wrapped in the sword light before he shot off like a flash of lightning. But before Zuoquan Hui could arrive, the mountains suddenly split apart and Yang Kai's figure rose to the sky and headed straight for the void. Even though he was now in the sixth-order open heaven realm, and his strength had improved greatly thanks to the many opportunities he encountered, the difference between the high-rank and mid-rank open heaven realms was like the difference between the heavens and earth. If it were any ordinary sixth-order open heaven realm master, then they would probably have been killed by Zuoquan Hui in the first exchange of blows. Yang Kai was able to escape from death thanks to all the hard work he put in back in the small source world. If not for his previous gains in the divine armament world, his situation now would be even worse. Even so, Yang Kai was in a dizzy state at this moment, and his small universe was in turmoil. Before coming here, he had a hunch that Zuoquan Hui would be waiting in ambush. Just as Pang Xiaoyuan said, however, saving lives was like putting out a fire. If Three Brilliance's world was in danger, then he did not dare to delay things. So he had no choice but to come over and stop the carnage immediately. But now, after their exchange, Yang Kai was certain that he was no match for Zuoquan Hui. So how could he stay here any longer? What was more, if he continued to fight in this place, then Three Brilliance's world would really be done for. After all, there were still countless living beings inhabiting this place, and if Three Brilliance's world was shattered from their fight, all the living beings in this world would die without a burial. Where are you trying to run? A figure rushed over from the side, a woman in imperial robes. The woman's face was scrunched up with murderous intent, and her aura flared madly. She was also a sixth-order open heaven realm master, and with a wave of her hand, a colorful belt stretched out across the void, releasing an endless river of stars. Crashing straight into this river, it was as if Yang Kai had entered a starry sky. In an instant, north, south, east, and west had become indistinguishable. He knew that this artifact had a heaven-sealing, earth-locking effect, almost like a self-contained world. If it did not break out of this trap quickly, then things would not be good once Zuoquan caught up to him. Not daring to hesitate, Yang Kai let out a fierce roar. Golden Crow cast the sun. A loud and clear caw broke through the air, and a great sun rose up. Within the great sun, a three-legged exotic bird could be seen frolicking about. Yang Kai raised his spear to the great sun before, stabbing fiercely towards the void. The great sun exploded, and in an instant, the starry sky around him grew dim. Terrifying golden crows, true fire swept out in all directions as Yang Kai's body flew up. When he recovered, he found himself outside of the endless river of stars, and not far ahead was a woman's figure. With her artifact broken, the woman's face was slightly pale, and there was a trail of blood trickling down the corner of her mouth. With fierce determination, Yang Kai raised a spear, preparing to impale the woman with its tip, but it was then that a heavy murderous intent emerged from behind him. Zuoquan Hui had caught up, forcing him to have to fight back. World force collided as Yang Kai's figure tumbled through the air, and endless sword Qi cut his clothes into pieces. No matter how strong his body was, it was instantly covered in blood from fresh wounds. The terrifying sword intent even lingered in his wounds like maggots, burrowing into his flesh and his meridians. With a shout, Yang Kai forcefully suppressed his wounds, but when he saw Zuoquan Hui approaching again, he had no choice but to borrow the force of the recoil, turning around and running away. Even if you escape to the ends of the universe, you will surely still die today. Zuoquan Hui's voice came from behind him as he continued to give chase. Yang Kai wanted to escape using space principles, but the might of the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master was so great that each time he had that thought, the strange sword Qi haunting his wounds would suddenly erupt, causing him unbearable pain and making it difficult for him to concentrate, which made it even more impossible for him to escape successfully. Zuoquan Hui was obviously on guard against his mastery over the Tao of space. He knew that if he did not contain this ability of Yang Kai's, then he would not be able to kill him. Honor Master, he's fleeing towards Voidland. The woman followed closely behind Zuoquan Hui, looking in the direction in which Yang Kai was running. Zuoquan Hui coldly snorted. I knew this would happen, but he won't be able to escape. As he spoke, three figures suddenly appeared before Yang Kai. From a distance, one of the men shouted, You shall not pass. Then, the three of them combined their strength to deliver an attack in his direction. Squinting his eyes, only two of the three men were recognizable to Yang Kai. One of them was Firm Gold Heavenly Monarch, another was Blue Flame Heavenly Monarch. As for the last one, he was someone Yang Kai had never met before, so he had no idea who he was or where he came from. All the same, Yang Kai cursed in his heart. He knew that these two guys would be here. In fact, Yang Kai had been on alert for them ever since he saw Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch. Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch founded Prison League on the Prison Star, and Firm Gold Heavenly Monarch and Blue Flame Heavenly Monarch were his Vice League masters. During the Tao Theory Assembly, Prison League captured Xianxia and Pei Wenxian. Later, they also captured a core disciple from Azure Nether Paradise as a bargaining chip to negotiate with Yang Cave Heaven after everything ended. The end result of that was that the three leaders of Prison League were freed, and they let Xianxia and Pei Wenxian go, while Xianxia and the Great Force behind him had to pay Yang Cave Heaven a large sum of money. Now, it seemed like the three from Prison League who were freed were Huang Quan, Jin Gang, and Sang Yin. It was only natural for that to be, so as the three of them occupied the three highest spots in Prison League. If they could obtain freedom, then they would not leave this opportunity for anyone else. Only Yang Kai could not understand how the three of them got mixed up with Zuoquan Hui. Whether it be Huang Quan, Jin Gang, or Sang Yin, all three men were veterans in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, no worse than Mao Zhe. In a one-on-one fight, they would definitely be no match for Yang Kai. Even if it was 2 against 1, Yang Kai might still come out on top. However, there were currently 3 masters joining hands now. What's more, Yang Kai had already been hurt from the fight with Zuoquan Hui earlier, so he could only dodge when it came to a fight against a combined force like this. However, this delay only allowed Zuoquan Hui to close the gap between them. With a wolf in front and tiger behind, Yang Kai was in a precarious situation. Martial Peak, Chapter 45-47, Voidland's Background. Yang Kai, when you killed my junior brother, did you ever expect to face this day? The man standing between firm gold Heavenly Monarch and blue flame Heavenly Monarch gritted his teeth and snarled at him. From what he said, it was obvious this man was Zhao Xing's senior brother. Lu Jing had previously told Yang Kai that Zuoquan Hui had rebelled from Thousand Cranes Paradise along with his lineage, which meant Zuoquan Hui was not alone. He had brought all his subordinates and disciples he could use with him, and this man was one of them. The unfamiliar faces he saw earlier must be the same, including the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm woman. You bastard, you will die here today. The woman's voice also sounded from behind. Looking down, Yang Kai sneered, You wish to kill me? That will depend on whether you have that ability or not. A huge lotus-like ship was rapidly approaching from the void, and before it even arrived, a dense stream of lights shot out from the ship. The woman's alarmed voice sounded through the air. Senior brother Zhou Ti, watch out. Zhou Ti, Jin Gang, and Song Yin, who were obstructing Yang Kai's way, had also realized that danger was approaching, and when they turned around, their vision was filled with a brilliant light. One by one, terrifying attacks rained down on them. The three of them were so shocked that they did not even have time to think how many masters there were. They just turned tail and fled like frightened birds and beasts. The moment they made their move, Yang Kai also stabbed at Zhou Ti with his spear, ignoring the barriers of space, reaching the latter's face as soon as he lifted his hand. A dragon roar erupted from the Azure Dragon spear as if it had truly transformed into a giant dragon brandishing its claws and baring its fangs, seemingly about to devour Zhou Ti up in one gulp. Sensing imminent danger, Zhou Ti tried hard to circulate the strength of his small universe and formed hand seals to protect his front. Blood spluttered out as Yang Kai and Zhou Ti passed each other. When their eyes met, Zhou Ti's eyes were filled with great terror, while Yang Kai's only showed mockery. Flipping the Azure Dragon spear back around, he thrust out at Zhou Ti's heart with an unstoppable momentum. As the aura of death enveloped him, Zhou Ti's face became ashen, but the critical moment, Yang Kai frowned and pulled his spear back. Dang. A sword stopped the Azure Dragon spear, colliding with it with a terrifying world force. Grunting, blood spilled from Yang Kai's nose and mouth. Behind the long sword, Zuoquan Hui faced him with a grim expression. With a shake of his sword, a wave of sword chi formed and flew straight in his direction. Yang Kai was forced backwards while fresh blood constantly spilled from all over his body. Dense cuts covered his skin in a horrifying display. Young master, he shouted and dashed over to him together with profound Yang Mountain's three mountain lords, Maozhe, Gengqing, and Zhouya. When it came to loyalty, none could trump the three of them. The three mountain lords were also powerful, all of them being established Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm masters. Back in the shadowless cave heaven, they had been forced to write their names down on the loyalty list and submit to Yang Kai. However, since they had already put down their names, whether they earnestly wished to submit to Yang Kai or were simply forced to, all three have now rushed forward when they saw Yang Kai teeter around the edge of life or death. If Yang Kai died here, then they would be buried with him, so as soon as they saw him in danger, they all rushed over as soon as possible. With the combined power of these five, they were finally able to block Zuoquan Hui's strike. Seeing that he would not be able to kill Yang Kai in a short amount of time, Zuoquan Hui wisely chose to step back. He pressed forward earlier, mainly to save Zhou Ti, but now that his goal had been achieved, there was no need for him to pursue Yang Kai further. The most important thing for him to do now was assess the current situation. The fight that spanned hundreds of kilometers in the void suddenly subsided, but everyone knew that this peace was just an illusion, the calm before the storm. Young master, are you all right? Yui looked nervously at Yang Kai, feeling heartbroken to see him in such a state. Xianxia looked miserable. His clothes were in rags, and there were numerous wounds littered over his body, both big and small. It was rare for him to show such a vulnerable side. "I'm fine." Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking in the distance with a defiant face, he sneered, "Zuoquan Hui, you want to lure the snake from his cave? Aren't you worried you'll lure a dragon out instead?" Hundreds of kilometers away, Zuoquan Hui's face was still grim. Eyes sweeping over the people by Xianxia's side, he spat, "This monarch has underestimated your void land." He knew that void land's heritage was not bad, and that they had two divine spirits watching over them. Even a master in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm, like him, did not dare to act recklessly, which was why he devised a scheme to lure Xianxia out. He thought that it would be easy to kill him as long as he was able to lure Xianxia out, but Xianxia was much stronger than he initially thought. It was surprising that he was not able to kill him off instantly, but knowing Voidland's heritage was even more surprising. They had 9 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and more than 20 in the Fifth Order. This lineup was not in line with the information he had received previously. From the intelligence he gathered, Voidland only had 2 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters at most. Compared to Voidland, his own side only had Zhou Ti, Huang Quan, Jing Gang, Song Yin, and his female disciple. There were only a total of 5 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in his service, but Zuoquan Hui himself was in the 7th Order, so he more than made up for the gap in power. Even so, Voidland was growing at a rate that shocked Zuoquan Hui. How strong were they when Heavenly Sword Union formed the 100 Sects Alliance to attack them? It had barely been 10 years since then, and they had already collected so many masters. If they let this continue on, then Voidland will definitely become a big problem in the future. But how can you stop this monarch with just a few of you? Boy, this monarch must kill you today. Zuoquan Hui shouted as he raised his sword. Xianxia grinned. What a coincidence, that was what I was thinking too. He shouted, "Maozhe, Gengqing, join me in this fight. I've never killed a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master before, so today we will have a taste. The rest of you, corner the rest of our opponents. Don't let a single one of them escape." All of them answered in unison, "Yes." Xianxia raised his spear and pointed it at Zuoquan Hui, bellowing, "Kill." A distance of hundreds of kilometers was merely a step away for Open Heaven Realm Masters, but in a step, in a shout, Xianxia had already taken the lead and rushed forward. Earlier, Xianxia had practically nowhere to escape to as he was chased up and down by Zuoquan Hui. Now, the elites of Voidland had all come out to face the enemy in battle. As Xianxia said before, Zuoquan Hui may have been trying to lure the snake out of its hole, but he had unwittingly lured out a dragon instead. Even as Zuoquan Hui was not killed in this battle, his side would still be wounded, which should teach him that Void territory was not a place for him to come and go as he pleased. A battle even fiercer than the one before broke out instantly. 6 or 7 battlefields formed in the expansive void. World forces collided with each other endlessly in a heated contest. Mo Mei confronted Zhou Ti, who was instantly pinned down and only able to struggle passively. Under normal circumstances, Mo Mei would not be Zhou Ti's opponent. After all, she had only advanced into the 6th Order a short while ago. Even if Voidland was there to support her with resources, she still needed time to build up her small universe's heritage. Zhou Ti had undoubtedly reached the 6th Order much earlier than Mo Mei, so his small universe's heritage should be more powerful. However, Zhou Ti was severely injured by Xianxia's spear when he tried to block his path just now. In fact, if not for Zuoquan Hui rescuing him at the last moment, Zhou Ti might already be dead. With his injuries, Zhou Ti was unable to exert his full strength to begin with, so it was only natural that he would be overpowered by Mo Mei. Yu He, on the other hand, chose to fight the 6th Order woman. Both sides were on equal footing, so neither was able to do anything to their opponent. Zhou Yu was slightly weaker when compared to Song Yin, but her heritage as a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was still there, so killing her would still be as difficult as ascending to the heavens, unless Zhou Yu herself courted death. Hua Yong and Shu Mu Dan, the couple, had always advanced and retreated together, so with their combined skills, they were able to beat Jin Gang into a bitter state. Finally, Hui Gu rushed up to Huang Quan at the first chance he got with overwhelming, killing intent. He was practically fighting with his life on the line, without any concern about whether or not he would be injured. His reckless ferocity caused Huang Quan to jump in fright. Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch should have been slightly stronger than Hui Gu. Otherwise, Huang Quan would not have been able to serve as Prison League's master. However, he was forced into a disadvantageous position by Hui Gu in this confrontation. The reason that Hui Gu was like this was because of his deceased attendant, Bai Mo. On the Prison Star, he and Bai Mo have been in each other's company for hundreds of years. The master and servant had gone through many ups and downs together, and though Bai Mo's cultivation was not high, only 4th Order Open Heaven Realm, he was extremely loyal to Hui Gu and was even willing to offer his life for him. It was just a pity that Bai Mo ended up in Prison League's hands and was crushed before Hui Gu's eyes by Huang Quan. After the Tao Theory Assembly, Yang Kai got Hui Gu out of the Prison Star, and from then on, Hui Gu made a vow to kill Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch in order to avenge Bai Mo's death. The only issue was Huang Quan had also escaped from the Prison Star and disappeared. Who would have thought that Hui Gu would be able to find Huang Quan here? Naturally, he was seeing red when he saw his hated enemy. Despite knowing that he was not his opponent, Hui Gu still decided to confront Huang Quan. This fight between the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters raged forth like an inferno, each side having both advantages and disadvantages. On the other hand, the fight between the 5th Order Masters was completely one-sided. Among Zhuoquan Hui's people, there were 4 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. They had also appeared in 3 Brilliance's World and had followed Zhuoquan Hui as his loyal disciples. None of them could have imagined that this would be their burial place. The 20-plus 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Voidland all descended on them at once, and the overwhelming gap in numbers was enough to form a lopsided siege that suppressed them in a very short amount of time. One by one, divine abilities and secret techniques were released as World Force flared. Even though the 4 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters fought back desperately, they were still facing a miserable end. In just several dozen breaths of time, Zhuoquan Hui's 4 5th Order Open Heaven Realm followers fell into a dangerous position. Naturally, this fact did not escape Zhou Ti and the 6th Order woman's attention. Their disciples and juniors were being suppressed and sent into a life-threatening situation, so it was only natural that they would want to rescue them. However, how could Mo Mei and Yu He allow them to do so? In fact, their distraction allowed Mo Mei and Yu He to gain further advantage over them in their battles. A few moments later, amidst a number of screams, the 4 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were all killed. Their small universes shattered, and world force poured out all at once. When Zhou Ti and the 6th Order woman saw this, they were both heartbroken, but helpless. After the many 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters finished off their opponents, they flew towards the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm battlefield under Old Bai's lead without even a pause. Splitting up into 4 different groups, they offered support to Yu, He, Mo Mei, and the others. Martial Peak, Chapter 45-48, Sun and Moon Rise in the Sky. Within the Open Heaven Realm, the gap between each order was immense, and the higher the order, the more obvious the gap became. A 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could easily deal with the forces of 10 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters combined, and they even had the strength to fight back. Under normal circumstances, what Voidland's 20 or so 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could do was quite limited. However, at this moment, their existence had become the key to victory or defeat. In the battle of the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, Zhou Yu was outmatched against Song Yan. Yu He was evenly matched with the 6th Order woman, and even Hui Gu was able to suppress Huang Quan for a short amount of time. Zhou Ti and Jin Gang were both at an absolute disadvantage. The addition of the many 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters added pressure to the enemy. They may not be able to face any one of these 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters by themselves, but they could take to the sidelines and launch sneak attacks at the right moments. In a life-or-death fight, the pesky Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were extremely troubling and even deadly for the enemy. Old Bai even had time to check on Yang Kai's situation. He knew that the key to winning or losing today's battle would depend on Yang Kai's side. If Yang Kai could stand up to Zuoquan Hui, then this would be Voidland's win. Otherwise, any advantage on their side would be meaningless. Loud roars filled the void as spear shadows erupted repeatedly. World force was constantly reverberating as Yang Kai felt like he was constantly treading the line between life and death. This was not his first time fighting someone in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. Back then, when he returned from Shadowless Cave Heaven, he led his men to destroy the headquarters of Boundless Altar and Golden Rainbow Province in order to relieve the proprietress of her heart demon oath. They did not encounter much resistance at Boundless Altar with their old ancestor, making the wise choice of giving up their headquarters to save his disciples, leaving the Spirit Province for Yang Kai to do with as he pleased. However, Yang Kai had to face off against the old ancestor of Golden Rainbow Province, Li Luo Shui, who was in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. The two of them fought, and Yang Kai forced his enemy back, finally razing Golden Rainbow Province to the ground and successfully relieving the proprietress of her heart demon oath so that she could enter retreat in the following days in order to break through to the Seventh Order. Luo Li Shui had hastily broken through at the time, and her foundation was not stable, so it was hard to say how much strength she was actually able to exert during that fight. In comparison, Zuoquan Hui was one of Thousand Cranes Paradise's inner elders who had advanced into the Seventh Order who knows how long ago. He had deep roots in that realm and possessed a sturdy foundation, so the power that he could bring forth was far greater than that of Li Luo Shui. At the very least, Yang Kai had grown tremendously recently. His experience in the Divine Armament world had also greatly enhanced the heritage of his small universe, so he was definitely much stronger than he was before. If he were to bump into Li Luo Shui again, then Yang Kai might be able to deal with her without suffering nearly as much. However, the one he was facing right now was Zuoquan Hui. An indelible sense of crisis was enveloping him at all times like a sharp blade hanging over his head, about to fall on him at any moment. Each time he clashed with Zuoquan Hui, Yang Kai could feel his organs turning inside out and his soul shaking. The world force within a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master's small universe was so powerful that Yang Kai felt as if he was clashing against the entire world each time their blows met. Even with Mao Zhe and Geng Qing to share in the pressure from the sidelines, Yang Kai still suffered greatly during this fight. Even with the combined strength of the three of them, they could not gain any advantage at all. The fight had only lasted a half cup of tea's time, but Mao Zhe and Geng Qing were already bloody and showing expressions of fear. If it were not for the deaths of the four Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters acting as a short distraction, then Yang Kai would not even have had the chance to catch his breath. The only thing that Yang Kai could be thankful for was the fact that Zuoquan Hui did not possess a divine manifestation. Even though his moves were all extremely powerful, as were his divine abilities and secret techniques, he had not shown any signs of having a divine manifestation. If he still has not cast it, that means he isn't hiding it. He must be unable to use it. It seemed that this Zuoquan Hui was still slightly worse than Ti Zheng of Myriad Demons Heaven. At least, Ti Zheng was able to use a divine manifestation. The rain of swords fell on them like a waterfall, with each sword light containing the might of the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm. Yang Kai, Mao Zhe, and Geng Qing combined their efforts to resist, but the sounds of flesh being penetrated still rang out. Both Mao Zhe and Geng Qing spat blood and were forced back with faces filled with terror. They had never fought with an established Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master before, so it was only now that they realized how great the disparity between the Sixth and Seventh Order truly was. On the surface, it seemed like the three of them were joining forces to fight Zuoquan Hui, but Mao Zhe and Geng Qing knew full well that Yang Kai alone had already blocked 80% of Zuoquan Hui's assault. The rest of the attacks that they each withstood represented only 10%. Even this 10%, however, was extremely difficult for them to withstand, and they felt as if they could die at any moment. They were shocked by just how strong a master in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm could be, but were even more shocked at Yang Kai's terrifying heritage, though they were no strangers to Yang Kai's strength. Back then, at Shadowless Cave Heaven's profound Yang Mountain, they were able to experience it deeply, but they did not expect Yang Kai to be this powerful. Though also being in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, Wuxia had already reached the peak of this realm, and with enough resources and opportunity, he could definitely try to make a breakthrough to the Seventh Order. However, his so-called peak seemed ridiculous when compared to Yang Kai. How long had Yang Kai been in the Sixth Order? If he were given time to reach the peak of the Sixth Order, could it be possible that even an ordinary Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master would be no match for him? How can there be such a monster in this world? Zuoquan Hui was also shocked that a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was able to last in a fight with him for so long without dying. If he had not seen it for himself, then he would never have believed that it was possible. Any time that he thought he could kill off Yang Kai, the brat would always find a ray of hope during the critical moment to escape from death. This young boy's battle sense was simply beyond words, and the heritage of his small universe was also abnormally powerful. Even at the peak Sixth Order, it should be impossible for anyone to hold off against the bombardment of a Seventh Order Master for such a long time. But Yang Kai was able to do just that. Not only was he able to hold him back, he could even occasionally strike back at him. In shock, Zuoquan Hui attacked with even more ferocity. Yang Kai, Wuxia, and Gengqing could immediately feel the intensity of the attacks being vented out on them, becoming even more violent than before. In just a short 10 breaths of time, Wuxia and Gengqing were both sent flying with blood covering their bodies. After knocking back these two, Zuoquan Hui did not try to take advantage of the momentum he gained to kill them. For him, Yang Kai was his only target. The rest were just extras. As long as he could kill Yang Kai, then it was simply impossible for the others to hold back against his attacks. All of them would eventually face death at his hands. A myriad of sword lights suddenly gathered into a beam that was being launched straight in Yang Kai's direction. In a huge void, the only thing left behind was the light of his sword. Yang Kai's pupils shrank to a needlepoint. The crisis that he was facing now was even more intense than any he faced before. He stood in the space between life and death, but rather than retreat, he advanced with spear in hand. Without a bang, the light exploded into a halo that practically encased half of the void. From the light's midst, Yang Kai's figure emerged. A bloody hole was pierced through his abdomen, but he seemed oblivious of it. There was no sadness or joy on his face as he stabbed his spear out. Zuoquan Hui's face was extremely grim. Gritting his teeth, he bellowed, "A foolish struggle. How futile." Blade turning, his sword buzzed. Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm World Force poured into the blade as he pointed it lightly in Yang Kai's direction. Yang Kai grinned. "Your disciple is going to die." When he said this, a scream arose from the side. Zuoquan Hui quickly turned his head towards the sound, only to see Zhou Ti stumble back while holding the stub of his right arm, which had disappeared. Fresh blood was gushing out of the wound like a fountain. In front of Zhou Ti, Mo Mei's hands were constantly changing into different seals. One by one, divine abilities blasted his way. Behind Zhou Ti, Old Bai also led the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to cast their secret techniques to disorient him. Zhou Ti was in critical danger. He was seriously injured to begin with, so he was not Mo Mei's opponent from the start. Then, the addition of Old Bai and the others into their battle further added to his woes. Among all those fighting on this battlefield, Zhou Ti was in the worst situation. He was barely able to resist for a while before one of his arms had been blown away. Obviously, Mo Mei was not going to allow him even a moment of respite. World force pouring out, divine abilities and secret techniques blossomed ceaselessly. Zhou Ti shouted miserably, "Honored Master, save me." This cry came at just the right moment as Zuoquan Hui happened to be looking his way. When he saw that Zhou Ti was in danger, Zuoquan Hui could only grit his teeth and head in his direction. In order to avenge his disciple, Zhaoxing, Zuoquan Hui had left Thousand Cranes Paradise without hesitation, bringing along his followers in the Fifth Order and Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, even offering a handsome reward to Huang Quan, Song Yin, and Jin Gang for their loyalty. But he never would have expected that not only would he fail to kill Yang Kai, his own Fifth Order disciples would be the first to die. Even though those disciples were not in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, he had still been teaching them for many years, and it broke his heart to see them die such a miserable death. However, if he could kill Yang Kai and destroy Voidland's Open Heaven realm masters, then he could avenge their deaths and bring some justification to their misery. However, if Zhou Ti died, then no amount of deaths here would be able to make up for the loss. This was all about avenging the death of one Sixth Order disciple, so he could not lose another in the process or everything would be in vain. So, when he heard Zhou Ti's plea for help, Zhou Quan Hui did not hesitate to turn around and rush to his aid. It was at that moment that a golden crow cried out as a powerful force fluctuated behind Zhou Quan Hui. A great sun rose up, lighting up the darkness of the void. Cold moonlight also set in all of a sudden, complementing the glory of the great sun. When Zuoquan Hui turned back around to see what was happening, his eyes bulged. He saw a bizarre scene. In the void between the heavens and the earth, Yang Kai stood with his body covered in blood, hand forming into seals whilst a dazzling great sun and cold moon hung behind his back. Both sun and moon were shining together. Even with Zuoquan Hui's knowledge and experience, he could not tell what the root of this mysterious power was, but he could feel his mind and thoughts being affected by it even now. What divine ability is this? Zuoquan Hui was dumbfounded. He knew that Yang Kai was able to perform the Golden Crow cast, the Sun Divine Manifestation, which was the great sun hanging behind his back. But what was that cold moon? It did not look like a divine manifestation, just the projection of a divine ability. Still, under the combined light of both sun and moon, a mysterious power surged in the dark. This power was as mighty as it was incomprehensible, so much so that even a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master like him could not underestimate it. Martial Peak, Chapter 45-49, Choose. Sun and moon intersected as Yang Kai activated his ability. Space and time principles surged as he pushed his palm forward. The great sun and the full moon entwined and began to spin. As the sun and moon cycled, thousands of years seemed to pass in a single instant, complementing the space principles. Thus, a mysterious space-time strength was born. Sun and moon divine wheel. A sense of crisis abruptly weighed down on Zuoquan Hui. How could he even think of saving Zhou Ti at this moment? Yang Kai's divine ability was beyond the scope of what a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master could exert. Even for masters in the Seventh Order, such a method was practically unheard of. No matter how exquisite the moves that Yang Kai made before, or how amazing his divine abilities were, Zuoquan Hui did not put any of them in his eyes. After all, the power of Yang Kai's divine abilities could not make up for the disparity between their orders. Even if Zuoquan Hui knew about Yang Kai's Golden Crow cast the sun, he was only a little vigilant about it. It was true that he did not have a divine manifestation, but the divine manifestation exhibited by a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master should not be able to do anything to him. If Yang Kai really did use Golden Crow cast the sun, then he had ways to deal with it. However, the divine ability that Yang Kai unleashed at this moment posed a real threat to him. A cold sword light filled the void, and the illusory phantom of a small universe emerged behind Zuoquan Hui's back. Like a prosperous world force surged madly. In an instant, Zuoquan Hui's Seventh Order Open Heaven aura reached its peak. The sword tip was raised to the sky, then swung down. All of Zuoquan Hui's cultivation was poured into that one cut with nothing held back. The sun and moon divine wheel arrived in the next instant, and the dazzling light devoured Zuoquan Hui almost instantly. A terrifying energy burst out, and a circle of light spread out in the void, stretching for thousands of kilometers, as if the end of the world had arrived. When a shock wave spread out, Everyone felt as if they were standing on a rocky boat in a wild storm that could possibly capsize at any moment. Behind Yang Kai, Maozhe and Gengqing were both staring blankly ahead, and could not help but recall the scene back in the shadowless cave heaven where they were defeated by this exact move. Seeing this divine ability again, even after such a short amount of time, it seemed to be stronger than on that day. Calm returned to the battlefield once the aftershocks subsided. Earlier, everyone was trying to protect themselves from the fallout of this clash, so nobody could afford to fight with others. All eyes were locked on Yang Kai and Zhuo Hui. The victor of this confrontation would soon be revealed, so all of them could not help but feel nervous. In the void, Yang Kai's face was pale as a sheet of paper, and fresh blood was continuously flowing out from the gaping hole at his abdomen. From his shaky stance, it was clear that he was a lamp running out of oil. On the contrary, Zhuo Hui's body was intact and without injuries, though his face was extremely pale. He remained in a sword-brandishing pose, but he was unmoving. Huang Quan and the others were overjoyed at this sight, because it undoubtedly meant that Zhuo Hui was able to block Yang Kai's divine ability. In the end, he was a 7th Order Master, so this was no surprise. Exchanging glances, Huang Quan shouted enthusiastically, "Kill!" In a flash, he broke free from Hui Gu's side and rushed straight in Yang Kai's direction with Song Yin and Jin Gang following closely behind. The other 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters did not lag behind either. The only one who remained unmoving was Zhou Ti. It was a critical moment for him just now, and Zhuo Hui was interrupted by Yang Kai's son and Moon Divine Wheel before he was able to save him. With Mo Mei, Old Bai, and the others joining forces to bombard him with divine abilities, Zhou Ti was in a miserable state, and it was unknown whether he survived their attacks or not. 4 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters attacked from left and right, but Yang Kai just stood in place, seemingly lacking the strength to even defend himself. It was at the critical moment that Maozhe and Gengqing exchanged glances and rushed over. "You court death," Yu also shouted. Together with the Hua Yong and Shu Mu Dan couple, as well as Hui Gu, they rushed over to rescue Yang Kai. Another fight broke out, with Voidland holding a slight advantage thanks to their greater numbers. As a result, they were able to repel Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch and his group. However, the one they were most wary of was Zhuo Hui. This 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was still here, so everyone's hearts were drumming. They did not dare to tangle too much with the enemy and only focused on helping Yang Kai retreat to the side. To everyone's surprise, Zhuo Hui did not move from beginning to end. He just stayed in the same pose, as if he had turned into a statue. At this point, anyone with eyes could see that something was not right. Zhuo Hui definitely did not stop Yang Kai's divine ability unscathed. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to miss such a ripe opportunity to kill off his target. It was not until everyone led Yang Kai back to safety that Zhuo Hui finally staggered. A strange wave of power burst out from his figure as he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Honored Master!" The 6th Order Open Heaven Realm woman was horrified. When she looked up, she was shocked to see a piece of flesh the size of a fingernail fall off from Zhuo Hui's face, and there were many small cracks all over his cheek, making it look like dried earth or cracked porcelain. Not only his skin, but his entire body was also covered in such cracks. Looking past the peeling flesh, they could clearly see a bizarre energy surging within the wounds. Honored Master was actually injured. The 6th Order Open Heaven Realm woman was thoroughly shocked and simply could not believe her eyes. A veteran 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was actually injured by a newly promoted 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Junior. This was simply unprecedented. Huang Quan and the others were also stunned in place. Zhuo Hui raised a hand to stop the woman from speaking. With cold eyes, he looked in Yang Kai's direction and asked, "What divine ability was that?" Yang Kai coughed violently and finally spat out a mouthful of blood before grinning. "Why do you care what divine ability that was? If it can hurt you, then it's a good divine ability." Zhuo Hui gently nodded. "This monarch has underestimated you. From ancient times until this day, the only Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master who could exert such tremendous power is likely you. Previously, Xianxia had already displayed power beyond Zuoquan Hui's imagination, and he thought that Xianxia had already been forced to his limits then. Who knew that he would be hiding such a trump card still? Is there any point in talking about this now? Xianxia looked coldly at him. Zuoquan Hui was unperturbed. Hand Zhou Ti over to me, and this monarch will leave immediately. Looking over to the side, Xianxia saw Zhou Ti coughing up blood and looking exceptionally weak, but this guy was really quite tenacious. Even after receiving the divine abilities from Mo Mei, Old Bai, and several others, he actually managed to survive, though he was only barely hanging on. What? You want to exchange weapons of war for gifts of jade and silk with my void land? Xianxia sneered at Zuoquan Hui. Zuoquan Hui shook his head. The debt of you killing my disciple is absolutely irreconcilable. This monarch will make you pay for it. Xianxia frowned strangely at him. You must be sick in the head. You refuse to end the hostilities with my void land, yet you still have the face to ask me to return your disciple to you? Zuoquan Hui responded, if you let him live today, then this monarch will leave void territory immediately, and this monarch will not attack void territory's other universe worlds in the future. Our debt will be settled at another date. If you refuse to let him go, then this monarch might just stay a while longer in void territory. Xianxia's face was grim. Are you threatening me? If you say I am, then I am. Zuoquan Hui looked on, unperturbed. This monarch is a Seventh Order Master. If I truly had any intention of doing something in void territory, then you wouldn't be able to stop me. Xianxia glanced at him. Is this how despicable the people from Thousand Cranes Paradise are? Zuoquan Hui shook his head. This monarch is no longer a member of Thousand Cranes Paradise. Nothing I do has any relation to them. Whether you are or not, you yourself know. Xianxia coldly snorted. Zuoquan Hui grumbled. This monarch will not quibble with you about this. I will only give you 30 breaths of time to consider. It's up to you to make the right choice. Everyone from Voidland was angered with Zuoquan Hui's shameless attitude, but they all knew that if a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master were truly to act recklessly in void territory, then there was nothing they could do to stop him. The great territory was vast, so if they could visit Three Brilliance's world today to eradicate its inhabitants, then they could very well go to Golden Sun continent tomorrow. Xianxia glared at Zuoquan Hui, but the latter seemed unconcerned. After a while, Xianxia grabbed Zhou Ti. Zhou Ti was currently looking even more miserable than Xianxia. His arm had been blown off, and his body was covered in blood. It was also not known how many bones he had broken during Zhou Ti's battle earlier, or how many of his organs had been affected. However, a cultivator in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm had strong vitality, so he would not die even with such injuries. Zhou Ti grinned meaningfully as Xianxia grabbed him. So what if you've captured me? In the end, you still have to let me go obediently, do you not? Do you have the guts to kill me? Xianxia glanced at him indifferently. Pitiful weakling, you're not even worthy of my attention. Zhou Ti coldly snorted. The winner is the king, and the loser is the villain. You can say whatever you want. Zuoquan Hui interjected. Time's up. What is your choice? Xianxia looked up at him. Do you hear the voices of the lost souls in the Three Brilliance's world? How many people have lost their family and loved ones on this day? If you want me to let him go, then first ask Huang Quan to ask the innocent souls to see if they agree. Zuoquan Hui's face changed, and the Sixth Order woman behind him also looked horrified. Oh. Golden Crow's true fire suddenly appeared in Xianxia's hand and instantly enveloped Zhou Ti. There was a scream, and the calmness on Zhou Ti's face was replaced by huge shock. He would not stop struggling or screaming. Xianxia squeezed his neck with a decent amount of force. Without moving, he turned coldly to Zuoquan Hui. This is just the beginning. If I do not kill every last one of you today, then the resentful spirits who died today on Three Brilliance's world will haunt me for life and keep me restless forever. Zuoquan Hui's face twitched. Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch, Firm Gold Heavenly Monarch, and Blue Flame Heavenly Monarch all looked shocked. If it were an ordinary Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master saying such a thing, then there was no need for them to pay too much attention to it. However, Xianxia had already shown how strong he truly was, even being able to hurt a master in the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm. If they were to meet him in battle alone, then they would surely die. There was an unending scream as tears had already welled up around the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm woman's eyes. "Honored Master, please save Senior Brother Zhou Ti." However, Zuoquan Hui did not move. He just stared straight at Xianxia. Xianxia grinned. "Do you think he doesn't want to save him? Can he even do it? Do you think you can do whatever you want in my void territory just because you're in the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm? My divine ability is not so easy to bear." "Well, tell me, does it hurt? Are you in despair?" This is what those innocent people in Three Brilliance's world were feeling just half a day ago. Now, it's your turn to experience it. Martial Peak, Chapter 4550, Zhou Ti's Death. Golden Crow's true fire burned intensely. Even Zhou Ti could hardly resist the power of the flames, and the harsh screams had not stopped since they began. Despite his struggles, he could not free himself from Xianxia's grip. Zuoquan Hui's face twitched violently, and world force was quietly surging in the dark. Another piece of flesh fell from his cracked face at that moment, and with some hesitation, the surge of world force finally slowed to a halt. As Xianxia said, it was not that Zuoquan Hui did not want to save Zhou Ti, but that he could not. An extremely corrosive power was contained within Xianxia's Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, and it was still wreaking havoc within his body and even his small universe, causing him much pain and throwing his small universe into disarray. That divine ability had actually immensely affected his small universe. Zuoquan Hui had to focus most of his attention on it to suppress its erosion. Otherwise, his small universe would constantly be in chaos. At this moment, the strength he could exert was less than 30% of his peak. He was not sure that he could snatch Zhou Ti back under everyone's watch and return safely, and even if he could, he may only make his injuries worse. "Honored Master, save me." Zhou Ti's miserable cries reverberated in Zuoquan Hui's ears. The Sixth Order woman's eyes were already filled with tears, and the pain she was feeling in her heart as she watched her senior brother suffer such inhumane torture in front of her was indescribable. Everyone watched as Zhou Ti's vitality rapidly dissipated and his body gradually burned to a crisp. The Sixth Order woman could no longer hold back, and with a jerk of her body, she was about to rush over to save Zhou Ti back regardless of the consequences. A sword light blocked her path, though, and the Sixth Order woman turned around to look at Zuoquan Hui and asked, "Honored Master." Zuoquan Hui slowly shook his head. The last vestiges of hope in Zhou Ti's eyes quickly dimmed down. He could vaguely understand what was going on, and a bitter smile appeared on his face as he no longer tried to plead for help. A moment later, a surge of world force burst out and disappeared into the void. Zhou Ti had finally died, and his small universe had collapsed. Xianxia extinguished his golden crow's true fire and with a shake of his hand shattered Zhou Ti's corpse, which had been burned to ashes. Only then did he turn a cold gaze at Zuoquan Hui. "In order to avenge your disciple, you are even willing to slaughter the innocent. Did you not think that you might lose another disciple? But that matters little. One by one, I will send you all to hell so that you can be reunited there." His eyes swept over the 5 people in front of him, as if to memorize their faces and auras in the depths of his soul. Huang Quan and the other 2 were pale-faced. They thought that they could make a good living if they joined Zuoquan Hui, but none of them would have expected to encounter such a cruel and ruthless man. If they had known this would be the situation, then why would they even choose to interfere in these muddy waters? Once they were freed from the prison star with their Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm strength, it was completely possible for them to found a sect somewhere and rule over it freely. You have killed 2 of this monarch's disciples now. This old master will not be a man if he does not kill you." Zuoquan Hui bellowed through clenched teeth. Xianxia sneered, "You speak big words, but if you think yourself capable, then why don't you try and fight me now? Let's see whether it will be me who dies or you." Zuoquan Hui fell silent, only glaring coldly at Yang Kai. Flying up, he carried the Sixth Order woman and quickly retreated. Seeing this, Huang Quan and his two companions also rushed to follow. Very quickly, they disappeared without a trace. "Sir, do we give chase?" Huigu looked a little reluctant to see them leave without paying any further consequence. Huang Quan was right before his eyes, so he only hoped that he could avenge by Mo right here and now. Naturally, he did not wish to see the enemy leave just like that. "We can't chase them." Yang Kai shook his head. Zuoquan Hui still has some fight in him. After all, he's a Seventh Order master. He just cherishes himself too much and dares not start another battle now. If we pursue them, then it would only end in great losses for both sides. If Zuoquan Hui had acted recklessly just now, he could have saved Zhou Ti. However, that would only worsen his situation further. At that point, the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel's after effects may have damaged the foundation of his small universe, causing his strength to decline. For his own safety, Zuoquan Hui was even able to abandon his precious disciple's life. To put it nicely, Zuoquan Hui was not someone who was afraid to make sacrifices, but realistically, he was just afraid of death. He was worried, but young master, what if they keep lurking around void territory? Yang Kai shook his head. That's not likely. They will not stay in void territory after their plan failed this time. They will need to find a place to rest and recuperate. Though, while they may not linger here for long, it's still better to prepare for the worst and act cautiously. Let's return to Voidland. After the battle, Yang Kai, too, was a lamp running out of oil. If Zuoquan Hui really intended to continue the fight, then he would have little power to resist. Fortunately, there was the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel to deter Zuoquan Hui and make him retreat this time. Soon, the group returned to Voidland, and each went off to rest and recuperate. On Dragon Sun's peak, Yui helped Yang Kai over to make a visit to Bai Shi. When Old Man Bai Shi saw Yang Kai's miserable appearance, he jumped in shock. "What happened to you? You look terrible." These injuries. This is the power of a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Did you fight against one? Yang Kai put on an embarrassed grin. Senior has a keen eye. Bai Shi quickly beckoned him over. "Sit down." Xiao Hong and Xiao He, the two little ones, were also looking nervously in Yang Kai's direction. When they heard Bai Shi's words, they rushed over to help Yang Kai to a seat. After catching his breath, Yang Kai explained, "I must ask for Senior's help to heal my injuries this time. The sword intent of that Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master is extremely difficult to dispel, and I don't know how long it will take if I have to resolve it on my own." On the way back, Yang Kai tried to disperse the sword intent which invaded his body, but his efforts only produced minimal effects. The sword intent was latching onto him like maggots on rotting bones, and the more he tried to dispel it, the more troublesome it became. So, he went straight to Bai Shi as soon as he returned. In all of Voidland, the only one who could help him other than Zhu Juyin was Bai Shi, and the latter was much, much easier to talk to. Bai Shi nodded. "Naturally, this is no problem. Tend to your injuries. I will help you from the side." "Many thanks, Senior." Yang Kai nodded his head in thanks and shut his eyes to activate his towering evergreen divine manifestation. A green light instantly spread out in all directions, and a divine tree, shrunken countless times, emerged behind Yang Kai. Its branches hung down, exuding seemingly endless vitality. Old Man Bai Shi raised his brow at the sight. Even with his knowledge and experience, he had never seen such rich vitality before, causing him to marvel in his mind. The wood element that Yang Kai had condensed was definitely something amazing. With the help of this divine manifestation, his injuries could recover in the blink of an eye. As long as the sword intent was dispelled, Yang Kai would be back to his old self in no time. Putting his thoughts away, Bai Shi formed hand seals with both hands and suddenly slapped a palm on Yang Kai's body. His palm looked soft and weak, but when it hit Yang Kai's body, it sent a shocking force through it. Chi. Upon the emergence of a piercing sound, A sword chi that was visible to the naked eye came out of Xianxia's wound and came straight for Bai Shi's face. Bai Shi opened his mouth and caught the sword chi between his teeth like a sewing needle. The needle-like sword chi was still twitching restlessly, but with some force, it cracked with a click. As palm after palm continued to slap down, sword chi was constantly forced out of the dense cuts littered all over Xianxia's body. Only after half a day's work did Bai Shi let out a long sigh and slowly withdraw his power. Without the sword chi to bother Xianxia, recovering from his injuries was hardly a problem. Even the hole through his abdomen could be restored in short order under the power of his towering, evergreen, divine manifestation and dragon vein. Another half a day later, Xianxia opened his eyes and thanked Bai Shi with a tired voice. "Many thanks, Senior." Bai Shi waved his hand. "It was nothing. You, on the other hand, how did you end up fighting a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master?" Xianxia laughed bitterly and explained the events that transpired. When Bai Shi heard everything and frowned, "These cave heaven and paradise people are far too unscrupulous. How could they lure you out by ravaging the lives of a lower universe's beings? That's simply despicable." However, though the 6th Order and the 7th Order are merely one order apart, the true difference in strength is vast. Xianxia sighed. Indeed, the might of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master is truly hard to resist. This junior almost did not make it out. Eyes turning in thought, he continued, "Senior, though Zuoquan Hui was forced to retreat, he will not leave peacefully. Sooner or later, he will be back. Even though Voidland's strength is not low, and we have as many masters as there are clouds in the sky, we have no high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. Nobody can take on Zuoquan Hui. This time, I was able to injure him by surprise, but it will not be as easy when he comes prepared next time. What should we do if he comes back?" Bai Shi pointed a finger at him. "Don't you dare have any funny thoughts about me. Even though I wish to help you with this, I have no good ideas either. My true body is too large, and right now, your Voidland still rests on my back, which only makes it more difficult to move around. I can only move freely by returning to my true body and taking on human form. Doing that, however, will destroy your Voidland entirely." Thinking about it that way, it made sense. The entire Voidland sat atop Bai Shi's body, so it was really inconvenient for him to act. Bai Shi said, "Rather than seek out his old man's help, you might as well look for someone else." Saying so, he silently nudged his chin in a certain direction and whispered, "If she is willing to help, then taking down a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would be as simple as waving a hand, would it not?" Xianxia felt a headache coming on from these words. "I'm afraid I'm not able to persuade her. If she was so easy to talk to, then I would not have come to you in the first place." Bai Shi commented, "If you don't try, how will you know?" Xianxia pondered for a moment and nodded. "Senior is right." Saying so, Xianxia stood up and nodded. "I will take my leave now. I will come back to visit again when I'm free." Together with Yuhi, Xianxia left Dragon Sun's Peak. Yuhi then asked with concern, "How are your injuries now, young master?" "Not too serious. Senior helped force out the sword chi inside my body, so the rest are just flesh wounds which won't take long to heal. You also consumed a lot of energy in that fight, so you should hurry back to recuperate. The future is still uncertain, so we must all maintain our peak state at all times." Earlier, during the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm battle, Yuhi and the 6th Order woman faced each other. The two of them were equally matched, so there were no injuries. Even so, Yuhi had used up a lot of her strength in the fight. Yuhi nodded. "Then be careful, young master. That one is difficult to speak to." Xianxia smiled. "What you gonna do, eat me? Relax." Only then did Yuhi leave. A moment later, Xianxia stood in front of Heavenly Moon Palace with a glum look. Martial Peak, Chapter 4551, Crazy Woman. Heavenly Moon Palace was Zhu Jiuyin's place of residence, the woman who was previously Xianxia's protector. They had negotiated a deal with each other when Xianxia brought her out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. However, on his last trip to Shadowless Cave Heaven, Zhu Jiuyin had agreed to escort him, which was outside the scope of their original agreement, which Xianxia managed to get her to do on the condition that her identity as a protector would be lifted. In other words, Zhu Jiuyin was now free and no longer bound by her source oath, so Xianxia's life or death no longer had anything to do with her. If not to take care of and instruct Shanqing Luo, someone who shared the same bloodline as her, it was hard to say whether Zhu Jiuyin would still be in Voidland now. This woman was not easy to talk to. It took a lot of cajoling to even persuade her to do anything in the past when she was still his protector, so it may not even work at all now. When Xianxia heard about the incident at Three Brilliance's world, he guessed that it was Zuoquan Hui's doing. When he rushed to Three Brilliance's world to support them, he had also specially asked Bian Yuqing to notify Zhu Jiuyin so he could borrow her strength. However, from beginning to end, the woman never showed up. It was obvious that she had no intention of intervening in this matter. This time, it would probably be fruitless even if he begged her for help. Since he was already here, though, he might as well try. With his mind made up, Xianxia cupped his fist and shouted, "Greetings, Senior. Junior Xianxia requests an audience." To his surprise, the doors of Heavenly Moon Palace opened immediately after he spoke. Xianxia raised a brow, wondering when Zhu Jiuyin had become so hospitable, until a spider thread suddenly shot out from within and wrapped him up. Shocked, Xianxia tried to escape, but he was exhausted from the fight with Zuoquan Hui and was unable to recover much in such a short amount of time. Being taken off guard, he was caught by the spider web and dragged into Heavenly Moon Palace. Then, the door closed with a thud. Soon, there was a series of bangs coming from the inside. A few moments later, the door opened again, and Xianxia was thrown out like a ragged sack. After rolling a few times, he stood up in a miserable state with his face bruised and swollen. There were even large black marks around his eyes, naturally a result of Zhu Jiuyin's fist. Xianxia's lungs were about to explode from anger. Still, he cautiously distanced himself from Heavenly Moon Palace's entrance before gritting his teeth and roaring, "Crazy woman, why can't you use your words instead of your fists?" Even though the injuries were not serious, it was still a little embarrassing for Xianxia. He was Voidland's lord, after all, so it was a big loss to his face to be seen by the many disciples walking past this scene. This queen will do whatever she wants. If you have the ability, then fight back. Zhu Jiuyin's voice rang out in Xianxia's ears. Xianxia was indignant. Senior is a venerable divine spirit. This junior knows he is not Senior's opponent. However, this junior has shown great respect to Senior, and the daily offerings have also never been lacking. If there is anything that this junior has done wrong, Senior can just inform me of it. Why raise your hand against me directly? You wish to reason with this queen? Fine, this queen will reason with you. Zhu Jiuyin coldly snorted. Let me ask you, are you enjoying yourself as Yin Yang, Cave Heaven's son-in-law? Xianxia's momentum withered instantly, and his brow twitched. Senior found out. He cursed in his heart, wondering which bastard spread the word around. Zhu Jiuyin lived deep within Heavenly Moon Palace and essentially never left. So who could have told her about it? But after some careful thought, Zhu Jiuyin was still a divine spirit. So if she wished to seek out information, then nobody in Voidland could hide anything from her. What are you feeling guilty for? Zhu Jiuyin snickered. Xianxia cupped his fist and cleared his throat. Senior must be joking. There really is a misunderstanding behind this matter. It was not this junior's intention. I don't care whether it was your intention or not. It happened, and that's a fact. Xianxia blinked, but what does this have to do with Senior? Zhu Jiuyin coldly snorted. Luo is so devoted to you, and yet now that she's in retreat to cultivate in seclusion, you're out picking flowers and trampling the grass. It is difficult for her to do anything about it. But as her honored master, what problem is there for me to teach you a lesson in her place? Xianxia was speechless. If Luo found out about his most recent escapade, the most likely course of action she would take would be to find a way to drain him dry, in various ways. There was no way she would casually raise her hand at him, like this insane woman. As such, Xianxia brushed her off surreptitiously. Senior is mighty. Whatever senior says is right. However, there's another matter which this junior requires senior's help with right now. Zhu Jioyin did not even wait to hear what it was before stopping him. Don't even think about it, you brat. This is a problem that you brought upon yourself, so you deal with it yourself, otherwise. If Luo were to find out that I, as her honored master, stepped out to do your dirty work for you for the problems that you yourself caused, then would she not blame me for it? Don't be like that, senior. Zuoquan Hui is a 7th Order master. Other than you, no one in my void land can best him. This time, we were fortunate enough to be able to force him back. But what about next time? I'll teach you a method, Zhu Jioyin declared. Raising his brows, Yang Kai said respectfully, please teach me, senior. Next time you meet Zuoquan Hui, wash your neck and stick it out, then let him cut your head off. Yang Kai's face darkened in an instant. He was naive to even have hoped to gain Zhu Jioyin's help. If you die, then Luo will not be tied down by you anymore. Where else can she not go in this vast world with this queen bringing her along? It would be much better than following a fickle man like you, only to be abandoned sooner or later. Yang Kai turned with a flick of his sleeve. Good. If you won't help, then so be it. Why slander others in such a malicious manner? Why purposefully be so infuriating? If I had known that it would be so, then I would never have brought you out of the grand ancient ruins boundary and would have let you stay there until you died of old age. There was a bang, and the tightly shut doors of Heavenly Moon Palace flung open as Zhu Jioyin appeared and beckoned. Here, come inside. Let me show you something nice. Space principles surged, and Yang Kai hurriedly fled. 3 days later, Voidland's main conference hall. Yang Kai sat in the head seat, with many 6th Order and 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters sitting below. The group of people glanced up at Yang Kai from time to time. Old Bai, Chef, and the others were all trying their best to stifle their laughter, but their shoulders were still shaking uncontrollably. Yuhi, on the other hand, had a heartbroken expression. Yang Kai glanced around at the crowd and said in a tone that was half exhausted, half aggrieved, if you want to laugh, then go ahead and laugh. Why hold it in? Don't choke yourselves. Old Bai and the others finally could no longer hold back and broke out laughing. Huigu said with concern, Sir, have your injuries not healed? Zuoquan Hui's methods are truly despicable. How could... Before he could finish his sentence, Zhoya next to him tugged on his sleeve. Huigu was puzzled. He had been focusing on healing these past few days and had no idea what happened outside. He just knew that Yang Kai came out today and was now sitting with 2 big, black eyes, making him look both miserable and a little bit funny. Yang Kai cleared his throat helplessly. Are you done laughing yet? Let's get to business. Meanwhile, he cursed in his heart. It wasn't enough that damn Zhu Jioyin kicked and punched him that day, but she even went so far as to use her sore strength to punch his eyes, leaving black bruises that even a few days later refused to disappear. He had no idea how long it would even take for him to recover. After hiding for a few days, trying to resolve the situation, Yang Kai realized this wasn't a problem he could solve in short order. So he decided to just let things be and came out to meet everyone in this state. Seeing that Yang Kai was starting to get angry out of shame, Old Bai and the others finally restrained their laughter and sat upright. Are your injuries healed? Yang Kai asked. Huayong rose. Many thanks for Sir's concern. Our injuries were not severe, so we are all fine after recuperating for a few days. Yang Kai nodded. You should still pay attention to the madam's health. After all, she has born a child just recently. Go and see second manager when you return later and get some nutritional tonics to help aid in her recuperation. After many years of gestation, Shumu Dan was finally able to give birth to a son just half a year ago. Yang Kai had also gone to visit him, and the child was indeed born with great talent and exceptional aptitude. Shumu Dan was in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm after all, so the child she had been carrying for many years was not one that ordinary people could compare with. Many thanks, sir, Huayong hurriedly responded. Yang Kai nodded and went on. Guizian has brought news that someone has spotted 5 people leaving Void territory, each one with powerful cultivation. There were 4 men and 1 woman. So it had to be Zuoquan Hui and his group. Everyone breathed sighs of relief. Even though there was no way that Zuoquan Hui would linger in void territory for long after eating such a heavy loss, it was hard for anyone to say what he would do for sure. It was only now that they finally had a solid confirmation. If a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Zuoquan Hui truly did stay in void territory and continued committing atrocities throughout the land, then void territory would have no good way of dealing with him. There is the matter of Three Brilliance's world next. Second Manager, what is the situation there right now? Yang Kai turned to Bian Yuqing. Bian Yuqing responded, Three Brilliance's world has suffered a lot of damage. It is, after all, only a universe world. With the wanton destruction of a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, nearly 20% of the landscape was destroyed, which has caused unrest across the entire Three Brilliance's world. Many have died in the disaster. I have already dispatched people to Three Brilliance's world to assist World Lord Peng in accommodating the refugees and calming the masses. However, this matter will not be resolved in a short time. If Three Brilliance's world wants to restore its strength and vitality, then it would take at least hundreds or even thousands of years. As for the damaged landmass, there is a good chance it will never return to normal. Yang Kai said, whether the land can be restored or not is a secondary matter. The most important thing is the people. Do your best to fulfill any needs that Three Brilliance's world may have. Yes. After a moment's hesitation, Bian Yuqing added, Sect Master, we should take what happened at Three Brilliance's world as a precaution. Should we send people to guard the other universe worlds, too? Yang Kai shook his head slowly. There are more than a dozen universe worlds in void territory. It would take too much manpower to guard them all. Moreover, who can we even send to guard them in our current situation? Zuoquan Hui's strength is in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. It would be difficult for anyone present to put up a struggle against him, so it's useless to go. What's more, Zuoquan Hui is still from Thousand Cranes Paradise. He has his own scruples about committing such treachery in universe worlds. Otherwise, he would not have used Huang Quan's hand to wreak havoc on Three Brilliance's world in his place. Huang Quan's reputation is already nefarious, and it's not as if he hasn't done similar things before, so it wouldn't hurt him to do it again. Comparatively speaking, Zuoquan Hui more or less cares about his own reputation still. For that reason, I think it's unlikely that he will use a similar method again. Everyone nodded lightly at his words, as Yuhi commented, if he really did do so, then Thousand Cranes Paradise will definitely suffer criticism and be forced to intervene. Even though rumors say that he and his lineage have all defected from Thousand Cranes Paradise, anyone who is not a fool will know that this is merely a cover. His actions were more or less still tied to Thousand Cranes Paradise's face, and something as low as raising one's hand against mortals is something they cannot afford to accept. Martial Peak, Chapter 45-52, Difference of Perspective. There's no need to worry about the universe worlds. Zuoquan Hui has been injured by my divine ability, and it will not be easy for him to recover from it. I estimate that he will need around 3 to 5 months on the shorter end, but on the longer end, it may take him a year and a half. However, once he recovers, then he is bound to come back for us. Our Void Land still lacks the power to face a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master who is determined to seek revenge. Yang Kai massaged his forehead lightly. Voidland had 2 divine spirits to watch over them, protecting their headquarters in Star City, where it was indeed safe and secure. However, it was impossible for Voidland's many inhabitants to stay cooped up all the time and not go outside. With a true body that was too large, it was more than enough for Baishi to play a defensive role, but not an offensive one in such a situation. On the other end, Zhu Juyin's anger had yet to subside, so she could not be counted on. If Voidland had a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, the situation could be greatly improved. The proprietress was currently in retreat in order to break through to the Seventh Order, but no one could say for sure how long that would take. It may be a couple of years, but it can also be well over 100 years. The uncertainty was too great. Yangkai looked down at Mao Zhe, head mountain lord. Provided with the resources, how confident are you in advancing into the 7th Order in a short amount of time? There were quite a number of 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters present here, but in terms of cultivation and heritage, it was Mao Zhe who was closest to advancing into the 7th Order besides the proprietress. Mao Zhe had a troubled look on his face and shook his head slowly. Sir, the difference between the 6th Order and the 7th Order is the difference between the mid-rank and high-rank Open Heaven Realm. This is not just about resources. This subordinate has not wanted for resources since following under Sir, but something still feels lacking when it comes to advancing into the 7th Order. Even if this subordinate were to go into retreat and cultivate, it would not be very effective. Yangkai nodded. Even Mao Zhe was in this situation, so there was no need to talk about everyone else who was further away from the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. Without power equivalent to Zuiquan Hui's 7th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation, we will always remain on the passive side in a fight with him, Yangkai muttered. Then, he looked down at everyone. Do any of you have any good solutions to this matter? Everyone looked at each other, all going deep into thought. Huigu spoke up. Perhaps we can ask Inyang Cave Heaven for help. Yangkai shook his head. Zuoquan Hui and his followers did not hesitate to rebel against Thousand Cranes Paradise in order to exact revenge for Xiaoxing. Though, their attempt to make a cover story will only make it more obvious. Anyone with a discerning eye can see what is going on. If not for Inyang Cave Heaven's efforts in pressuring them, they would not stop at being just Zuoquan Hui and his followers stirring up trouble in my void territory, but several 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Zhao Xing and Zhou Ti may both be in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, but their status in Thousand Cranes Paradise was very different. Zhao Xing advanced directly into the 6th Order, so he had hope of one day reaching the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm, making his status much higher than Zhou Ti's. Any core disciple with Zhao Xing's qualifications was seen as a treasure for any cave heaven or paradise, so they could not afford to lose them. Otherwise, the sect would do everything in its power to avenge them. The reason why Thousand Cranes Paradise did not make a big fuss about Zhao Xing's death was completely thanks to Inyang Cave Heaven, because there was Su Ling Gong to mediate the situation. Not to mention that asking for help from Inyang Cave Heaven would be useless. Yangkai was personally unwilling to do so as well. It was true that he was currently Inyang Cave Heaven's son-in-law, but Voidland was Voidland and Inyang Heaven was Inyang Heaven. If they were to borrow Inyang Cave Heaven's power in order to resolve this crisis, then it would not be long before Voidland simply became someone else's subordinate. This was not something Yangkai hoped to see. There was a moment of silence in the Grand Hall. They could not put their hopes on Inyang Cave Heaven, and Voidland itself did not have the equivalent power to deal with the 7th Order Open Heaven Realms with Quan Hui. No matter how they looked at it, they could only remain passive in this situation. Sect Master, we may be able to settle this matter with an advantage in numbers, Bian Yuqing suggested thoughtfully. Yangkai looked over at her. Explain. The others also turned their heads to her. Any ordinary Emperor Realm cultivator would probably be shaking if they were stared at by so many 5th and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and begin stuttering. But as Voidland's second manager, Bian Yuqing, had long been in charge of all of Voidland's matters over the years, so she naturally would not be afraid of this attention. This mistress' abilities are paltry, and I do not even know what the orders of the Open Heaven Realm are like. So if there is something wrong with this mistress's opinion, then I must ask Sect Master to please not laugh at me. Yangkai raised his hand. There is no harm in putting forth a suggestion. Since you are in the Emperor Realm, perhaps you can consider things from a different perspective from us, and that may just reveal a path forward we have otherwise overlooked. Bian Yuqing nodded and continued. Zuoquan Hui is in the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, so indeed, nobody in our Voidland is his equal. However, when it comes to masters in the 6th Order and the 5th Order, our Voidland holds the advantage. Since we do not have any 7th Order Open Heaven Realm masters, nor will any appear among us in a short amount of time, then why don't we try and surround Zuiquan Hui with 6th Order Open Heaven Realm masters? If 3 won't do it, then perhaps 5 will. If 5 is not enough, what about 10? If 10 still won't do it, then we'll use 26th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. That should be enough to defeat Zuoquan Hui, right? Huigu laughed. 20 would indeed be enough. Even ants can bite an elephant to death, let alone 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Under normal circumstances, a master in the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm can resist against the combined forces of 10 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters without issue. However, if Sir was among the 10, then Zuoquan Hui would definitely be at a disadvantage. Maybe we won't even need 10 in that case. Yang Kai's strength was clear to all, and it was something that no ordinary 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could compare with. In a one-on-one fight, he was indeed not Zuoquan Hui's opponent, but a few days ago, with just Geng Qing and Mao Zhe's help, he was still able to put up a good fight. Though he was constantly at a disadvantage, they were not wiped out in a short time. In the end, Yang Kai was even able to injure Zuoquan Hui using his Sun and Moon Divine Wheel. If 10 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were to team up with Yang Kai against Zuoquan Hui, it would naturally be no problem for them to suppress the latter. But where will we find 26th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters? Huigu laughed bitterly. All of our 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters are already gathered here. Excluding Sir, we only have 9 at our disposal. Yang Kai was thoughtful. What second manager means to say is, Bian Yuqing explained, we have many great emperors, as well as several of Sir's madams, and the pseudo-great emperors. There is even the newly joined Xianxia, Fang Yu, and the others who all have the potential to advance into the 6th Order. These days, they have all been refining various 6th Order materials, and what they lack now are merely the 6th Order Yin and Yang element treasures. If we had enough 6th Order Yin and Yang element treasures, then Voidland would have no problem increasing its 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters by more than a dozen. Yang Kai's eyes lit up at her words, feeling enlightened. He had been thinking of ways for Voidland to acquire a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in order to deal with Zuoquan Hui, but Bian Yuqing's idea was to have Voidland increase its 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. If they had enough Masters in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, then that would naturally allow them to fight against Zuoquan Hui, who was in the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. Sure enough, those who sit in different positions have different perspectives on the same issue. Currently, there were many from the Star Boundary who were committed in Voidland to advancing directly into the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm. The Great Emperors, Iron Blood, Hong Chun, Marital Beast, Serene Soul, Flower Shadow, Ice Feather, Heaven's Revelations and Wondrous Pill, his wives Su Yin, Xian Ning Chong, Shui Yu, Shan Qing Luo, Yu Meng, and Ji Yao. The pseudo-great emperors, Yang Yin, Jiu Feng, Li Wu Yi, and Bing Yun, Martial Beast Great Emperor's daughter, Mo Shaoqi, Iron Blood Great Emperor's disciple, Lin Yuner, and Yang Kai's younger sister, Yang Shui. There were a total of 21 people at least. The 8 Great Emperors need not be mentioned, as they had already been in the Emperor realm for countless years. Their foundations were strong, and they had long developed their own Dao seals back in the Star Boundary. Due to the isolation of the Star Boundary, the Great Emperors could only further polish their Dao seals to increase their strength. Once they leapt out of the Star Boundary, all of their Dao seals could withstand the impact of 6th Order powers, which gave them the qualification to advance directly to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, placing them on par with core disciples of any cave heaven or paradise. In comparison, Yang Kai's wives and even Li Wu Yi and the other pseudo-great emperors had much shallower foundations, so it would normally be risky for them to advance into the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm. However, Yang Kai had a treasure like the Divine Dao Water, which could strengthen one's Dao seal, which naturally made up for their shortcomings and allowed them to stand at the same high starting point as the Great Emperors. Once it truly came time for them to advance, Voidland also had the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill to help them in minimizing any risks. Then, there were Xiang Ying and Fang Yu, both of whom Yang Kai had brought to his side from the Grand Ancient Ruins Boundary. Both of them were owners of divine medicines. Xianxia had obtained 3 divine medicines from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, namely Pu by Xiong, Little Mushroom, and the Gourd Vine. Xiangying had obtained the purple bamboo that was able to break all principles, and Fangyu had obtained the 1,000-leaf stone lotus, which improved his defenses several times over. These 2 used to be bearers chosen by divine spirits, and had received their greatest support in nurturing them. Both of them have refined 6th-order powers. However, due to their lacking aptitude, it was a huge risk for them to advance into the 6th-order open heaven realm directly. When they learned that Voidland possessed Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills, Fangyu was the first to seek out Xianxia and take refuge with him. With Xianxia's support, Fangyu opened the Grand Ancient Ruin Shop in Voidstar City that specifically recruited the bearers who were able to come out of the Grand Ancient Run's boundary alive. This happened before Xianxia left for the Shadowless Cave Heaven. After the Grand Ancient Ruin Shop became famous, it did manage to recruit some bearers, among which was Xiangying. Including these 2, Voidland had 23 prospects. 23 people were expected to advance into the 6th-order open heaven realm in the near future. If all of them could succeed, then adding the current 9 that they had, then the number of 6th-order open heaven realm masters that Voidland possessed would become terrifying. And that was not counting those from the Dragon Clan, who also came with Xianxia from the Star Boundary. The cultivation of the Dragon Clan was different from ordinary cultivators. Even though they also needed a lot of cultivation resources, they refined their own bloodlines and source rather than splitting heaven and earth apart in their bodies to enter the open heaven realm. Once a Dragon Clan member's bloodline reached a certain purity and concentration, the power that they could wield was no less than that of those in the open heaven realm. Any mature divine spirit would also have power on par with a high-rank open heaven realm master. However, it took a lot of time for a Dragon Clan member to refine their bloodline and source, much longer when compared to the advancement of human cultivators into the open heaven realm. After all, the Dragon Clan members themselves lived much longer lives. Even Xianxia himself had no idea how the Dragon Clan purified their bloodlines further. Other than taking dragon blood pills, he was not sure of any other way. So, in recent days, the Dragon Clan members had all been running over to Dragon Sun's Peak to seek Old Man by Shi's tutelage. Tracing back his roots, she also had a dragon vein, so he was able to give some guidance to the younger dragons to help them in their cultivation. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4553, Secrets of the Black Prison. The Dragon Clan couldn't be counted on in such a short amount of time, but those with the potential of advancing into the 6th-order open heaven realm were worth looking forward to. Xianxia looked down towards Bian Yuqing, second manager. How is our Voidland doing on resources? Are the great emperors making progress on their cultivation? Bian Yuqing nodded. In general, they're doing well. With the Star City prospering, Voidland has no shortage of materials. At least 80% of our earnings are used to barter for cultivation materials in each order, and it is enough to supply the cultivation needs of the sect. We have also stockpiled many 6th-order 5 elements materials. The only tricky ones are Yin and Yang element treasures, which are truly too rare. Counting the 6th-order Yang element treasure that Lu Jing of Gathering Yuan Union brought the other day, the Yin and Yang element materials we have now are only enough to provide for the advancement of 3 people. 3 people, Xianxia nodded lightly. Compared to the demand of 23 people, this number was truly too small. He pondered for a moment before asking, if resources weren't an issue, how long would it take for the Great Emperors to advance to the 6th Order? The Great Emperors all have deep foundations, and their Dao seals are firm and stable, so they are also able to refine materials quickly. If we had abundant resources, then all the Great Emperors would be able to advance into the 6th Order open heaven realm within a decade. The faster ones may only take 3 to 5 years. Yui frowned at that. Even 3 to 5 years is still a bit long. Xianxia waved his hand. Indeed, it is a long time, but the victor in this fight cannot be decided in a short amount of time either. We have to look at things from a long-term perspective. What's more, whether it is for the sake of dealing with a fight like this or not, it does not change the fact that Voidland is lacking in 6th order yin and yang element materials, and something has to be done about that. Yuhi nodded. Young master is right. Yang Kai sat up straight and raised his voice. Good. The problem before us is clear. Where are we going to find so many 6th order yin and yang element materials? If you have any good ideas, let's hear it. Bian Yuqing suggested, we can continue to offer a premium in exchange for the materials in the Star City, but I don't think it will do much good. After all, we've been doing the same thing for a long time now, and have only been able to acquire a few 6th order yin and yang element materials. Yang Kai said, we must continue it even if the results are not good. After all, any peace is better than none. Bian Yuqing nodded in response. Mo Mei added next. Perhaps we can look for the cave heavens and paradises? Why don't we go directly to them and ask to purchase the materials we need? Those cave heavens and paradises have ruled over the 3,000 worlds for many years, so they are bound to have accumulated some reserves. Yui shook her head. It's useless. In the entirety of the 3,000 worlds, materials in the 6th order and above have always been scarce. Even if those cave heavens and paradises were able to accumulate some of these resources, they would rather stockpile them as strategic reserves. It would be impossible for them to sell them off to others so simply, much less now that we are in a confrontation with Zuoquan Hui, who has 1,000 Cranes Paradise behind him. Huigu narrowed his eyes. Then, does that mean that there's really no other way? Bian Yuqing asked, Secmaster, didn't you meet with the young Union Master of Gathering Yuan Union the other day? Since they're a trade company, they should have a way to get such materials, right? Yang Kai nodded. Of course, Gathering Yuan Union definitely has their own methods. Even though 6th order yin and yang element materials are scarce, they will surely be able to get their hands on some. However, the possibility of us working with Gathering Yuan Union is low. They may not be willing to take the risk of offending Zuoquan Hui and 1,000 Cranes Paradise to do business with us. If it were a few days ago, then there would still be some possibility of the two of them cooperating with each other. However, after the big fight with Zuoquan Hui and the killing of the 6th order Zhou Ti, Gathering Yuan Union will surely hear the news soon. And Gathering Yuan Union had already revealed some fear of 1,000 Cranes Paradise. So it made it even more unlikely for them to cooperate with Voidland after what happened. Mo Mei muttered, it would be great if there was another universe cave heaven or universe paradise like Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Those high-rank, open heaven realm masters would surely leave behind a rich inheritance after their death. Yang Kai laughed. Even the universe paradises and cave heavens left behind after the deaths of those high-rank, open heaven realm masters may not contain what we need. Blood Monster Cave Heaven was the greatest example. Indeed, Yang Kai obtained many great things in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, but he really did not find that many yin or yang element treasures, which showed just how rare these things were. I do know of a place that may have what we need, and in a good volume too. Old Bai, who was sitting at the side the whole time, suddenly spoke. Where? Yang Kai quickly turned over to look at him in high spirits, at the same time cursing himself for being so muddle-headed. Old Bai, chef, and accountant were originally the proprietor's subordinates, and First in itself was in the intelligence gathering business, so they were the best people to ask if there was anything they needed answers for in the 3,000 worlds. The others also looked towards Old Bai. After some hesitation, Old Bai began, Do you still remember Luan Bai Feng? Yang Kai raised a brow. Luan Bai Feng from the Black Prison? Yes, her. Old Bai nodded. Naturally. Thinking back, Yang Kai had met with this woman twice. The first time was when she followed Heavenly Sword Union's Union Master Kong Feng when he led the 100 Sect Alliance to attack Voidland. It was during those events that Yang Kai learned that this woman had extremely high attainments in the Tao of Spirit Arrays, so she was invited by Kong Feng to crack Voidland's 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array. She also proved herself to be extremely strong and competent, as she was almost able to dispel the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array completely. After the defeat of the 100 Sects Alliance, Kong Feng was killed, and Luan Bai Feng disappeared without a trace. Later, when Yang Kai went to Shadowless Cave Heaven, This woman appeared again and blocked his way together with Heavenly Sword Union's new union master, Xianxia. Xianxia was killed in that conflict, but Luan Bai Feng escaped again. Yang Kai had a deep impression of her. Firstly, Luan Bai Feng's attainments in the Tao of Spirit Arrays were truly high, and the other was that she was also very good at keeping herself alive. Once she saw that the situation was not right, she immediately retreated. 2 successive generations of Heavenly Sword Union's Union Masters died in battle, but she escaped both conflicts. However, Yang Kai did not know very much about her. He knew only that she was the leader of a great force called Black Prison. Now that Old Bai brought her up, Yang Kai could not help but feel a little puzzled. Is there something special about this woman? Old Bai shook his head. No, there's nothing particularly special about her. What's special is the Black Prison. Everyone looked towards him, but only Yuhi had a thoughtful look on her face. Among the many Open Heaven Realm Masters present, more than half of them came from Blood Monster Cave Heaven's Abundant City. Before meeting Yang Kai, generations of them had been living in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, unable to escape due to the blood principle restriction placed on their ancestors. There were also those who were brought out by Yang Kai from the Shadowless Cave Heaven who did not know much information about the current state of the 3,000 worlds. You knew a few things, but not as much as Old Bai did. The Black Prison is called the Black Prison because it was a naturally formed prison with all sorts of natural arrays within. Its environment is also extremely harsh, so one could say that unless one were very familiar with the place, it is all but impossible to leave alive after entering. Yang Kai nodded. No wonder Luan Bai Feng has such high attainments in the Tao of Spirit Arrays. To live most of one's life in a place that was filled with countless naturally formed arrays, one would only be killed if their attainments in the Tao of Spirit Arrays were not high. The Black Prison is such a dangerous place that even if a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master were to step foot into it, they may still not be able to escape safely. Rumor has it that even high-rank Open Heaven Masters may not be Luan Bai Feng's opponent inside the Black Prison, as she can borrow the strength of all sorts of grand arrays there to display a strength far greater than her own. Old Bai went on, so in all the 3,000 worlds, Luan Bai Feng, and even Black Prison itself have become well known. After all, not every 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master has the heritage and ability to kill masters in the high-rank Open Heaven Realm. Yang Kai nodded lightly. To be able to manipulate and control such impressive grand arrays. She's a remarkable woman indeed. But what sort of place is this Black Prison? Old Bai shook his head. I do not know either. After all, I have never been there myself. I only know that the place is very strange, and its dangers are no less than the Shattered Heaven. Why would she choose to stay in such a dangerous place? Yang Kai was confused. Old Bai laughed. Men, or in this case, women die for wealth just as birds die for food. If the Black Prison did not have something attractive enough, why would Luan Bai Feng stay there and not move? Black Prison is rich in a very special cultivation resource, and because it is fully black, it is called Black Stone. Maozhi was curious. What's so special about this Black Stone? Old Bai shook his head. There's nothing special about the Black Stones themselves, but it is a different story when it comes to what is contained within them. A piece of Black Stone may contain nothing, or it may be hiding 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, or even 7th or 8th order cultivation materials of various elements. Everyone drew a sharp breath upon hearing this. Hua Yong could not help but look wide-eyed at Old Bai. Even 7th and 8th order materials can be found in these Black Stones. Old Bai nodded seriously. That is what the rumors say. Nobody has seen it for themselves, but it has been confirmed that a good amount of 5th order and 6th order materials have come out of these Black Stones. Yang Kai was shaken. There is no shortage of wonders in the 3,000 worlds. Zhouya frowned. If that is true, then, as a cultivator who is merely in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, how did Luan Bai Feng gain control over the Black Prison? For a place as rich in resources as that, wouldn't even the Cave Heavens and Paradises covet it? This question raised doubts in many of their minds. Old Bai smiled. Senior Sister Zhou is right. If Black Prison were just an ordinary place, then Luan Baifeng would not be qualified to control it. It would have long been taken over by the cave heavens or paradises. However, the Black Prison has its peculiarities. Not to mention, the major cave heavens and paradises themselves have abundant wealth already. Who among them do not have their own resource production areas? The Black Prison may not even be worthy of their attention. Secondly, even if the Black Prison is rich in materials, they're extremely difficult to mine. Blackstone is something that only those in the open heaven realm are strong enough to mine, and supposedly, the deeper you go into the Black Prison, the higher the order required to mine the resources. The harsh environment in the Black Prison should also be taken into account. There are dangers everywhere, and a cultivator's life may be lost at any moment. Even if they were fortunate enough to escape, their cultivation would still constantly be nibbled away by the natural arrays if they lived in such a place for long, which would eventually cause their small universe to shrink and collapse, a fate even worse than death. After a pause, Olbai went on, the price to mine black stone in Black Prison is the cultivation and vitality of an open heaven realm master. This was not something that those cave heavens and paradises could afford to do. Otherwise, they would be universally condemned. Martial Peak, Chapter 4554, Xian Punk. Those who mine black stone in the Black Prison become, or slaves. Due to the harsh environment of the Black Prison, open heaven realm masters do not have long lifespans there, so the demand for slaves has always been great for the Black Prison. Or slaves come from many different channels. Some are open heaven realm masters who committed great sins and were then bought by Luan Baifeng at high prices to become lifelong slaves. Others were malefactors captured by Luan Baifeng, and there were even those who were simply seized. There are also losers of conflicts between two great forces. While speaking, Olbai shot a glance at Huigu. Senior brother Huigu has been staying in Yinyang Cave Heaven's prison star this whole time. In comparison to Black Prison, the prison star's conditions are extremely hospitable. The Black Prison is many times harsher than what he knows. Cold sweat ran down Huigu's head to hear that. Inwardly, he was feeling glad that Yinyang Cave Heaven did not have any agreements with Luan Baifeng. Otherwise, their convicts may have all been sold to the Black Prison, and they would become nothing more than withered bones. Yang Kai descended into thought as he speculated. If that is so, does that mean that Luan Baifeng had other intentions in mind when she came along with Kong Feng's 100-sex alliance to Voidland? Olbai nodded. Kong Feng and Luan Baifeng have had several business dealings in the past, so they are well acquainted with each other. He personally invited Luan Baifeng to crack the 9 heavenly layers grand array. Naturally, the most compelling reason for Luan Baifeng to agree was the slaves she could obtain. If Voidland was defeated back then all of the open heaven realm masters would have been taken back to the Black Prison where they would mine black stone for the rest of their lives. Unfortunately for her, both she and Kong Feng did not expect the heritage of our Voidland to be so great. They tried to steal a chicken, but failed and lost their rice too. Yang Kai stroked his chin. In that case, this Black Prison is worth a trip. Luan Baifeng has been running Black Prison for so many years, so she must have accumulated a good amount of resources by now. If we can bring her to our side, then the crisis that our Voidland is facing will be solved in no time. Olbai shook his head. I don't suggest you find her directly in the Black Prison. I mentioned before that the Black Prison has countless natural arrays inside of it. Even if you are strong, you may not be able to find her even if you made it inside. And if you do manage to find her, you may not be her opponent. Yang Kai looked at him. Then, what do you think we should do instead? To advance with stillness. Olbai explained concisely. If there is anyone in this world most interested in the battle between great forces, then it has to be Luan Baifeng. There is bound to be a loser in every battle, and any open heaven realm master defeated can become an slave she so needs. So she is happy to intervene in such fights, betting in advance the side she takes will win. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Now that Zhuo Quan Hui has engaged our Voidland in a head-on confrontation, we will not be able to hide the battle that took place here a few days ago from prying eyes. News will spread sooner or later, and Luan Baifeng has caused trouble twice for our Voidland. No matter her original intentions, she has already formed a grudge with us. With so many Open Heaven Realm Masters here, we are definitely a huge temptation for her. Olbai nodded. If news reaches her ears, she will definitely come out to help Zuoquan Hui. Yang Kai got up at once. We must not delay things. I will go to the Black Prison now. If we are too late, I may not be able to intercept her. He hurriedly spoke up. Young master, I will go with you. Yang Kai waved his hand. This I could do alone. Zuoquan Hui may have left Void territory, but he will definitely leave spies to monitor our every move. I may still be able to act quietly alone, but moving with more people will make it more difficult. In my absence, I will leave you all to take care of Void territory. Zuoquan Hui will most likely not raise his hand again on the lower universe worlds, so all you have to do is stay here and watch over the sect, then everything will be fine. Do not fight him head-on before I return. Everyone cupped their fists, yes. Even though he was worried, she knew that Yang Kai was right. With his attainments in the Tao of Space, Yang Kai could move freely and easily by himself. She would only be a burden if she went along with him, so she did not argue his decision. Many days had already passed since the battle, and nobody knew when news of it would reach Luan Baifeng's ears. However, once Luan Baifeng learned that Zuoquan Hui was personally launching an attack on Voidland, she may not be able to resist the urge to get involved in the struggle. Time was of the essence, so Yang Kai did not dally for even a moment. As soon as he left orders for his subordinates, he set out. Using space principles, Yang Kai could come and go secretly without fear of being discovered by anyone. While traveling, he continued recovering from the wounds he suffered in the previous battle, and in just a few days, he arrived at the local territory gate. Divine sense stirring, Yang Kai made sure that no eyes were watching him at the territory gate before diving in. After passing through the territory gate and arriving at the adjacent Great Territory, Yang Kai concealed his aura as soon as possible. If Zuoquan Hui left any eyes behind to monitor the situation, then they would most likely be near the territory gates which led to Voidland. Yang Kai looked around for a moment, but did not find anything to be concerned about. Most likely, Zuoquan Hui had not had enough time to leave any of his men here. After all, it had only been a few days, and he had the injuries incurred from the sun and moon divine wheel that required his full and immediate attention. Since he found no eyes on him even after reaching this place, Yang Kai was able to breathe easy and began acting more boldly. The 3,000 worlds were vast, and, as a lone man, he was just like the water flowing in the sea. Nobody could even dream of catching his tracks. Even though he had never been to the Black Prison before, Yang Kai was not worried about losing his way with his universe chart in hand. Passing through one great territory after another, Yang Kai urged his space principles on, and in just 1 month was able to reach the great territory neighboring the Black Prison. The great territory that the Black Prison was located in was marked as the Black Territory on the universe chart. The great territory that Yang Kai was in at this moment was only separated from the Black Territory by a single territory gate. After passing through that gate, he would be able to reach the Black Territory without issue. But before he could ascertain what the situation on the other side of the territory gate was like, Yang Kai did not dare to rush in head first. If he accidentally came across a trapping array, it was possible that he would reveal himself, which would force him into a direct confrontation with Luan Baifeng. No matter what, fighting in someone else's territory would always leave one at a disadvantage. What was more, the greatest problem Yang Kai faced today was whether or not Luan Baifeng was even in the Black Territory. If she were not here, then everything would have been for naught. Even if she were here, Yang Kai still could not guarantee that Luan Baifeng would come out from the territory gate that he was in front of right now. From the universe chart, Yang Kai could see that there were as many as 5 territory gates leading to the Black Territory that were connected to 5 different great territories. If Luan Baifeng were to leave Black Prison, then there was only a 20% possibility of her coming out from this territory gate. So, in Yang Kai's opinion, the most important thing to do right now was to find out Luan Baifeng's whereabouts and lure her out of the territory gate that he was at. Though, this was not going to be an easy task. It required patience and cunning. For the next few days, Xianxia rested in the area around the territory gate. He had decided to wait here for up to 2 months, and if nothing were to come out of this exercise, then he would take the risk of heading straight into the Black Prison to find out where Luan Baifeng was. Fortunately, a person's aura suddenly appeared near the territory gate after just a dozen days. Xianxia, who was sitting cross-legged cultivating nearby, looked over at the territory gate just in time to see a black-robed man leave from the territory gate. Xianxia's eyes lit up. This man had obviously just come out from the Black Territory, and the fact that he could freely leave meant that he was one of Luan Baifeng's confidants. From the aura fluctuations coming off of this person, Xianxia could also tell that he was in the 5th Order Open Heaven realm. After passing through the territory gate, the black-robed man gently shook his head to shake off the discomfort he was feeling. Then, after ascertaining the direction, he sped off into the void. However, after going for just a short distance, something blurred in his vision and a figure blocked his way ahead. The black-robed man was stunned and defensively shouted, "Who goes there? What do you want?" The man ahead grinned at him, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. He suddenly reached out and grabbed him before chuckling, "Come over here, I have some questions that I'd like to ask you." A few moments later, the black-robed man stood respectfully before Xianxia with a meek expression. Xianxia looked in satisfaction at the 2 characters on the 8th page of his loyalty list, written in fresh blood, Xianpeng. With Xianxia's current strength, dealing with a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was a simple matter. This 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master called Xianpeng did not even have the opportunity to struggle before he was subdued by Xianxia. This man was also very sensible. Knowing that he was not his attacker's opponent, he immediately begged for mercy. After asking him a few questions, Xianxia had him leave his name on the loyalty list. There were 9 pages in the loyalty list, and 8 had been used thus far. Only 1 page was left, and for this very last page, Xianxia intended to leave it blank for Luan Baifeng. Xianpeng was in the 5th Order Open Heaven realm, so it was reasonable to say that he was now not qualified to have his name placed on the loyalty list. Xianxia used to be weak and did not have many subordinates that he could use, so he did not have the qualifications to pick and choose his followers. That was why he chose to accept Shun Tianfei, He He, and Yun Xinghua. Now, the masters among his subordinates were as many as the clouds, so it really was a waste for a trivial 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to take up space in his loyalty list. However, Luan Baifeng was just barely worth the last slot he had. Xianxia carefully put the loyalty list away before glancing over at Xianpeng. Since you've already left your name on the loyalty list, then you should be able to feel that your life or death is now in my hands. With just a thought, I can decide whether you live or die. Xianpeng's sweat dripped down like rain as he quickly pleaded, "Mercy, sir. Please be merciful. This subordinate will follow sir's lead and obey sir's orders." Xianxia said indifferently, "Since I've taken you under my wing, then I naturally will not ask you to die." Xianpeng raised his eyes meekly at Xianxia. "Then, is there anything that sir needs this subordinate to do?" "I have a question for you. You said that Luan Baifeng was inside the Black Prison, did you not?" Xianpeng quickly nodded. "Yes." "Can you be sure? Don't lie to me." "It's definitely the truth, sir." This subordinate received orders from the warden to purchase some things just a day or 2 ago. Xianxia was happy to hear that answer and nodded, "Good." Obviously, there was no way that Xianpeng could lie under the effects of the loyalty list, so Xianxia was sure that Luan Baifeng was currently inside the Black Prison. It seemed he had not made this trip for nothing, which made the 10 or so days he spent waiting here worth it. How many Open Heaven Realm Masters are in the Black Prison? Xianxia asked. Xianpeng thought about it for a moment before asking, "Including your slaves?" "Including your slaves and otherwise." Xianpeng gave a quick answer. "Including your slaves, there are almost 200. Otherwise, there are only a little over 30. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4555, Interesting News. Xianxia was speechless. Based on what Xianpeng said, There are around 200 open heaven realm masters currently in Black Prison's confinement. This was no small number, as no ordinary great force would generally have such a high concentration of open heaven realm masters. However, most of them were merely the slaves in Luan by Feng's subordination, so there was no need to pay them much attention. If anyone did enter into a conflict with Luan by Feng, there was no way they would help. The only ones who had gained Luan by Feng's trust and could come and go freely in the Black Prison numbered around 30 people. How many are in the 5th Order? What about 6th Order? Yang Kai asked. Xian Peng answered. Reporting to Sir, the Warden is the only one in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm in the Black Prison. As for those in the 5th Order, there are 7 of them. The rest are below the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm. Yang Kai was surprised. Luan Bai Feng is the only 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in the Black Prison. He thought that the Black Prison would have several 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters at least, so this was a surprising answer. However, this did make the rest easier. Xian Peng laughed bitterly. The Warden is a very paranoid person. Even after being in charge of the Black Prison for so long, she never allowed her subordinates to advance into the 6th Order. Any with the potential and signs of advancing will be thrown into Black Prison's depths to mine. Yang Kai coldly snorted, "What a ruthless woman." After a moment of silence, Yang Kai started with another question. What were you asked to buy on this trip? Xian Peng answered what it was. Yang Kai nodded. Go to the Star City to finish your mission. I will wait here for you. Xian Peng had no idea what Yang Kai was planning to do, but he did not dare to ask too many questions, so he hurriedly responded, Yes. Then, please wait here for a few days, sir. This subordinate will go and return quickly. A moment later, Xian Peng left. Yang Kai stood alone in the void, rubbing his chin and pondering. Right now, he had gotten confirmation that Luan Bai Feng was inside the Black Prison. Now, all that was left to do was to lure her out, and he also had to make sure that she would leave from his territory gate. After studying the universe chart, Yang Kai felt much more assured. Even though the Black Territory had a total of 5 different territory gates that connected to different great territories, if Luan Bai Feng really had intentions to help Zhuo Quan Hui to stir up trouble for Voidland, then there was a great possibility that she would leave from this territory gate. After all, this was the closest territory gate to Voidland. If she were to choose a different route, then it would take her a trip through at least 2 extra great territories to get there, which would delay her a great deal. Now, the most critical thing left was to lure Luan Bai Feng out. Yang Kai had some certainty that she would come, but he also did not dare to be too sure. 6 days later, Xian Peng returned from the Great Territory Star City. Yang Kai, who was hiding, showed himself and gave him detailed instructions. Xian Peng nodded incessantly, putting Yang Kai's orders to mind, and a short while later, he jumped into the territory gate. A day later, inside a palace, Xian Peng stood submissively inside. Reclined on the long chair before him was Luan Bai Feng. She was sitting in a lazy manner with a pipe in hand. Faint smoke drifted out from the furnace. With eyes half shut out of comfort, Luan Bai Feng's nose quivered faintly as the smoke entered and left her nose. Have you bought what I asked? Luan Bai Feng asked. Yes, I bought it, Warden. Xian Peng answered respectfully and took out a space ring, offering it to her with both hands. A woman dressed like a maidservant next to Luan Bai Feng came forward to take the space ring before returning to her position. You've worked hard. Luan Bai Feng responded indifferently, her long phoenix eyes still semi-shut. It is this subordinate's honor to serve. Xian Peng flattered her with a big smile, but he did not excuse himself immediately, because he knew that Luan Bai Feng would always ask for something else whenever he was sent to procure items from the Star City. And Luan Bai Feng made a lazy hum in response before asking, Did anything interesting happen outside recently? Staring down at his toes, Xian Peng nodded. Indeed, there are a few things. Speak. Luan Bai Feng played with the wisps of smoke in front of her with a jade finger, eyes looking distant. Firstly, the result of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven's Tao Theory Assembly is out. The one who took first place was Voidland's Lord, Yang Kai. Wan Baifeng's narrowed eyes opened slightly, and a cold light emerged in them. That Yang Kai actually won first place? How could he, someone in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm, achieve something like that? Are the disciples of the cave heavens and paradises all wastes? Even though she was not present when Yang Kai advanced into the open heaven realm, she would naturally keep herself apprised of a situation now that she had made enemies of Voidland. So, it was not strange for her to know that Yang Kai was only in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm. Xian Peng answered, Warden, this subordinate heard that Yang Kai is not in the Fifth Order, but the Sixth Order. Sixth Order? Wan Baifeng's eyes widened again. Then, she snorted, Where did you hear that rumor? He was merely a Fifth Order when he broke through. That much is certain. The high-rank open heaven realm masters of several cave heavens and paradises saw it with their own eyes. So how could that be false? This subordinate does not know where the mistake began, but that man is indeed in the Sixth Order open heaven realm. There's no doubt about that. And during Yin Cave Heaven's Tao Theory Assembly, he even killed a man called Xiaoxing. Xiaoxing. Wan Baifeng's finger paused, a contemplative look appearing on her face. That name sounds familiar. What sect is he from? This subordinate heard that he is from Thousand Cranes Paradise, and is even a core disciple who broke through directly to the Sixth Order. Wan Baifeng's eyes, which were narrowed this whole time, widened into circles, and her stern gaze was fixed on Xian Peng standing below, who instantly began sweating from the mountain-like pressure placed on him. Hearing Xian Peng's story, she finally remembered who this Xiaoxing was. Indeed, he was a core disciple of Thousand Cranes Paradise, and when he successfully advanced directly into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm a few decades ago, many great forces went to congratulate him. Even she had brought a gift over. Is that true? Wan Baifeng questioned sharply. Xian Peng stammered. This news is already spread among the general populace. Whether it's true or not, this subordinate does not know, but everyone is saying the same thing. Blinking, Wan Baifeng muttered to herself, Waves do not form without wind. This is a matter that concerns Thousand Cranes Paradise's face. If it were not true, then Thousand Cranes Paradise would definitely step out to curb the rumors. However, the rumors have already spread to the masses, so it is most likely true. Xiaoxing advanced into the Sixth Order several decades ago, but Yang Kai actually managed to kill him? Is he really in the Sixth Order too? But how did that happen? She thought about it for a while, but still could not figure out how Yang Kai could suddenly jump from the Fifth Order to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. Suddenly, she laughed like flowers trembling on a branch, her voice crisp and pleasant to the ears. She laughed for a while before collecting herself. How would Thousand Cranes Paradise stay still after Yang Kai killed Xiaoxing? Has Voidland been razed to the ground by them yet? Not yet. Xian Peng shook his head, because Yin Cave Heaven intervened as Xiaoxing's death occurred in the Tao Theory Assembly. There is no way that Thousand Cranes Paradise can openly exact revenge for Xiaoxing. In the end, his honored master, Zuoquan Hui, deserted Thousand Cranes Paradise while bringing along the disciples under him. Zuoquan Hui deserted Thousand Cranes Paradise. Wan Baifeng was shocked. However, a person of her stature and experience only had to think for a moment before understanding the sequence of events. That old fox. Continue. Zuoquan Hui led his disciples to void territory in order to kill Yang Kai. However, not only was he wounded after entering into a big fight with him, another Sixth Order disciple under him, called Zhou Ti, was killed during the battle. Wan Baifeng was even more stunned at this revelation. Zuoquan Hui was wounded? Did you hear that wrong? Xian Peng shook his head. That is what they are saying outside, and the rumors are still going strong in the Star City. If Warden does not believe it, she can send someone to inquire about the matter. Wan Baifeng shook her head. It was not that she did not believe Xian Peng's words. She just wondered whether there were any mistakes with those rumors or not. After all, Zuoquan Hui was a Seventh Order Master, so how could he be injured so easily? Having suddenly thought of something, she began, It was the doing of Voidland's two divine spirits, wasn't it? Only the two divine spirits would be able to hurt a man like Zuoquan Hui. Xian Peng answered respectfully, "This subordinate does not think so." From beginning to end, the two divine spirits were never mentioned in the rumors. Rather, it was the huge number of 6th Order and 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Voidland. Just the number of those in the 6th Order was 9. In order to save his disciple, Zuoquan Hui was caught off guard and injured. 9 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters? The more she listened, the more confused Luan Baifeng became. She had been to Voidland before, and if there were 9 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters there at that time, then how could she have been able to return alive? And how many years had it been since the 100 Sects Alliance besieged them? How could 9 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters suddenly appear? Right now, Zuoquan Hui must still be recovering from his injuries. In this subordinate's opinion, a fierce struggle between two evenly matched opponents will soon take place between Zuoquan Hui and Voidland now that 2 6th Order disciples of the former have been killed. Luan Baifeng nodded lightly. Zuoquan Hui is still in the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm after all. Naturally, if he lost face, then he must get it back. Otherwise, how will he still maintain his footing in the future? She waved him off. "You're excused." "Yes." Not daring to say anything more, Xian Peng bowed and left. Wisps of smoke were still fluttering from the pipe, but Luan Baifeng was not as interested in it as before. There was an inexplicable glint in her narrow phoenix eyes, as if she were thinking about something. The maidservant next to her began softly, "Mistress, should this subordinate go out and verify the rumors?" Luan Baifeng shook her head. "Rumors are not to be believed. There's no finding out the truth unless we find Zuoquan Hui and ask him about what happened in person." The maidservant answered, "But if Zuoquan Hui is still in recovery, he must be in hiding. Who will be able to find him?" Luan Baifeng rubbed her fingers subconsciously. "That's right. Who will be able to find him?" However, it is true that Voidland is troublesome. She also kept tabs on Voidland. After all, a grudge had formed between them. So who knew whether or not Voidland would find an opportunity to come to the Black Prison to seek revenge? Voidland had gradually been growing stronger, and back then, those guys from the 100 Sect Alliance went rushing over to apologize one by one while bearing gifts. Meanwhile, Luan Baifeng remained in the Black Prison. The environment here was treacherous, and there were also the countless natural arrays she could take advantage of. She did not care too much at first, but now, it seemed that Voidland had grown to the point where it could threaten her. She alone would not be able to solve this hidden danger called Voidland. But perhaps she may be able to seek out Zuoquan Hui in order to cooperate with him and eradicate this scourge with his help. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4556, Subduing Luan Baifeng. The air was quiet, and a 1,000,000-kilometer area around the territory gate was like a forbidden zone that nobody dared to approach. Even those who were in a hurry were unwilling to get too close. Everyone knew that this was the entrance to the Black Territory, and they also knew how ruthless a woman Luan Baifeng was. If they were to bump into her along the way, then they just might be captured and brought to the Black Prison to become slaves. Xianxia remained alone, quietly waiting. The bait had been cast, but he could not be sure of whether the fish would take it or not. He had only agreed with Xian Peng that if Luan Baifeng were to leave the Black Prison from another territory gate, he would find a way to inform him about it. That would also give Xianxia time to adjust his plans. 5 days had passed since Xian Peng returned to the Black Territory, but there was still no movement at the territory gate. On the 6th day, however, the heavens seemingly heard Xianxia's pleas, and a ship suddenly sailed out of the territory gate. Xianxia, who was watching for any movements from afar, saw the ship as soon as it appeared. What was certain was that, indeed, it was one of Black Prison's ships. However, he did not make his move immediately because he could not guarantee that Luan Baifeng was aboard. Concealing his aura and figure, he continued to watch closely. At a certain moment, a brilliant light suddenly shot out from the ship. Naturally, it was the signal that he had agreed on with Xian Peng. Xianxia's eyes lit up, and his body flashed. lunging towards the boat at the speed of lightning. In the uppermost cabin of the ship, Luan Bai Feng was sitting on her chair, twirling her finger around her hair with a contemplative look on her face. She had no idea why, but she had been feeling restless since leaving the Black Territory, as if something bad was about to happen. This feeling made her extremely alert. It was at that moment that a clear energy fluctuation rippled out from a certain part of the ship. She quickly turned her head to the window and, from the corner of her eye, caught a stream of light erupting and illuminating a large space. Luan Bai Feng's face paled. Spreading out her divine sense, she quickly detected a person leaving the ship and heading out at high speed. Xian Peng. Murderous intent blazed in Luan Bai Feng's eyes as she shouted his name through gritted teeth. Even though she had no idea why Xian Peng would betray her, the blinding secret technique from before was obviously some sort of code agreed upon by Xian Peng and some other party. Before she even had any time to think about the situation, Luan Bai Feng quickly felt a familiar aura rapidly approaching her, and a voice boomed. Luan Bai Feng, suffer death. Xianxia. Luan Bai Feng was startled by the voice and turned her head towards the direction where the aura was coming from. She had encountered Xianxia twice before, so naturally, she was familiar with his aura. There in her vision, she saw Xianxia rapidly approaching just as she had expected. Luan Bai Feng's first thought that it must be some sort of trap, and that Voidland's army was ambushing her. She could possibly be surrounded at any moment and killed. However, for what she could detect, there was no army, only Xianxia alone in this place. Brat who does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. You court death. Luan Bai Feng began to move as she screamed, leaping through the window as she formed a set of hand seals and pushed her world force before throwing out a palm at the approaching enemy. Even though she did not understand why Xianxia would come to ambush her by himself, she did not want to miss such a golden opportunity. If she was able to capture Xianxia, then she would be able to offer him up as a great gift to Zuoquan Hui. Then, once the battle against Voidland was over, her words would hold much more power, allowing her to get more slaves for Voidland. Even though she did not use her full strength, it was still not something that an ordinary open heaven realm master would be able to withstand, not even for one in the Sixth Order. She had advanced to the Sixth Order open heaven realm many centuries ago, so the heritage that she accumulated was extremely rich. Faced with this palm, Xianxia simply met it with a sneer as he shouted, "The one who does not know the immensity of heaven and earth is you." World force erupted and their auras clashed as the two figures rapidly approached each other. Luan Bai Feng's face changed, and her eyes went wide. Xian Peng was right, this brat is really in the Sixth Order. The moment their world forces collided, Luan Bai Feng was able to sense this clearly. The world force possessed by her opponent was definitely not something that a Fifth Order open heaven realm cultivator would be able to bring out. Xianxia was definitely a Sixth Order open heaven realm master, and not an ordinary one at that. Luan Bai Feng had never felt this sort of oppression from any other Sixth Order master before. When her own world force was faced with her opponent's power, it was smashed apart like it was dry weeds or rotten wood. It was her total defeat. Jolting in realization of the situation, Luan Bai Feng no longer dared to hold back. With her small universe's illusory phantom flickering behind her, she immediately went all out. However, she was still unable to block her opponent's attack. Xianxia's palm practically crushed and flattened all the obstacles in front of him. Breaking through the force of Luan Bai Feng's palm, he quickly cut their distance of 1,000 kilometers to zero. In the next instant, the large palm enveloped in world force struck Luan Bai Feng's towering chest. Her ribs sank down from the force as a look of horror and shock emerged on Luan Bai Feng's face. Fresh blood spurted out of her mouth, and her aura deflated significantly. They were both in the Sixth Order open heaven realm, but she could not even withstand a single palm from Xianxia and was severely wounded with just one hit. However, this woman had presided over the Black Prison for so many years, so she naturally had some real ability. The moment she sensed she was at a disadvantage, she immediately used the force of the recoil to put distance between her in Yang Kai. At the same time, her wrist turned and revealed an array plate. Launching it straight in Yang Kai's direction, she shouted, "Open!" The array plate activated, and the killing array that was engraved into it spread out in a flash, enveloping hundreds of kilometers in an instant. A violent power erupted from it, transforming into countless attacks that changed the area within the radius into a slaughtering field. Luan Baifeng did not pause, however. Although her array plate was powerful, judging from the strike that Yang Kai displayed earlier, she knew it would be impossible to stop him with just that. Her array plate would delay him for a couple dozen breaths at the most. Still, that was enough time. She had barely left the black territory, so with a few dozen breaths, she could still return. As long as she could cross the territory gate, with the help of the countless natural arrays present within, she could exert a strength that was far beyond her own. Forget Yang Kai being a sixth-order master. Even if he was in the seventh order, once he was inside her territory, he should not even dream of leaving unscathed. Having suffered such a huge loss out of nowhere, the hatred gathered in Luan Baifeng's heart had already reached the heavens. So even while she was escaping, she was already thinking of how she was going to take revenge on Yang Kai for this. However, only 100 kilometers away from Black Territory's territory gate, Luan Baifeng suddenly stopped and stood in awe, staring at the figure that blocked her path. Yang Kai stood with a spear in hand that was pointing forward as he grinned widely. "Since I already know about your attainments in the Tao of Spirit Arrays, how could I not be prepared to deal with you?" "How did you?" Luan Baifeng was in disbelief. "You think you were able to trap me in that killing array? The Tao of Space is too profound for a woman like you to comprehend." Yang Kai snickered. "You want to return to the Black Territory? That's not an option." Luan Baifeng ground her teeth. At the same time, as when her body drifted backwards, she summoned 3 more array plates into her hands. However, before she could even toss out the 3 array plates, Yang Kai had disappeared from in front of her. A great sense of crisis loomed over her. Luan Baifeng raised her hand and was about to ignore everything else to throw down the array plates when she felt a sting in her wrist. Her vision became a blur, and Yang Kai was already in front of her, his broad chest practically pressing against hers as his hot breath blew on her face. "I have a great use for you alive, so don't force me to kill you." Luan Baifeng looked down to see that her hand that was holding the array plates had been pierced through by a spear and was covered in blood. A cold feeling flooded her from her head down to her toes as Luan Baifeng froze in place. Her eyes quivered, and her mind was a chaotic mess. How could someone who was merely in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm possibly be this strong? She could not even fight back in front of this man. It could almost be said that her life or death was in the palm of his hand. Raising her head, Luan Baifeng stared at Yang Kai, who was right in front of her, gritting her teeth and asking, "What are you going to do?" Yang Kai grinned. "I told you I need you alive, so don't be so nervous. If you obediently cooperate with me, then naturally there will be no harm to your life." Luan Baifeng blinked. "You want to cooperate with me? A wise person will submit to the circumstances." Yang Kai nodded. Then he took out the loyalty list and said with an amiable expression, Come, leave your name and your blood essence here." Luan Baifeng glanced at the loyalty list, and her pretty face sank. "Loyalty list? This thing is in your possession?" "It's good that you know it. That saves me the effort of having to explain." Yang Kai smiled. Luan Baifeng sneered. "If I leave my name on the loyalty list, then won't I be under your control forever, never to have freedom again?" "Indeed. Then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I'd rather die." Yang Kai looked indifferently at her. "You only have one chance, so choose well. If you pick the right answer, then you get to live. Otherwise, you die." Luan Baifeng turned her head away and snorted, taking up the stance of a woman who was prepared for death. Yang Kai nodded. "For a woman to have such a backbone, many men cannot compare to you. That is worth admiring. In that case, let me send you on your way." At the end of his sentence, Yang Kai brought his hand down on Luan Baifeng's head, and Golden Crow's true fire burst from his palm, instantly turning her into a ball of fire. Miserable screams filled the air as Luan Baifeng's entire body was enveloped by the pitch-black golden crow's true fire. Of course, there was no way for her to die in a short time thanks to her strong vitality. However, her cultivation, which was only in the sixth order open heaven realm, was not enough for her to extinguish the golden crow's true fire. In the face of doom, she was cursed to endure indescribable torment and suffering. "You're really going to kill me?" Luan Baifeng asked as she screamed in agony. After all, Yang Kai told her earlier that he had a use for her alive, yet now he was actually trying to kill her in the blink of an eye. His mood changed faster than one could flip pages in a book. Yang Kai remained silent as he watched her indifferently with a cold look in his eyes, as if he were seeing her off from this plane of existence. Luan Baifeng panicked. Death was a terrifying thought, and though she knew that Yang Kai was merely trying to force her hand with this method, she was still frightened by his ruthlessness and determination. If this were to continue, then she might really die. "Please spare me. I'll do as you ask," Luan Baifeng shouted, when Yang Kai raised his hand and grabbed at her again. The blaze of the golden crow's true fire that enveloped Luan Baifeng's body seemed to have a life of its own and quickly returned to his palm. "You should have said so earlier. Then you wouldn't have had to suffer so much." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4557, Entering the Black Prison. A short while later, Yang Kai received the loyalty list back from Luan Baifeng's hands with great satisfaction. There on the final page was Luan Baifeng's name written in 3 large, bright red characters. From the time that Chun Tianfei volunteered to put himself on the loyalty list at the very beginning until now, all 9 pages have been used up. On each page was blood essence used to write the name of each person. Chun Tianfei, Heihe, Yin Xinghua, Maozhe, Gengqing, Zhouya, Huigu, Xian Peng, Luan Baifeng. Unless one of them died, a new blank page would not appear in the loyalty list. And out of the 9, as many as 5 pages were taken up by 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, which helped Yang Kai on many occasions. Without the loyalty list, Yang Kai would not have had the confidence to bring the 3 mountain lords of profound Yang Mountain out from the shadowless cave heaven. Without the loyalty list, there was no way he could safely cooperate with Huigu, much less subdue Luan Baifeng on this day. The loyalty list was a mysterious artifact with great binding force refined by a high-rank open heaven realm master that had been nicknamed Loyalty Demon many years ago. The list was made using the flesh and bone of the divine spirit, Xianxia. However, the power of the loyalty list depended on who was using it. Even though Chun Tianfei also held the loyalty list back then, he was only in the 4th Order Open Heaven realm, so the loyalty list was of little use in his hands. However, things were different when it was passed on to Yang Kai's possession. So that's how it is. No wonder Xian Peng had the guts to betray me. Luan Baifeng glanced at the loyalty list with a grim look on her face. She saw Xian Peng's name on the loyalty list just now, dispelling all her doubts. It was only natural that Xian Peng would obey Yang Kai's orders, since he was under the loyalty list suppression. Yang Kai chuckled. "Don't look so reluctant. It'll be much better for you to join me than to stay holed up in the black prison. There's a big world out there, so if you're free, you should go out and have a look." Luan Baifeng coldly snorted. "The winner is the king, and the loser is the villain. Anything you say is right." Yang Kai then took a glance around and commented, "These subordinates of yours don't look very loyal." Luan Baifeng was livid. She had not come out alone today. She had brought some other subordinates with her, but when she was fighting Yang Kai, none of them came forward to help her. Of course, part of it was because Yang Kai had moved so quickly that they did not even have the time to react, but if they were truly loyal to her, then they would naturally have come to save her by now. In fact, they had only been watching from afar on the ship without any intention of coming closer. They had even taken a stance where they might leave at any moment. "What are you all staring at? Scram!" Luan Baifeng's stomach was full of grievances. A dozen open heaven realm masters of different orders rushed into the ship in an instant, disappearing without a trace. Luan Baifeng turned to look at Yang Kai. "Are you satisfied now? My name is already on your loyalty list. Now, whatever orders you have for me, just voice them." "There's no hurry. What's more important is to heal your injuries first. I can't bear to see a beautiful woman like you burn like this either." While saying this, Xianxia used his towering evergreen divine manifestation. Wondrous green branches dropped down, enveloping Luan by Feng with rich vitality. Earlier, under the golden crow's true fire, Luan by Feng had tried her best to resist, but she was still burnt all over, with her exposed skin covered in appalling blisters. They looked terribly painful, but Luan by Feng did not say a word about it, which showed how strong her endurance was. Now, with the surge of vitality from the towering evergreen, Luan by Feng's surface injuries healed at a rate visible to the naked eye. While resisting the tingling sensation caused by the technique, Luan by Feng turned her face away. "Do not expect this queen to thank you for such a small favor." She had a calm expression on her face, but inwardly she was quite shocked. Her burns came from the golden crow's true fire, yet the wood element divine manifestation that Xianxia used was actually able to produce such visible restorative capabilities. Just what order wood element power did he condense when he was advancing to the open heaven realm? Xianxia was calm. "Now that you have submitted to me, I will naturally treat you well, so I do not expect any thanks from you either." Luan by Feng frowned and shut her eyes, enjoying the rich vitality that was healing her wounds. A moment later, she suddenly spoke. "Xianpeng was instructed by you to draw me out, so how much of what he said is true, and how much of it is false?" "What he told you is basically the truth," Xianxia responded with indifference. Luan by Feng's eyes widened in surprise. "So, it's true that Zuoquan Hui was injured?" "Indeed." Luan by Feng's brows furrowed in thought for a moment before she nodded lightly. "You must have been the one to injure him. Your abilities are a little better than what I expected." Even after fighting Xianxia personally, Luan by Feng still could not understand how someone in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm could be so strong. Zuoquan Hui was careless and underestimated his opponent, which allowed me to take advantage of the situation. Otherwise, how difficult do you think it is to wound a Seventh Order Open Heaven realm master? Your Voidland and Zuoquan Hui have already tossed aside all semblance of civility, yet you choose to run all the way here instead of staying back and watching after your sect? I may be in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, too, but not even 10 of me can match up against Zuoquan Hui. If you are expecting to use me as a countermeasure to deal with Zuoquan Hui, then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Unless, did you come here just to take revenge? After all, I did give you trouble twice in the past." Xianxia laughed. "Voidland is as strong as iron. Even without me there's nothing Zuoquan Hui can do to it. I didn't come here for you this time. Rather than that, it's the Black Prison that I'm interested in. There are plenty of supplies in the Black Prison, and I happen to be in need of cultivation materials." Luan by Feng clenched her teeth and snarled, "Shameless." Xianxia chuckled and took back his towering evergreen. "Think what you'd like. Now let's go. Bring me into the Black Prison." Luan by Feng glared viciously at Xianxia before turning around reluctantly. "Follow me." After the pair returned to the ship, Xianpeng ran back as well. He seemed very embarrassed to see Luan by Feng again, but she did not even spare him a glance. This woman knew, too, that the reason why her ship would have capsized on calm seas this time was partly to do with Xianpeng, but Xianxia was the main culprit. Even if she wanted to kill Xianpeng for revenge, Xianxia would not allow it, so there was no point in doing something useless. On board the ship, the other dozen Open Heaven Realm Masters were all looking at Xianxia in awe. They saw with their own eyes how powerless Luan by Feng had been when she was forced to submit to Xianxia, so they had an inkling about just how powerful this man was. The boat was not too far away from the Black Prison, so it only took a few moments to return. After passing through the territory gate, they soon arrived in the Black Territory. A dim light enveloped the entire sky. Standing on the deck, Xianxia looked up and saw there, far away, was a great sun that was giving off light. However, unlike an ordinary sun star, this one gave off the impression of a dying old man. There were even black spots forming on its surface from time to time. Xianxia had refined the golden crow's true fire and had the divine manifestation. Golden Crow cast the sun, which was why he was constantly haunted by an indescribable feeling ever since stepping into the Black Territory. He could clearly feel that the Black Territory's sun was about to die. It was not that he had not experienced the death of a sunstar before. Back then, when he was escaping Seven Wonders Land, he witnessed with his own eyes as a sunstar went out, and it was there that he obtained the Golden Crow's carcass, which in turn allowed him to refine the Golden Crow's true fire. However, he never expected to see such a similar scene again after so many years. Perhaps hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of years later, the Black Territory sunstar would also burn out. There was only this one sunstar in the entire Black Territory as far as the eye could see, so once this sunstar was extinguished, the entire Black Territory would be plunged into cold darkness. The dying Great Sun enveloped the entirety of the Black Territory in an air of solemnity. This Black Territory does not seem very large. Xianxia noted his observations after looking around. Luan Baifeng subconsciously twirled her hair with her finger as she commented casually, "The Black Territory wasn't large to begin with. Compared to the other great territories, you can even say that it's pitifully small. There's even only one sunstar. What other great territory have you seen that's like this?" Xianxia nodded lightly. "You're right, I've never seen one like this before." Luan Baifeng continued. "Legends say that the Black Territory used to be similar to other great territories. It was vast, but for some reason, it slowly shrank to the size it is now. Perhaps, once the final sunstar goes out, the entire Black Territory will cease to exist. However, it's thanks to this that the Black Territory was left untouched. Otherwise, how do you think that I, a woman, would be able to occupy such a piece of land? The environment here is harsh, so those under the open heaven realm are simply unable to survive. Only those above the open heaven realm can live here. If it were really any kind of prosperous place, then it would long have been taken over by other great forces." Xianxia deeply agreed with her sentiments. Looking up, he saw the large and small celestial bodies floating silently in the void. The smaller ones were maybe a few dozen kilometers in diameter, while the larger ones may even be compared to the star boundary. However, the ones that could be seen were all filled with pits and cracks. Some were even split into pieces. Those pits and cracks were clearly traces left behind by cultivators. "These are," Xianxia frowned. Luan Baifeng explained, "all the objects in the Black Territory are technically or stars that give birth to black stones. What you see are the mind-out or stars, and these are only from the outermost region." Xianxia understood and was just about to ask her more questions when Luan Baifeng waved her hand. "Do not disturb me right now. We have already arrived at the area covered by the natural rays. If you want to die together, then speak freely. Otherwise, keep your mouth shut and don't poke around with your divine sense. There are many peculiarities in this place." Xianxia rubbed his nose embarrassedly and kept silent. When he looked around, he saw that all of the open heaven realm masters on the ship all had stiff looks on their faces, as if something very bad was about to happen. All eyes were fixed on Luan Baifeng, and at this moment, the woman had a grave look on her face as she kept forming new hand seals while guiding the ship through the void. A few moments later, Xianxia clearly sensed a terrifying power lurking around them. This power felt like it was sleeping, yet could be woken up with the slightest disturbance, bringing about a heaven-destroying, earth-shattering disaster. Since he had received Luan Baifeng's reminder earlier, Xianxia did not dare to probe his surroundings either. He was stunned that the Black Territory actually turned out to be this ferocious, and he had no idea how Luan Baifeng was able to survive in a place like this. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4558, Treasure Trove. The Black Prison was a dangerous place where countless natural arrays were hidden, but this was only what things were like in the outermost region. If one went deeper, then the dangers would only increase. However, under Luan Baifeng's guidance, the ship navigated through the void unharmed, passing one array after another, but not in a straight line. Sometimes Xianxia felt as if they had gone in one large circle, and sometimes felt they were even spinning in place for a long time. There did not seem to be any standard pattern to it. In the end, they were met with no dangers on their journey. This must have been a well-traveled route for Luan by phone, which was why she knew where all the risks were and was able to avoid them perfectly. About a day later, a ruined spirit province suddenly came into view. Obviously, this spirit province was also a fragment of an or star. It was not very large, much smaller than Voidland, but from a distance, traces of man-made structures could be seen. On the spirit province stood a series of connected palaces. The ship landed in front of the palaces, where a maidservant in the fifth order open heaven realm came out to greet them. The woman was surprised and asked, "Why has Madame returned so quickly?" Luan Baifeng's face was dark, but she did not even say a word since she herself was too embarrassed to tell her that she had been ambushed on the trip and even subordinated by someone else using the loyalty list. The maidservant could obviously sense that something was not right with the situation. She glanced curiously at the unfamiliar Yang Kai, but she was smart enough not to ask anything else. "Get out of here, all of you. Go do your work. If anyone dares let a single word slip about what happened today, I'll make sure they'll suffer a fate worse than death." Luan Baifeng bellowed at her subordinates. Everyone scattered like birds and beasts, quickly disappearing without a trace. "You were also excused." Luan Baifeng waved off the fifth order open heaven realm woman, who simply bowed to her and retreated back in the main hall. Soon, Luan Baifeng and Yang Kai were the only ones left. She glanced at him before turning around and leaving in a certain direction. While looking around curiously, Yang Kai followed behind her. After walking for a while, he could no longer hold his curiosity back. The environment in the Black Territory is indeed harsh, but there are also rumors that if one stays here long enough, their world force will continuously leak out, eventually leading to their small universe's collapse and a complete loss of cultivation. "How come I'm not feeling anything?" Luan Baifeng responded without even turning back. "Of course you can't feel it here. This is only the outermost region. If that damned effect were to happen even here, how would I be able to live here? Once you go deeper into the Black Territory, you'll naturally be able to experience it." Stopping her feet, she turned around and said in an inciting manner, "Do you want to go and try it right now? The deeper you go, the more obvious the feeling becomes." Yang Kai grinned. "Even if I decide to go, I'll definitely drag you along with me." Luan Baifeng's face darkened. After a cold snort, she turned back around and continued leading the way. A short while later, the two of them arrived before an exceptionally well-built palace that was enveloped in clear traces of layers upon layers of barriers. Luan Baifeng took out a jade token and poured her power into it before swaying in front of the entrance of the palace. A light shot out from the token, and, following that, the doors of the palace opened with a click. After leading Yang Kai into the palace, Luan Baifeng did the same thing and opened 3 more doors in succession, each one heavier than the last, with traces of arrays activating each time. Yang Kai clicked his tongue in awe. "Your skills in the Tao of Spirit Arrays are truly spectacular." To this day, the most accomplished master in the Tao of Spirit Arrays that he had encountered was undoubtedly Grandmaster Wu Liang, who had arranged the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array. But when comparing the two, Luan Baifeng was superior. During the siege of the 100 Sect Alliance on Voidland back then, Luan Baifeng had attempted to crack the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array after unraveling its mysteries. Even though the 100 Sects Alliance suffered heavy losses in the end, resulting in the death of Kong Feng, it was not as a result of Luan Baifeng's inability to break the Grand Array, but rather their unpreparedness against their enemy. Voidland's heritage was simply too strong. The fact that Luan Baifeng was able to work out some of the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array's mysteries in such a short amount of time was a testament to her mastery of the Tao of Spirit Arrays. As the two of them were talking, they arrived at another grand hall, inside of which was white jade shelf after white jade shelf with no end in sight. On the shelves were an assortment of oddly shaped containers of different materials, many of which were made of rare jades and ores themselves. "What is this place?" Yang Kai asked, raising a brow. Luan Baifeng coldly snorted. "Why ask when you already know? Don't you need a lot of cultivation resources? They're all here." Even though he already had his guesses, Yang Kai still smiled happily when he heard what Luan Baifeng said. So, this is your treasury? Very good. Divine sense surging, it enveloped the entire grand hall in an instant, taking in everything. Despite his mental preparations, Yang Kai was still shocked by Luan Baifeng's wealth. The cultivation materials placed here numbered at least 10,000. This was a terrifying number. Even though Voidland could still pull out such a humongous amount of cultivation materials, that was only natural because they had a whole star city which saw merchants from all corners of the 3,000 worlds patronizing them every day, bringing huge amounts of resources with them. For a lone woman like Luan Baifeng to have amassed such a fortune was simply terrifying. However, since she occupied a treasure trove like the Black Prison, it was only natural for her to have accumulated such wealth after all the years she spent here. What is the order of the supplies here? And what about the quantity? Yang Kai asked with glowing eyes. Luan Baifeng did not like the look on his face. After all, it was hard to feel good about seeing one's treasures being snatched away by someone else all of a sudden. Still, she turned away and muttered, "Those below the fourth order are unqualified to be stored here. The materials placed here are all either in the fourth order or above. On the left are the fourth order materials, roughly 8,000 pieces in total. The center shelves are for fifth order materials, about 2,000 of them. On the right are the sixth order materials. There are almost 200 pieces, but I haven't counted them recently." Yang Kai clicked his tongue in awe. "You're probably the richest woman in all the 3,000 worlds." Firstly, without even mentioning materials in the fourth and fifth order, she actually had around 200 pieces of sixth order materials. It had to be known that each piece would cost at least 15 million open heaven pills each. 200 pieces would be worth at least 3 billion. That much money belonging to a single person. How could anyone in the 3,000 worlds compare with that? While speaking, Yang Kai's body had instantly moved towards the area where the sixth order materials were placed, and he began looking through them with interest. Suddenly, he turned his head toward the last white jade shelf and asked, "Is this a sixth order material, too?" Only a single container was placed on the final white jade shelf, which made it seem conspicuous. Luan Baifeng's face twitched. She was practically gnashing her teeth as she forced each word out. "That's a seventh order treasure." Yang Kai raised a brow and said with glowing eyes, "Before coming here, I heard that the Black Prison's black stones could even produce materials in the seventh and eighth order. So it is true?" Luan Baifeng affirmed, "Of course it's true. However, the number is extremely low. After all these years of occupying the Black Prison, I've only ever encountered a single piece." Yang Kai nodded. "Since there is one, that means there will be more." Sure enough, the Black Prison is really a treasure trove. With that said, he picked up the container that was holding the seventh order material and opened it up to take a look, discovering that it was a seventh order metal element material. Nodding lightly, he casually tossed it into his small universe. Even though seventh order materials were extremely precious and rare, it was not as if he had never seen them before. In fact, most of the materials that he condensed belonged to the seventh order, or even above that, to begin with. His biggest goal on this trip was to find the sixth order yin and yang element materials, which was what Voidland needed the most right now. Turning his gaze to the more than 200 pieces of sixth order materials, Yang Kai rolled up his sleeves and began examining them one by one. There were so many here, so surely some of them would be what he was looking for. When she saw what Yang Kai was doing, Luan Baifeng turned her face away in anger and scorn. Once he began going through the sixth order materials, though, the expectation and joy on Yang Kai's face began to die away. By the time he searched through all of the sixth order materials, Yang Kai's brow was deeply furrowed. There were no problems with the sixth order materials themselves, as each piece was so pure that it was completely befitting the cultivating needs of any open heaven realm master. Only there were hardly any which were of the yin and yang element, the ones he truly needed. He was able to find one sixth order yin element material, but that was it. Besides that, there were also only 2 yang element materials. Out of the 200 pieces of sixth order materials, only 3 of them fit his needs. Even though he knew that the yin and yang element materials were scarcer than those of the 5 elements, this ratio was still extremely unsatisfactory. Turning his head to look at Luan Baifeng, Yang Kai saw that she was currently gnashing her teeth at him. If not for the restrictions placed on her by the loyalty list, then she would likely have pounced on him to drink his blood and eat his flesh. Nobody would be in a good mood after seeing the wealth that they had been accumulating for so many years taken away by someone else in the blink of an eye. What are you looking at? Luan Baifeng grumbled. Yang Kai blinked his eyes before he suddenly grinned. That's not right. What's not right? Luan Baifeng frowned. You've been occupying the Black Prison for so many years, so surely this can't be everything you've gathered so far. Luan Baifeng coldly snorted. Is this still not enough? How much do you think I have? No, it doesn't add up. Yang Kai shook his head. Yes, 6th order yin and yang element materials have always been difficult to find, but there's no way that there are only 3 meager pieces. You must have hidden the rest elsewhere. With his eyes fixed on Luan Baifeng's space ring, he reached his hand out. Show me your space ring. Luan Baifeng was furious. Yang Kai, don't go too far. Hand it over. Yang Kai looked sternly at her. Luan Baifeng gritted her teeth, and her chest heaved for a while before she removed her space ring and threw it at Yang Kai, as if to take her anger out on him this way. Yang Kai grabbed it and searched it using his divine sense. After a while, he tossed the space ring back to her. There were quite a lot of good things stored in Luan Baifeng's ring, and their value could even be described as shocking, but he did not find what he needed. Satisfied now, Luan Baifeng coldly snorted. Yang Kai looked at her in disbelief, wondering whether he had made a mistake. After a moment of silence, he began, The loyalty list can ensure one's loyalty. Those who have written their names down on the list cannot resist the holder's demands, but I have never used this ability on anyone. That is because I believe that since they have come under me, they should at least have a basic level of trustworthiness. Luan Baifeng, let me ask you one last time. Other than in your treasury here, are you hiding any materials elsewhere? Think about your answer before you speak. Don't force me to use the loyalty list. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4559, Luan Baifeng's Secret Stash. For eyes met, and Luan Baifeng was furious as she snarled, The greedy will not meet a good end. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. As expected, you're hiding more. He nodded lightly. Even cunning rabbits have 3 nests. It's normal for you to have hidden some elsewhere. This woman left most of the resources here to act as a treasury on the surface, but she had secretly hidden the truly valuable things elsewhere, so that even if someone did catch sight of this treasury, they may not think more of it. However, now that Yang Kai was even bringing out the loyalty list, Luan Baifeng would not be able to hide it even if she tried. World force surging, the illusory phantom of a small universe expanded, instantly enveloping the treasury. By the time the illusory phantom disappeared, everything in the treasury had been absorbed into Yang Kai's small universe. Luan Baifeng looked at this scene with astonishment before furrowing her brows. For an instant, she could feel a profound aura coming from inside Yang Kai's small universe just now. What was more, the small universe of a 6th order open heaven realm master should still be ethereal and intangible. So how could it contain so many items? But before she even had the time to think about it, she saw Yang Kai grinning at her. What are you being so upset about? Our fates are tied now. If anything happens to me, then you won't be safe either. Would it not be good for you too if you handed these things over to me so that I can grow stronger as fast as possible? Luan Baifeng was livid, but she kept silent. Come on, lead the way. Yang Kai patted her shoulder excitedly. Whether Luan Baifeng was willing or not, she was unable to refuse Yang Kai's request now that things had already come to this. So, she had no choice but to lead him to the place where she hid her treasures. To Yang Kai's surprise, her private treasury was not located in this shattered spirit province, but somewhere else. 2 figures flew out together, heading deeper into the Black Prison. After flying for 4 whole hours and passing dozens of natural arrays, the 2 of them finally appeared at a certain place. Luan Baifeng stood still, and Yang Kai followed suit. Looking up, there seemed to be nothing before them. He could not even find anything suspicious nearby. "This is the place?" Yang Kai asked. Luan by phone was still angry and did not feel like responding to him, but she raised her hand and tossed out array flags one by one in all directions. Following her actions, Yang Kai could clearly feel some energy ebbing and flowing around them, echoing Luan by Feng's movements. A few moments later, Yang Kai looked in amazement at a tiny spirit province fragment just a dozen kilometers ahead, gradually materializing and revealing itself. This spirit province fragment was only a couple of kilometers across, which was pitifully small. It also seemed completely empty, without the slightest hint of any vitality. However, this was the best place for one to hide one's treasures. If not for Luan by Feng's actions, then Yang Kai would never have been able to sense that a shattered spirit province was actually hidden here. The Tao of spirit arrays is truly a profound thing. "Did you hide this place using an illusion array?" Yang Kai asked in awe. Luan by phone continued her movements and grumbled. "This illusion array existed here all along. I have merely deciphered it and used it for myself." "Even that is amazing." After a short while, the spirit province fragment was fully revealed. Without even calling out to him, Luan by phone directly closed in on it in a flash. Seeing this, Yang Kai followed her. Looking around, there seemed to be nothing special in this spirit province, but Luan by phone walked in front of a stone wall and began working on opening another array. Soon, the stone wall slid open, revealing a dark cave. "Everything is inside. Go and get it yourself if you want it." Luan by phone cut through Yang Kai with a sharp gaze. Yang Kai laughed. "Many thanks." He had no worry that Luan by phone would trick him here. It was simply impossible for her to do anything that may harm him under the influence of the loyalty list, so he walked into the cave with ease. An incense stick's time later, Yang Kai reappeared with a satisfied look on his face. "Let's return." After a pause, he looked at Luan by phone. "You don't have any other private treasuries left, do you?" Luan by phone had to take a deep breath to suppress the blood welling up in her chest. Shutting her eyes, she responded in exasperation. "None. I was just asking." Yang Kai chuckled. Then, they went back to where they came from. Another 4 hours went by, and they were back at the original shattered spirit province. After asking Luan by phone for a room and telling her not to disturb him without good cause, Yang Kai went inside and checked his harvest for this trip. He had not inspected what Luan by phone had stowed away in her private treasury yet, but since she had hidden it elsewhere, it must be things of great value. Obviously, 6th order Yin and Yang element materials had to be part of it. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged in the room with the goods hauled back from the cave placed around him. There were only several dozen items, which was not many compared to the main treasury, and just like the ones he saw before, all the materials had been stored in separate containers. Yang Kai casually picked up a jade box that was the size of a palm and opened it. A pure searing power came rushing out. As he felt the rich power fluctuating, he rejoiced. This was clearly a 7th order fire element material, which looked like a fire spirit crystal. Obviously, however, it was much more valuable than an ordinary fire spirit crystal. The very first material had given Yang Kai a small surprise, which made him even more eager to check out the others. After picking up another item, he was a little disappointed. It was merely a 6th order water element material, so he just casually tossed it into his small universe. He picked up another one, and this time it was exactly what Yang Kai was looking for, a 6th order element material. There were only several dozen items, so it did not take much time to go through all of them. In the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Yang Kai had already gone through everything. Everything here was clearly what Luan by phone had prepared for her own personal use. There were a total of 9 complete sets of 6th order materials, which were valuable enough to buy a small city. Any 6th order open heaven realm master would be able to refine these directly after picking them up to enhance the heritage of their small universe. Besides that, there were also as many as 5 7th order materials. Even though there were no Yin and Yang element materials among them, they were worth an astronomical amount by themselves. As he expected, it was right of him to have chosen to come to the Black Prison. After offering a high bounty for the materials at the Star City for such a long time, he was only able to gather enough materials for 3 people to advance into the 6th Order directly. However, just Luan Baifeng's 2 treasuries contained enough to supply 10 cultivators. With this, the resources they needed to advance 13 people from Voidland into the 6th Order Open Heaven realm had been settled, which was enough to solve their most urgent problem. However, since he came to the Black Prison, Xianxia naturally would not be satisfied to just go back. There was little he had to worry about in Voidland right now. Zhua Quan Hui's injury would take a long time to recover, so there was no way that he would come back to cause more trouble for a while. As such, Xianxia still had some time to spend doing other things. If he could get more 6th Order Yin and Yang element materials, then that would naturally be for the best. Even if he were not able to get them, he had to find a way to get them. For that reason, he was very interested in the black stones. After putting all his loot away, Xianxia walked out of the room to find a physically and mentally exhausted Luan Baifeng. Black stone. Luan Baifeng was lying lazily on a chair, while the 5th Order maid was crouching in front of her, gently massaging her calves. Xianxia sat uninhibitedly by the side and nodded. Yes. I heard that all of these materials have been mined from those black stones. I want to see what those black stones are like. Luan Baifeng knew that there was no use arguing with him, so she could only ask the girl in front of him, has the latest batch of black stones arrived? The woman responded softly, they were brought back 3 days ago, and they are breaking the stones now. If Madam needs them, I can have some of them brought over now. Luan Baifeng was about to nod when Xianxia raised his hand. No need, I'll go and take a look by myself. Luan Baifeng frowned when she heard this, but she still stood up and nodded. Come, I'll take you there. After following her for a short while, the 2 of them arrived at an open square where a dozen open heaven realm masters were busy, world force fluctuating from their bodies. Xianxia looked over and saw that each of them had dark stones of different sizes in front of them. The small ones were only about the size of a palm, but the large ones were as large as a water vat. Not far away from them was a pile of similar-looking stones. So these are the black stones? Xianxia asked. Luan Baifeng nodded, and while the 2 of them were speaking, the open heaven realm masters who were hard at work had clearly noticed Luan Baifeng's arrival, so they all stopped what they were doing and greeted respectfully, Madam Warden. Luan Baifeng waved her hand, signaling for them to continue, and they did. Xianxia watched for a while and said in astonishment, the black stones are dissolving. The open heaven realm masters were all controlling the world force inside of their bodies to wrap around the black stones in front of them. As time passed, the black stones gradually became smaller, but nothing seemed to break off or flow away from them. It was as if the dissolved parts of the black stone had just disappeared into thin air. Black stones are bizarre things. Only the world force of those in the open heaven realm is able to dissolve them. As for why that is, I have never been able to figure out, Luan Baifeng explained. What's more, these black stones may contain cultivational resources inside of them, or they may contain nothing at all. While speaking, she pointed to one of the open heaven realm masters who were working at the side, and Xianxia looked over at him. He saw that despite the fact that the black stone disappeared without a trace in his hands, nothing seemed to be left behind. The man shook his head in disappointment before picking up another piece of black stone and continuing the process. These, or slaves, will mine black stones from the ore stars before bringing them back here to extract resources contained inside of them. That is what the process is basically. Every last piece of material found in the Black Prison has not been easy to come by. While saying this, she glared at Xianxia, and now it's been given to you for nothing. Acting as if he did not hear her, Xianxia frowned. Is there no way to determine which pieces of black stone contain materials and which don't? He watched them for a moment and found that it took a lot of effort for the open heaven realm masters to dissolve the black stones. If it could be ascertained beforehand which pieces of black stone contained resources, then it would save a lot of time and effort. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4560, Taking a Trip. Hearing him say this, Luan Baifeng grabbed a wash-basin-sized black stone and tossed it to Xianxia. You could try it yourself, but I have no way of verifying it. Yang Kai accepted the black stone from her and weighed it in his hand, discovering that it was not as light as he expected it to be. After squeezing it with some force, no marks or traces seemed to have been left on the piece of black stone. He was considered to be very strong now, so even if it was not crushed, any piece of raw or would still crack open if squeezed in his hands. However, this black stone was obviously very different in makeup and was also extremely resilient. Divine sense surging, Yang Kai tried to investigate the insides of the black stone, but it actually repelled his divine sense completely, so it was impossible to find out whether something was hidden inside or not. Yang Kai was surprised. Currently, he was in the sixth order open heaven realm, so his divine sense was extremely strong, yet it was still rejected by the black stone. Just what is this thing? After contemplating for a moment, Yang Kai activated his demon eye of annihilation, and his left eye immediately turned into a gold vertical slit. Looking at it now, he could see something different. Inside of the black stone he was holding was the fluctuation of a vague and indistinct pale yellow energy. Seeing this made Yang Kai's heart stir. The demon eye of annihilation worked. Even though he had no way of seeing clearly into the black stone, he could be sure that something was inside of this piece, and it was likely an earth element material. As for what order it was, he had no way of ascertaining that. He would have to dissolve the black stone to find out. The demon eye of annihilation had the ability to see through all illusions, and alongside the black purgatory eye, they made up myriad demons' heaven's core divine abilities. These were extremely profound eye techniques, and even in myriad demons' heaven, only the most elite disciples were qualified to cultivate them. Yang Kai had obtained his demon eye of annihilation when he was still very weak, and he never knew these secrets either before meeting Tizhong. However, since it was one of myriad demons' heaven's two core divine abilities, the demon eye of annihilation naturally had its own profound traits. Even though his divine sense was unable to penetrate the black stone and assess the situation within, the demon eye of annihilation could break through some of its barriers and penetrate straight into its essence. However, Yang Kai's cultivation of the demon eye of annihilation was not very high, so he could only vaguely see what was inside. If it were truly someone from myriad demons' heaven who cultivated these secret techniques, then they would obviously be able to have a clearer look inside. His movements did not escape Luan Baifeng's eyes, who was looking at him with some surprise. You cultivate an ice secret technique too? What's wrong with that? Yang Kai withdrew his demon eye of annihilation and turned to look at her. Luan Baifeng shook her head. It's nothing. Were you able to see anything? No. Yang Kai responded casually. Even though Luan Baifeng could tell that he possessed an ice secret technique, she naturally might not be able to recognize it as a myriad demons' heaven's secret technique, so Yang Kai would not try and explain it to her. However, in order to prove whether or not his ability was right, Yang Kai urged his world force to his palm, enveloping the black stone in it. Rapidly, it shrank in size. With his sixth order open heaven realm cultivation, especially his world force, which was much richer than an ordinary sixth order open heaven realm master, Yang Kai was able to dissolve the black stone at a ridiculously fast rate. The wash basin-sized black stone in his palm completely disappeared before a stick of incense could even fully burn out, and a piece of yellow crystal gradually emerged from it. Luan Baifeng looked on in surprise at it and muttered, "Fourth order earth element. You are quite lucky indeed." Yang Kai casually played with the earth-colored crystal in his hand and said, "What is the probability that a piece of black stone would contain cultivation materials?" "Very small," Luan Baifeng responded. "If you're lucky, then it's about 30%. Otherwise, it may not even be 1%. 30% is too low." Yang Kai shook his head. Out of 10 pieces of black stone, at least 7 would be empty. How much time and energy would that waste? That's why I told you that none of the resources here came easy. Did you think this place was really so full of treasures that you could just bend over and find a piece? Luan Baifeng snorted, but then she frowned. "What are you even looking for? You have already taken away the stash that I have been gathering for so many years. Is that still not enough for you?" Yang Kai shook his head. "It's not enough. I still need more sixth order yin and yang element materials." Luan Bai Feng frowned. If you were using it for your own cultivation, then you could just refine using fifth-order materials. Even though it will be a little slower, fifth-order materials are not as hard to find. Why restrict yourself to only the sixth order? She obviously thought that Xianxia was seeking out so many sixth-order cultivational materials for his own use. Xianxia laughed. Naturally, I can use fifth-order materials for my own cultivation, but what if someone needs to advance into the sixth-order open heaven realm? Luan Bai Feng was taken aback for a moment, and then her eyes widened. How is that possible? How could your void land have so many people advancing directly into the sixth order? It had to be known that any cultivator that could break through directly to the sixth order open heaven realm had hopes of reaching the eighth order open heaven realm one day. So their numbers are extremely limited. Even in the cave heavens and paradises, such disciples only appeared once every 1,000 years or so. Xianxia had already plundered plenty of sixth-order yin and yang element materials from her, which was enough to meet the advancement needs of 10 whole people. So how could he still be needing more? Xianxia did not bother to explain it, since it was useless to say anything. Now that Luan Bai Feng had come under his banner, she would naturally understand that he was not just boasting once she saw Voidland's heritage for herself. Don't just stand there, help them out. Get these black stones dissolved and see whether you can find what I'm looking for, Xianxia called out to her. Even though there were a dozen open heaven realm masters currently working to dissolve the black stones, they were not very efficient. Dissolving these black stones was something that happened faster the higher one's cultivation was, and it was likely related to the potency of one's world force. Luan Bai Feng looked at him in disbelief, obviously still shocked by what he just said. There probably won't be any sixth-order materials in these black stones. No need to bother. Huh? Xianxia turned his head to look at her. Why do you say that? Brushing her hair back behind her ear, Luan Bai Feng answered, I've been in the black territory for so many years, so I still have some amount of experience. There are countless ore stars in the black territory, and the deeper the ore star, the greater the chance of it producing higher-order materials. The ones we collected here are mainly mined from the ore stars near the outer region, so one would be lucky to even find a fifth-order material. If you don't believe me, you can check them yourself. Xianxia had noticed it as well. Out of the resources that Luan Bai Feng's subordinates found from the Blackstones here, it was true that the highest one only reached the fifth order, and the amount was very small. He could not help but frown. Then, where did you find the ones in the sixth order, and even in the seventh order? Luan Bai Feng explained, Naturally, they came from the deeper or stars. Previously, I had several sixth order or slaves among my subordinates, and those things were mined by them. Unfortunately, no one is able to go into the deeper or stars since they've passed away, so we are naturally unable to get to them. Xianxia understood. Is that why you were so eager to intervene when Heavenly Sword Union was stirring trouble in my Voidland? Luan Bai Feng remained silent. Xianxia stroked his chin, so to say, in order to obtain sixth-order materials, there is no other choice but to go deeper into the black territory to mine them. You could say that. Xianxia nodded. In that case, let's go. What? Luan Bai Feng looked at him in shock, seemingly doubting her ears. What are you thinking of doing? We're going to go to the ore stars where the sixth-order materials are produced to mine out the black stones. While speaking, Xianxia reached for Luan Bai Feng, grabbing her by the shoulders, then turning around and flying off. Luan Bai Feng was agitated and anxious as she shouted, Let me go. I'm not going there. Xianxia broke out into a fit of laughter. Since you are under my command now, that's not up to you to decide. You bastard. The dozen open heaven realm masters who were hard at work watched dumbfounded as their usually terrifying and overbearing warden was carried away by Xianxia like a little chick, cursing all the way and disappearing in the blink of an eye. As if they had seen a ghost, cold sweat ran down their foreheads. In the void, Xianxia enveloped his world force around Luan Bai Feng, who was clearly uncooperative, her expression as cold as ice. Do you really need to make a face as if you just lost your parents? We're just going on a mining trip, not to have you killed. Xianxia laughed. Luan Bai Feng answered coldly. Naturally, it is because you do not understand the dangers deep inside of the Black Territory. Even after managing this place for so many years, I still dare not say that I know the black territory like the back of my hand. There are countless natural arrays in this place. Once triggered, neither you nor I would be able to escape easily. Xianxia nodded. That is why I will have to depend on you on this journey. I'm not very proficient in the Tao of spirit arrays, but if I die here, you will not get away either. Wan Baifeng gritted her teeth. I have never met a man as shameless as you before. Inwardly, she was drowning in regret. If she had known this would happen, then she would not have told Xianxia that sixth-order materials could only be found in the deeper or stars. She had moved a rock only to smash her own foot. However, although Wan Baifeng's words were harsh and unpleasant, she was still quite sensible and flexible. Otherwise, she would not have surrendered so easily. She knew that she could not resist, so after throwing a small tantrum, she cooperated obediently. She knew that if she were to slack off here, then with Xianxia running all around the black territory triggering the arrays, something bad would happen sooner or later, and then she herself would have to suffer for it. After a half-day's journey, Wan Baifeng suddenly spoke. The area we have arrived will start to get more dangerous. Do not leave my side no matter the cost. Otherwise, if you were caught up in a powerful array, even I would not be able to save you. Got it. Xianxia nodded repeatedly. Then, Wan Baifeng suddenly rubbed her eyelids with her fingers. Looking over, Xianxia saw that her eyes were suddenly glowing with a purple light, exuding a demonic charm. Xianxia raised his brow. It was not until now that he finally learned that this woman actually cultivated an secret technique, too. That was the reason why she said what she did when she saw him use the demon eye of annihilation. She must have noticed Xianxia's gaze because Wan Baifeng explained, I was born with this secret technique. I did not cultivate it. It doesn't have any offensive or defensive abilities, but it seems to have a natural advantage in deciphering arrays. Xianxia was enlightened, so that is how you became so proficient in the Tao of spirit arrays. Wan Baifeng's secret technique had a natural advantage when it came to cracking arrays, and having lived in this black prison for so many years, observing and emulating the many natural arrays in this place, even someone unlearned in the Tao of spirit arrays will be able to grow into a master in time. Wan Baifeng coldly snorted, how else do you think a poor little girl can survive in the 3,000 worlds alone? A little girl? Xianxia could not stop himself from laughing. Wan Baifeng glared menacingly at him. Martial Peak, Chapter 4561, Inner Region or Star. Wan Baifeng had been active in the Black Territory for many years, and though she could not say that she knew this place like her own backyard, she was still much more familiar with it than Xianxia. Under her guidance, their journey progressed without incident. While following the woman, Xianxia also brought out his demon eye of annihilation, so he could keep an eye on the situation around them. Sure enough, the demon eye of annihilation was amazing. Xianxia could obviously see traces of some arrays around them, but since he was not proficient in the Tao of spirit arrays, he could only see them, unlike Wan Baifeng who could not only see them, but could also see the appropriate method in cracking them. Several times, Wan Baifeng clearly led him into a natural array, but mysteriously, they did not trigger. After moving forward a while longer, a mysterious aura appeared in the void. Under the guidance of that aura, Xianxia could feel the world force inside of his small universe leaking out. Xianxia made an exclamation of surprise and quickly shut his small universe, but it was to no avail as world force continued spilling out from his body. It's useless. Clearly, Wan Baifeng noticed his actions. The first danger of the Black Prison is the arrays you can find everywhere, but the second is this strange aura. Once enveloped by this aura, no matter what order the open heaven realm master is in, they can't stop their world force from flowing out of their bodies. Right now, we are only at the edge of where we come in contact with this aura. The deeper we go, the stronger the aura becomes, and the faster our world force leaks out. I would advise you to start replenishing yourself now. Otherwise, the further we go, the more difficult it will be. Saying so, she grabbed a handful of open heaven pills and stuffed them in her mouth, swallowing them down and silently refining them. Xianxia nodded lightly, But he did not take her words too seriously. Right now, even though the world force inside of his body was leaking, it was at a very low rate, so he could ignore it for now. What was more, he also wanted to know what was going on with this aura and why such changes would happen in his body because of it. He calmed his mind and tried to search for an answer, but came up empty. However, he was reminded of his experience in the shadowless cave heaven. There was a formless astral wind that he encountered there, the essence of which was a powerful divine ability that swept across the entire shadowless cave heaven. Occasionally, it blew through the shadowless cave heaven and entered the small universes of open heaven realm masters inside, wreaking havoc with their world force and shaving it away. Unlike the strange aura found in the Black Prison, the formless astral wind could be regarded as a gush of a foreign power that entered one small universe and ground down some of the small universe's heritage. The situation here in the Black Prison was that the heritage of one's small universe would constantly leak away. In the shadowless cave heaven, Xianxia relied on his towering evergreen to resist the formless astral wind, but he had no idea whether this element divine manifestation would have any effect on the situation in the Black Prison. With this in mind, Xianxia immediately released his towering evergreen, and a vibrant green light emerged, brimming with rich vitality. The ancient tree appeared, and its branches hung low, wrapping around both Luan by Feng and himself. As soon as the secret technique was used, the strange aura that had been surrounding them in the void was kept at bay, and the leakage of world force from their small universes also stopped. It worked. Xianxia was overjoyed. As he expected, the wood element power that he condensed from the essence of the immortal tree was truly extraordinary. Not only could it stop the encroachment of the formless astral wind, but was also able to keep out the strange aura that filled the void. However, when he thought about it, the immortal tree was a supreme treasure of an exceptionally high order, so it was not strange for it to have such amazing effects. Now a big problem of theirs was solved. What did you do? Luan Baifeng looked at Xianxia, eyes wide in shock. She could clearly feel the change in herself during that instant. The world force, which had been slowly pouring out of her body, suddenly stopped escaping. She could not even feel the strange aura anymore. Isn't this divine manifestation supposed to only heal? Previously, Xianxia had also used the towering evergreen to heal her injuries after she had been burned by his golden crow's true fire. Now, it seemed like this divine manifestation may not be as simple as just a mere healing method. For years, she had been trying to find a solution to the strange aura that was omnipresent in the Black Prison, yet she never found a single clue. She did not expect that she would be able to find such a miracle in Xianxia on this day. Not only can it heal injuries, but it can also be used defensively. Xianxia gave a simple explanation. Luan Baifeng looked at him with bright eyes. How long can you hold this divine manifestation for? Does it consume a lot of energy? Xianxia chuckled. If it's only to cover the two of us, then it does not consume much energy. I should be able to keep it going for a long time. Right now, as he was in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, his heritage was also mighty. Being limited to just a small area, the towering evergreen did not consume too much of his strength to maintain, to the point it could even be called negligible. What was more, he had countless open heaven pills inside of his space ring, so it was not like he was unable to replenish what he was consuming. Luan Baifeng looked at him with complicated eyes. The problem that had been bothering her for hundreds of years was finally resolved today, so naturally, it would not be right to say that she was not ecstatic. Only, once she remembered the current situation she was in, as well as her status, that joy dimmed considerably. After all, even if she could mine the stars deeper within the Black Territory now, whatever she could find would still belong to someone else and have nothing to do with her. Her mood suddenly plummeted, and she stayed quiet during their journey, simply using her secret technique to check for the spirit arrays that surrounded them, continuously leading Xianxia forward. Half a day later, Luan Baifeng said, "Another hour more, and we will be reaching the no man's land. My subordinated or slaves were unable to stay there for long, so it has been many years since anyone has gone to mine the ore stars there. Yongkai nodded. Is that where all the 6th order and 7th order materials were mined? Most of them are. Of course, a few pieces were found in the outer region. Even though there were stars on the outside are a little lacking in terms of their output, finding 6th order materials is not impossible, just very rare. Yongkai turned to look at her. I heard that the or slaves under your subordination are either captives or prisoners of war. In that case, they must not be loyal to you. So how can you ensure that they will not pocket any of the resources they find? Wan by phone was frank. World force must be consumed in order to mine the stars. Subsequently, just going deep inside the Black Prison would mean that their world force is constantly being depleted, so where would they have the spare world force to dissolve black stones once they got there? What's more, even if they did secretly dissolve some black stone, they're still not guaranteed to find anything. Since that's the case, it's better for them to exchange for open heaven pills from me using the black stone that they've mined. If they're lucky enough and mine enough black stone, it's completely possible for them to exchange enough open heaven pills for their own use. It did make sense. The black stones may not necessarily contain anything, and their slaves would have to spend a lot of effort dissolving even one piece while there was a high chance of getting nothing in return. For their slaves that live here in the Black Prison, every last thread of world force was extremely precious to them. As for running away, there was little hope of that happening. The Black Territory was surrounded by natural arrays. If they were to accidentally trigger one of them, then the chances of surviving were slim to none. Even compared to the Shattered Heaven, this Black Prison was no less dangerous. While they spoke, Luan by phone looked up ahead and declared, "We're here. That star ahead is the deepest one that my slaves have been able to mine so far. No one has ever reached deeper before." Looking over, Yongkai saw a dark star floating in the void. This star was truly not small, even bigger than the star boundary itself. Like all the stars in the Black Territory, it was filled with cracks and pits without any vitality. Luan by phone led Yongkai to a certain spot on the star, and at first glance, he was able to see the traces left behind from a previous mining expedition. Obviously, the work of the 6th Order slaves that were here long ago. However, even 6th Order Open Heaven Masters could not survive long in this environment. In the months and years they spent mining, their world force never ceased escaping their bodies, weakening the heritage of their small universes. In the end, their small universe collapsed, leading to their deaths. What are you planning to do now? You're not planning to mine Blackstone here, are you? Luan by phone looked askance at Yongkai. Yongkai laughed. Do you have any other good ideas? If not, then get to work. Don't tell me that you don't know how to mine after living here in the Black Prison all these years. Luan by phone was furious. You're in all the way here just so you can mine Blackstone yourself? Are you stupid? Even if you did manage to gain anything out of this, it's hard to guarantee you'll be able to get your 6th Order yin-yang element materials. Yongkai stroked his chin and thought, what you say makes sense, but there's one part where you're wrong. Where? Luan by phone frowned. You'll be the one mining Blackstone, not me. Yongkai wagged his finger in front of her eyes. Luan by phone blinked and gawked. Then what are you going to do? Yongkai said matter-of-factly, supervise. Luan by Feng's lungs were about to explode from anger. Keep dreaming. You may kill me, but I won't allow you to humiliate me. Hurry up and get to it. You know you can't go against my orders, so why make a fool of yourself? Luan by phone glared viciously at him with eyes that seemed like she wanted to eat him alive. It was clear that she was not willing to compromise on this issue. However, when Yongkai took out the loyalty list and gave the order, she had a mind regardless of how reluctant she was. While exerting her divine abilities without restraint, sending debris flying everywhere, she cursed through her teeth, feeling extremely aggrieved. There were a number of ways to mine Blackstone on an star, and Yongkai quickly understood after watching for a while. Since the Blackstone itself can block the probing of one's divine sense, it was easy to see where they were just by spreading out one's divine sense. Wherever the divine sense was being blocked, that was where the Blackstone was located. Then, using secret techniques, as long as one controlled their strength, They could simply blast apart the surrounding rock to obtain blackstone. Luan Baifeng was a powerful sixth-order open heaven realm master, so she was naturally efficient at mining blackstone. Even though Yang Kai said he was going to supervise, he wasn't being serious. After observing and studying what Luan Baifeng was doing for a while, he also began mining. Only then did Luan Baifeng's anger subside slightly. Now, with their united strength, it took only a short 3 days for them to mine 100 pieces of blackstone. According to Luan Baifeng, her or slaves would be lucky to get 5 or 6 pieces of blackstone in a single day in a place like this. Usually, they would only come away with a couple of pieces per trip, or even less. Out of 100 pieces, at most 30% would contain anything, while most of the blackstone was empty, so Yang Kai just tossed them aside. In the end, Yang Kai harvested 27 materials from different orders. Martial Peak, Chapter 4562, Sudden Thought. You could see inside the blackstone? Luan Baifeng looked in shock at Yang Kai. The two of them had mined over 100 pieces of blackstone after working for 3 days, most of which Yang Kai tossed after just a glance. In the end, only 27 pieces were left behind, and all of them contained cultivational materials without exception. That only proved one thing. This is impossible. Still refusing to believe her eyes, Luan Baifeng grabbed a piece of blackstone that Yang Kai had thrown aside. This piece of blackstone was only the size of a palm, not very large. Circulating her world force around it, it took only a few moments to dissolve the blackstone, but there was nothing inside. Are you truly able to see into the blackstones? With the facts now placed before her eyes, Luan Baifeng had no other choice but to believe it. What exactly is that technique that you're using? Yang Kai did not answer. He only frowned. Even though he had obtained 27 pieces of cultivation materials, Luan Baifeng was right. The order of the materials produced on the deeper or stars were slightly higher than on the outside, as 3 pieces were in the 5th order. It was unfortunate that they were unable to find any 6th order materials, much less any 6th order yin or yang element materials. Luan Baifeng, on the other hand, cheered up unexpectedly. If you truly can see into the blackstones, then it will save a lot of time, and the rate of our output will be increased. However, Yang Kai shook his head. It's too slow. Luan Baifeng was surprised. You still think it's too slow? How fast do you want it to be? Yang Kai told her, you and I have been working here for 3 days, and this is all we got. It is simply not worth the effort. Luan Baifeng frowned. If you want to get materials of the 6th order yin and yang elements, then it will naturally depend on your luck. You don't expect this or star to be full of the materials you need, do you? Naturally, I never thought so. Yang Kai shook his head with a frown. This is just different from what I expected. Luan Baifeng pondered for a moment. Then, she pointed into a certain distance. Perhaps you can bring your search to an even deeper or star. The one we are standing on now is the farthest my subordinated or slaves have ever reached. We never went deeper, but there is no saying that the materials found in the blackstones that are found in the ore stars, even deeper, won't be of higher order. Yang Kai looked in the direction where she pointed, only to see the void littered with countless ore stars of all different sizes. After some thought, he shook his head. No need. The mining speed with only the 2 of us is too slow. Who knows when we will be able to find the things I need? This won't do. That won't do. Luan Baifeng was inexplicably angry. Then why don't you go back and bring my, or slaves here to mine? With your divine manifestation protecting them, they won't die in a short amount of time, no matter how low their cultivation is. It should be enough to do something at the very least. Yang Kai shook his head. Luan Baifeng's suggestion was even less feasible. He could probably shelter a couple dozen more without any trouble. However, it would be impossible for him to shelter all of her slaves. It would consume too much energy if he had to maintain his divine manifestation for a long time. What was more, it was impossible for him to stay here forever, sheltering slaves using towering evergreen. He had no idea what the situation in Voidland was right now, so he had to return as soon as possible. Right now, he had already obtained enough materials for 10 people. Including the 3 sets he had back at Voidland, They had enough resources to meet the needs for 13 people to advance into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. Perhaps he could return for now, before waiting slowly for the Black Prison to mine more resources. If he was lucky, then he might be able to find more of the materials that he needed. However, that thought only entered his mind for a moment before he dismissed it. Luan Baifeng had already told him that her personal collection of resources were basically mined from this or star that they were standing on long ago. The rate of any Sixth Order materials appearing in the outer or stars was simply too low. Yang Kai sighed, feeling that his way of thinking was too naive. As he was about to leave, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and turned to look into the void. Luan Baifeng looked over in confusion and saw Yang Kai frowning at first. Then, his expression changed. Seemingly having thought of something, his spirit was lifted. Luan Baifeng eyed him warily. Yang Kai grinned. Of course. Bringing the Ore slaves over is too troublesome, and there's no way I can shelter them forever. However, we can bring in Ore Star back instead. Luan Baifeng was dumbfounded by his whimsical idea, and she narrowed her eyes at him and asked for confirmation. Bring in Ore Star back. Yang Kai was inspired, though, and explained excitedly. This strange aura does not exist in the outer region of the Black Prison. At least, not the place where you usually live. If we can bring out in Ore Star from the depths, then it can be mined without fear, and we would not have to worry about our world force leaking out. You must be crazy. Luan Baifeng stared at Yang Kai as if she were looking at a fool. Why don't you take one back and show me, then? How would we know that it's impossible if we don't try? Yang Kai rolled up his sleeves and observed the situation ahead. I noticed it when we arrived here, but there are both big and small Ore Stars in the Black Territory. Naturally, there's no need for us to even consider bringing back the larger ones, especially since we might not even be able to move them. However, if we could find one at just the right size, we could bring it back. Wait, you're not joking. Luan Baifeng was convinced that Yang Kai was serious now, and she was dumbfounded by that. Who's joking with you? While saying that, Yang Kai circulated his world force and wrapped it around Luan Baifeng, heading deeper into the void. Since he was determined to bring back an Ore Star, then naturally, the deeper it came from, the better. That was because the boon was richer and the order of the materials was higher the deeper the Ore Star was. All along their journey, Luan Baifeng maintained a dumbfounded expression. She could hardly keep up with Yang Kai's whimsical way of thought. After countless years of living in a Black Prison, she had never once considered bringing in Ore Star from the depths of the Black Prison back to the outer periphery, not because she had never thought of this idea, but because it was impossible. Even with her strength in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, it was difficult to stay in these depths for long, not to mention the fact that the Ore Stars were generally humongous. Who could carry them away? But not only did Yang Kai have that idea, he was even prepared to give it a try. On the way, Yang Kai was constantly muttering, "This one's too big. We probably won't be able to take it back, but this one's too small. It will not last long, even if we bring it back. It's simply not worth it. Why isn't there one that's neither too big nor too small?" Annoyed by his constant babbling, Luan Baifeng rolled her eyes. It was not known how long they flew through the Black Territory's depths, but Yang Kai was unable to find a suitable target. Then, at a certain point, a strange aura suddenly penetrated towering Evergreen's defensive barrier, instantly enveloping the two of them. Both Yang Kai and Luan Baifeng grunted in unison. They could feel the world force inside of their small universe flow out of them like a broken floodgate. Luan Baifeng's face changed dramatically. Yang Kai was also shocked at the sudden change and quickly stopped in his tracks before retreating backwards for 1,000 kilometers. Still horrified at their encounter, both of them exchanged glances. Luan Baifeng was first to break the silence as she asked hesitantly, "What just happened?" Yang Kai shook his head, indicating that he did not know. However, when he checked, 10% of the heritage of his small universe had been drained away in that brief moment. Even though he had no idea how Luan Baifeng was faring, she must have suffered much more than he did, because even her face had gone slightly pale at this moment. Her aura was unstable, and it was obvious that she had just lost a lot of strength. Is it that your divine manifestation is unable to stop the encroachment of that aura anymore? Luan Baifeng asked tentatively. Yang Kai quickly shook his head. If that were the case, then the world force in our small universes would still be flowing out right now. But just recalling what happened made Luan Baifeng shudder. The experience was simply too frightening. Under the envelopment of that aura, she could not help but get the illusion that she was powerless to resist and would be drained of all her strength within a few breaths. Yang Kai looked into the distance. There must be a critical point that if we pass, even my divine manifestation won't be able to defend against the Black Territory's power. He shook his head. We can't go any deeper than this. This is my limit. If we go any deeper, then both of us will die. He felt shocked inside. What exactly was the strange aura that was present in the Black Territory that even the divine manifestation he cultivated from the immortal tree's essence was unable to resist against it? It had to be known that his towering evergreen could even pass through the formless astral wind without issue, but could this aura actually be even more dangerous than the innate divine ability of the formless astral wind? You've been in charge of this place for so many years. How could you not know what is inside the Black Territory's depths? Yang Kai frowned. Luan Baifeng shook her head. Without you, it would be impossible even for me to reach this deep. It seems like there's a big secret hidden inside of this Black Territory. Yang Kai sighed. However, no matter what might be hidden up ahead, Yang Kai would naturally not step over the line again, now that he knew where it was. It would not be too long to wait until his cultivation was higher to explore the secrets hidden deep inside of the Black Territory. You should recover your energy for now. I'll see if I can find a suitable star. I might need your help when that time comes, Yang Kai ordered. Luan Baifeng did not stand on ceremony and took out handfuls of open heaven pills, swallowing them as she began refining them in order to make up for what she lost just now. Even though Yang Kai also lost some energy, his heritage was much greater than Luan Baifeng's, so losing that much energy did not impede him from continuing his search. He traveled in all directions, constantly searching. However, he searched and searched, but still could not find a suitable star. All of them were either too large, making it too troublesome to take them away, or too small, making it not worth the effort to begin with. 2 days later, when Luan Baifeng opened her eyes again, her complexion was rosier. Obviously, she was able to recover some of her strength. Did you find anything? She looked at Yang Kai and asked. Even though she had been meditating in order to restore her energy this whole time, she was not completely oblivious to what was happening around her. She could sense all of Yang Kai's movements the past 2 days, and she could vaguely feel that Yang Kai had come to some sort of decision. Here, come and take a look with your secret technique. What sort of spirit array is that? Yang Kai pointed to a certain direction in the void. He could see that there were traces of an array using his demon eye of annihilation, but his proficiency in the Tao of spirit arrays was not high enough to determine what type of array it was. Luan Baifeng immediately activated her eye technique, and after studying it for a short moment, she said, "It should be an illusion array." An illusion array? Yang Kai frowned. Then he brought her to another place and pointed to the void in the front. What about this one? Luan Baifeng observed it for a moment before responding, "This is a trapping array." Yang Kai shook his head and brought her to another place. Martial Peak, Chapter 4563, Power of the Killing Array. This is a killing array, and I can't decipher it. We'd better stay away from it. If we get caught up in it, then it would be disastrous for both of us. A purple light flowed in Luan Baifeng's eyes as she observed the area in the distance. However, Yang Kai seemed cheerful to hear her answer. This is it. Saying so, he dragged Luan Baifeng along and flew off into the distance. What are you trying to do? Luan Baifeng could not resist the urge to ask. Previously, Yang Kai had the whimsical idea of bringing back in her star with him, and now he was looking for a specific spirit array for some reason. The way his thoughts jumped around was truly unpredictable. Yang Kai replied casually, "Most of the stars here are too large for the two of us to bring back alone, so we have to think of another way." As they were talking, the two of them arrived before her star. Luan Baifeng looked at the star and sneered. So your idea is to bring such a small one back? Fine. This one is small, but it will take about a month to mine. Maybe we can get something good out of it. Xianxia did not speak and just took a deep breath. Even though air did not exist in this void, Xianxia's chest still swelled up from his actions. A dragon roar suddenly reverberated in Luan Baifeng's mind, and dragon pressure spread out, which shocked her greatly. After that, a crackle could be heard, and Luan Baifeng could not help but feel her vision lifting constantly. There, in plain view, she saw Xianxia covered in a golden light, and in a very short amount of time, he transformed into a literal giant. He had dragon scales from head to toe, sharp dragon claws, and a swaying dragon tail. A dragon beard fluttered under his jaw, and there were even 2 dragon horns growing atop his forehead. A terrifying pressure pressed down on her chest like a giant mountain, making her tremble with unease. Luan Baifeng's vision could not help but freeze. Before this giant that stood several thousand meters tall, Luan Baifeng simply felt as little as an ant. Xianxia looked down at her and leaned down slightly, extending a giant dragon claw to her, and shouted majestically, "Climb up!" Looking at the claw, which was countless times larger than her own body, caused Luan Baifeng to gulp regardless of her tough mental fortitude. Stiffly, she raised her feet and stepped onto Xianxia's palm. Xianxia straightened up again and gently placed Luan Baifeng on her shoulder before urging, "Stay close to me. Don't stray too far." Luan Baifeng immediately grabbed onto one of the raised dragon scales on Xianxia's shoulder and nodded repeatedly, just like a naive but docile little girl. Without the shelter of Xianxia's would element divine manifestation in these depths, it would not take long for the world force to be drained from her body entirely. So there was no need for Xianxia to command her, as she would stick close to him regardless. However, Xianxia's actions gave her a vague awareness that he was going to be doing something big soon. And that was exactly what happened. Hot dragon breath blowing in and out of Xianxia's nostrils, he shook his head faintly and stretched out his hand, summoning his spear into it. The azure dragon spear had also become incomparably large at this moment. With a light shake of the azure dragon spear, Xianxia circulated his energy and thrust the spear out towards the smaller star. The void shook as dazzling spear light erupted out. Luan Baifeng even wondered whether the star would immediately shatter into pieces under this thrust. However, Xianxia clearly did not mean to blow up the star before him. So he thrust his spear with just enough force that when it was applied to the star, the latter shook violently and began moving forward. All the stars in the Black Territory were stationary relative to each other. Yet Xianxia's power had been so violent in that moment that it was enough to push forward an star of such a scale. However, the speed was not very fast. Xianxia followed the star and thrust his spear forward again. Again and again he prodded the star with his spear, and the repeated blows made the small star go faster and faster. Luan Baifeng could clearly see that Xianxia was not only pushing the star forward with his own strength, but also adjusting the direction of its advancement. Surprised, she looked up to see a massive star up ahead. It was obstructing Xianxia's path, so if this went on, then the 2 stars would collide sooner or later. Luan Baifeng suddenly came to her senses. "Are you trying to break apart that big star using this smaller one?" After gaining an understanding of what he was trying to do, Luan Baifeng could not help but feel shocked by Xianxia's crazy ideas. This was a method she had never thought of before. Of course, she did not have the means to even execute it either. It was not worthwhile to bring a small star back with them, and they could not move the larger stars. However, if the bigger star can be broken into smaller pieces, then it might be just right for him. Under Xianxia's successive pushes, the smaller star was able to reach a certain speed. Suddenly, he collected his spear and stopped in place. Looking ahead and shaking his head, the size difference between them is too great. The larger star won't be broken by it. Luan Baifeng frowned. "If you knew that, then why are you still wasting your effort?" Xianxia grinned, but he did not explain. As if to verify Xianxia's words, the small star soon collided with the surface of the larger star. There was no sound, but they could see a huge circle of dust rise up from where they collided as the small or star was shattered by the impact. A huge crater had also appeared on the surface of the large or star that was surrounded by cracks. Under the transmission of such a terrifying force, the large or star, which had been sitting still in the void, began moving forward at a considerable speed. It worked. Xianxia's brows were raised in joy. What worked? Luan Baifeng did not understand. However, when she looked up again, her pupils suddenly shrank. The direction that it was going was exactly the large killing array that she identified before. So that's what you're trying to do. Luan Baifeng finally understood. Xianxia's series of actions confused her, and it wasn't until now that she finally realized what he was trying to accomplish. She could not help but frown. Are you so sure that the killing array will work? Xianxia shook his head. There's no way to be sure, but we have to try regardless. Naturally, it would be for the best if it worked, but otherwise, we could just bring back a smaller star. It's better than nothing. Since he had already said so, Luan Baifeng had no choice but to listen. The larger star did not move nearly as fast as the small one. Despite the force transferred onto it from the collision earlier, it was still a very larger star, so it was naturally impossible for it to gain much speed from that. In the vastness of the void, it did not seem that far away from the killing array, but it still flew for several hours before slowly arriving at its destination. Luan Baifeng activated her secret technique with interest and began observing the situation. Regardless of Xianxia's ultimate goal, she was very interested in the spirit arrays located deep within the Black Territory, and she wanted to know what sort of magnificent sight would erupt from it when something triggered it. Perhaps she could take this as an opportunity to explore the profound mysteries of the spirit arrays located in these depths. Xianxia was also paying close attention. His goal was to bring back one of the Ur stars here, but since he could not take back one that was too large, he had to find a way to make it smaller. In the end, whether his goal could be achieved or not, he was not very sure. He only hoped that the might of the killing array was not too much, but also not too weak either. Under the careful observation of the two, the larger star finally rushed straight into the killing array's range. Lights of all colors suddenly emerged in the clearly empty void. At the same time, both Xianxia and Luan Baifeng could clearly feel a destructive aura releasing from inside the killing array. It was as if a sleeping dragon was disturbed by an unexpected guest and awakened from its slumber in a rage. Silently, the larger star seemed to suffer an indescribable blast. Dust rose up from the surface as large swaths of the surface were shredded off. One after another, long cracks spanning millions of kilometers appeared out of thin air. The entire Ur star shrank at a rate visible to the naked eye as every inch of its surface was attacked indiscriminately. As the Ur star traveled deeper, the power of the killing array was stimulated further. The energy fluctuations coming from that place grew stronger and more terrifying by the moment. The Ur star was becoming smaller and smaller, and in just a dozen breaths of time, it had shrunk by a large amount. Inside of the killing array, the barren mountains and land separated from the Ur star drifted about and were ground into dust under the destructive force. Luan Baifeng's face was slightly pale, and the purple light flowing in her eyes had also reached its brightest point. She muttered to herself, "Incredible. This power. It's simply unfathomable." Xianxia also had a very solemn expression at this moment. Even though Luan Baifeng always stressed that the arrays present deep within the Black Territory were very strong, it wasn't until now that he understood just how much he underestimated them after seeing it with his own eyes. Such a terrifying killing array would kill even him in less than 10 breaths. Suddenly, a bright light blossomed. Just like a stunning sword wave, it cut through the Ur star and disappeared in a flash. But what shocked Xianxia and Luan Baifeng was the fact that the entire Ur star had been split into two after the light passed through it. The Ur star was actually split apart. One side was clearly bigger than the other, but the cut was still almost clean. The larger part was about 70% of the Ur star, while the smaller part made up the rest. The cut was so neat and smooth that it seemed as if it had been sliced with a knife. The killing array was still in full bloom, so the two halves of the ore star continued to shrink in size. It took a while before the explosive force of the grand array slowly subsided. The killing array has been exhausted. Luan Baifeng breathed a sigh of relief. Yangkai could sense it, too. Even though his demon eye of annihilation had no way of discerning what type of spirit array was, he could still detect some of its traces. The traces of the killing array that previously existed there had been extinguished, which undoubtedly meant that it had been destroyed. However, the price it paid was that the huge star was worn down and cut into two pieces. However, this was exactly what Yang Kai hoped to see, so everything was still going according to plan. Martial Peak, Chapter 4564, Return. Maintaining his half-dragon form, Yang Kai rushed to the larger half of the Ur-Star and pressed the tip of his Azure Dragon Spear to one of its sides, shouting, "Help me!" Luan Baifeng understood what he wanted to do and shifted over, raising her hand to press the end of the Azure Dragon Spear to give Yang Kai a boost. The Ur-Star had been split into two after it fell into the killing array's range. Yang Kai did not bother with the smaller half and allowed it to float about freely. Perhaps its fate was to end up in one of the other arrays, eventually being reduced to nothingness. The remaining piece was the larger one. After being cut and shaven down, it was less than half of the original size of the Ur-Star, but it was just perfect for them to bring back. In his half-dragon form, Yang Kai possessed immense physical strength, but even with Luan Baifeng's added help, it still took them a lot of effort in order to change the Ur-Star's direction of movement. After a few moments of continuous pushing, Yang Kai said, "It's almost there." While saying that, he landed on the Ur-Star in a flash while bringing Luan Baifeng along, allowing the Ur-Star to fly forward. He did not dare to speed up the pace that the Ur-Star was moving it further. After all, there would be many arrays on their way back. He still had to adjust the direction at certain points, and if the Ur-Star was moving too quick, then it would be too late to stop it if a dangerous array were to appear in front of them. Yang Kai took out some open heaven pills, swallowed them down, and refined them in order to restore his strength, all the while looking thoughtfully behind him. Luan Baifeng was also focused on recovering her strength. Even though she only exerted a little bit of energy from beginning to end, it still took a lot of effort in order to change the trajectory of the broken Ur-Star. "What are you looking at?" Luan Baifeng followed Yang Kai's gaze and asked curiously. Though he bordered on what she would define as crazy, she held much admiration for Yang Kai after seeing what he was able to achieve. If everything went well, then it would take less than a month for them to bring this broken piece of Ur-Star back to the outer periphery. Then she could bring her or slaves over to mine the black stones in peace. However, Yang Kai was perhaps the only person who could achieve such a feat. As for others, they may not be able to do it even if they were in the high-rank, open heaven realm. Before meeting Yang Kai, she had never seen anyone that was able to stop the encroachment of the strange aura present in the black territory before. Your attainments in the Tao of spirit arrays are not low. Were you able to discover anything from that killing array just now? Yang Kai released his dragon transformation secret technique and returned to his original form. Luan Baifeng pondered for a moment before responding solemnly. "Did you see something?" "If I could see something, then why would I still have to ask you?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "However, I have a nagging feeling that the killing array was not as simple as it seemed. That light at the end looked very much like a sword wave." "A sword wave?" Luan Baifeng was stunned. She had an expression of uncertainty. "You're not trying to say that killing array was man-made, are you?" Yang Kai muttered thoughtfully, "If that truly was a sword wave, then I'm afraid it might be man-made." "Impossible." Luan Baifeng shook her head. "The might of that killing array is too terrifying. Who would be able to set such a terrifying spirit array? And even if it were man-made, who would have the time to do something so meaningless? Don't forget, there are natural arrays present all throughout the Black Territory." "That's right." Yang Kai nodded. "There are so many arrays that if someone truly did arrange one here, it would be shocking indeed." After a pause, he added, "And also, you have been staying here for so many years, Yet you have never understood what this strange aura that fills the black territory is correct. Luan Baifeng did not deny it. I tried to study it first, but I couldn't figure out any clues. Yang Kai frowned. I heard before coming here that this black prison was a natural prison. Is that a rumor that spread after you took over this territory, or has that been around since the beginning? It has been called that since long ago. It has nothing to do with me being here. Luan Baifeng also frowned. What are you trying to say? Yang Kai looked pensive. I'm not sure either, but since the saying that this black prison was a natural prison had been circulated since a long time ago, if this place truly was a prison, were any prisoners held here in the past? Then, could it be possible that those natural arrays that we saw are actually... Luan Baifeng shuddered. Don't say any more. Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps. Yang Kai chuckled. What are you worried about? We're just having a casual chat. Of course, these are all just speculation and do not mean anything. Luan Baifeng's face looked grim. If it truly was as you said, then what kind of prisoners are being held in the depths of the black prison that requires so many layers of arrays to restrict them? How terrifying must their cultivation be? Yang Kai stroked his chin in thought. That is true. If there truly existed someone so terrifying, then there was no way that they would be captured. Maybe I was just overthinking it. Luan Baifeng looked deeply at him and suddenly burst into a fit of anger. Are you trying to scare me? Yang Kai snickered. You yourself have small guts, and you're trying to blame others. Without waiting for Luan Baifeng to snap back at him, he ordered, enough chit-chat. Hurry up and watch the front. If we accidentally crash into an array, it will be too late to cry then. You're the one who's going to cry. Luan Baifeng was pissed. However, despite how she reacted, she still activated her secret technique and looked towards a void in front. Along the way, they encountered all sorts of arrays of all different types, but whether it be Yang Kai or Luan Baifeng, they both had secret techniques that could detect their presence early on, so they were able to change the direction of the Ore Star in advance. Though the journey ahead was fraught with trouble, they did not encounter any actual risk. A full month later, the two finally returned to the outer periphery of the Black Territory. The main reason it took so long was because they did not dare to speed up the Ore Star too much in case there were any incidents that they were unable to deal with in time. It took a lot of effort for the two of them to stop the Ore Star just 10,000 kilometers away from the main Shattered Spirit province, despite it already having lost half of its initial speed during their trip. As soon as the Ore Star was in place, Luan Baifeng sent out a command. An incense stick of time later, Xian Peng led a group of Open Heaven Realm Masters over. After landing on the broken Ore Star fragment, all of them were shocked beyond words. They had been living here for countless years, so they knew well what the situation was like in the outer periphery. However, it had been many years since any unmined or star had existed in this outer region. All of them had been mined beyond recognition, and some had even shattered into dust. So, the sudden emergence of a craggy or star was naturally surprising. Warden, this is... Xianpeng looked around curiously and confirmed that this Ore Star that he was standing on was one that he had never seen before. This is the Ore Star that Baifeng and I brought from the Black Territory's depths. Yang Kai gave a casual explanation. Luan Baifeng immediately turned over to glare at him. Being called Baifeng did not sit right with her. Many of the Open Heaven Realm Masters' mouths hung open, all of them stunned as if they could not believe their ears. Yang Kai did not explain much either. He just turned to Luan Baifeng and said, "Call over all your slaves and tell them to begin mining." Luan Baifeng snorted in response, but she still passed down the order. A few moments later, many Open Heaven Realm Masters took off, clearly in preparation to bring the Ore slaves over. Looking over at her, Yang Kai asked, "How long do you think this Ore Star will last?" Luan Baifeng thought about the answer for a moment before answering. It should last for at least 2 or 3 years. The environment here is comfortable, and there is no need for the Ore slaves to worry about their world force leaking, so they will be able to dedicate more time and energy to mining. 2 to 3 years. That sounds about right. Yang Kai nodded. Even though what he brought back was less than half of the original size of the Ore Star, there should be a good amount of cultivation materials present within it. After all, this, or star, came from very deep within the Black territory. It should not lack 6th order materials, and there was the possibility of finding materials of the 7th order or even 8th order. As long as they could fully mine this or star, it should be enough for void lands used for the time being. Once the day came when this or star was exhausted, there was no harm in running into the depths once more to bring back another in the same way. Now that he had Luan Bai Feng serving him, the entirety of the Black Prison was his personal treasury. Other than him, no one had the right to put their hands on the resources found deep inside of the Black Prison. Since everything is settled, I will return to Voidland. I'll leave the rest to you to handle. Head to Voidland once every half year and hand me the mine materials, Yang Kai ordered. Luan Bai Feng was surprised. Leaving already? Yang Kai smirked. Have you grown attached to me already? As if. Luan Bai Feng spat, but then she simmered down a little. But isn't your Voidland in conflict with Zuoquan Hui right now? It can't be easy dealing with a 7th order open heaven realm master, right? Yang Kai nodded gravely. Yes. The strength of a high-rank open heaven realm master is truly powerful. Recalling his fight with Zuoquan Hui previously, he had to admit that there was a huge gap between himself and a master in the high-rank open heaven realm. Last time, he was only able to injure Zuoquan Hui with his son and Moon Divine Wheel because the latter was careless. If they were to fight again, and if Zuoquan Hui was any more prepared than he was before, it would make it very difficult for Yang Kai to injure him again. Luan Bai Feng quickly said, I'll go with you. I'm still a 6th order master, at the very least. I should be able to provide you with some help. Yang Kai looked at her in surprise, not expecting such an offer from her. However, he had no intention of bringing Luan Bai Feng away from here. Voidland had 9 6th order open heaven realm masters, so having one extra wouldn't make much difference. Right now, the matter of gathering resources in the Black Prison was his top priority, so he wanted Luan Bai Feng to keep watch here. You're not that loyal, are you? Yang Kai grinned at her. Luan Bai Feng snorted. What good would it do me if you were to die? That's why I have to keep an eye on you. It was easy to garner that she had been insincere just from this sentence alone. From her words and expression, Yang Kai instantly understood why she would take the initiative to offer her help. Perhaps the bold speculation that he made on their way back from the Black Prison's depths had scared her a bit, and now this woman didn't feel safe here, which was why she was in such a hurry to leave with him. To be honest, that speculation was just a casual thought Yang Kai had. Even he felt that the idea was ridiculous, but he did not expect Luan Bai Feng to take it so seriously. If you leave, then what about? Yang Kai frowned. Luan Bai Feng reminded, Xian Peng has already signed your loyalty list, so there is no need for you to worry if you keep him here to oversee the mining process. Later, I will teach him all the techniques required to enter and leave the Black Prison, and in case anything happens, he will report to you. She had already arranged everything, so Yang Kai could not refuse her. What's more, Luan Bai Feng was a veteran 6th order open heaven realm master with excellent combat capabilities he could make use of if he brought her back. So, he eventually nodded. In that case, we shall act according to your suggestion. Immediately, Luan Bai Feng called Xian Peng over and said a few words to him. She also handed him several jade tokens. Martial Peak, Chapter 4565, Collusion. Flying Smoke Territory was the great territory adjacent to Void Territory, so the two could be considered neighbors. There was a second-class great force located in Flying Smoke Territory that was not considered too strong, Flying Smoke Temple, and it was from them that Flying Smoke Territory's name came about. The temple master of Flying Smoke Temple was called Yu Xiaoshan, a 5th order open heaven realm master. When Seven Wonderland occupied Void Territory, they had many conflicts with this Flying Smoke Territory. Such feuds between neighboring great territories were common in the 3,000 worlds. Back then, Seven Wonders Land's foundation was severely damaged when Su Huang wrestled control of their grand array away from them. Even several of their protector venerables were killed. Qi Qiao, Heavenly Monarch, was also severely injured in that event. Naturally, Flying Smoke Temple was unwilling to miss this opportunity to attack. Yu Xiaoshan gathered all his troops to march against Seven Wonders Land before they could recover and slaughtered them. Yang Kai had just returned from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary at that time and was being hunted down by Scarlet Star's head manager Zhao, by Chuan and his men. Nearing the end of his rope, Yang Kai remembered Seven Wonders Land, so he used the irate jade given to him by Su Huang before the latter's death to sneak into the shopping district of Seven Wonders Land. Somehow, Zhao by Chuan and his men, who were in pursuit of Yang Kai, ended up conspiring with Yu Xiaoshan to attack Seven Wonders Land, killing all their open heaven realm masters and seizing control of their land. Yu Xiaoshan had his foundation in Flying Smoke territory, so he naturally would not stay in Seven Wonders territory for long, so he ended up returning with a large amount of loot. Zhao by Chuan and the others stayed in Seven Wonders Land, planning to use it as a base to revive Scarlet Star. Unfortunately for Zhao by Chuan, his beautiful dream was cut short when Yang Kai led his men out of the shadows to attack them, catching Scarlet Star survivors off guard and unprepared. After that battle, most of Scarlet Star's members either died or escaped, leaving only Chun Tianfei behind, who had even offered up the loyalty list to keep his life. It was then that Yang Kai took over Seven Wonders Land and became its new ruler, later renaming it Voidland. Looking back on it now, Flying Smoke Temple and Yu Xiaoshan actually had a lot of merit in Yang Kai's successful takeover of Voidland. Only Yu Xiaoshan had no idea what he had done at that time. Subsequently, Voidland emerged and rapidly grew in prestige. Yu Xiaoshan had also come to Voidland himself in order to meet Yang Kai and try to form connections with him. After all, they were neighbors, so it would make everything more convenient to have a good relationship. However, Yang Kai was mostly cultivating in retreat or outside, so Yu Xiaoshan failed to meet him even after visiting twice. When Heavenly Sword Union led the 100-Sect Alliance to attack Voidland, Flying Smoke Temple also participated, but during that fight, Yu Xiaoshan was beaten back until he was thoroughly traumatized. The result was needless to say. Kong Feng died during the battle, and the 100 Sects Alliance collapsed. Flying Smoke Temple also suffered heavy losses, with Yu Xiaoshan fleeing with heavy injuries. Flying Smoke Temple was one of the great forces that took the initiative to come to Yang Kai's door to apologize. They scraped together everything they could afford as an offering, and fortunately for them, Voidland had no intention of settling accounts. Everyone in Flying Smoke Temple lived nervously for several years before they finally began to breathe a bit easier. Yang Kai led Luan Baifeng all the way from the Black Territory back to his territory through the Flying Smoke Territory route. Currently, Yang Kai and Luan Baifeng were both concealing their auras and figures as they stood several thousands of kilometers away from the Territory Gate, watching over the situation there. This Territory Gate was the one connecting Flying Smoke Territory and Void Territory. In other words, they need only pass through this Territory Gate to arrive at Void Territory. However, there were several great ships just outside of the Territory Gate at this moment, but not passing through it. Yang Kai could clearly see that these great ships were trying to block off the Territory Gate. He saw a ship head over to pass the Territory Gate, but was stopped by the great ships forming the blockade. Both sides seemed to have gone through a simple discussion. Then the ship had no choice but to turn back. Yang Kai frowned at this sight. He had the vague sense that this had to have something to do with Zuoquan Hui. He had only left Void Territory for half a year, and the situation had seemingly changed again. As for what exactly that change was, he could not say for now. A little less than half a year should be enough time for Zuoquan Hui to recover. He had eaten a big loss last time, and even lost his 6th Order Open Heaven Realm disciple, Zhou Ti, at Yang Kai's hands. Now, he would definitely try to take revenge, follow the ship, and find out what exactly happened. Yang Kai could not go himself, so he had no choice but to order Luan Baifeng to head over. Luan Baifeng spat disdainfully, but she still flew out obediently. Yang Kai waited in place for more than 2 hours before seeing Luan Baifeng return. "What's the situation?" Yang Kai asked. Luan Baifeng said with a strange expression, "Those ships blocking off the Territory Gate are Heavenly Sword Union ships. They say that nobody who wishes to enter Voidland is allowed to pass. Heavenly Sword Union? Xianxia raised his brow. Why have those trash jumped out again? What are they blocking off the territory gate for? He was now burning with rage. When Heavenly Sword Union led the 100 Sects Alliance to attack Voidland, basically all of the great forces involved had come to apologize with gifts after he razed Boundless Altar and Golden Rainbow Province to the ground. Only Heavenly Sword Union did not make any noise about the matter. Xianxia was busy with Inyang Cave Heaven's Tao Theory assembly previously, so he had wanted to wait until it ended before dealing with Heavenly Sword Union, only to be delayed by Zuoquan Hui, who came over to give him trouble, ending up in him being caught in his current mess. Naturally, he had no time to care about a trivial Heavenly Sword Union. However, Xianxia never expected that the latter would come to his doorstep to flaunt their presence before he could even do anything. Luan Baifeng looked at him with a deep gaze. Do you know who the current Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union is? Xianxia could not help but frown when faced with her strange tone. Who? Zuoquan Hui, Luan Baifeng muttered. Xianxia was taken aback for a moment, but he quickly understood. The enemy of an enemy is a friend. Is it? Zuoquan Hui rebelled from Thousand Cranes Paradise, and with his 7th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation, he is more than qualified to become the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union. Obviously, Heavenly Sword Union could want for nothing than to be under a master like him. That means those bastards are colluding. Luan Baifeng nodded. Now that Zuoquan Hui is the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union, the people of Heavenly Sword Union will naturally obey his orders. The reason they are blocking off this territory gate is so that they can stop any outsiders from entering Void territory in order to cut off the foundation of your Star City. Xianxia coldly snorted. That man has wicked ideas, but what use is this? It's not like this territory gate is the only one to my Void territory. It's not as if his Heavenly Sword Union has blocked off all the territory gates, right? Luan Baifeng shook his head. There's no need to block off all of them. They only need to show their stance and spread the news. What do you mean? Xianxia frowned. Even though he was stronger than Luan Baifeng and had forced her to submit using the loyalty list, Xianxia could not compare with her in terms of experience and vision in the 3,000 worlds. After all, she was a veteran 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with many centuries of experience. Compared to Xianxia, a fresh face in the outer universe, she would often have the ability to see farther. Luan Baifeng explained. Zuoquan Hui is one of Thousand Cranes Paradise's inner elders. With his 7th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation, his name echoes loudly across the 3,000 worlds. On the other hand, your Voidland is nothing more than a rising star. Even though you do have some reputation, most of it is only based on your Star City's specialty products. Tell me, if the two of you clash, who will the outsiders lean towards? Xianxia frowned. Naturally, it would be Zuoquan Hui, the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Luan Baifeng nodded. A high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master can exert more power than just their own personal strength. There is also the terrifying connections and imposingness that they have built up over the years. If it were anyone else, how could Heavenly Sword Union give up the position of Union Master so easily? However, Zuoquan Hui was able to obtain it at will, which shows the trust that Heavenly Sword Union has in him. Now that he has become the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union and has come to block the territory gate of Void territory, he's trying to tell the world at large that he intends to go to war with Voidland. How do you think people will react if they find out? How do you think the merchants in your Star City will react? Xianxia's expression darkened. Luan Baifeng continued. Zuoquan Hui is smart. This way, he can isolate your Voidland without sacrificing a single soldier, and your Voidland's resource supply will be cut off. Perhaps, even your Star City will find it hard to maintain itself over time. You have so many people in Voidland, and all of them need to cultivate, do they not? Without resources, how are they going to do that? No matter how many resources Voidland has accumulated, it will eventually run dry. Cunning old bastard. Xianxia ground his teeth. He truly has a wicked mind. It's an open conspiracy. Luan Baifeng said bluntly. Even if you know his intentions, there is nothing you can do to stop it, unless your reputation can overshadow his. That is why he does not need to block off all of Void Territory's entrances. He just needs to make a show here, and the news will soon spread all throughout the 3,000 worlds. Yang Kai coldly snorted, "My Void Land is no soft persimmon either. If he wants to gnaw on my Void Land, then first let's see whether he has strong enough teeth for it." Luan Baifeng nodded repeatedly. "I know your Void Land has two great divine spirits to watch over it, but that old man Baishi is not mobile, so he won't be able to do much in such a situation. The only one you can count on now is that heavenly moon demon spider. If she makes a move against Zuoquan Hui, then your situation will naturally be solved." The corners of Yang Kai's brow twitched. Just thinking about Zhu Jiu-yin filled his stomach with grievances. With her identity as his protector now voided, Zhu Jiu-yin had become even more fickle than before. She would rather see him suffer than to care about him at all. If she had been willing to join the fight last time, then how could Zuoquan Hui have escaped from Voidland? However, Yang Kai also knew what Zhu Jiu-yin was worried about. It was not a matter as simple as whether she joined the fight or not. After all, Zuoquan Hui was from Thousand Cranes Paradise. If she were to kill Zuoquan Hui, then she would definitely have to worry that Thousand Cranes Paradise would come to settle accounts with her in the future. No matter how strong a divine spirit was, they were not invincible. Take the 8th Order Masters of the major cave heavens and paradises. Which one of them was any weaker compared to a mature divine spirit? Zhu Jiu-yin had come from the grand ancient ruins boundary and had no foundation to speak of at all in the outside world. If she were truly to catch the eye of Thousand Cranes Paradise, then her days would not be easy. After a deep thought, Yang Kai asked, "How long has it been since Zuoquan Hui became Heavenly Sword Union's Union Master?" "It should be several months now," Luan Baifeng answered. "Several months." That was to say that Zuoquan Hui left for Heavenly Sword Union to recuperate after being injured by him. It seemed that he had long intended to bring Heavenly Sword Union under him. It did make sense. Voidland did not possess any 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but they did have plenty in the 6th Order. After Zhou Ti died, there was that 6th Order female disciple and the 3 from the Prison Star among Zuoquan Hui subordinates on that level. Even though they were all strong, they were lacking in numbers, and it was necessary for him to rely on external forces. In this case, Heavenly Sword Union was undoubtedly the best choice.